Chapter 1, I was hit by a school beauty at the beginning, and the system appeared. Dragon Kingdom, Magic City. 10 p.m. It is still a scene of bright lights and colorful lights. The exciting and lively nightlife has just begun. A luxurious apartment in the city center. Room 419. Yi Tian sat calmly beside a large snow-white bed. Holding a half-smoked cigarette in his right hand, he lightly tapped the ashtray on the bedside table beside him. Some residues fell slowly along with sparks. Then he put it to his mouth and puffed out smoke. The whole person looks very relaxed and comfortable. Little brother, stop smoking. The stunning beauty stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the dazzling night view. I saw her protecting her slender waist with one hand and drinking wine with the other. That graceful figure is eye-catching. Especially the purple lace pajamas, which perfectly brings out her beauty. Beautiful sister, I'm not some little brother. Yi Tian threw the cigarette butt into the jar and stood up briskly. Slowly came behind her. Gently stroked her hair. I couldn't help but feel ripples in my heart. The night view of this magic city is really something you never get tired of seeing. The stunning beauty didn't even look back, but just whispered softly. The scenery is beautiful, and the people are even more beautiful. Yi Tian leaned close to her ear and looked down at the street view downstairs. Then he gently pushed open the half-closed window, letting a little breeze in. The hanging curtains were blown up, making a whistling sound. After a long time, the coolness gradually came. The two people, who were wearing thin clothes, couldn't help but shiver and tremble for a while due to the cold. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, without warning, the doorbell rang. This frightened the two people who were still in love. Who is it at this late hour? The stunning beauty walked into the living room cursing. Lean against the door and look through the peephole to see what's happening outside. Oh no! She cried out softly, frantically sorting out her clothes. My boyfriend is home early. The stunning beauty tiptoed back and whispered. Your boyfriend? You have a boyfriend? Yi Tian looked at her in surprise, somewhat stunned. Damn! This is too much. Hiding the surprise and excitement in my heart. But then I remembered that I haven't had time to do anything bad yet. Suddenly I felt a little regretful and lost. He quickly put on his clothes and shoes. Walking around the room like a headless fly. I just want to find a safe place to hide. But he tried the closet, under the bed, and so on. I always feel inexplicably uneasy. I always feel that these places are not interesting enough. Don't panic. The stunning beauty curled her lips and calmed her disordered breathing. What do we do now? Yi Tian hid from place to place, becoming more and more panicked. He never expected it. After the final exams, I went to the bar to have fun and unexpectedly met a close young lady who I had a great time talking to. I never expected this. The most stunning beauty in front of him actually took the initiative to invite him to her home for a drink. However, for the first time in this wonderful life, it seemed like it was going to fail. Don't panic, stay calm. Be good and hide in the kitchen now. The stunning beauty rolled her eyes at Yi Tian, then comforted him gently. If it were someone else, she would have kicked him mercilessly. The stunning beauty couldn't help but look at Yi Tian again. She is so beautiful. He has a slender figure, delicate features, a handsome look and a majestic bearing. And most importantly, he is young, strong, burly, and brave. Unlike his current timidity and cowardice, he was like an invincible general when facing the little gangsters just now. Looking down on all living beings, fighting bravely, with long-lasting physical strength. It makes people fall in love with it and cannot extricate themselves. Yi Tian also tried hard to adjust his breathing. After a while, he calmed down. Remember not to make any noise. The stunning beauty gently pushed Yi Tian and drove him out of the bedroom. A playful smile appeared on his face. It was just a joke, but this guy actually believed it. It's so cute. Oh. Yi Tian ran straight to the kitchen and hid next to the gas tank. Huddled in the corner motionlessly. Trembling like a quail. The stunning beauty took one look and smiled even more. Then she quickly returned to the bedroom. Made the messy bed. Wiped the floor soaked with red wine. Finally, he tidied his clothes again and put on a coat. Then he hurried to open the door. Jingyi, what were you doing just now? Why are you opening the door now? A beautiful short-haired girl walked in and complained dissatisfiedly. She lowered her head to change her shoes, but her tone sounded a little tired. There is no makeup on her beautiful face, and she looks pretty and elegant. There is a fresh pimple on the right cheek. The whole person's temperament seems very casual and natural. It's late at night, and someone suddenly rang the doorbell. I was scared. Besides, you have the key, and they didn't expect it was you. The stunning beauty pouted, looking aggrieved. Tears suddenly welled up in her big watery eyes. Li Jingyi, stop pretending. But the short-haired beauty is accustomed to this and doesn't buy it at all. Did you bring the boys back? She dropped her suitcase and ran hurriedly into the house to look for someone. Not in the bedroom. Not in the toilet. There is no balcony. The short-haired beauty stood in the living room with her brows furrowed. Could it be that I really misunderstood? Su Qingya, you're going too far. I told you no, but you still don't believe me. Li Jingyi wiped her cheek with her white jade hands. She burst into tears and looked so pitiful. It is so sad to see it and makes people cry to hear it. Su Qingya was speechless upon seeing this. Okay, I was wrong. My tone was a little harsh just now, I'm sorry. Su Qingya was helpless and could only hug her and apologize gently. Snort! Li Jingyi gently broke free, tilted her body and snorted. Seems to be really angry. Jingyi, it's my fault. Please forgive me this time, okay? Su Qingya came closer again, speaking in a humble manner. Li Jingyi's face lit up with joy, but soon returned to indifference. You suddenly went on a business trip for 3 days and left me alone at home. I was just a little tired and resting in the bedroom. I didn't hear the doorbell for a while, and you still blamed me unreasonably. I can't live like this, sob. Then she started crying again. Su Qingya was a little depressed. I just said a few words of complaint. Is it really that serious? Besides, I was still disgusted by that boy last time. This is why I have psychological trauma and become suspicious. It's understandable. Jingyi, I'll treat you to a big dinner tomorrow, how about that? Su Qingya forced a smile and spoke softly. Only then did Li Jingyi stop crying. Wiped the tears from his face. I know you're tired from work, so it's inevitable that you're a little irritable. She took Su Qingya's arm and let her sit on the sofa. Started to play the role of a gentle and best friend. Massaging her good sister considerately. Su Qingya was arranged clearly by her. Is this even possible? After getting Li Jingyi's signal, Yi Tian walked out nervously. But at this time Su Qingya closed her eyes, enjoying her skillful massage skills. He didn't notice any movement from the outside world, not even Yi Tian passing by. Qingya, are you comfortable? Is the force enough? While Li Jingyi was massaging seriously, she was casting seductive glances at Yi Tian. She was calm and collected, totally the performance of a movie queen. Then I'll go back first. Yi Tian came quietly behind Li Jingyi and whispered something. I took a look at Su Qingya and found that she was a woman. I immediately realized that I had been cheated and felt very upset. So he kissed her cherry lips deeply. Then he strolled away. He. Li Jingyi remained calm and chuckled. It seems like everything is under control. Jingyi, your cooking skills are really good. After Yi Tian left, Su Qingya couldn't help but sigh. There was a look of relief on his face. The tense nerves were relaxed. I felt a lot more relieved. All the tiredness is gone. If you like me, press it a little longer. Li Jingyi smiled particularly sweetly. Then let's go to that Western restaurant we've been dreaming about tomorrow. Su Qingya felt a little dizzy and lost herself in thought. I made up my mind and decided to be generous and domineering for once. On the other side, Yi Tian strode downstairs with big strides. The temperature outside is indeed quite low and it is quite cold. He huddled up in a ball and walked slowly towards the bus stop. Be prepared to wait for a taxi there. Get out of the way. Quickly. Just then, a scream was heard from behind. Yi Tian looked back. He saw a young beauty driving an electric scooter rushing towards him. Soon, he could clearly see the pure, beautiful, and stunning face. It's her. Bang. The next second, Yi Tian hadn't reacted yet. He was hit by an electric car. The whole person flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Is this God's punishment for me? But I didn't do anything bad. He groaned in pain, his consciousness becoming blurred. Sir, wake up. The young beauty got up from the ground and ran to his side. I was so anxious and nervous that I couldn't help crying. His hands kept shaking his arms. Stop shaking. Yi Tian felt the severe pain all over his body and tried to shout weakly. But the young beauty next to him seemed not to hear what he said. She was still crying her eyes out, totally losing control of herself. Ding dong. After testing, it was found that the host sincerely reflected on his behavior and his character is okay. He meets the qualifications for binding to the ultimate life system. Loading, please wait. Loading progress 1%. Loading progress 38%. Loading progress 62%. Loading progress 99%. Ding dong. The ultimate life system has been loaded. Ding dong. The ultimate life system is being activated, please wait. Ding dong. The ultimate life system has been activated. At the same time, bursts of electronic synthesized sounds sounded in Yi Tian's mind. 7 parts cute lowly, 3 parts mature lady. Very pleasant to the ears. But his mind was a little confused and he didn't understand why. Eventually he fell into a coma. Chapter 2 Driving with the School Beauty, the Coquettish System. I don't know how long it took. Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes. The hazy vision gradually became clear. This is? Yi Tian muttered to himself, his voice a little hoarse. He found himself sitting on a small electric scooter, his whole body pressed tightly against a pure, beautiful, and graceful back. Looking down, I found a red rope around my waist. He actually fixed himself behind that figure. Are you awake? The young beauty also felt the movement behind her and asked softly. Yi Tian nodded and snorted. After seeing her voice and appearance again, I was finally sure that I had not recognized the wrong person. The young beauty in front of me is called Chen Shuiying. Her facial features are delicate, with thin and curved eyebrows, eyes like autumn water, a straight nose, and red lips and white teeth. Her skin is whiter than snow, tender and translucent. Her figure is tall, with a curvy figure and long straight legs. She is truly the most beautiful girl in Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying are classmates in the same school. They are all seniors graduating this year. Moreover, he was also voted as the most popular school idol. However, Yi Tian studied composition, while Chen Shuiying studied vocal singing. You are from the Magic City Conservatory of Music, your name is Yi Tian, right? Chen Shuiying also recognized Yi Tian and took a deep look at the rearview mirror. Yi Tian was still a little dizzy and just answered simply. Where else do you feel uncomfortable? When Chen Shuiying heard his weak voice, she looked back nervously. I saw that he looked pale and bloodless, and was very worried. Chen Shuiying, look ahead quickly. Yi Tian was shocked by her action. What if the car crashed again? I'm afraid I'm really going to be scrapped. I'm fine, I just have a slight headache. I'll be fine after a rest. Then Yi Tian patted Chen Shuiying's shoulder gently, signaling her to calm down. Yeah. Chen Shuiying turned her head obediently, wobbling on the electric scooter, and said confidently, I'm always watching the road. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Yi Tian was speechless. Where does this guy get his confidence from? Judging from the driving skills, he is just a newbie. And you just had a car accident, have you forgotten about it so quickly? Then let's go to the hospital for a detailed examination. Chen Shuiying drove slowly towards the nearby hospital according to the navigation on her mobile phone. No, it's just a slight bump, nothing serious. Yi Tian waved his hand and said anxiously. No, I bumped into you by accident, and I must be responsible for you. Chen Shuiying was very determined and would not tolerate any denial. All right. Yi Tian didn't say anything more, just sat quietly in the back. With the gentle breeze, he finally regained some clarity of mind. The two of them were very close. The faint fragrance emanating from Chen Shuiying came towards me. There is also a strand of black and shiny hair fluttering in the wind. Gently brush across his face. It feels itchy and very comfortable. Ah! Suddenly, Chen Shuiying shouted. There was an unexpected emergency brake. Yi Tian bumped forward heavily. His hands tightly held her slender waist. Her skin is very soft and smooth. She is truly a natural beauty. A stray cat jumped out. Chen Shuiying pointed ahead and saw that there was indeed a stray cat foraging on the roadside. It seemed to sense that someone was watching it and immediately darted into the grass. It disappeared in an instant. Call. Chen Shuiying patted her chest, still a little frightened. The ups and downs are so turbulent that it is hard to keep up. Then she restarted her emule, this time being more careful. Yi Tian. After Chen Shuiying calmed down, she also felt the pressure from behind her. Especially Yi Tian's heavy breath, which kept sweeping across her neck. And the sound of his strong heartbeat continued to come to me. Chen Shuiying's face turned red instantly and her voice trembled a little. What's wrong? Yi Tian moved forward and the two of them got closer. Yi Tian, now that you are awake, can you untie this rope? Chen Shuiying pointed to the rope around her waist and said shyly. Yi Tian nodded and fumbled with the knot with his hands. Chen Shuiying's waist is slender and has no trace of fat, it is delicate and smooth. Chen Shuiying felt like crying but had no tears. She suspected that Yi Tian did it on purpose. In the end, she could only grab Yi Tian's hand and put it on her tight and soft belly. Found it! Yi Tian held the knot and growled with some excitement. He leaned gently on Chen Shuiying's back and unbuttoned her clothes slowly. Both hands seemed a little clumsy and very flustered. Okay, are you done? Hurry up! Chen Shuiying's cheeks suddenly turned pink and her heart was pounding. The tone also became a little shy and hurried. Well, it's done. Yi Tian quickly loosened the rope and said with a smile. Yi Tian, can you sit back a little? Chen Shuiying's face was still flushed, and even her neck was tinged with red. Yi Tian snorted lightly and slowly moved back. But I still feel a little unsatisfied. A little regretful. And so we went along in silence. The two of them quietly enjoyed the cool breeze. Hey, that's not right. There seemed to be a strange sound just now. Yi Tian suddenly remembered and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Host, I thought you were blinded by lust and would never remember. Suddenly, a melodious voice sounded in his mind. Ah! Yi Tian couldn't help but be shocked. What's wrong with you? Chen Shuiying was also startled by him and looked back at him. I'm fine. Yi Tian quickly shook his head and forced a smile. Chen Shuiying curled her lips, turned around and continued driving. Host, as long as you recite silently in your heart, you can communicate with me normally. The system reminded lightly. Oh. Are you the legendary system? As a three-good youth in the new era, Yi Tian has a very strong ability to accept things. But, shouldn't these golden fingers only exist in novels? That's right, I am the ultimate life system from the Supreme Universe, the ultimate product of the most technological civilization. After I traveled through the time tunnel, I was able to formally bind with you by chance, which was a bargain for you. The system explained in detail. The ultimate life system? What functions do you have? Yi Tian didn't care about the arrogant tone of the system. This was not his main concern. Host, Yi Tian. Physique, 8, ordinary human limit, 10. Intelligence, 8, ordinary human limit, 10. Charm, 10. Ordinary human limit, 10. Wealth, 13,180 yuan. Perfection points, 0. Props, none. At this moment, a transparent panel appeared in front of Yi Tian. There is also a glowing mall icon in the upper right corner. Host, you can consume your own wealth points to exchange for corresponding prestige points, and then purchase items in the system mall. After hearing what the system said, Yi Tian couldn't wait to click on the mall icon. There was everything in it. There are two main categories of goods, one is items and the other is skills. It covers all aspects of daily life, culture and art, scientific research, sports competition, industrial production, etc., which makes Yi Tian dazzled and overwhelmed. System, what does it mean to consume wealth points in exchange for perfection points? Yi Tian couldn't help swallowing and asked weakly. There are two main ways to consume wealth points. One is daily consumption, including your food, clothing, housing, transportation, entertainment, charity, etc. Every 1,000 yuan spent can be exchanged for 1 prestige point. The second is to directly use wealth points to exchange for prestige points. 2,000 yuan can be exchanged for 1 prestige point. The system said patiently. Yi Tian was a little confused. System, did you make a mistake? How come the exchange rate is lower when you exchange directly? Host, it is impossible for me to make mistakes. My job is to help you show off and fly. Direct exchange will seriously affect my work efficiency. The system said very arrogantly. Yi Tian was even more confused and extremely depressed. Are all current systems so annoying? Chapter 3 The system is crazy, the novice reward is 999 trillion. Chen Shuiying found that there was no movement behind her. I thought Yi Tian had fainted again. So he looked back nervously. Yi Tian just looked at her back in a daze. Not moving at all. If there wasn't the obvious breathing sound. She even suspected that the person had passed away peacefully. Isn't it that his head was damaged? Chen Shuiying felt very guilty and murmured in a low voice. Faintly, her tears were about to overflow from the corners of her eyes. No matter what, I will take responsibility. Chen Shuiying showed a determined look and then increased the speed of the electric scooter. Yi Tian has been immersed in the conversation with the system. He didn't notice anything unusual about Chen Shuiying at all. Dear system, according to the classic routine in the novel, you should reward me with a newcomer gift pack at this time. Yi Tian has read thousands of novels and knows all the common routines. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Reward, newcomer gift pack 1. Ding dong. After testing, a new member gift pack was found. Do you want to open it now? As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt window popped up. Yes. Yi Tian confirmed without hesitation. Products produced by the system must be high quality. He was very curious about what good stuff would come out. He also believes very much in his own character and has never been a loser since he was a child. After all, if he is handsome, he will have good luck. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Reward, Jiangnan Villa number 1. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Reward, initial capital 999 trillion. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Reward, limited time mall coupon 1. Ding dong. Various rewards have been distributed. Please check by yourself. Hiss. A series of prompt sounds came one after another, leaving Yi Tian stunned. After taking a deep breath, he regained some composure. He took a look and found that there was indeed a piece of real estate information in the system backpack. It's a genuine certificate, not the kind that you get for $5 on the street. Jiangnan Villa. That's where the richest people in Shanghai gather. It is no exaggeration to say that the people inside stomped their feet at random. The entire Demon City, and even the entire Dragon Kingdom, will experience earthquakes. The housing prices there are even more terrifying. I heard that it is at least 600,000 yuan per square meter. Moreover, you can't just buy a detached villa there if you have money. Yi Tian stared at the system panel again. And what is this exaggerated concept of 999 trillion? Are they the paper money burned during worship? How many billion is 1 trillion? It seems to be 100 trillion? Damn! This is too outrageous. Is that enough for me to enjoy for several lifetimes? Host, please don't be so surprised. This would be beneath your dignity. Since you already have my omnipotent, coveted golden finger, what could be more outrageous than this? The system's voice was actually mixed with emotion, with a faint hint of chuckle. Yi Tian was left speechless. That's right, there is nothing more amazing than obtaining a system. Forget it, let us not worry about the disrespect of this dog system for now. This is the last limited time mall coupon, which looks a little more normal. That should be it, right? Ding dong. After testing, a limited time mall coupon was found. Do you want to use it now? Just when Yi Tian was daydreaming, another pop-up window appeared from the system. Yes. Just after he confirmed, a special mall page appeared in front of him. Top grade clothing gift package 1, limited time discount price, 1,000 yuan. Top luxury car gift package 1, limited time discount price, 1,000 yuan. Top housekeeping gift package 1, limited time discount price, 1,000 yuan. Primary skills gift pack 1, limited time discount price, 10,000 yuan. There were only 4 brightly colored gift boxes in the merchandise column. Yi Tian didn't think much about it. He waved his hand, clicked 4 times, and bought it directly. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. Rewards, become a permanent SVLP of world-class high-end menswear brands such as LV, Gucci, Dior, Chanel, Burberry, Versace, Tom Ford, Prada, DG, Canali, Ferragamo, Ermine Gildo Zegna, Armani, Brioni, Kaiton, Cesare Adelini, Jeeves Hawks, etc., with private designers and independent custom production lines. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. Rewards, become a permanent SVLP of world-famous car brands such as Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren, Aston Martin, Bugatti, Pagani Koenigsegg, etc., and enjoy the top-level VIP services. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. Reward, limited housekeeping recruitment card 1. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. Reward, Dragon Group Soldier King Physique 1. Fuck. Yi Tian couldn't help it this time and let out a low growl. He didn't pay attention to the previous information and only heard about the Dragon Group's Soldier King's physique. Does this mean that he should conquer the world and step into every corner? Suddenly, he felt a mysterious and powerful force flowing freely in his body. It constantly cleansed his muscles, meridians, internal organs, and even his limbs and bones. Even the injuries on his body were healing quickly. Very magical. Boom! A loud noise went off in his mind. It was like a thunderclap, mighty and shocking. Yi Tian sensed the changes in himself very clearly. The blood is boiling and the power is surging. He clenched his fists and waved them gently in the air. But it was like a swift cannonball, whistling out. It's so powerful and terrifying. Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction, recalling this incomparably powerful force. His eyes were like torches, flashing with dazzling brilliance. Chen Shuiying had already noticed what was happening behind. Always watch everything in the rearview mirror. It's terrible. He's really stupid. Chen Shuiying felt depressed again. Why is she so unlucky? It was just a slight bump on the electric scooter. It actually caused such serious injuries. I will definitely take responsibility to the end. At worst. Chen Shuiying pursed her lips, already preparing for the worst. Yi Tian was immersed in excitement and joy. Still didn't hear what she said. Host, Yi Tian. Constitution, 20. Intelligence, 18. Charm, 20. Wealth, 180 yuan. Perfection points, 13. Initial capital, 999 trillion. Items, Jiangnan Villa No. 1 Villa Property Certificate 1, Limited Housekeeping Recruitment Card 1. Yi Tian looked at his personal panel, which was updated in real time, and was filled with joy. The 3 basic personal data had been comprehensively improved, with an astonishing increase. It turns out that the military kings are not those guys with strong limbs and simple minds. Being brave and resourceful, and having both civil and military skills, this is the standard we should meet. System, what is the situation with this initial funding? He slowly looked down and frowned slightly. Host, please don't worry, this initial capital can be withdrawn to your personal bank account at any time. The system bubbled up. Then why not just deposit it directly into your account, saving time and effort? Yi Tian didn't understand. Isn't this just like taking off your pants to fart, a waste of time? Because life needs a sense of ritual. Host, don't you think that if you withdraw the money slowly by yourself, you will have an indescribable sense of accomplishment? The system said confidently. Yi Tian was speechless. What kind of logic is this? But then I thought about it carefully and it seemed to make some sense. Forget it, let's ignore this for now. There is also a housekeeping recruitment card. He shook his head and pushed away these annoying thoughts. Ding dong. After testing, a limited housekeeping recruitment card was found. Do you want to use it now? Yes. Yi Tian stared at the backpack intently and rubbed his hands. Because of the series of rewards just now, he was even more looking forward to it. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Recruitment successful, 5 world-class butlers, 20 world-class chefs, and 600 world-class maids. Yi Tian was dumbfounded again, stuttering, System, you are also a part-time human trafficker? Are these robots or? Host, please do not slander my character. These are all from your blue star. I verified them through the internet. Regardless of their background, identity, appearance, and personality, they all meet the recruitment standards I set and your aesthetic requirements. The system is a little angry. Can these people be given away for free? Yi Tian thought of the key issue. Of course not. They are here to apply for a job, so they should get the salary they deserve. The monthly salary of the housekeeper is 200,000, the monthly salary of the chef is 300,000, and the monthly salary of the maid is 50,000. This is the salary I offer. Moreover, I have signed a 5-year labor contract with them, and they will report to Villa number 1 on time tomorrow. 50,000? 200,000? 300,000? Their annual salary must be several hundred million, right? Yi Tian made a rough calculation and found that the salary expenses were too exaggerated. Yes, host, the total salary of these people is 442 million per year. I remind you in advance that you have to pay this month's salary in advance tomorrow. What? I have to pay them this salary? Nonsense. They are here to serve you, so of course you should pay them. Besides, you already have 999 trillion, so it's understandable to spend some money to hire someone to serve you, and you can also earn some points. Do you want to be a stingy person who doesn't spend a penny? No. Can't you discuss this with me first? Besides, let's not talk about the housekeeper and the cook. What kind of villa needs 600 maids? Where to play? Yi Tian was a little excited. When he worked part-time, he earned less than 3,000 yuan a month. This system is too unreliable. If this continues, no amount of money will be enough for it to spend. Host, you won't complain when you see the villa tomorrow. The system has an attitude of being superior and calm. Yi Tian suddenly felt confused. Chapter 4 The school beauty is in a dilemma and can only go to the hotel to get a room. Makota Hospital. Your boyfriend is fine, he just needs to rest for a while. I prescribed some medicine, remember to remind him to take it on time. Go to the window to pay first, and then go to the pharmacy to pick up the medicine. The middle-aged doctor was writing furiously while explaining things to Chen Shuiying. He's not. I see, thank you. Just as Chen Shuiying was about to refute, she was interrupted by the test sheet and prescription handed over. So much. She looked at the checklist and prescription below and couldn't help but cover her mouth and cry out. Didn't you say it's no big deal? Then why is this prescription written so densely? Yi Tian noticed something and stood up quickly. Looked at the documents in Chen Shuiying's hand. Scribbled handwriting and densely packed drug names. Suddenly, I was filled with anger. This is treating them as scapegoats to be slaughtered at will. What's wrong? The middle-aged doctor raised his head and looked at them. Nothing, I'll pay right away. Chen Shuiying forced a smile on her face and spoke in a nonchalant manner. When Yi Tian was about to speak, Chen Shuiying had already walked out of the room. He sighed softly and could only go to the quack doctor in front of him to argue. Young man, it's not easy, is it? Unexpectedly, it was the middle-aged doctor who spoke first. Nonsense, it would be hard for anyone to handle it. Yi Tian's face was gloomy and his tone was very unfriendly. Oh. I didn't expect that you, who are so handsome and good-looking, are also a henpecked husband. The middle-aged doctor slowly stood up and walked to his side. Patted his shoulder gently. Yi Tian was completely speechless. This is such a perfunctory way of changing the subject. Also, who is the henpecked husband? Young man, stop pretending. We are all men, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. It's good to be a henpecked husband. It's a sign of love for your wife. I just didn't expect that your girlfriend is so beautiful and speaks so gently, but she is such a terrifying tigress in private. When the middle-aged doctor saw that Yi Tian refused to admit it, he just smiled kindly. As if to say, he has seen it all. Everything is implied. Don't be so stubborn. If it wasn't what I said, you wouldn't be here now. Don't worry, I can see that she really likes you, otherwise she wouldn't be so nervous. By the way, what was the reason for the two of you to quarrel? It was so serious that it even reached the hospital. Yi Tian was about to speak when he was interrupted by the middle-aged doctor again. Yi Tian curled his lips, this topic has gone too far. So he simply sat on the chair, lowered his head and stopped talking. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Every family has its own problems. But I didn't expect you to be so smart. You've learned this trick at such a young age. Come to the hospital for a checkup no matter what. If you find something wrong, you can make these tiger women restrain themselves and enjoy a brief moment of tenderness. By the way, let me remind you that the vitamins and healthcare drugs I just prescribed are good for your health. The middle-aged doctor continued. His eyes sparkled with wisdom. Yi Tian, let's go. Just then, Chen Shuiying had returned. Yi Tian immediately stood up and wanted to escape from here. If he didn't leave quickly, he would start to suspect that he was really being dominated by his wife. Go! Go home and have a good talk. As the saying goes, fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. Don't let some trivial things affect the relationship between the two parties, understand? The middle-aged doctor smiled, patted him on the shoulder again, and gave him a gratified look. Yi Tian ran out without looking back. This middle-aged doctor is probably too lonely. A real chatterbox. So horrible. Alas. The young people nowadays are incredible. The middle-aged doctor looked at their backs and shook his head gently. Then he returned to his seat and took a sip of hot tea. In front of the hospital. Here's your medicine, take it quickly. Chen Shuiying handed the transparent plastic bag to Yi Tian. Thank you. How much? Yi Tian took it and asked softly. No, you were injured because of me. I have to pay for the medical expenses. Chen Shuiying shook her head violently, with an expression that did not allow any argument. All right. Yi Tian curled his lips and said no more. If this guy knew that he would be fine. And these medicines are just vitamins that are of no use. I'm afraid he will scold him and that talkative doctor. By the way, do you live in the school dormitory? Chen Shuiying frowned and asked in a cute voice. Yes. Yi Tian was a little confused. What did this question mean? Could it be that she likes me? Does she want to go to a hotel with me? But she doesn't look like that? That's bad. It's past the dormitory's curfew time now. Chen Shuiying looked frustrated and annoyed. It's okay, I can go to the hotel and sleep for one night. Yi Tian looked at his phone and said with a smile. Then can you lend me 200 yuan? I used all my money to buy medicine. I will definitely pay you back when I return to school tomorrow. Chen Shuiying lowered her head shyly and spoke softer and softer. His face became redder and redder, even his ears turned red. She didn't expect the medical expenses to be so expensive, and she had to pay more than 500 yuan. Besides, it was already the end of the month and she didn't have much living expenses left. She had to borrow some money from her roommate just now and barely got enough money to pay the bill. However, she completely ignored the time just now, which led to the current embarrassing situation. No problem. Yi Tian immediately took out his wallet and felt extremely embarrassed. Empty. It's okay. I have money in my bank card. Add me on WeChat and I'll transfer the money to you. Yi Tian quickly stuffed his wallet into his trouser pocket and took out his cell phone. Chen Shuiying nodded slightly. After the two added each other as friends, Yi Tian wanted to send a red envelope of 200 yuan. However, an obvious prompt box popped up. Insufficient available balance on the bank card, please verify and try again. Damn it! I forgot I just spent 13,000 on a gift package, and I didn't withdraw the initial funds. How embarrassing. Yi Tian cursed inwardly. It's all because of this unreliable system. The money sent by other people's systems is directly deposited into the account. Host, please pay attention to your face. Your behavior of shirking responsibility is really ugly. The system naturally didn't want to be the scapegoat, so it spoke immediately. Yi Tian felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. It's okay, I can still. How much money do you have now? Chen Shuiying also saw the prompt window and thought that Yi Tian wanted to borrow money, so she interrupted him directly. Well, I have 150 yuan in my card, 20 yuan in WeChat, and 10 yuan in Alipay. My Huabei credit limit has been used up temporarily, but... Yi Tian became more and more embarrassed as he spoke, and his eyes avoided. In the end, I was a little overwhelmed and could only touch the back of my head. Then let's just get a double room. This way we can save a lot of money. You can advance me half of the room fee first, and I will pay you back tomorrow. Chen Shuiying still didn't give him a chance to explain himself and suggested with a blushing face. If you listen carefully, you can hear that her voice is even trembling a little. She really didn't expect that she would actually check into a hotel with a stranger. But no matter what, Yi Tian is still a student of the Magic City Conservatory of Music. And he is so handsome, he must be a good person. She was feeling very uneasy. All right. Yi Tian nodded and agreed immediately. Thinking about being able to live in the same room with Chen Shuiying, my heart was filled with joy and anticipation. Then let's go. I just searched and found a hotel nearby with very good reviews. The hotel environment and service are very good, and the price is relatively cheap. Chen Shuiying tapped the screen of her mobile phone and spoke softly. Well, I'll drive later. Yi Tian did not object, but said with a smile. Good. In this way, the two of them left the hospital on their electric scooters. Chen Shuiying, are you cold? Yi Tian sat upright in the front, blocking the biting cold wind. No, cold. Chen Shuiying hid behind him and leaned gently on his warm back. But the trembling voice could not deceive anyone. Beep, beep, beep. A white Civic suddenly passed by them at a low speed. He even blew the whistle arrogantly. The sudden sound frightened Chen Shuiying so much that she hugged Yi Tian tightly. Yi Tian felt two soft places and couldn't help but moan in comfort. Kid. It must be cool to drive an electric scooter in such a cold day. Ha ha ha. The window on the passenger seat of the white Civic slowly dropped down, and the driver inside was very arrogant. But when he saw Chen Shuiying's face, his laughter stopped abruptly. He accelerated forward with a grim look on his face. Why? Why? He only drives a small electric scooter and has such a beautiful girlfriend, while I drive a magical car that can beat the sky, the earth, and the air, but I'm still just a single dog, woo-woo. The Civic driver became angrier and angrier, and subconsciously stepped on the accelerator. It's over, it's over, it's over. Not long after, loud sirens were heard behind his car. Please, owner of the white Civic with the license plate of Shanghai, pull over immediately. You are suspected of drunk driving and speeding. Please accept our questioning. Thank you for your cooperation. A police car with red and blue flashing lights was chasing closely. Hiss. It's really over. The Civic driver had no choice but to park the car on the side of the road, turn off the engine and get out. He put his hands on his head and squatted on the ground. Tears of regret welled up in the corners of his eyes. Chapter 5 The Shy School Beauty communicates with the system again. Express Hotel. Chen Shuiying, have you made up your mind? Yi Tian asked helplessly. Chen Shuiying had been standing at the door, hesitating for a long time. Always take a step and think for a while. It's so tiring. Yi Tian had been baptized by the cold wind along the way and was already freezing. I was just thinking about the comfortable hot bath and warm bed. Let's go. Chen Shuiying looked embarrassed, but still nodded. Yi Tian was overjoyed and walked in briskly. Chen Shuiying followed behind shyly. Good evening. The hotel receptionist is a beautiful lady. She has a charming smile and a sweet voice. Hello. We need a double room. Yi Tian showed a natural and brilliant smile. Like a spring breeze, it makes people feel extra warm. The front desk lady was stunned for a moment. Sorry. There are no double rooms left. We only have one single room. The lady at the front desk looked at Yi Tian and then at Chen Shuiying. This handsome man and beautiful woman are indeed a perfect match. Then he seemed to understand a hint of mystery from the smile just now. So he smiled at Yi Tian with understanding. Is that so? Yi Tian didn't think too much, but turned around and asked, Chen Shuiying, do you want to change to another hotel? No, no need, this one is enough. Chen Shuiying shook her hands hurriedly and panicked. She didn't want to go through this embarrassing situation again. Especially the expression of the lady at the front desk, her smile showed a hint of understanding. It was as if he had seen through everything, which made her very uncomfortable. Okay then, give me your ID first. Yi Tian nodded and then said. Yes. Chen Shuiying took out her ID from her bag and handed it over. Yi Tian, you are not allowed to peek. Don't worry, I won't peek. Yi Tian held the ID card and assured with a smile. But he kept glancing at her out of the corner of his eye, trying to take a peek. Human beings are rebellious by nature. The more you tell people not to do something, the more they will do it. A single room, 168 yuan per night. The lady at the front desk took the ID card with a smile on her face. Drop. Yi Tian scanned the code and completed the payment, and was about to get his ID card back. But Chen Shuiying rushed over from behind and intercepted it. You won't let me see your ID card, why are you peeking at mine? After Yi Tian got the room card, he asked with some dissatisfaction. I just wanted to get my ID back and I accidentally saw yours. Chen Shuiying looked at Yi Tian's ID card and compared it with the real person. As expected, he is still very handsome, but his hairstyle is a little different. Then let me see yours too. Yi Tian quickly snatched back his ID card and said urgently. That won't do. Let's go to the room quickly. Chen Shuiying stuck out her tongue, looking very cute. Yi Tian was so distracted that he forgot what to do for a moment. Hurry up and catch up. Chen Shuiying had already arrived at the elevator door and whispered to him. I understand. Yi Tian then came to his senses and trotted over. The room for two is number 520. It was specially selected for them by the lady at the front desk. They pushed the door open and found that it was very tidy and clean inside. Although the space is not large, it has everything you need. The decoration is also very attentive and has a unique charm. I have to say, the good reviews are not fake. I'm going to take a shower first. Yi Tian put the things on the table and said to Chen Shuiying. When Chen Shuiying heard this, her face blushed again and she lowered her head and hummed softly. Yi Tian walked straight into the bathroom without saying a word. After a while, the sound of flowing water was heard. Yi Tian should be in good shape. Chen Shuiying stared at the bathroom door in a daze. Thinking back to the scene of hugging Yi Tian just now, I vaguely felt his abdominal muscles. Hard and strong, yet soft and elastic. Chen Shuiying, what are you doing? Don't be so lewd. Chen Shuiying quickly looked away and warned herself secretly. Then she pulled out a notebook and began to write quietly. Bathroom. System, I'm taking a shower now, are you watching me? Yi Tian was washing his hair when he suddenly opened his eyes. Certainly. The system said very calmly. Then I have already shown you everything. Nonsense. I have already scanned it thoroughly during the binding process. Is she in good shape? Yi Tian proudly showed off his muscles. Host, please stop showing off. How did you get these muscles? Don't you have any sense? Also, according to the 3 minimum 180 centimeters standards required by female netizens in Dragon Country, you only met 2 of them. Moreover, your height and body length barely meet the standards. The system strikes mercilessly. You're talking nonsense. I'm only 1.85 meters tall, how can that be considered a stretch? Besides, I bet that only a few people in Dragon Country can reach the second 180. Yi Tian was really angry. The 2 things that I valued most were trampled into worthlessness. No matter how much you say it is a broken sky, this is just the minimum standard. The system said lightly. I think they are just Kinder Surprise eggs, ugly in appearance but beautiful in thoughts. Yi Tian curled his lips and sneered disdainfully. This is the lowest standard. They are just waiting to become nuns. So what you mean is that from now on, whether I go to the toilet or play poker, you will also watch from the side? Then he thought of the key point, and he looked unwell. Yes. The system's answer was not surprising. Yi Tian suddenly felt a chill in his heart. It doesn't matter if I'm seen naked, but it would be a big deal if my wife is seen naked. I always feel very uncomfortable. Host, please relax. You and I are different creatures, just like humans and dogs. There are huge differences between us. Let me make it clear in advance that I am not interested in your estrus and reproductive behavior, just like you don't pay too much attention to the reproductive behavior of dogs. Yi Tian always felt that the system's words were insulting, but he had no evidence. He really wanted to refute that the system was wrong, but he was too embarrassed to speak. When he was in school, his favorite subject was studying the reproductive behavior of dogs. Every time I would get close to observe carefully and take notes with a pen. Also, he will do his best to protect the dog. Don't let other naughty kids ruin this sacred ceremony. When the system read Yi Tian's memory, it immediately froze. With its powerful AL computing capabilities, it actually overlooked this point. Although I am not a human, you are a real dog. The system held it in for a long time, but finally spoke out. Yi Tian, who was rubbing his back, was immediately unhappy when he heard this. System, are you scolding me? How can you scold me, the host? Come out and explain yourself. However, the system had already gone into deep sleep and there was no response at all. About 10 minutes passed. Yi Tian walked out of the bathroom slowly. At this time, he was wearing a white bathrobe, which fit him perfectly. The hair has been blown dry and is a little fluffy. He is still handsome, and has an indescribable sexy charm. Chen Shuiying, it's your turn to take a shower. He sat down on the edge of the bed and spoke softly. Well, go to sleep first, I'll take a shower later. Chen Shuiying quickly put away the notebook and stuffed it into her bag. There's only one bed now, so how are we going to sleep? Yi Tian smoothed his hair and continued to ask. You sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the table for the night. Chen Shuiying looked back at him and then turned back. No. I'll sleep on the table and you sleep on the bed. Yi Tian objected without even thinking about it. He slept on the bed and let the girl sleep on the table. If this gets out, I'd be so embarrassed that I'd even go to my grandma's house. Chen Shuiying remained silent for a moment, knowing this would happen. How about this, we both sleep in the bed, but each of us sleeps in half. We can't cross the line. Can you do that? She then made another suggestion. Yi Tian nodded. This is the most common, but also the best method. Then you go to sleep first. I'm going to take a shower first. After saying that, Chen Shuiying quickly ran into the bathroom. This guy. Yi Tian smiled and shook his head. This is like thinking of yourself as a big pervert. I don't trust myself so much. He lay on one side of the bed, listening to the sound of water running in the bathroom. Daydreaming. Then slowly fall into a sweet dream. Chapter 6 Horrible sleeping position, secretly kissing the school beauty. 3 o'clock in the morning. Yi Tian had a nightmare. There was an octopus clinging to him tightly. I'm gonna eat him. Yi Tian suddenly woke up from his sleep. He felt dizzy and confused. My body feels very heavy, as if someone is holding me. Yi Tian quickly reached out and touched it. It was soft as jade. Is it really an octopus? He looked down and saw Chen Shuiying's delicate face. It turned out to be Chen Shuiying. Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief and pushed Chen Shuiying away. Then he lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling. Suddenly, Chen Shuiying came over again and hugged him even tighter this time. Even half of his body was pressing on Yi Tian. Yi Tian was helpless, but dared not move at all. Feeling Chen Shuiying's hidden figure, my lips and tongue became dry. He had completely given up struggling and just wanted to enjoy himself since he couldn't resist. Without any obstruction, Chen Shuiying became more and more rampant and did whatever she wanted. As the saying goes, no one is perfect. Who would have known that this school beauty Chen would sleep in such a terrible way? Alas, but it's not a big deal. Anyway, those losers have no qualifications and no chance to be her bedmates. Yi Tian sighed softly. Chen Shuiying, you brought her here by yourself. It's really none of my business. He had already anticipated what he would see when he woke up tomorrow. But I couldn't bear to refuse this erotic scene. Then he slowly turned sideways and faced Chen Shuiying. The two of them breathed warmly on each other's cheeks. It feels numb and itchy. Hiss. He glanced slightly downward. A touch of white, swaying in the darkness. At this moment, Chen Shuiying touched her face gently. He kissed those cute and delicate cherry lips. Then she put her head in Yi Tian's arms and fell asleep comfortably. It's not my fault anyway. I hope I won't be beaten too hard tomorrow. Yi Tian tried very hard to control his desire and put his hands in his trouser pockets. To prove innocence. Bitch is just hypocritical. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Yi Tian was startled by it, and subconsciously grabbed a handful, and then said, You guy, you finally bubbled up, I want to exchange the initial funds. You are such a pervert. How much do you want to exchange? All of them? Yi Tian ignored the system's accusations and asked eagerly. 999 trillion, the rest of your life will be spent lying flat. Sure. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, the exchange was successful. Wealth gained, 999 trillion. Host, Yi Tian. Constitution, 20. Intelligence, 18. Charm, 20. Wealth, 999,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 yuan. Perfection points, 13. Props, Jiangnan Villa No. 1 Villa Property Certificate 1. Is it that simple? Yi Tian was dumbfounded, it was like a game. Is this true or false? Host, please do not doubt my ability. The system said very arrogantly. Byte. At the same time, Yi Tian also received a text message on his mobile phone. He opened it and saw that it was indeed bank account arrival information. So much money suddenly poured into my bank account. Will the bank in the country take me back for tea? Yi Tian was a little scared. After all, this was not a small amount. Once it is discovered that the property has an improper source, all the property will be confiscated. And I have to sing the sad and miserable tears behind bars for many years. Host, please rest assured that the initial source of funds is normal, and I have modified your personal information to completely avoid unnecessary trouble. The system's words were like a reassurance, calming Yi Tian down instantly. I have 13 prestige points now. How about going to the mall to buy some things? Yi Tian's heart moved and he clicked on the system mall. Why not buy a supercar for transportation? He searched the supercar category and saw the colorful god-level supercars. I couldn't help swallowing a few times. Ferrari LaFerrari, 225 prestige points. McLaren P1 LM, 126 points. Lamborghini Venom, 450 prestige points. Koenigsegg 1, 470 prestige points. Hiss. System, is this price too expensive? When Yi Tian saw the price at the back, he felt a little overwhelmed. Moreover, he found that he could not afford any of them. Even more depressed. Host, the prices in the mall are absolutely affordable, without any water mixed in. Moreover, based on my professional analysis, I suggest that you do not use the prestige points to buy these supercars and other items that can be purchased on Blue Star. It is a pure waste. Moreover, it is a waste of the opportunity to show off. The system said this very sincerely. Yi Tian rolled his eyes. This system was really hopeless. All day long, I just think about showing off. So what good recommendations do you have? He looked through some product categories again and for the first time he had difficulty making a decision. I suggest the host to buy skill-related products, or products from parallel time and space. Skills? Yi Tian quickly found the skill page, and immediately felt confused. The price was even more outrageous than that of a supercar, which made him feel discouraged. Even the worst, Special Forces Constitution, requires 100 prestige points. And his Dragon Group Soldier King physique is as high as 1000 prestige points. It seems necessary to learn how to spend money lavishly. Host, you finally understand my good intentions, right? If you don't follow me and spend money to show off, you will never have the chance to buy the things above. The system was given some chicken soup at the right time. You don't have to show off to spend money. Yi Tian curled his lips, thinking that he would be tied up if he was too high profile. Spending money without showing off is like tofu pudding without eating sweet food, it has no soul. Yi Tian was speechless. There always seems to be something wrong with this metaphor. But I can't say it. What is the product of a parallel world? In short, it is a local specialty from other universes. Okay, can you recommend one? Host, please explore on your own. I need to rest. Yi Tianqi went crazy. This system was becoming more and more outrageous. He even wanted to take a break and refused service. It's really bullying. Humph. Then I'll go to sleep too and study it tomorrow. He quickly put down his phone, curled up and went to sleep. The next day, 7:05. Yi Tian has woken up. Maybe it was because of his physique as a soldier king, although he slept less last night, he felt refreshed and energetic. He looked at Chen Shuiying who was sleeping in his arms and couldn't suppress his impulse. He gently kissed her cherry lips. Soft and sweet. I don't know what type of boys Chen Shuiying likes. He got out of bed quietly, afraid of waking up Sleeping Beauty. Then he walked into the bathroom contentedly and started washing. About 10 minutes passed. Yi Tian was already dressed and sitting quietly at the table. Yesterday Chen Shuiying hid it mysteriously. I wonder what was written inside. He looked curiously at the notebook open on the table. December 27th, sunny. Today I went to Star Entertainment Company to participate in the audition. I passed the first round in the morning, but failed the second round in the afternoon. A kind interviewer said that I have great potential, but my basic skills are a bit weak. He also gave me a business card and asked me to come to his residence in the evening, and he could give me free guidance. However, when I arrived at the gate of the community, I hesitated. I thought of a possibility, and I was very scared, so I broke the appointment. I think I have offended this interviewer, and I am afraid that he will ban me, but I don't regret it. There were still some traces of tears on the paper. Silly girl, you will be abused if you go in, and you will get deeper and deeper into trouble. Your career path may not be smooth sailing. This interviewer is too abominable. He looks like a veteran and must have abused many girls. Xingyu? I remember it. The more Yi Tian thought about it, the angrier he became, and he said with gritted teeth. Then I adjusted my breathing and continued reading. When I was driving my electric bike back home at night, I accidentally bumped into a boy from the same school. He was the most popular boy in the school, and he was really handsome and had a good figure. Fortunately, he was checked in the hospital and was fine. But the medical expenses were too expensive, costing me 586 yuan, and I was out of money all of a sudden. Fortunately, I still had a few dozen yuan on my meal card, so I should be able to get through this month. Oh my god, this is crazy. I actually told a stranger that I would stay in the same hotel room with him and sleep in the same bed. I don't know how I said it. I thought about it for a long time and came to the conclusion that it might be because he is very handsome and has a unique charm that makes me feel safe. Well, it seems that Chen Shuiying likes me very much too. A mysterious and confident smile appeared on Yi Tian's face, and it became gradually more dissolute. This Chen Shuiying is so cute that she aroused his unprecedented desire to protect her. In just one short night, he seemed to have fallen in love with her. This may be the legendary love at first sight. Chapter 7 Jiangnan Villa. The front desk lady is shocked. 9:28. So comfortable. Chen Shuiying finally woke up. She sat up slowly and stretched. Ha? Is Yi Tian gone? Chen Shuiying looked at the bed next to her and then looked around the room. There was no trace of Yi Tian at all. I suddenly felt a little lost. Suddenly, she felt very cool. Chen Shuiying immediately looked down and found that her bathrobe had already become loose. A piece of snow white was revealed. Yi Tian, you didn't see it, did you? She looked shy and quickly put her clothes in order. Maybe not? Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold back, right? Or is it that my figure is not attractive to him? Oh no! Chen Shuiying thought of the underwear hanging in the bathroom. Needless to say, Yi Tian saw it all. She walked slowly to the bathroom and took off all her clothes. All dry and still slightly warm. Chen Shuiying's big watery eyes widened. There is only one truth. That was because Yi Tian had just left not long ago, and he even used a hairdryer to dry her clothes. Thinking that Yi Tian might have touched her underwear. Her face turned red instantly, and her heart was beating like a deer. After a while, Chen Shuiying finished washing up and changed into her own clothes. Prepare to pack up and leave. But I found hot breakfast and soy milk on the table. A happy smile appeared on her face and she felt very warm in her heart. Chen Shuiying sat down quietly and happily ate the breakfast that Yi Tian had carefully prepared. After eating for a while, she noticed the notebook on the table. There seemed to be something inside. It wouldn't be peeped at, right? But it doesn't matter. Chen Shuiying opened her notebook and found a stack of money and a note. To Chen Shuiying, thank you for taking care of me last night. Actually, I'm fine. I'll pay for the medical expenses myself. P.S. I accidentally saw your diary and I want to tell you that failure is the mother of success. Come on. Also, your decision is right. Don't be fooled. Chen Shuiying was even more moved when she looked at Yi Tian's handwritten note. Where did he get so much money? Chen Shuiying carefully counted the money in the notebook, a total of 1,000 yuan. He won't read the contents of the diary and ask others to borrow money, right? No, I have to find a chance to return the money to Yi Tian. Chen Shuiying stuffed her notebook and other belongings into her bag, packed up the trash, and quickly left the hotel room. Hi! So beautiful. Just as Chen Shuiying walked into the elevator, the boy next to her just pushed the door open and walked out. Seeing her angelic face and graceful figure, I couldn't help but be moved. That crazy noise last night, wasn't it she who made it? The boy recalled the creaking sound and the youthful humming coming from the next room. He imagined the scene of Chen Shuiying making love, and his nose immediately started bleeding. Oh! I really envy that man. He shook his head and sighed softly. This kind of goddess-level existence can only be admired from afar and not touched. Jiangnan Villa. System, will I be kicked out if I dress like this? Yi Tian came to the door of the service center and looked at himself wearing Taobao products. A little uneasy. Host, what are you afraid of? If this really happens, wouldn't it be better? At that time, you can take out the property certificate, slap them in the face, and then sneer, looking down on others with dog eyes, and let them sing conquer. It's exciting to imagine. The system shouted excitedly. Yi Tian was speechless. This system had a serious case of the second syndrome. It is estimated that it has reached the late stage and is beyond cure. Yi Tian tidied his clothes and walked in with the property certificate in his pocket. The service hall was very quiet at this time, with only 2 or 3 people handling business. There was a very beautiful young lady at the reception desk. She noticed Yi Tian as soon as he came in. So cool. She kept staring at Yi Tian's face, with stars twinkling in her eyes. What a handsome man. He is as beautiful as jade and unparalleled in the world. Then she looked down and saw Yi Tian's clothes and curled her lips. Why do the second generation rich like this nowadays? They pretend to be poor and play tricks on others to get the pleasure of showing off. The lady at the front desk felt helpless and funny. This is the 7th one this month. Can't we try something new? Hello, sir. I am Li Fei from Jiangnan Villa Service Center. What service do you need? When the lady at the front desk saw Yi Tian coming over, she immediately put on a professional smile. Hello. I'm here to check in. Yi Tian also replied with a smile. Okay, please follow me. Li Fei twisted her graceful body and walked in front to lead the way. Ahem. When Yi Tian saw the peaches behind him, he suddenly felt some discomfort in his throat. We're here, please take a seat. Soon, the two came to a vacant office window. Please show me your ID card and property certificate. Li Fei also personally acted as a salesperson. A high-quality boy like Yi Tian who is young, handsome, rich and rare in half a year, she will definitely not let him go easily. Okay. Yi Tian handed over all the necessary documents. Number 1. Number 1. Villa. When Li Fei saw the information on the property certificate, she was suddenly frightened. Villa number 1. This is the king of buildings in Jiangnan Villa, with a market value of about 8 billion yuan, and many wealthy people can only look on. She looked up at Yi Tian's face, then looked down at the ID card in her hand. It is indeed me. 22 years old. That's too young. But who can resist a handsome young man with millions of dollars? Li Fei was handling her work while sending messages to her manager. She knew that this was not something she could handle alone. Hello, Mr. Yi. The check-in procedures have been completed. Please wait a moment. Our manager will personally take you to check the villa later. Li Fei respectfully handed the certificate back to Yi Tian, appearing a little reserved. Moreover, she was silently thinking about how to strike up a conversation. You should neither appear to be too enthusiastic and open, nor too shy and introverted. Okay, thanks. Yi Tian sat in a chair, playing with his phone quietly. Mr. Yi, please have some tea. Li Fei carefully brought over a cup of hot tea. There was also a small piece of paper with a phone number on it. She bent down slightly, and the 2 top buttons of her shirt had unbuttoned at some point, exposing her snow-white skin, which made Yi Tian's heart flutter. Thanks. Yi Tian looked away and said in a hoarse voice. Is this intentional? You are welcome. Li Fei smiled sweetly and threw a few seductive glances inadvertently. When I turned around, my feet bumped into each other and my body became a little unstable. The plump curve behind her accidentally hit Yi Tian's arm. Hiss. Yi Tian couldn't stand it anymore. This is too much. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. Li Fei quickly bowed to apologize and showed off her proud figure again. It's okay, it's okay. Yi Tian felt his nose was a little warm and touched it unconsciously. Hello, Mr. Yi. Just then, a loud and powerful voice came from behind. Oh no. Li Fei covered her collar and immediately walked backstage with the tray. Yi Tian stood up and looked back. I saw a fat, big-eared middle-aged man rushing over, exhausted. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Su Hongchang, the manager of Jiangnan Villa, responsible for the property management of the entire community. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can call me directly and I guarantee that I will handle it for you as soon as possible. The middle-aged man stretched out his fat right hand. Hello, Manager Su. Yi Tian smiled and shook hands with him casually. This is my business card. Su Hongchang's face lit up with joy and he said respectfully. Yes. By the way, Manager Su, I really need to trouble you with something. Yi Tian took the business card, took a look at it, and then said softly. Mr. Yi, please speak. Upon hearing this, Su Hongchang immediately perked up and smiled. If you can establish a good relationship with this rich young man, your future will definitely be bright. By then, it would be better if I didn't continue to be this crappy manager. Some people will be coming over later. I hired them to take care of all the affairs of the villa. There may be a lot of them, so please tell the security guards first to facilitate their entry and exit. Yi Tian said politely. No problem. Su Hongchang patted his chest and promised solemnly. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Well, there are about 600 people, which is not too many. Thank you for your hard work. What? 600 people? When he heard Yi Tian's words again, he was stunned. Isn't that enough? Villa number 1 is very spacious and does require a large number of servants, but it shouldn't be so exaggerated. How much does it cost this month? He really couldn't understand the world of rich people. Yi Tian nodded calmly. Hiss. Okay, I'll explain it to the security department, and there will be no problems. Mr. Yi, let's go to your villa now and see if there is anything that needs to be improved. Su Hongchang calmed down and his attitude became more humble. Good. So the two of them sat in the shuttle bus, slowly moving towards villa number 1. Chapter 8 Shocking Villa. Beautiful housekeeper and maid. Villa number 1 is located in the eastern area of Jiangnan Villa, adjacent to the port, and offers an unparalleled sea view. Moreover, Villa number 1 has a private dock, which allows you to enter the connected rivers and seas through the man-made Grand Canal, drive the yacht as you please, and enjoy the pleasure of sailing on the sea. Mr. Yi, we're here. Su Hongchang drove the car into a classic garden. There are towering green trees and sculptures everywhere, full of the atmosphere of nature and art. It makes people feel relaxed and happy and linger. Hiss. Yi Tian looked at Villa number 1 in front of him and felt extremely shocked. At first glance, the entire villa has no less than 20 floors. Its exterior blends the essence of Eastern and Western cultures, adding a bit of traditional antique charm and technological novelty. It is magnificent and full of charm. Mr. Yi, are you satisfied? Su Hongchang looked back at Yi Tian and asked with a smile. Yes, very satisfied. Yi Tian looked at the scenery outside and nodded slightly. Mr. Yi, as you can see, Villa number 1 covers an astonishing area of 5,800 square meters, including 2,300 square meters of classic royal gardens and approximately 3,500 square meters of buildings. Villa number 1 has a total of 28 floors, a height of about 180 meters, and a total construction area of an astonishing 115,000 square meters. Su Hongchang slowly parked the car next to the fountain. Then he quickly ran down and opened the car door for Yi Tian. Yi Tian stood in front of Villa number 1 and looked up, then he truly felt its beauty and magnificence. The first to sixth floors of Villa number 1 are large parking lots that can easily accommodate hundreds or even thousands of luxury cars. The 7th floor is the car repair center. The 8th floor is a hotel-style reception lobby. The 9th to 12th floors are outdoor sky gardens. The 13th floor is a fitness club. The 14th floor is a home theater. The 15th floor is the family hospital. The 16th and 17th floors are VIP guest rooms. The 18th to 22nd floors are the master bedrooms. The 23rd to 26th floors are the dormitory area where servants live. The 27th and 28th floors are the entertainment center, including a swimming pool and a golf course. The roof is the helicopter pad. Su Hongchang stayed beside Yi Tian and introduced him humbly. Yi Tian came to the door of the villa and was once again shocked by the sense of technology in front of him. As soon as the two approached, more than a dozen surveillance cameras around them were instantly aimed at them. Drop. After the face scan is successful, the door opens automatically. Mr. Yi, Villa number 1 has laid 160,000 meters of cables, connecting all the electrical appliances in the house into a very convenient smart home network, allowing you to experience the convenience brought by high technology at all times, and it is full of humanity. For example, there is a weather sensor installed at the door, which can control the indoor temperature and ventilation according to various weather indicators. Su Hongchang added as he walked in. Let's go to the master bedroom first. Yi Tian was already numb and couldn't wait to see what was happening above. Okay. There are 10 elevators in Villa number 1, and Su Hongchang chose the nearest one. It took Yi Tian almost 2 hours to tour the entire villa. Then they returned to the reception lobby on the 8th floor. Call. Yi Tian sat on the sofa, drinking mineral water in big gulps. He finally understood why the system had to hire so many people. Su Hongchang stood aside, panting and sweating profusely. Manager Su, please sit down too. Yi Tian glanced at him and said softly. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Su Hongchang didn't hesitate and sat down directly. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly his cell phone kept vibrating. He glanced at the message and then said, Mr. Yi, your servant is here. Well, have someone bring them here. We'll wait for them on the 8th floor. Yi Tian thought about it and spoke. He really didn't want to move anymore. Okay, Mr. Yi. Su Hongchang immediately made a phone call and ordered his subordinates to bring people over quickly. After a while, the huge team of housekeeping staff arrived one after another. Mr. Yi, I'll leave first. You can contact me anytime if you have anything. Su Hongchang was amazed at the group of beautiful housekeepers. Mr. Yi is crazy, isn't he afraid of dying of exhaustion? Thank you for your hard work today. Yi Tian shook hands with him again and said sincerely. You're welcome. This is what I should do. After saying that, Su Hongchang left with a few security guards. Hello, master. After they left, the housekeeping team shouted in unison. System, what's going on? Yi Tian was shocked and asked quickly. Host, I have transferred your personal information to their brains in advance, reducing the complicated and trivial matters. Moreover, they also have all the information about this villa, so they are as familiar with it as if they were back home, and can work at any time. The system replied immediately. Then why don't you transmit the information of the villa to me? Yi Tian was a little depressed. Wasn't he just wasting time? Oh. Sorry, host. I just forgot. The system apologized perfunctorily. Yi Tian felt speechless. Then please transfer all their information to me. Host, I'm very sorry. If all the information is transmitted to you at once, your brain will not be able to bear the impact and you will most likely become a fool. I suggest that you get to know them slowly, and there is no need to know these tools. Yi Tian's expression became more and more ugly. The system is playing tricks on me. In the end, you have to rely on yourself for everything. Butler, step out. He looked up at the team in front of him and said seriously. Shua. As soon as the words fell, 5 stunning beauties took a step forward. It can be described as being so stunning that fishes sink to the bottom of their bodies and geese fall to the ground, and the moon hides in shame the flowers. You 5, immediately take care of everyone's accommodation and work positions. Also, once everyone is settled, start working immediately without any mistakes. Yi Tian naturally wouldn't bother with it and would leave these matters to professionals. When he thought about paying 442 million yuan in wages, he had no choice but to harden his heart. They are made to work non-stop without much rest time. Yes, master. The 5 stewards bowed and shouted. Then he led everyone away in an orderly manner. Alas! I didn't expect that I would become the person I hate the most. Yi Tian thought about Zhou Baopi's behavior just now and felt quite regretful. Host, please wipe away your crocodile tears. The system suddenly complained. Humph. I became like this because of you. Yi Tian snorted coldly. It was all because of this damn system. He. Ding dong. The host has an amount to be paid. Do you want to settle it? The system prompt window popped up unexpectedly. Pay it. Yi Tian knew that it was time to pay salaries. I couldn't help but reveal a little sadness. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, payment completed. Byte. Yi Tian immediately took out his mobile phone and checked the message. As expected, 36.8334 million yuan was missing. My heart is broken and it hurts so much. Host, please don't be sad. Although you have lost a little money, you have gained some more points, which is a good deal. Moreover, it is not a good habit to accumulate money. Spend when you should and live in the present. This is the attitude that young people should have. The system came out to comfort. Roll. Yi Tian was very unhappy. This money was spent very happily. There was no way he could be happy. Owner. Just then, the 5 beautiful housekeepers came back. Yi Tian sat back down and spoke in a pretentious manner. Master, all the servants have been settled. A beautiful housekeeper with black hair and black eyes stepped forward and said in a gentle manner, My name is Zhang Ruodong, I'm from Dragon Country, and I'm in charge of logistics and overall planning. Master, I'm Sharapova, from Brown Bear Country, responsible for your travel and security. You haven't hired a bodyguard yet, so may I be responsible for the rest of the affairs? A beautiful housekeeper with blonde hair and blue eyes followed closely and asked in a cute voice. Bodyguard? When Yi Tian heard this, he knew that he would have to spend money again. My heart is bleeding constantly. Yes, master. Please rest assured, I know many security agencies. They are very reputable and currently have close cooperative relationships with the richest people in various countries. They are absolutely safe and reliable. Sharapova promised solemnly. Well, you take charge. It sounds so awesome, and the price is even more exaggerated. But he still agreed, after all, life safety is the most important thing. Yes, master. Sharapova shouted excitedly. She knew that this showed that her master trusted her very much. Yi Tian curled his lips when he saw her expression. Is it necessary to be so happy? They are really a bunch of spendthrift women. Chapter 9 Discomfort. Yi Tian's first experience of the life of a rich man. The hall is magnificent. It seemed very quiet at this time. Hello, master. I'm Yua Mikami. I'm from an island country and I'm in charge of receiving guests and kitchen affairs. A beautiful housekeeper with surging breasts, taking light steps. Yi Tian's eyes were immediately attracted to her, and his gaze seemed to be locked on her, unable to move away. The butler named Yua Mikami also felt Yi Tian's burning gaze and lowered his head embarrassedly. Ahem. Yi Tian coughed gently a few times, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. I'm Anna, from Gaul, and I'm responsible for the daily maintenance of the villa and gardens. I'm Lucy from the beautiful country, and I'm responsible for your financial and asset management. The 2 exotic beauty housekeepers also took a step forward boldly. One before and one after, forming a sharp contrast. One is full of artistic and unrestrained atmosphere. An aura that exudes rigorous intellectuality. Yi Tian looked at them with pleasure, then fell into deep thought and stopped talking. Master, if possible, can you authorize me to fully manage your wealth and assets? Lucy adjusted her glasses and said without smiling. This. Yi Tian looked at her deeply, considering her expressionlessly. Host, please rest assured that all of them are 100% loyal during the contract period and will never betray. The system saw that Yi Tian was a little hesitant and immediately explained. Well, all right then. After hearing this, Yi Tian agreed without any further ado. As for the tedious matters of authorization, they are naturally thrown to the system for processing. Thank you, master. Lucy was also very happy and bowed to express her gratitude. Okay, if there's nothing else, go back to work. Yi Tian said with a smile. Yes, master. Except for Zhang Ruodong, the other 4 beautiful housekeepers left one after another. What else do you want? Yi Tian looked at Zhang Ruodong with some suspicion. Master, I have asked the maid to prepare all kinds of things. You can move to the bathroom on the 18th floor at any time to take a shower and change clothes. Zhang Ruodong said softly. Oh well. Yi Tian touched his clothes and found that they were indeed slightly wet with sweat. A bit sticky and very uncomfortable. Master, please. Zhang Ruodong immediately ran to press an empty elevator and stood at the door and shouted respectfully. When Yi Tian saw the scene, he felt vaguely satisfied. Just stretch out your hand and you will have clothes to wear, open your mouth and you will have food to eat, there will be someone to help you when you travel, you will be as happy as a god. 18 floors. Under the guidance of Zhang Ruodong, Yi Tian came to the bathroom. It was a full 300 square meters in size, with all kinds of entertainment facilities available. The bathtub in particular is made of a natural mineral from the Amazon forest, covering an area of 25 square meters. The surface is inlaid with colorful gemstones and decorated with many diamonds and gold patterns, which is very high profile and luxurious. Owner. 5 or 6 maids, wearing cooler clothes, had been waiting for a long time. They were holding various items, including fruits and pastries, clean clothes, red wine and drinks, etc. What are you doing? Suddenly, a maid came over and helped Yi Tian take off his clothes. He was so frightened that he covered his body and took several steps back. Master, let us help you take a bath. The beautiful maid said aggrievedly. I like to take a bath alone. I don't need you to serve me. Yi Tian also knew that the action just now was very hurtful. So his tone became much more restrained and became particularly gentle. After you put your things away, go out and work immediately. Don't disturb the master while he is taking a bath. Zhang Ruodong looked at the maids and said in a tender voice. Yes, butler. The maids did not dare to delay and quickly placed the items neatly next to the bathtub. Then he bowed slightly to Yi Tian, turned and left. You should go out too. Yi Tian looked at Zhang Ruodong and reminded her. Yes, master. Zhang Ruodong turned on the TV and played melodious music. I have to say that the 4D surround immersive sound equipment here is great. By the way, I'm a little hungry. Please ask the kitchen to prepare something for me later. Yi Tian touched his rumbling stomach and spoke to her. Yes, master. Zhang Ruodong nodded and walked away. This life is too extravagant. Yi Tian took off all his clothes and jumped into the bathtub. Eating grapes and drinking soda. So happy. Host, why don't you let these maids help you take a bath? They are paid to do this. I guarantee that they are good at it and will definitely double your pleasure. The system suddenly asked. Hiss. I'm afraid I can't control myself. When Yi Tian thought of those figures that were vaguely visible just now, his blood suddenly boiled. If you can't control it, then you can't control it. As long as no one gets killed, it's fine. You bastard. What kind of lewd words are you saying? How dare you destroy my moral integrity? Yi Tian was angry. This system actually tried to corrupt him. TSK. You are so noble, you are so great. Who went to the bar to have a romantic encounter yesterday? The system laughed contemptuously. Yesterday, it was because my roommate instigated me to go. I drank quite a bit at the time, so I did the stupid things that happened later. That doesn't count. Besides, it was something that we both agreed to. One was willing to fight, the other was willing to be beaten. I don't accept moral condemnation. It's completely different from the current situation. Yi Tian blushed and retorted. How did this guy know? Didn't it appear after I was hit? Really? These maids are also volunteers. What a pity. Real? When Yi Tian heard this, he felt nervous and eager to try it. You can try it. Never mind. Yi Tian didn't dare to try it casually. It would be terrible if I was considered a pervert. Besides, Chen Shuiying is the only one in his heart now. You can't have an affair casually. Young man, wake up and stop dreaming. That girl is not yours yet. The system continues to pour cold water. How come she's not mine anymore? I kissed her and hugged her. She already has my mark on her body. Yi Tian shouted very firmly. Hee, that guy hit a home run with you last night, and there are more marks. You shut up. This is different. Yi Tian was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. This system is so annoying. TSK. You lose your temper when you can't argue with someone. How tasteless. The system dived after saying this. Damn it. Yi Tian was feeling sullen, but there was nothing he could do. After a while, he put on clean clothes and blow-dried his hair. Then he walked out of the bathroom leisurely. Owner. The two maids waiting at the door bowed quickly and called out to him as soon as they saw him. Master, lunch is ready. Where would you like to eat? One of the purple-haired maids said nervously. Let's go to the 9th floor to eat. Oh, and ask Zhang Ruodong and Lucy to go there as well. Yi Tian thought about it and said softly. Yes, master. The two maids immediately bowed and answered. The purple-haired maid continued to lead Yi Tian. The other maid stood where she was, picked up the intercom and started contacting the housekeeper. Ninth floor, Sky Garden. At this time, the dining table has been set, and it is very luxurious and exquisite. Beautiful maids stood upright on both sides of the aisle with sweet smiles on their faces. Owner. As soon as Yi Tian stepped into the Sky Garden, they bowed and shouted in unison. Under their guidance, Yi Tian sat on the chair. The first dish is the special fried rice. A beautiful maid came over carefully, carrying a tray. This special fried rice is made with limited ingredients, and can only be made with Mita Rouge rice, metal chicken eggs, Iberian ham, albino sturgeon caviar, and peony seed oil. I hope the master will not dislike it and use it to fill his stomach for now. She gently placed the plate on the table and spoke softly. Yi Tian looked at the maid quietly. Damn! What does it mean to not be disgusted? He had only heard of the names of these world-class ingredients before. I don't even dare to hope to see it with my own eyes. Also, didn't you say that just making something to eat would be fine? What is the situation now? Forget it, let us just eat. Yeah, not bad. This egg fried rice is delicious and every bite is full of happiness. The second dish is Kobe A5 Wagyu beef. The third dish is baked Australian lobster with cheese. The last course was mango mousse for dessert. The maids brought the dishes one after another, and the table was full in an instant. Master, this is French Chateau Lafite 2004 wine, please enjoy it. The last maid took the bottle and poured wine into the goblet very skillfully. Thanks. Yi Tian said as he devoured his meal. This was the most luxurious lunch he had ever had, and he couldn't stop eating it. About half an hour later, Yi Tiankai finally cleaned up all the food, leaving nothing behind. Belch. He touched his stomach and burped comfortably. Owner. Just then, Zhang Ruodong and Lucy came over in a heroic manner. Chapter 10 exposed. Chen Shuiying is caught in a public opinion storm. When Yi Tian saw the two of them, a look of joy appeared on his face. Butler Zhang, please replace all the furniture in the villa these days. Just replace them with better ones. He always felt that the current furniture was very crude and totally unworthy of this luxurious villa. After all, it was just a free gift from the real estate developer, so he didn't take it too seriously. Yes, master. Zhang Ruodong lowered her head and entered everything Yi Tian had instructed her to do into the memo on her phone. Also, help me customize a few sets of suitable clothes. They should be casual and comfortable, not too formal. Also, ask the car manufacturers to send some cars over. There is no car in the garage now, so it's too empty. By the way, I'm a VLP for many brands, so the price should be cheaper. Remember to tell me my name when the time comes. Yi Tian continued. I see. Zhang Ruodong nodded and her hands moved faster. Butler Lucy, Butler Zhang may need a lot of money. When the time comes, you just need to actively cooperate with her and buy everything as soon as possible. Yi Tian turned his head to look at Lucy and said softly. Okay. Lucy bowed slightly, then said, Master, I have an appointment with the presidents of the 4 major banks in Dragon Country this afternoon to discuss financial management plans. Do you want to attend in person? No, don't bother me with these things. You can handle it yourself. I trust you to do the work. Yi Tian said with a smile. Since the system says they are 100% loyal, there is naturally no problem. Just throw everything to them and be a hands-off boss. Isn't it good to enjoy yourself comfortably? Thank you, master. When Lucy heard this, she became more motivated. Well, help me book a taxi now. I need to go back to school. Yi Tian stood up and stretched his muscles. Okay, I'll do it right away. Zhang Ruodong immediately called an online taxi. Magic City Conservatory of Music. Look, Junior Mang is here to confess his love to the campus beauty Chen again. As a shout was heard, the classroom became noisy again. Fuck. This Mang is really persistent. Is this the 38th time? You are totally wrong. This is the 41st time. Does this guy really like the campus beauty Chen so much? What a pity. He's not bad looking, but the school beauty Chen is too picky and doesn't like him at all. Brother Mang is so handsome, but he can only be a licker. I feel much better. As everyone looked over there, they could see a sunny and handsome boy. He walked slowly down the corridor holding a delicate and beautiful bouquet of roses in his hand. He ignored the pointing and talking of others, kept his head held high, and strode forward. At this time, Chen Shuiying was sitting in her seat packing her things. A look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Shuiying, Junior Meng has pretty good qualities. He's tall, rich, and handsome, and he has a nice personality, too. Why don't you like him? Yes, he really likes you. From his freshman year to now, he has always come to you every month to confess his love for you, rain or shine. It's so touching. The two roommates next to me were very puzzled. Xiaotong, Leah, please stop talking. I'm fed up with it. Right now, I just want to sing well and have never thought about falling in love. Chen Shuiying said with a bitter face, very worried. Well. Mao Xiaotong and Huang Leah looked at each other and sighed softly. It is true that those who are flooded will die of floods, and those who are drought-stricken will die of drought. Although they are also good-looking, they are still far inferior to Chen Shuiying. At present, only some scumbags are pursuing them. These guys' conditions don't even meet 1% of what junior brother Meng has. It's really shabby. As soon as Meng walked into the classroom, he went straight to Chen Shuiying. Shuiying, I like you. Can you be my girlfriend? He smiled slightly, revealing a row of white teeth. Then he gently handed over the flowers in his hand. Still the same words, familiar tone. Junior Meng is so gentle. Will the campus beauty Chen agree this time? You're overthinking it. A bootlicker still wants to be promoted. Dream on. You're overthinking it. I bet you a bag of spicy noodles, the school beauty Chen will still refuse it. If junior brother Meng confessed to me, I would definitely agree. Can you please stop forcing the drama, you Kinder Surprise? It makes me sick. The people around were also discussing it lively. Meng Dekao, I'm sorry. Chen Shuiying refused bluntly. Alas. This is the result again. The whole classroom was suddenly in uproar. It's the same result again, they are no longer surprised. Some are feeling sorry, some are gloating. It's okay, I'll wait for you. A hint of disappointment flashed across Meng Dekao's eyes, but he quickly forced out a smile. Pretend to be strong and never give up. Meng Dekao, you don't have to wait for me, I am. Shuiying, don't say anything more. I know you don't like me now, but I will still wait until you like me too. When Meng Dekao heard this, he felt that the situation was not good and interrupted him quickly. As long as there is no complete rejection, he still has a glimmer of hope. Even if this is self-deception, it doesn't matter. Chen Shuiying frowned slightly. Every time she wanted to speak clearly, she would be interrupted. Everyone, check out the school forum. There's fresh gossip about the campus beauty Chen. Just then, another burst of shouting suddenly came from the corridor. So everyone took out their mobile phones and quickly browsed the school forum. How so? Meng Dekao stared at the screen of his mobile phone, looking dazed and depressed. Shocked. In the middle of the night, the campus beauty Chen actually did this kind of thing. Extremely disappointed. Behind the innocent school beauty is actually the beauty from the senior year of Magic Sound University went to the doctor late at night, and she was suspected to be pregnant. Chende, the school beauty, and a mysterious man suddenly appeared in the Express Hotel. There are endless excellent posts, with pictures and truth. Shuiying, look. Mao Xiaotong and Huang Leah quickly handed over their phones. This. When Chen Shuiying saw it, her mind went blank. How could Ji Tian and I be secretly photographed? I didn't expect that our campus beauty Chen, who looks innocent, actually has a lot of fun in private. As the saying goes, you can't tell a person's heart from his appearance. The prettier a person is, the dirtier he is. Woo woo woo. I don't believe it, these posts must be fake. There's no way my goddess has been defiled by someone. Yes. The campus beauty Chen is really so promiscuous, would she reject Junior Meng? Silly. She is playing hard to get, and she is also worried that Meng Shuedi will find out that she is evil. The people around who were just watching the show were saying increasingly harsh things. Shut up. Meng Dekao glared at everyone in the classroom and yelled. Shuiying, you're not that kind of person. All of you get out of here. He was not as gentle as usual at this moment, and his face looked particularly gloomy. Junior Meng, we have the photos, and they are obviously not photoshopped. Just give up. She is not worth your cherishing. Junior Meng, I have actually liked you for a long time. A female classmate plucked up the courage, took the opportunity to run up to Meng Dekeo, held his hand and said, "No." Meng Dekeo shook off the female classmate's hand and said loudly, "Even if she is such a person, even if she has someone else's child, I still love her deeply, and I am willing to be with her and take care of her child." The whole classroom suddenly fell silent. This German Super League player is at such a high level, and the way he licks is really admirable. "You." The female classmate covered her face and cried, then ran towards the door. "Shuiying, I." "Meng Dekeo, this matter is not what everyone imagines. Thank you for believing me, but I still cannot accept your confession." When Meng Dekeo wanted to say something, he was interrupted by Qin Shuiying. I saw tears in her eyes. 3 parts strong, 7 parts weak. Silly girl. Just then, Yi Tian walked in quickly. He held Chen Shuiying tightly in his arms. "Fuck. Our school beauty and school hunk are paired up? Look, the person in the picture looks a bit like Yi Tian. I'm Minato." "Really? When did they start?" There was another commotion in the classroom. "Yi Tian, why are you here? Let me go quickly." Chen Shuiying cried and tried to break free. "No. Don't cry, I'm here." Yi Tian stroked her head and said gently. "But?" "No buts. Since they misunderstood, let them talk nonsense. It's better than the dirty talk just now." There was only Chen Shuiying in Yi Tian's eyes. He smiled brightly and warmly. Very contagious. Chen Shuiying nodded for some unknown reason. "Yi Tian, is this really you?" Meng Dekeo naturally knew Yi Tian, and he asked loudly while holding his cell phone. Yi Tian did not say anything bad in response, but just snorted. Although this guy wanted to snatch the woman from me, he was still quite handsome when he defended Chen Shuiying just now. It was a pity that he chose the wrong target and opponent. "I wish you happiness. But I won't give up so easily. Shuiying, if this guy abandons you, please remember that I am still waiting for you. I'm sorry for causing you trouble during this period of time." After saying this, Meng Dekeo left with his head held high. But his shadow looked a little desolate and lonely. Make people pity. Chapter 11 Yi Tian Street. 45 billion yuan mysteriously missing. After taking pictures, the students who were watching the show also dispersed. In the huge classroom, only Yi Tian, Chen Shuiying, and 3 others were left. "Hello. My name is Mao Xiaotong. Hello. I'm Huang Lia." The 2 of them smiled and greeted Yi Tian openly. "Hello. I am Yi Tian." Yi Tian also responded politely. "Yi Tian, let go quickly." Chen Shuiying struggled slightly and shouted shyly. Yi Tian loosened his hand and then touched her head. "Shuiying, you just lied to us and said you wouldn't be in a relationship for the time being." Mao Xiaotong looked straight at Chen Yueying with a half smile in her eyes. The little mouth gradually opened, revealing white teeth. Chen Shuiying was a little confused and didn't know how to answer. If not, would Yi Tian just stay away from me? She suddenly felt a sense of attachment in her heart. "I'm very sorry. I asked Shuiying not to make it public, so she lied to you." Yi Tian held Chen Shuiying's hand and smiled slightly, feeling very warm. Fingers are clasped together, palms pressed together. Chen Shuiying looked up at him, her face blushing. But no attempt to break free. "If you treat me to a nice meal, we'll forgive you." Huang Lia smiled slyly. They were also happy for their best friend that Chen Shuiying had found her true love. "But, you have to have a big meal to do it. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat. There's no need to waste money." Chen Shuiying knew that Yi Tian had no money and didn't want to make things difficult for him. "No problem." Yi Tian touched her head and said gently. "Shuiying, you're so quick to help your boyfriend save money. You really have no humanity towards the opposite sex." Mao Xiaotong curled her lips and started joking. "Shuiying, don't worry, we know our limits." Huang Lia patted Chen Shuiying on the shoulder and said in a coquettish voice. They had already gossiped about the school hunk's history. Yi Tian has no father or mother and grew up in an orphanage. "My family is relatively poor, and the tuition fees were paid with a bank loan. Living expenses are barely maintained by working part-time. This is probably the main reason why you don't want to make your relationship public, right? Then let's go." Mao Xiaotong held Huang Lia's arm and walked happily in front. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying followed slowly behind, holding hands. Along the way, it attracted everyone's attention. Ha! Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying are really together? How could this be false? There are photos on the forum. Tisk, TSK, TSK. They went to a hotel and got a room last night. How cool. I guess this isn't the first time. After all, we have children now. Yi Tian, can we not hold hands? Chen Shuiying's face turned red. She really couldn't stand these rumors. No, I just want them to see. These words are much better than before. Yi Tian shook his head and said in a low voice. But we are not a couple. And we don't have any children. Chen Shuiying spoke more and more quietly. There are definitely two of us in that photo. They misunderstood us as a couple. That's the sweetest thing to say. Don't you want to not be in a relationship? You can just use me as a shield. Yi Tian said with a smile. Hee, then other boys will give up. No one competed with him for it. It's a perfect plan indeed. Despicable and shameless person. The system couldn't help but criticize. But Yi Tian ignored it completely. Then what will you do? What if you meet a girl you like? Chen Shuiying looked at him with a serious expression. The person I like is both far away and right in front of me. Yi Tian fondly forgot the past, his eyes full of tenderness. Oh well. Chen Shuiying avoided her gaze and spoke hesitantly. She felt a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian would like me. The previous depression and gloom were immediately swept away. After a while, the four of them arrived at a Western restaurant outside the school. Yi Tian, the average consumption per person in this restaurant is about 150 yuan, which is a bit expensive. Let's just go to an ordinary small restaurant. Mao Xiaotong pointed to the restaurant next door and said. No, just this one. Yi Tian shook his head and pulled Chen Shuiying in. Mao Xiaotong and Huang Lia looked at each other, feeling helpless. I could only follow in quickly. They chose a quiet booth. You're welcome, order whatever you want. Yi Tian handed the menu to the girls and said generously. Yi Tian, you don't have to pretend to be rich. We are not that kind of people. Chen Shuiying leaned close to his ear and whispered softly. Look. Yi Tian opened his WeChat wallet, and the string of numbers on it was so dazzling. How did you? Chen Shuiying was stunned, with doubt flashing in her beautiful eyes. This must be several million, right? Isn't he a poor student? How can he be so rich? Besides, would a decent person put so much money in a WeChat wallet? Can I order food now? Yi Tian pinched her nose and said lovingly. Yeah. Chen Shuiying nodded, then looked at her roommates. Xiaotong, Lia, order whatever you want. He has money. Let's treat him to a good meal today. Good. After hearing this, the two people who had been eating dog food naturally stopped being polite. Hello, we want a sirloin steak with pasta, a ribeye steak with white rice, and a T-bone steak with pasta. The sirloin and ribeye steaks need black pepper sauce, and the T-bone steak needs mushroom sauce, medium rare. Mao Xiaotong took the menu and spoke to the waiter with familiarity. Okay, do you need any other dishes? The waiter said with a smile as he busily took our order. Another serving of cream of mushroom soup, a seasonal fruit salad, and a serving of fried squid rings. For dessert, I'd like 1 serving of green tea cream cake, 1 serving of chocolate hazelnut cake, and 1 serving of chocolate cream pudding. Don't serve the dessert yet, thank you. Mao Xiaotong continued. Okay, wait a moment. After saying that, the waiter put away the menu and left in a hurry. Yi Tian, you really don't want to eat? After everyone left, Chen Shuiying asked softly. Didn't I just say that? I've already eaten. Yi Tian curled his lips, a look of helplessness appeared on his face. But Chen Shuiying and the other two still stared at Yi Tian. The sharp eyes seemed to say. They didn't believe it. Believe it or not. Yi Tian picked up the phone and tapped the screen anxiously. Ha ha ha. Chen Shuiying and the other two immediately burst into laughter. Okay, let's stop teasing him. Huan Lia covered her mouth and her eyes became crescent shapes from smiling. Chen Shuiying and Mao Xiaotong also smiled and nodded. Then we started talking about girls. Yi Tian seemed out of place. He was so bored that he could only study the system. Host, Yi Tian. Constitution, 20. Intelligence, 18. Charm, 20. Wealth, 99899954999998900 yuan. Perfection points, 450368646. Props, Jiangnan Villa No. 1 Villa Property Certificate 1. Dog system, come out. There's a bug. When Yi Tian saw that his wealth had lost a lot of money, he immediately became anxious. Host, the panel values are completely correct, there is no bug. The system said lazily. How is that possible? Look, there are tens of millions missing. 45 billion missing. As Yi Tian counted, his heart began to tremble. So horrible. Think about it, didn't I just ask someone to buy a car and furniture? Yi Tian was stunned. How long had it been? What's more, buying some furniture and cars requires tens of billions. The item will probably be delivered tomorrow, you'll know when you see it. All right. Yi Tian sighed softly. He was careless. I actually let those spendthrift women buy things. You're really asking for trouble. What's wrong with you? Chen Shuiying saw that he looked worried and said with concern. Nothing, I just bought some furniture for the house, which exceeded my budget. Yi Tian smiled bitterly, his voice a little hoarse. You have a house? Mao Xiaotong and Huang Lia put down their knives and forks and looked over in shock. Well, I just bought a house. Come to my house when you have time. Yi Tian nodded gently and said calmly. Yi Tian, you are not. After hearing this, Mao Xiaotong hesitated to speak. It seemed too rude to ask directly. But she was really curious. You ought to ask, how can a poor student who grew up in an orphanage like me have the money to buy a house in Shanghai? Yi Tian didn't mind, but laughed openly. Actually, I bought a sports lottery ticket before and won the first prize, so I used it to buy a house. Is this true or false? Mao Xiaotong and Huang Lia naturally didn't believe it. Even Chen Shuiying showed a half-believing and half-doubting expression on her face. It's not that easy to win the lottery. You won't be kept, will you? Mao Xiaotong raised her eyebrows and asked directly. Huang Lia's eyes lit up. This was indeed a possibility. Yi Tian is young, handsome, and has a good figure. If you are more flexible with words and know some tricks, rich women will probably like you very much. Don't wrongly accuse a good person. Yi Tian quickly looked at Chen Shuiying. Shuiying, don't listen to her nonsense, I am a clean and honest man. Puff. Chen Shuiying couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing that Yi Tian cared so much about her thoughts, she felt an inexplicable sense of joy. Xiaotong was just joking with you, why are you so nervous? Not even for jokes. Yi Tian pretended to be angry and put on a stern face. Yi Tian, I'm sorry. I apologize to you. Mao Xiaotong quickly ended the conversation and stopped joking. Only then did Yi Tian's expression ease a lot. So when will you take us to your house to play? Huang Lia also began to change the subject and asked with a smile. Just for these 2 days. Once I'm done with the housework, I'll host a small party. Yi Tian thought for a while and answered very seriously. Then we'll wait for your invitation. Chen Shuiying and the other two had smiles in their eyes and were very expectant. Chapter 12 Oh no! Chen Shuiying's parents found out. 13:14. Chen Shuiying and the other two ate very slowly. But I finally finished eating. Then we'll leave first and not disturb your world of two. Bye-bye. Mao Xiaotong and Huang Lia were very tactful. They picked up their bags and left. Only Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying were left, looking at each other quietly. Then let's go too. Chen Shuiying looked at the time and said softly. Where are you going? I'll take you there. Yi Tian stood up and began to pack his personal belongings. I want to go back to the dormitory to rest. I have a professional course exam in the afternoon. Chen Shuiying picked up the bag, looked into his eyes, and spoke softly. Yi Tian then called the waiter and completed the bill. Only 683 yuan. Yi Tian curled his lips, feeling a little annoyed. If I had known earlier, I would have ordered a few more dishes to make up the 1,000 yuan. 1 prestige point, just like that. It hurts so much. What's wrong? Chen Shuiying blinked and kept staring at him. Nothing. Yi Tian held Chen Shuiying's hand very naturally. Yi Tian, there's no one else here now, so we shouldn't hold hands. Chen Shuiying's snow-white cheeks were instantly flushed. The tone was also a little shy. I'm preparing for a rainy day and developing good habits. Yi Tian was a bit shameless and said it shamelessly. Chen Shuiying was speechless. This is not a good habit at all. But she still didn't refuse. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, her cell phone rang. Why did my mother call me suddenly? Chen Shuiying took out her cell phone from her bag, somewhat confused. Hey, Mom, what's wrong? But she still answered the phone and asked softly. Chen Shuiying, you naughty girl, what good things have you done in school? Do you think you can do whatever you want when your parents are not around? As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of Chen Shuiying's mother, Zhang Chunlan, came from the phone. He kept cursing non-stop. Mom, don't be angry. Speak slowly. I don't even know what you are talking about now. Chen Shuiying frowned slightly and tried her best to comfort him. You silly girl, you're still pretending. Now the community has spread the word that you have a boyfriend in college and you're pregnant. Are you deliberately trying to piss off your dad and me to death? Zhang Chunlan became angrier as she spoke, and then she started crying. Mom, this is all fake, it's not real. When Chen Shuiying heard this, she felt very disappointed and quickly explained. Ha ha. You want to trick me, right? The son of Lao Wang who lives in the building next to our community goes to the same university as you. He told Lao Wang everything and even sent me photos. So it was him. Chen Shuiying hated that guy to death. Just spread these rumors for no reason. What? You still want to take revenge on others, right? Chen Shuiying, let me tell you, don't think that the university is far from home and your parents can't control you. If you really push us too far, your parents will move to Shanghai and stay with you at school. Zhang Chunlan's voice became increasingly angry, and a little hoarse. Mom, I'm really not in a relationship, and I'm not pregnant. Chen Shuiying was so anxious that she stamped her feet and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. What's with that photo? Tell me. Did you go to the hotel with the boy? Did you go to the hospital with the boy? Tell the truth. Don't lie. Yes, but. Then why are you still quibbling? Are you still going to say that you went to the hotel with the boys to review your lessons? You said that you used to be quite well behaved at home, but you became bad when you went out. Alas. Mom, it's really not. Listen to me, I'm really not in love. Chen Shuiying was crying uncontrollably. Then tell me, who is the boy in the photo? How did you get photographed? When Zhang Chunlan heard her daughter's heart-wrenching voice, she softened her heart. After all, she still prefers to believe her own daughter. That was a boy from our school. I accidentally hit him while driving my electric bike that day, so I took him to the hospital for a checkup. Because it was too late and the dormitory curfew had passed, we went to the hotel to sleep for the night. We really have no relationship for now. Chen Shuiying told everything. During this time, he also secretly glanced at Yi Tian. Real? Zhang Chunlan asked again doubtfully. Chen Shuiying snorted heavily. That's good, Shuiying. My tone was a little harsh just now. I was wrong. But I was anxious because I cared about you. I hope you can forgive me. Mom, I know. I'm not responsible. Chen Shuiying was interrupted again before she finished speaking. Chen Shuiying, you are still lying to me. You really want to piss me off to death, right? Lao Wang sent me another photo. You and that boy were holding hands unscrupulously at school, and you were smiling so happily. How dare you say you have nothing to do with him? When Zhang Chunlan saw the photo, she became even more furious and roared. Chen Shuiying looked at Yi Tian beside her and remained silent. This is really beyond refutation and explanation. Humph. Stop quibbling, right? However, this boy is quite handsome, much more handsome than your father when he was young. He is also quite tall, not fat or thin, not bad. By the way, where is he from? How old is he? Suddenly the tone changed and Zhang Chunlan's voice became much softer. He seems to be from Shancheng, Guangdong province. He is 2 months older than me. Chen Shuiying recalled Yi Tian's ID card and confessed. Is that so? What are you going to do now? Are you going to give birth to the baby in your belly, or? Mom, I'm really not pregnant. This is just something someone else made up. Oh. I knew it wasn't true. Shuiying, you're already grown up, and it's normal for you to fall in love. I won't object to it. But you must remember to pay attention to safety measures, okay? There was actually some regret in Zhang Chunlan's tone. After all, my daughter is already a senior and is not young anymore. Mom, what are you talking about? Chen Shuiying shouted shyly. She even had doubts as to whether this was her biological mother. How could I say these inappropriate words to myself? Then he glanced at Yi Tian secretly again. Ha, you should take care of yourself. By the way, your father, who is obsessed with his daughter, also knows about it. He almost asked for leave from work and took a plane to Shanghai. Fortunately, I stopped him in time. Now he is still hiding in his room crying. He is crying so hard that he even said he wanted to commit suicide. You should call him and explain it to him later, okay? Zhang Chunlan said unhappily. Oh. Chen Shuiying nodded and then hung up the phone. I feel even more miserable. Dad is the most difficult one. Shuiying, what's wrong? Yi Tian had been waiting silently by the side. My parents have seen the rumor posts on the forum. Chen Shuiying's face was full of worry and she looked extremely miserable. Forehead. Yi Tian was also powerless. He could only touch Chen Shuiying's head and comfort her gently. I have to call my dad again now. Chen Shuiying whispered as she opened her phone's address book. Hello? Dad. The call was connected immediately. Ying, why are you calling me? Go be with your boyfriend. Even through the phone, I could smell the sour smell of vinegar. Dad, I missed you. Chen Shuiying rolled her eyes and spoke gently. Really? Chen Shuiying's father Chen Deli shouted excitedly, but then he became depressed again. Ying, don't lie to your father, save these sweet words for your boyfriend. Dad, I won't tell him. I'm only telling you these things. Chen Shuiying looked at Yi Tian and spoke in a low voice. Real? Ying, tell Dad, are you really pregnant? Chen Deli seemed to be in a much better mood. I'm not pregnant. Ha, I knew it was fake. Chen Deli's voice became even louder. Ying, tell Dad that boy is not your boyfriend, right? Those photos are fake, right? The photo is not fake, but... Chen Shuiying fell silent as she spoke. She couldn't figure out her own thoughts now. She only knew that she didn't want to deny her relationship with Yi Tian. So that boy is really your boyfriend. Chen Deli felt even more depressed. Ying, I think this boy is playful and not serious. Based on my experience, he must be a playboy. You should not be with him. He continued. Dad. Chen Shuiying called out in a soft voice. Ying, be good and listen. Let's first accumulate some knowledge in school and don't rush into a relationship. You are still young and it's easy for you to meet the wrong person. When looking for a partner, you can't be careless and you must let Daddy check it out. Dad, Ying, you belong to Dad. This boy won't work. You need to find a boy who is as steady and reliable as Dad. I know it's very difficult, but there is still a chance. We can look for one slowly. If there's no good one in school, we can look for one after graduation. If we still can't find one, it doesn't matter. Dad can support you for the rest of your life. Chen Shuiying didn't dare to speak. Ying, how about this? Aren't you going to have a holiday soon? Just bring this boy home and I'll prove it to you. If he's really not good enough, just break up with him. How about that? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Chen Deli proposed a ridiculous plan. Dad, let me ask first and get back to you later. Chen Shuiying hung up the phone quickly. He looked up at Yi Tian and fell into deep thought. It would be great if my parents liked him. Chapter 13 Caught off guard. The two officially establish a relationship. At this time, there were not many people on the streets. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying stood shoulder to shoulder, holding hands. Slowly walked towards the school gate. Yi Tian, my dad told you to come to my house during the holidays. Chen Shuiying suddenly stopped and spoke. Unfortunately, it was drowned out by the buzzing sound of the dump truck. Shuiying, what did you just say? After waiting for a while, the dump truck finally left, and Yi Tian asked. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Chen Shuiying was about to speak, a Porsche 911 stopped by the roadside. I saw a tall, young girl with average looks getting out of the car. He took off his sunglasses and combed his hair. He walked towards them with the pace of a devil. Look! It's Yao Xiling, the fair, wealthy and beautiful girl in our school. It is rumored that she has been pursuing Yi Tian. It seems to be true. Yi Tian is a role model for our generation. He will not bow down for wealth and fame. Oh! If a rich and beautiful girl chases me, I will kneel down and lick her. Yao Xiling and Chen Shuiying, this is a real Shura scene. It's going to be a good show to watch. The onlookers stood still and started talking. Yi Tian, I didn't expect you to like this type. The girl looked at Yi Tian and then at Chen Shuiying. Yao Xiling, what do you want to see me for? Yi Tian gently pulled Chen Shuiying and protected her behind him. TSK. I won't hurt her, do I need to be so nervous? Yao Xiling sneered, and then said, Yi Tian, you have to think it over. Love needs a material foundation in addition to emotion. What can our campus beauty Chen bring to you? She is very confident and proud. My father is the chairman of a well-known company in Shanghai. He is worth over 10 billion yuan and owns a lot of real estate. Moreover, she is an only child and enjoys endless doting from her parents. There are countless people who admire her. But she fell in love with Yi Tian at first sight and had a special affection for him. Originally, Yao Xiling thought that Yi Tian was just something in her pocket and she could just take him down slowly. But what was unexpected was that Chen Shuiying suddenly showed up. Yao Xiling, I told you, I don't like you. Yi Tian said firmly. He really disliked Yao Xiling's dominance and her condescending attitude. And he also knew very well that Yao Xiling didn't really like him. I just want to possess myself and satisfy my inflated self-confidence. Ha ha. Yi Tian, you are a poor student who grew up in an orphanage. Don't you understand the importance of money? Being with me, I can satisfy you whatever you want. As long as you can make me happy, you will get more than you earn in your whole life. Yao Xiling still had a proud look on her face, just like a gorgeous peacock. This is a diamond credit card. As long as you agree to be with me, this card will be yours. And this Porsche behind me will immediately become your car. Seeing that Yi Tian didn't say anything, she took out a credit card from her bag and continued to seduce him. You don't understand. Yi Tian shook his head, then looked at Chen Shuiying affectionately. He now has money and system support. I don't care about these at all. The girl next to him is his white moonlight. She is his destined treasure girl. He just wanted to protect this girl wholeheartedly. Ha ha. I really don't understand why some people regret their actions only after they hit a wall. Never mind. I'll just quietly enjoy your tragic ending. You should still have my phone number saved. If you know you're wrong, call me. I'll give you one last chance. Remember, she has nothing to offer you except her beauty. Yao Xiling's tone was still aggressive and straightforward. Chen Shuiying, these words also apply to you. You are just from an ordinary family. With such a beautiful face, you should find a boy from a wealthy family. Yi Tian can't give you the material conditions you want. Believe me, if you insist on doing it, you will only become an ugly, yellow-faced woman who is despised by others because of the baptism of time and the fatigue of work. She talked to Chen Shuiying for a few more words. Then she shook her long hair and twisted her slender waist back to the car. He stepped on the accelerator and left here directly. With her departure, the crowd also became bored. They dispersed gradually. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying were speechless as they watched the Porsche driving away. This guy came and went in a hurry. Just to nag and discuss them. Shuiying, you see, I am also very popular. How are you going to compensate me? Yi Tian looked at Chen Shuiying and said with a smile. I have no idea. Chen Shuiying was frightened by his burning gaze. Lowering her head shyly. Shuiying, why don't you just be my real girlfriend? Yi Tian took Chen Shuiying into his arms and said softly. I love you. I want to be with you forever. You don't have to take what Yao Xiling said too seriously. Because she is wrong. I am richer than she is. I will make you the happiest and most beautiful girl in the world. Would you like to? He gently lifted Chen Shuiying's chin and looked into her clear big eyes. Chen Shuiying hugged Yi Tian tightly and buried her head in his arms. Her face was flushed, even her ears and neck were red. The sound is as faint as a mosquito's whisper, very faint but very clear. That's great, thank you, Shuiying. Yi Tian gently held her cheek and lowered his head slightly, staring at her quietly. Chen Shuiying had already guessed what the other party was thinking and was very nervous. The long and slightly curled eyelashes were trembling constantly. Breathing also becomes rapid. Her mind was blank and there was no struggle. Just slowly closed his eyes. The warm breath of the two gently brushed against each other's faces. The warm and hot red lips touched slightly. In an instant, it seemed as if electric currents burst out. My body is tingling and my mind is beating. They were intoxicated by this wonderful feeling. I can only feel the other person's breathing, heartbeat, and body temperature. Forgot the time and the place. Forget everything about the outside world. Look. Luckily, I didn't leave. I knew they would show off their love in public. Damn. Is it so great to have a partner? Is it necessary to kiss passionately in the street to show your love? Fuck. It's really Yi, the school hunk, and Chen, the school belle. How dare they do this? Are they going to live in the forum forever? They won't feel comfortable if they don't make some explosive news all day long? Oh my goddess. She has fallen just like that. You. Brother, your 2G network is too slow. Your goddess is holding hands and kissing someone else, why are you still sad? The onlookers once again consciously picked up their mobile phones to take photos and record videos. After a long time, their lips parted. Let's go. Chen Shuiying noticed the people around her and her face turned red. Then he gently pushed Yi Tian away. Yi Tian smiled, not caring about what others were saying. Holding Chen Shuiying's hand, he walked back to school with a swagger. Yi Tian, my dad asked you to take a day off. Come to my house and have a seat. The two of them strolled along the tree-lined path, and Chen Shuiying spoke softly. Is it this winter vacation? A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. There is still 6 points of anticipation and 3 points of nervousness. He never expected that his future father-in-law would be so open-minded. He couldn't wait to invite himself to his home. It's really enthusiastic. That's fine. I don't have any family anyway, so I can visit your hometown during the winter vacation and spend the new year with you. I feel very happy just thinking about it. Yi Tian said with a smile. Chen Shuiying looked at Yi Tian affectionately without saying anything. My heart trembled slightly and my eyes gradually became moist. She actually forgot this. Yi Tian has no family. I couldn't help but clench my right hand tighter. Silly girl. What are you thinking about? Yi Tian touched her head lovingly. Nothing. Chen Shuiying lowered her head and walked slowly. But I was thinking about all sorts of things in my mind. After a while, the two arrived outside Chen Shuiying's dormitory. Arrive. Yi Tian squeezed Chen Shuiying's jade hand. I am very reluctant to leave. Chen Shuiying felt the same way. Suddenly, she found the courage. Standing on tiptoe, he supported Yi Tian's chest. Gently kissed Yi Tian's lips. Then he turned and ran into the dormitory building. One set of movements, smooth and flowing. It caught Yi Tian off guard. He. Yi Tian stood there and touched his lips. It seems that there is still a faint fragrance left. There is also a somewhat warm touch. He smiled foolishly, somewhat idiotically. Then he shook his head and danced. The female classmates passing by were so scared that they took a detour. Some timid ones directly called the security department. Finally, Yi Tian was taken to the teaching department. The counselor gave him an afternoon class on ideology and morality. Chapter 14 Stupid Roommate. He actually wanted to torture me to extract a confession. 1805. Dormitory 404. Yi Tian's head is still buzzing and he feels a little confused. Goo goo. By now he was starving. I could only order some takeout. Bang. Suddenly, the dormitory door was kicked open. 3 young men rushed in with ferocious looks on their faces. Severe punishment awaits you. The leading boy with a crew cut raised his right hand and shouted loudly. The 2 boys next to him quickly held Yi Tian's shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. What the hell are you doing? Yi Tian struggled a little harder, but gave up when he found it was of no use. These three are his silly roommates. The guy with a crew cut is called Lu Runtao, the fat guy on the left is called Ogwowa, and the guy with glasses on the right is called Wang Wenba. Go to court. Lu Runtao pulled over a chair and sat on it domineeringly. Mighty. Ogwowa and Wang Wenba cooperated very well, knocking on the iron bed and shouting. Yi Tian felt confused, as if he was looking at an idiot. Yi Tian, you don't have to say it now unless you want to, but we will record everything you say and may use it as evidence in court in the future. Lu Runtao said with a stern face. Then I won't say anything. Yi Tian looked calm and fearless. I think you want to drink the wine instead of the toast. Go ahead. After saying that, Lu Runtao grabbed one of his feet and started tickling it. Ogwowa and Wang Wenba were not to be outdone and attacked his armpits and waist. Gradually, it also wants to harm other important parts. Stop. Yi Tian was scared after all and shouted quickly. So are you going to tell me now, or not? I don't even know what you're talking about. Yi Tian gave Lu Runtao a blank look, feeling helpless. What else could it be? When did you start dating the campus beauty Chen? Ogwowa grabbed his chest muscles hard again. Hiss. Be gentle. Just for these 2 days. Yi Tian gasped in pain. Still not telling the truth? The three men were ready to execute him again. Absolutely true. Yi Tian became anxious and shouted loudly. Fuck. Is this really easy to do? Lu Runtao and the other two were dumbfounded. I heard that the campus beauty Chen is hard to pursue. Yi Tian, how did you catch her? This is easy. All you need is hands. Yi Tian curled his lips and said defiantly. Damn. Are you pretending to be cool? Lu Runtao and the other two were furious and rolled up their sleeves to get ready for a big fight. Oh. I wanted to introduce Shui Ying's roommates to you, but now it seems that my efforts are in vain. What a pity, those girls are quite pretty and lively. Yi Tian sighed lightly and said lightly. Don't. Brother Tian, aren't the three of us just playing a joke on you? That's right, Brother Tian, you are a very magnanimous person, you will definitely not argue with us. Brother Tian, let me give you a shoulder rub. Is the strength appropriate? Lu Runtao and the other two immediately turned into lackeys, groveling and apologizing with servile smiles. Well, my throat is a little dry. Yi Tian moistened his throat gently. Brother Tian, drink some water. Ogwowa picked up the water cup and handed it over respectfully. Xiaowazi, not bad. Yi Tian took a sip of hot water and said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Tian. Ogwowa's face lit up with joy and he shouted loudly. Brother Tian, there are still us. When Lu Runtao and Wang Wenba heard this, they were so anxious that they were about to cry. Okay, count you guys in two. Yi Tian leaned back in his chair, feeling very comfortable. Thank you, Brother Tian. The two also thanked excitedly. By the way, Brother Tian, when are we going to the social gathering? Lu Runtao rolled his eyes and looked flattering. I've already told them about lunch. I'll ask them again now. You guys should get ready. Yi Tian looked at his phone and then said, my takeaway has arrived. I've ordered it for you. Send someone down to get it now. Oh my gosh. I can run faster. It took Wang Wenba no time to finish his words. He had already run out of the dormitory. Lu Runtao and Ogwowa looked at each other, somewhat confused. After a while, Wang Wenba came back. Brother Tian. Are you rich? He shouted breathlessly while carrying 2 large bags. Well, sort of. Yi Tian nodded. Fuck. Brother Tian is awesome. Ogwowa and Lu Runtao opened the bag and took a look. They are all top quality foods such as abalone, Australian lobster, a 5 steak, shark fin and bird's nest. There were also 5 bottles of expensive Gallic red wine. Too luxurious. Brother Tian, how much did this cost? Ogwowa swallowed and stuttered. Not much, maybe 70,000 or 80,000. Yi Tian is now very familiar with pretending to be powerful. Hiss. Ogwowa and the other two felt their scalps tingling after hearing this. Brother Tian. When you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. Lu Runtao handed a box of abalone to Yi Tian. Certainly. Yi Tian smiled, picked up a piece of abalone and started eating it. During these 4 years, I have been with these 3 stupid roommates day and night, and I have fallen in love with them over time. They have never discriminated against their identity. He treated me sincerely and helped me a lot. Now that I have money, I naturally want to be stingy. Delicious. Lu Runtao and the other two didn't feel any restraint and started eating happily. They were not jealous at all, but were truly happy for Yi Tian. Before long, all the food was swept away by them. Brother Tian, how about going for a spin in the alley? I heard there's a new milk tea shop opened. Wang Wenba touched his stomach and said drunkenly. Hee, that's a good suggestion. Lu Runtao and Oh Guohua laughed obscenely. No. I won't go to a place like this. Yi Tian shook his head. Now he already has Chen Shuiying. Decided to turn over a new leaf and be a good person. Lu Runtao and the other two were speechless and secretly complained in their hearts. What is this kind of place? In the past, he was the one who enjoyed going there the most. Now that he is rich, he doesn't recognize anyone as soon as he puts on his trousers. What a scumbag! Well, Shuiying said that they finished their last exam today and plan to get together before going home. It's a good opportunity for us to socialize. Yi Tian looked at his phone with a slight smile on his face. Fuck! Brother Tian is awesome. Lu Runtao and the other two seemed to be energized. Screaming with excitement. Okay, fix your makeup and clothes so as not to embarrass yourself later. Yi Tian looked at them with contempt and said unhappily. Lu Runtao and the other two paused and pouted. Sure enough, Yi Tian is still the same Yi Tian. A dog will never stop eating shit. He is still so sharp-tongued now. Fuck. What are you looking at? I'm telling you, they are all decent women. Don't just think about those dirty things. Don't do anything excessive when the time comes. It will be embarrassing if it gets out. Yi Tian looked up and saw their eyes, and quickly reminded them. Ha, you're the only one who has the wrong idea. People with dirty thoughts always think that others are the same as them. Oh Guohua still couldn't help but complain. Lu Runtao and Wang Wenba also nodded in agreement. Yi Tian was speechless. Suddenly I realized that these 3 guys knew too much. No. The dark history of the past must be erased. We must not let them reveal the information to Chen Shuiying. I can only communicate with them first. Wake up, what are you thinking about? Lu Runtao pushed Yi Tian gently. Nothing, get ready to go. Yi Tian curled his lips, these guys are so realistic. After drinking enough, his attitude changed completely. You were calling me Brother Tian just now, but now you are so cold? Forget it, a noble man should not bear grudges against a villain. Runtao, Guohua, Wenbo, how do I usually treat you? Yi Tian smiled and said gently. Lu Runtao and the other two were frightened by his voice and couldn't help but shudder. I got goosebumps all over my body. Yi Tian, if you have something to say, please talk nicely. Don't act like a ghost. Oh Guohua looked at him with disgust. Forehead. Yi Tian curled his lips, speechless. These guys are just cheapskates. It's not okay to be nice to them. You will understand when you see Chen Shuiying and the others later. For the sake of everyone's happiness, some things should be said and some things should not be said. He continued to persuade. You guy, I thought you were crazy. Don't worry, we won't mention your past of wandering around the alleys and looking for the milk tea girl. The 3 of them shouted carelessly. As if afraid that others couldn't hear it. Ha, I'm the only one going? If you guys tell on me, I'll expose all your embarrassing stories and put them on the forum for everyone to see. Yi Tian threatened viciously. Come on. Let's hurt each other. We don't have girlfriends anyway. Wang Wenba, however, looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Yi Tian, let's discuss this properly. As long as you help us create an opportunity to chat with the girl you like alone, we won't expose your past. Lu Runtao patted Yi Tian's shoulder with a sly smile. Okay, but if you can't catch up, it has nothing to do with me. Yi Tian simply pushed his fat hand away. Well, a gentleman's word is as good as gold. The 3 of them looked at each other and shouted loudly. Besides, with our reputation and charm as the 4 heroes of wind and dust, how could we fail? Oh Guohua said as he fixed his hair. He. Yi Tian rolled his eyes at them. The 4 heroes of the wind and dust are nothing. They are still charming. Only someone as handsome as him has enough fighting power. There will be a social gathering later, and I guess it will be 1 for 3 again. I hope it's not my best effort. Chapter 15 Socializing. Unscrupulously showing off your affection. Girls' dormitory, room 308. Shuiying, didn't you never go to bars before? Ha, times have changed, my boyfriend should ask her out. Mao Xiaotong and Huang Lia laughed while putting on makeup. Chen Shuiying didn't say anything, but just combed her hair shyly. Alright, stop making fun of Shuiying. A beautiful girl took off her glasses and posed in front of a full-length mirror. This is Chen Shuiying's third roommate, named Xin Yao. Yao, why are you pretending to be a good person now? You were the happiest person just now. Mao Xiaotong stood up, walked behind her, and held that soft spot. I'm really envious. He's grown up a lot. Mao Xiaotong looked down at herself and said sourly. Stop it. Xinya gently broke away, with a slight blush on her face. Cut. Mao Xiaotong walked away disapprovingly and went to harass Huang Lia again. Hurry up, it's getting late. Chen Shuiying looked at the time and urged. She just dressed up simply and didn't even change her clothes. But she is already stunningly beautiful and more beautiful than all the other girls. Okay, stop rushing me. I know you're anxious to see your lover. The three girls answered perfunctorily. But the movements of his hands obviously quickened. In a short while, they were all dressed up and looked beautiful and charming. Then she picked up her exquisite handbag and left the dormitory chatting and laughing. Haitian Bar. This is one of the most popular bars near the university town in Shanghai. Many group bosses, corporate executives, and second-generation rich people came here in droves. It is said that the son of the richest man in Shanghai once spent a fortune here. It cost 10 million in just 3 hours, which is simply inhumane. It's beautiful. The four of them arrived at the door of the bar and couldn't help but sigh when they saw this magnificent and colorful luxurious building. Let's wait here for a while. Yi Tian felt a little cold, so he put his hands in his pockets and leaned on the railing on the stone steps. Oh. These girls just love to be late. Lu Runtao stood next to him and muttered. Don't complain. They are late because they want to dress up nicely. In the end, it's for you perverts to see. Just be content. Wang Wenba adjusted his glasses and spoke like a bootlicker. So when we see them later, should we kowtow to them first and thank them for coming to the party? Oh, Guowa curled his lips and punched him lightly. Humph. If you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer the consequences. Just wait and see if you don't believe me. Wang Wenba snorted coldly and said nothing more. Fuck. Are you still pretending? A single guy's words of experience? Isn't this misleading? Oh, Guowa and Lu Runtao naturally would not indulge him and said sarcastically. Mad. Wang Wenba became angry and started to attack. Grass. The three of them started playing and having a lot of fun. After a while, Yi Tian, Chen Shuiying and other three finally arrived. Hello. My name is Yi Tian. I'm Chen Shuiying's boyfriend. Yi Tian smiled and spoke politely. My name is Lu Runtao. My name is Guowa. My name is Wang Wenba. When Lu Runtao and the other two saw the girls coming, they pretended to be gentle and serious. Hello. I'm Chen Shuiying. I am Mao Xiaotong. I'm Huang Lia. I am Qin Yao. Nice to meet you all. Chen Shuiying and other three also began to introduce themselves. I have to say that this dormitory is quite good looking. Seeing this, Lu Runtao and the other two swallowed their saliva and felt a little shy. Let's go. Let's go in first. Yi Tian held Chen Shuiying's hand and spoke softly. Everyone followed the two of them, walking slowly. Why do you like holding hands so much? Chen Shuiying secretly glanced at her roommate behind her and said with some embarrassment. Because it's you. I just want to hold your hand, always hold it, so that we can be together forever. Yi Tian searched for the love words in his mind and spoke gently. Chen Shuiying was speechless and her face became even redder. But I do feel very sweet and warm in my heart. Hiss. It's so cold. The people behind him also heard it and their hair stood on end. This dog food is a bit disgusting. Good evening, distinguished guests. As soon as they arrived at the door, a waiter came over. He shouted respectfully with a smile on his face. Yi Tian nodded slightly. Then, led by the waiter, everyone walked through the spacious and dim corridor. This corridor is very exquisitely decorated with bright and unique colors and strong artistic features. The walls are covered with works by unknown painters, which are unique, original, and different. The dim lamps are specially customized, intentionally exaggerating the vicissitudes of time. The red carpet under your feet is so soft and comfortable that you can't help but want to step on it a few more times. On both sides of the red carpet are the Boss' collection of videos, which are very rare and very beautiful. Excuse me, are there any VLP rooms? Yi Tian looked around the bar and found that it was already crowded with people. The smell of smoke and the sounds of hawkers were endless and very noisy. Although Chen Shuiying didn't say anything, her slightly wrinkled brows said it all. She really doesn't like it and isn't used to it here. Yes, please go to the second floor. The waiter's face lit up with joy, probably because he got another tip. He led everyone to the luxurious private room, room 206, with ease. The room was very nice and spacious. The leather sofa was large and comfortable. Various valuable wine bottles are displayed on the wine racks along the wall. The lights are colorful and dreamy. There is a mini stage in the center of the room, which is very exquisite. The imported high-end audio equipment around are carefully placed. Next to the stage, there is a small dance floor. It was enough for the 8 of them to do whatever they wanted and have fun. What can I do for you, sir? The waiter stood aside and spoke respectfully to Yi Tian. Well, give me 2 sets of 6 colored dragons, and some snacks and fruit plates. As soon as Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying sat down, they spoke lightly. 6 colored dragons? You want 2 more? When the waiter heard this, his voice began to tremble. This young man in front of me is ordinary except for his appearance. I didn't expect that he was a super rich second generation who was hiding very deeply. Well, don't you have any here? Yi Tian looked up at him and asked softly. Yes, I'll place the order now. The waiter shouted hurriedly, fearing that he would neglect Yi Tian. Excuse me, sir, do you need a resident singer? Our resident singers are all beautiful, with hot bodies, beautiful people, sweet songs, and first-class oral skills. The waiter smiled and spoke fluently. Stop. Yi Tian immediately stopped him. Didn't this guy see Chen Shuiying next to him? Is this a straightforward introduction? Can you be more tactful? He really has no tact at all. Shuiying, do you need it? Yi Tian looked down at Chen Shuiying, then at Mao Xiaotong and the other 2. Casual. Chen Shuiying leaned in his arms and spoke softly. This is a great way to use it casually. Yi Tian didn't even dare to think about it. Yi Tian, we are all professional singers, so why do we need resident singers? Yes, if there are other people around, we probably won't be able to relax and have fun. Mao Xiaotong and Huang Lia have already met Yi Tian and are quite familiar with him. Without too much scruples and shyness. Okay then. Yi Tian nodded, turned to look at the waiter and said, You heard it too, we don't need a lead singer. I'd like to trouble you to bring in the drinks and snacks as soon as possible, thank you. Yi Tian took out 2,000 yuan from his wallet and stuffed it over. This is what I withdrew from the ATM when I came here just now. There is a full 100,000 in cash just for tips. Okay. The waiter took the money and left the room in a hurry. Yi Tian, did you give too much? After the person left, Lu Rentao leaned close to his ear. Oh, Guowat and Wang Wenba also looked over. Not much. By the way, spend the cash I gave you just now, don't be stingy. Yi Tian shook his head gently and said with a smile. All right. Lu Rentao said no more and turned to chat with Mao Xiaotong. Shuiying, don't you like coming to the bar? Yi Tian pinched Chen Shuiying's little hand and asked in a low voice. No, it's just my first time here, and I'm a little uncomfortable. Chen Shuiying waved her hand suddenly and denied it. I'm sorry, I was inconsiderate and didn't discuss it with you in advance. Yi Tian kissed her cheek gently and apologized. It doesn't matter, really. Chen Shuiying looked at Yi Tian and smiled brightly. The boy in front of me is gentle, considerate, and caring towards me. It was such a joy to meet him. Chapter 16 The first time. Yi Tian sings for love. Only a moment later. Drinks, snacks, and fruit plates were brought over. Sure enough, the service efficiency of the VLP room is much higher. Shuiying, you two have been snuggling together, being affectionate and sweet, aren't you tired of it? Mao Xiaotong held the wineglass, sat next to Chen Shuiying, and curled her lips. We didn't. Chen Shuiying immediately sat up straight and said shyly. Ha ha. Come on, let's have a drink. Mao Xiaotong raised her wineglass and shouted in a tender voice. Good. Everyone echoed. Well, this wine is delicious. Chen Shuiying took a sip and said softly. Of course it tastes good. Do you know how much these bottles cost? Huang Lia came over and laughed. Have no idea. Chen Shuiying shook her head. She knew nothing about this. The wine you just drank is called Ace of Spades, and a set costs 88,888 yuan. Your boyfriend ordered 2 sets at once, he's really generous and magnanimous. Huang Lia said as she poured the wine. She became more and more curious about how much money Yi Tian had won. I can buy a house in Shanghai and live such a happy life. It should be tens of millions, right? Mao Xiaotong and Qinyao were also observing Yi Tian quietly, with the same thoughts. Why are you wasting money? When Chen Shuiying heard this, she stared at Yi Tian's face and said softly. I didn't spend money recklessly. It's my first time asking you out, so I don't want to look shabby. Yi Tian touched the back of his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Don't do this next time. Chen Shuiying patted his arm gently, pretending to be angry. I know, I won't do it again. Yi Tian smiled and looked at Chen Shuiying lovingly. A smug smile suddenly appeared on Chen Shuiying's face. Cut. Lu Runtao and the other two looked at Yi Tian with contempt. I once promised not to be a slave to my wife. Now he has become a real henpecked husband. Yi Tian also noticed their looks. Pretend not to see. This is because I like Chen Shuiying. That's why I just want to accommodate her. That's it. Okay, you two should stop thinking about showing off your affection all day. Let's sing a song, one for each of us, how about that? Mao Xiaotong picked up the microphone and spoke loudly. Okay. Lu Rentao was the first to raise his hand in agreement. He fell in love with Mao Xiaotong at first sight. From the beginning till now, I have been showing my courtesy. In order to gain the other party's favor, he also put in his best effort. Others nodded in agreement. Then I'll go first. Mao Xiaotong took the lead and was the first to stand on the mini-stage. The typhoon is indeed very strong. Professional indeed. Pa. About minutes later, she walked down to applause. Then Guohua, Huang Lia, Lu Runtao, and others went on stage to sing one after another. In the end, only Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying had not performed yet. It's my turn. Chen Shuiying picked up the microphone without any fear. Slowly walked towards the stage. Her voice is very melodious, as clear and ethereal as a silver bell, and as lively and clear as a lark. She has a good rhythm and clear pronunciation, which complements the beautiful melody. This song seems to be tailor-made for her. Yi Tian closed his eyes and listened to Chen Shuiying singing. It's like a gurgling stream constantly washing away the empty soul. It's like a ray of bright sunshine constantly warming the cold haze. It's like a gentle spring breeze that constantly blows away the faint sadness. This sound should only exist in heaven, and it is rarely heard in the world. As time passed, Chen Shuiying was about to finish singing. System, is there any skill to improve singing level? Yi Tian also became more and more anxious. Although he studied composition, he has absolute pitch. But he was born tone deaf, his singing was very bad, and he was laughed at. So when he grew up, he hardly sang any songs. Now, he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his girlfriend. Host, you are too lazy. Can't you just move your fingers? The system is forced to operate, so it is inevitable that there will be some complaints. You guys, didn't you say you would take me with you to show off? Now you still want to slack off and watch me get killed? Hurry up. Yi Tian was angry. This damn system was becoming more and more outrageous. Okay. I suggest you buy the god-level singing skill. Also, if you want to show off, you can buy a song from a parallel world and shock the audience. The system operated lazily and entered the mall. God-level singing voice, make you a natural singing god, a walking CD, surpass all the stars, and gain thousands of fans. Worth 1,000 prestige points. I want it. Yi Tian bought it without hesitation. His throat felt a little itchy for a moment, but it quickly disappeared. System, I bought the song from the parallel world you just mentioned and treated it as an original work. Isn't this a copyright infringement? Yi Tian searched the product categories intently. Ha ha. Don't worry, since this is a parallel universe, there is no copyright infringement. Besides, even if the original author knows, can he come to this universe to settle the score with you? The system said with great contempt. This guy said no with his mouth, but his body was very honest. So if I buy a song, do I need to register the copyright myself? No, I will help you complete all the formalities. That is to say, once you purchase the song, you will immediately own all the copyrights of this song on Blue Star. It is convenient and quick, allowing you to show off as much as you want. Yi Tian nodded. Sure enough, this system is still quite useful. Are there any sweet love songs suitable for boys to sing? He searched for a while and was dazzled by what he saw. Host, please be self-reliant and don't always trouble others. After the system finished speaking, there was no movement. Damn it! What a shit system! Yi Tian was so angry that he was trembling all over and swearing. Yi Tian, is your stomach aching again this time? Ha ha ha! Lu Runtao, Obwowat and Wang Wenbo burst into laughter. They knew Yi Tian's singing level. Just waiting to see the joke. Snort! Yi Tian snorted coldly and ignored them. It's decided to be you. This song title seems very good. It cost Yi Tian a full 5 prestige points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Obtained item, Earth China song first time. Alright. Yi Tian suddenly felt confident and his whole face was radiant. How did I sing? At this time, Chen Shuiying had also finished singing and walked briskly to his side. Shuiying, you sing so beautifully, even better than those celebrity singers. Yi Tian touched her head and said sincerely. Thank you. Chen Shuiying was very happy and said with a smile, you should also work hard. Then he handed him the microphone. Don't forget to encourage him. Yes, I will. Yi Tian took the microphone and walked onto the stage with a heroic look. This song is for Shuiying. I hope you like it. He did not order a song, but held the microphone and looked at Chen Shuiying affectionately. He moistened his throat and began to sing. When you look at me. You've already guessed everything without me even saying anything. Still not sure. It still doesn't meet your requirements. I think too much. Or are you dodging? If the choice is really mine. I mustered up the courage to accept. My sight began to flicker unconsciously. Oh. The first time I said I loved you. It's hard to breathe, my heart keeps shaking. Oh. The first time I held your hands. I lost my direction and didn't know where to go. That's the reason for falling in love together. That's staying together. Oh. The first time I kissed your deep dimples. I wanted to wake up but I got carried away. Oh. The first time you lay on my chest. We haven't been apart for 24 hours. That was the first time I knew that forever lasts forever. Thanks. Yi Tian performed Mr. Guangliang's the first time with deep emotion. The private room suddenly became extremely quiet. Hiss. I don't think I've heard this song before. Really not, I just checked it 1,000 times. Is this a song composed by Yi Tian? That should be it. Didn't he just say it was for Shuiying? That's amazing. This song is so beautiful. I am speechless about this dog food. I will drink it first to show my respect. Then there was a huge applause. Chen Shuiying didn't say anything, but her eyes were filled with tears. She knew that this was a partner worth spending her whole life with. Without a trace of shyness, he rushed straight towards Yi Tian. He hugged her tightly and kissed her passionately. Chapter 17 Signs of Conflict. All bodyguards are dispatched. After the song just now, the relationship between Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying became better. Like lacquer and glue, inseparable. Yi Tian, what's the name of the song you just sang? Mao Xiaotong asked softly while drinking. This immediately caught everyone's attention. They all looked at Yi Tian curiously. The song is called First Time. Yi Tian smiled and said lightly. The first time? Chen Shuiying lay in his arms, murmuring softly. I feel very happy. Yi Tian, when did you write the song? Wang Wenba and the other two were completely puzzled. After all, we all live in the same dormitory. They are all super poor students who think 60 points is the best. Now Yi Tian suddenly rolled up his sleeves and said that he was a real academic master. This is too hard to accept. What's even more terrifying is that they didn't notice it at all. When did this guy start to secretly roll inward? Just these 2 days. Yi Tian gave a mysterious smile. Of course, he couldn't say that he had just purchased it in the System Mall. I guess even if I told him, no one would believe it. Great. Yi Tian, can you write a song for us? There was a gleam of brilliance in the beautiful eyes of Huang Lia and Mao Xiaotong. Xin Yao also wanted to speak, but found it difficult to start. Well, let's talk about it when we have time. Yi Tian neither agreed nor refused. Everything depends on fate. Then we have a deal. The two smiled slightly and decided not to refuse the opportunity. They can wait. And they can afford to wait. Yi Tian, I think this song is very nice and will probably be very popular. You should quickly register the copyright and use it as a stepping stone. You should be able to enter those famous music companies in Longhua. Oh Guohua said urgently. As a student of composition, he deeply understands how difficult it is to write a good song. Except for those gifted students, it is basically a rare opportunity. I have registered this song, but I won't sell it. I sang it specifically for Shuiying, and I don't want it to be mixed with other things. Yi Tian shook his head. This song really means a lot to him. Yi Tian. Chen Shuiying was even more moved. The others curled their lips, speechless. This guy is so willful. He pretended to be cool again. I ate a handful of dog food invisibly. That's enough. Squeak. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. A few drunken young men staggered in. Judging from their attire, they should be some hooligans. Who are you? When Lu Rentao saw that the other person was not a waiter, he shouted coldly. Sorry. We went to the wrong room. A little yellow-haired boy said with a smile. But his eyes were always glanced at Chen Shuiying and the other 4 girls. The other hooligans did the same, staring without any hesitation. The obscene gaze never left. Please leave. Lu Rentao and Ogwowa stood up and asked them to go out. When Xiao Huangmao and others saw that the 2 men were tall and strong, they immediately became scared. Reluctantly, he slowly left the room. Brother Chun. Those girls just now were all very good. Yeah, it makes me feel itchy, especially the girl sitting in the middle. How about we fight back? Those guys are just students. You can tell at a glance that they are good-looking but useless. The more the gangsters thought about it, the more excited they became, and they spoke to the little yellow-haired boy anxiously. No hurry. Since even the heavens have made us enter the wrong room, it means that we are destined to be with those beauties. Let's go back and sit for a while. We can't neglect those rich ladies. We will be back soon and continue our relationship with them. The little yellow-haired boy said slowly. What if they leave? No. You were staring at the beauties and didn't notice their drinks at all. They only drank a little, so they probably just started. The little yellow-haired boy said with confidence. Chun-gu is awesome. So attentive. A group of gangsters started to flatter him again. Those guys just now didn't look like good people, will they be okay? Wang Wenba put down his wineglass and spoke softly. What are you afraid of, you coward? This Haitian bar has a strong background. These little hooligans dare not act wildly here. Besides, if these skinny guys dare to come, I will make sure they never come back. Ogwowa and Lu Rentao were rubbing their hands together as they talked. Yi Tian, what do you say? Wang Wenba rolled his eyes at them and turned to look at Yi Tian. Just have fun and don't worry too much. Yi Tian said calmly. Oh well. Wang Wenba nodded and said nothing more. Let's go dance. Seeing this, Xinyao held the wineglass in her right hand and held Wang Wenba with her left hand. Run briskly to the small dance floor. Swinging wildly. Let's go too. Mao Xiaotong and Huang Lia were also very interested. Slightly drunk, they sang and danced. They were so good at twisting that both Lu Rentao and Ogwowa were stunned. I walked past it unconsciously. It's so exciting to shake your head along with him. Yi Tian, those people just now. Chen Shuiying was vaguely worried. Don't worry, leave it to me, okay? Yi Tian touched her head and said softly. Chen Shuiying snorted softly. She trusts Yi Tian 100%. Yi Tian looked at the door, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. This kind of situation is a very common cliché in novels. He picked up his phone, found the address book, and made a call. Owner. Sharapova's voice came out. Well, have you recruited your bodyguard team? Yi Tian asked very directly. Report to the master, the team has been formed. Sharapova replied immediately. That's good. Now send someone over here to protect me and everyone around me. I'll send you the address later. Hurry up. Yi Tian's voice was a little low, as if it contained endless anger. Yes. Master. Sharapova put away her phone and quickly gathered her entire team of bodyguards. A square formation of 100 people instantly appeared in the courtyard. The bodyguards were all wearing black suits and sunglasses. The interlayer of the clothes is equipped with the most advanced nano combat suit. Lightweight and convenient, with amazing defense. They are all very tall and strong. Each of them has been through hundreds of battles and exudes a strong aura of murderousness. This is your first mission. Please be alert. Especially now that the master is in trouble and very angry. Do you understand? Sharapova, wearing a tight black combat suit, stood in front of the team. His expression was very serious. Clear. There was a deafening roar in the team. Team 1, board the helicopter and take off from the air. Second team, follow Route A, and rush at full speed. Team 3, follow Route B and outflanking from behind. The fourth team will be under my command and will be responsible for logistical support. Now, all troops attack. Sharapova raised her right hand and shouted loudly. Shua shua shua. The entire team immediately split into 4 small teams. The first team entered the villa first and took the elevator to the top floor. Buzz buzz buzz. After a while, 3 Airbus H-225 Super Puma helicopters slowly rose into the sky. Huge waves blew up and then quickly flew towards the Haitian bar. Immediately afterwards, the second team rushed into the elevator and headed to the garage. They roared out in specially customized Alfa, Audi A8L, Maserati Quattroporte, Rolls-Royce Phantom and other luxury cars. Then came the third team, following closely behind. The sound was so loud that it shocked the entire Jiangnan villa. Sharapova, what's going on now? Zhang Ruotong, Lucy and 4 other housekeepers came out of the villa. It's not clear yet. But the destination is a bar, so someone must have offended or angered the owner. The situation is not serious. Sharapova looked at her watch and said coldly. Zhang Ruotong looked at her and was speechless. It's not a crisis, so why make such a big fuss? Well, I'll go with you then. Lucy adjusted her glasses and said in a cute voice. You? Sharapova looked at her in confusion. What can this guy do by following him? It's just a burden. Well, your action this time will probably cause a certain degree of damage, and you will need to compensate for the losses. I'll go with you so that I can handle the follow-up work. Lucy explained seriously. Well, let's go now. Sharapova acted decisively and immediately led the fourth team into the garage at a command. Lucy could only jog and barely catch up. Chapter 18 Destroy with overwhelming force. The little gangster was tortured. Haitian bar. Shuiying, let's go dancing too. Yi Tian stood up and said with a smile. Now that things were arranged, his mood became cheerful. But I can't dance. Chen Shuiying was pulled up, feeling somewhat hesitant. Come on, let's dance. Yi Tian held Chen Shuiying's right hand and slowly walked towards the small dance floor. The two of them stood face to face, and Yi Tian held her hands tightly. Then he pulled her into his arms, her 2 soft breasts pressed directly against his chest. They slowly turned in circles to the rhythm of the music. Shuiying, when do you plan to go back home? Yi Tian leaned close to her ear and asked softly. Have no idea. Chen Shuiying thought about it and said directly. She planned to rush back immediately after attending Yi Tian's family party. Then how are you going to get back? Well, I was originally planning to take the high-speed train, but I haven't thought about it yet. How about we just take a plane back? Then remember to give me your ID card, and I'll help you book a flight ticket. Yi Tian smiled, a cunning look flashing in his eyes. I'm not. Give me your ID and I'll book the ticket. Chen Shuiying curled her lips and said in a delicate voice. She had long seen through Yi Tian's little thoughts. Naturally you won't be fooled. TSK. I just wanted to see your ID card, what's wrong with that? You belong to me completely. Yi Tian gently kissed her forehead and then gently kissed her nose. Finally, he kissed her lips hard, without separating for a long time. Moreover, the right hand began to wander restlessly. No. Chen Shuiying's face flushed and she gently held his hand. Hey hey. Yi Tian touched his nose with some regret. Squeak. Just at this moment, the little yellow-haired guy rushed in with 7 or 8 of his men. What are you doing? Lu Runtao and O Guohua immediately walked out of the dance floor and shouted again. Wang Wenba asked the girl to hide to one side and then started calling the waiter. Kid, get out of the way. A gangster rushed out and raised his right hand. He was about to slap O Guohua on the cheek. Pa! Lu Runtao grasped his wrist firmly. You little bastard. You're looking for death. Seeing this, the gangster immediately raised his leg and kicked Lu Runtao. Bang! O Guohua didn't show any mercy and kicked him hard in the lower body. Ah! The gangster's face turned pale instantly, and he lay on the ground, hunched over like a shrimp. He slapped the ground with his hands and groaned in pain. The other hooligans suddenly felt a chill in their lower body and were so scared that they quickly clamped their legs together. These two guys were so ruthless. There is absolutely no martial ethics. Boy, you injured my brother, how do you settle this account? At this time, the little yellow-haired boy walked forward with a swagger. You guys broke into our private room without permission and even wanted to beat people up. You should expect to be beaten up. Lu Runtao widened his eyes and said coldly. Hee hee. The little yellow-haired boy sneered and suddenly picked up the wine bottle on the table. He was about to hit Lu Runtao on the head. Bang! Yi Tian took a step forward and lowered his shoulders. He was knocked out forcefully. Fell heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, the first team had arrived. The helicopter was suspended in the air, causing strong winds to howl on the ground. The bodyguards followed the ropes fearlessly and quickly jumped to the ground. Then they rushed into the Haitian bar in an orderly manner. What the hell? What's going on? Nema. These people are so handsome. Is this a military exercise? But this outfit is wrong? Hiss. Could it be a terrorist attack? Are you blind? They didn't bring any weapons? What an attack! Passers-by all hid to the side and were not at all panicked when encountering the situation. Pick up your phone and prepare to post on WeChat moments and TikTok. Boom boom boom. Before they were ready, luxury cars appeared like wild beasts. It came running so fast that it seemed to crash into all obstacles. Some frightened passers-by were so scared that they even dropped their cell phones. He fled away in panic. Tap tap tap. The bodyguards got out of the car one by one and divided into 2 groups. Some of them also entered the bar, while others were stationed outside. The front and back doors of the bar were completely blocked. Room 206 was already in a mess. You little brat. How dare you hit me? The little yellow-haired boy slowly stood up with the help of other gangsters. He was angry. Very angry. These weak and rubbish students. How dare you take action? How can this be possible? Everyone, come on! He roared at the top of his lungs, his veins showing. Bang! At this moment, the door was kicked to pieces. One after another, burly men rushed in and stared at Xiao Huangmao and the others. Get started! The leader of the team shouted directly. The bodyguard behind him jumped out like a wild beast. 3 times 5 divided by 2. All the thugs were subdued directly, simply, and roughly. Master! I am Changhu, the captain of the first team. The team leader walked up to Yi Tian, bowed and shouted. Owner! The other bodyguards followed suit and shouted. All the gangsters were scared out of their wits. They lay helplessly on the ground and accepted the beating calmly. If you hit a wall, you will be beaten and punished. This is an eternal truth. You guys sit on the sofa first and have a good rest. Yi Tian said to Chen Shuiying and others with a smile. Oh oh. Lu Runtao and others were also frightened and returned to their seats obediently. Only Chen Shuiying still held Yi Tian's arm tightly. His lips were tightly pursed and trembling a little, but he refused to leave. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Yi Tian touched her head and then hugged her slender waist. Chen Shuiying snorted softly. Chenghu, bring that little yellow-haired boy here. Yi Tian still looked harmless. But the fierce light flashing in his eyes was as sharp as a blade. Sharp and powerful. Yes. Chenghu just raised his hand slightly, and a bodyguard picked him up like a chicken. Bring the little yellow-haired boy to Yi Tian. How many people do you have? I'll give you a chance. Call them all over. Yi Tian said coldly. There are only so many of us here, sir. We know we are wrong. Please let us go. The little yellow-haired boy cried miserably. They have met a ruthless guy who wants to kill them all at once. Humph. If you don't tell the truth, I'll beat you hard. Yi Tian ordered again. Bang. Bang. All the gangsters were abused again. Now, will you tell me? Yi Tian took a sip of wine and continued to ask. Really, no. The little yellow-haired boy became very weak. Who are you hanging out with then? Yi Tian knew very well that if you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. For Chen Shuiying's safety, it was decided to strike first. We are just ordinary hooligans, we are not with others. The little yellow-haired boy said bitterly. Is that so? Yi Tian finally felt a lot more at ease. Chenghu, how about throwing them into the sea to feed the sharks? He looked at Chenghu and asked softly. Don't want. Xiao Huangmao and Chen Shuiying shouted hurriedly. Yi Tian, just let them go. I don't think they will dare to do it next time. Chen Shuiying said with reluctance. Yes. We won't dare to do that next time. The little yellow-haired boy, with tears streaming down his face, quickly agreed. Since the boss's woman is willing to plead for them, they should be safe. Master. This is a bit inappropriate. After all, this is Dragon Country, and the laws and regulations are very strict. Chenghu frowned slightly and said with some embarrassment. Okay, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Since Shuiying has pleaded for them, you should take them out and take good care of them so that they can return home safely. Yi Tian said with a smile. The little yellow-haired boy felt very sad as he was going to be abused again. Fortunately, they did not have to be fed to sharks. Just now, he truly felt a hint of murderous intent from the boss. This shows that what the boss said just now was not a joke. It was terrifying to think about it, but he also had a vague sense of the wonderful feeling of surviving a disaster. Yes. Chenghu had the same feeling. He immediately ordered everyone to take the gangsters out. Chapter 19 Huge Compensation. Lucy's Loss Report. Different from the bustle outside the bar. Private Room 206 returned to peace again. Fuck. Yi Tian, you are not a gangster boss, are you? Lu Runtao and others looked at him in surprise. What are you thinking? Longwei is a society ruled by law. There are no gangs there. Yi Tian took Chen Shuiying to sit on the sofa and laughed. Everyone was speechless. I don't know who it was just now, but he was trying to throw someone into the sea to feed the sharks in a ferocious manner. Now, I pretend to be a good citizen and act crazy and stupid. Who were those people just now? Obuowo pointed outside the door and asked in a low voice. As if afraid of being heard. They are the bodyguards I just hired. Yi Tian said lightly. Bodyguard? Everyone was shocked again. Were those dozen or 20 people just now all private bodyguards? Isn't this too exaggerated? They became more and more curious about how rich Yi Tian was. Moreover, they are becoming less and less confident in winning the lottery. Yi Tian nodded slightly. Awesome. Lu Runtao and the other two took a big gulp of their drinks. Yi Tian, I am looking forward to your house even more now. Huang Lia shook her wine glass and spoke softly. It's just an ordinary villa. What's there to expect? Yi Tian started to show off and answered casually. Where is your villa? Xin Yao, also under the influence of alcohol, asked anxiously. Jiangnan Villa. Hiss. As soon as Yi Tian finished speaking, everyone gasped. Jiangnan Villa. The most luxurious residential area for the wealthy. A very ordinary villa? Knock on the mother. They really could not help themselves. Rush up and beat this guy up. Even Chen Shuiying rebelled. Gently pinched Yi Tian's waist. It's just a joke, don't take it so seriously. Seeing the public outcry, Yi Tian could only withdraw while he was ahead. He. Everyone rolled their eyes. Wang Wenba even raised his middle finger to show his friendship. There's still a lot of wine left, let's drink as much as we can. Yi Tian picked up a bottle of new wine and drank it directly from the bottle. Ah! So cool. Run Tao, Guahua, Wenbo, you guys can't do it anymore? After he finished drinking, he began to taunt again. Nima! Who's not okay? The three of them immediately picked up the bottles and started drinking. What men fear most is being told they are not good enough in front of women. They are no exception. Belch! After a long time, the three of them finally finished drinking. It's okay. Yi Tian said with a smile on his face, looking at them. The expression is getting more and more mean. Let's not play with them anymore. Let's drink. He looked at the three delicate girls again. We can't drink that much. Mao Xiaotong put on a weak attitude and spoke first. Well, we'll just drink from the cup. Girls still need to be treated differently. It would be bad if they were around Chen Shuiying and said bad things about me. We'll drink together, too. Lu Runtao and the other two started pouring wine again. Okay. Everyone, come together. Cheers. Yi Tian raised his glass and said loudly. Cheers. Everyone clinked their glasses and drank the wine. Chen Shuiying also finished drinking with everyone. But he soon became drunk and a little confused. Lying in Yi Tian's arms, drowsy. Pa! At this moment, the remaining fragments of the door fell to the ground. Another group of people came in aggressively. Why are you here again? This bar is not good. Who are you? What are you doing here? Lu Runtao and Ogwowa were too lazy to get up, so they just sat and shouted. Hello? I'm the owner of this bar, Li Zigang. The young man in a white suit who was leading the group said with a smile. Oh. So you are the boss here. Yi Tian just glanced at him indifferently and lost interest. It's like this, I already know what happened just now. I'm really sorry for ruining your happy party. Li Zigang bowed slightly, his attitude very sincere. Well, forget it. You can go back. Yi Tian waved his hand. It's like this, sir. Although it was the gang of hooligans who caused the trouble first, your bodyguards rushed in without knowing the reason and scared away a lot of customers. Li Zigang spoke slowly and logically, using courtesy first and then force. This also indirectly caused the waiter to fall, resulting in a large amount of drinks and meals falling and being damaged, and many facilities were damaged. We hope that you can compensate for these costs according to the price. Li Zigang paused for a while, and finally expressed his thoughts. How much? Yi Tian did not shirk responsibility, these were indeed his responsibilities. We must pay what we owe and never default on our debts. He is not short of money anyway. Here is our list of items and price catalog. A look of joy immediately appeared on Li Zigang's face. Then he asked someone to hand the prepared things to Yi Tian. What do you mean? Why are the drinks 3 times the normal price? Yi Tian just took a quick look and found something wrong. Snack fruit plates are also several times more expensive. As for the others, needless to say, there are definitely problems as well. His willingness to compensate does not mean that he is being taken advantage of. Sir, you don't want to pay compensation? Li Zigang's face suddenly turned gloomy. But dare not act rashly. After all, the other side has more people and more power. And its background should not be underestimated. I only compensate what should be compensated. You should understand what I mean. Yi Tian said coldly. This is the normal price. We will compensate you 3 times the amount of the loss. No cheating, no crime. Li Zigang still insisted on his own ideas. He had just lost a lot of money and was looking for some extra cash. Naturally, we can't let it go easily. I've been to this bar several times, but I've never heard of this rule. Yi Tian shook his head, his eyes a little cold. Forget about the drinks, this oil painting costs 1 million. This is blatant robbery. Sir, please don't make things difficult for us. Li Zigong stared at Yi Tian, his tone becoming increasingly cold. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps gradually became clearer and louder. Sharapova and Lucy walked in. Master. All the relevant personnel outside have been severely educated. They have deeply realized their mistakes and promised not to make them again. In addition, we have checked all their information clearly and there will be no problems. Sharapova is very heroic and has a strong aura. Well, thank you for your hard work. Yi Tian nodded and smiled approvingly. As expected, expensive things must have their advantages. People are no exception. Master. I have something to report to you. Lucy then took a step forward and spoke in a tender voice. Go ahead. When Yi Tian saw her, he felt a little nervous. This spendthrift woman is the Chancellor of the Exchequer. 9 times out of 10, everything you talk to him is about money. In the support operation just now, 3 helicopters were dispatched, causing the windows of 18 residents to explode, with a loss of about 18,000 yuan. The windows of 45 cars in the bar's open-air parking lot were shattered, with a loss of about 90,000 yuan. All compensation has been paid. Lucy said, looking at the tablet. 3 helicopters? Yi Tian was dumbfounded. Lu Rentao and others were also shocked. Even Li Zigong and others were stunned. This is too outrageous. Is it so exaggerated? Yes, this is only partial compensation for the first squadron. Lucy looked at Yi Tian and said seriously. Besides? Yi Tian looked at her and then at Sharapova. I saw this guy tilting his head and avoiding my gaze. Damn! What a spendthrift woman! I take back all the praise I just gave. Yes. Lucy nodded heavily and continued, there are also the second, third and fourth teams, who are driving vehicles here. On the road, a total of 68 minor accidents occurred, including 36 minor scratches, 27 minor rear-end collisions, and 5 collisions with traffic facilities. Because 9 luxury cars were involved, the losses were close to 1 million yuan. All compensation has been paid. Hiss. Everyone in the audience gasped. It sounds like something out of a speed racing police movie. This is too exaggerated. 4 teams? How many people did you recruit? Yi Tian quickly looked at Sharapova. Not many, only 100 for now. Sharapova said hesitantly. Yi Tian was completely speechless. Are these spendthrift women really not worried that he will go bankrupt? When Li Zigong heard this, his legs and feet went weak. I didn't expect that the other side had over 100 people. This guy is far more terrifying than I imagined. He felt a little regretful that he shouldn't have asked for such a high price. Master, there is more. Lucy spoke again. Go ahead. Yi Tian is already feeling the greatest sorrow of all. Also, when the first and second teams arrived, they frightened many people inside and outside the bar, causing damage to their phones and handbags, and some people were slightly injured. The loss was about 830,000 yuan. Compensation has been paid so far. Finally, because we are still verifying the authenticity and value of the items, there is still the loss of this bar that has not been compensated. Lucy glanced at Li Zigong on the side and continued. Chapter 20 What is it like to go home by helicopter? Everyone looked over. Li Zigong felt a little scared when he was stared at by them. He kept his head down and remained silent. Well, how long will it take? Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction and felt a lot better. Butler Lucy, we have checked it out. Just then, a beautiful assistant came in hurriedly. She bowed slightly to Yi Tian, then handed all the information in her hand to Lucy. Okay, thanks. Lucy adjusted her glasses and looked through the information carefully. The beautiful assistant stopped talking and just quietly retreated to her side. Master. The losses of Haitian Bar have been estimated. The value of the drinks and meals is about 386,100 yuan, the value of the tables and chairs is about 47,500 yuan, and the compensation for the injured is about 29,300 yuan. After a while, Lucy looked up and said. Continue. Yi Tian looked at the paper in his hand and said softly. Yes. Finally, there are antique collections. In this operation, a total of 33 collections were damaged, including 14 oil paintings, 7 ceramic vases, 4 sculptures, 3 limited edition models, and 5 other items. Only 21 of them are authentic, and 13 of these authentic items are incomplete and not very valuable. As soon as Lucy finished speaking, there was a commotion. Nah. More than 1/3 of them are fakes. This is too outrageous. It's a high-end bar. Aren't even the drinks fake? I won't come here again next time. It's just a shady shop anyway. When Li Zigang heard everyone's pointing and criticizing, his expression became even darker and uglier. Butler Lucy, just give the price directly to our boss Li. Yi Tian glanced at Li Zigang indifferently, with a smile on his face. This guy is still trying to pass off inferior products as good ones and cheat me out of my money. It's a daydream. Yes, master. Our assessment is 1.418 million yuan, and the total compensation is 1.8809 million yuan. Lucy did some mental calculations and gave the exact number directly. Boss Li, we will only compensate this much, do you accept it? Yi Tian smiled, but his eyes were full of coldness. Forehead. Li Zigang had a bitter face and was very hesitant. Butler Lucy, can you please calculate the approximate price of this bar? Can you buy it immediately? Yi Tian's face suddenly changed and he said in a cold voice. Instead of wasting time here, it would be better to just buy the entire bar. Save time and effort. Reporting to the master, the Haitian bar is valued at about 25 million. If you want to buy it now, the price will probably be around 30 million. There are 5 partners in this bar. Apart from Mr. Li, the other 4 shareholders have cooperated with us in other fields. It will take me about 10 minutes to acquire their shares. However, the operating income of this bar is relatively low, and I personally think it is not worth acquiring. However, it can be transformed into a private winery for the owner to entertain friends, which is also a good choice. Lucy spoke quickly and reported in detail. Li Zigang was speechless, he was right here. Can you give me some face? Don't discuss the acquisition so openly. Mr. Yi, please don't. I agree. Then he forced an ugly smile and hurriedly stopped himself. The situation is stronger than us, so we have to bow our heads. If I can't even run this bar well, my dad will be completely disappointed. I'm afraid I can't even go back home. Well, housekeeper Lucy, you and Boss Li should follow up on the follow-up matters. Yi Tian waved his hands and didn't take it to heart at all. Yes. So Lucy and Li Zigang left. We've had enough fun, shall we go back? Yi Tian turned and looked at Lu Runtao and others. But it's past curfew time. Xinyao raised her cell phone and said worriedly. Screen display. It's already 23:30. Is that so? How about coming to my house and rest for a night? Just think of it as an early family party. Yi Tian thought about it and continued. Okay. Mao Xiaotong and Huang Lia looked at each other and smiled, then raised their hands in agreement immediately. They have long wanted to see with their own eyes what the legendary wealthy community looks like. The same was true for others, with anticipation on their faces. Well, let's go. Yi Tian gently helped up the beauty beside him. Where are we going now? Chen Shuiying was awakened and said in a daze. Go home. Yi Tian smiled slightly. Going home? Who's home? Chen Shuiying leaned in his arms and talked drunkenly. Of course it's our home. Yi Tian scratched her nose and whispered. Master, what is this? Sharapova asked softly, seeing how close the two of them were. This is my girlfriend, your hostess. Yi Tian raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said happily. Sharapova looked at Chen Shuiying with some surprise. At first she thought Yi Tian was just playing around with her. I didn't expect that she was the real queen. And it's obvious. Yi Tian likes this girl very much. I couldn't help but take a couple more glances. Notify housekeeper Zhang and ask her to tidy up the 6 guest rooms in advance and prepare some midnight snacks. Yi Tian looked down at Chen Shuiying, then said softly, and some hangover soup. Yes. Sharapova immediately took out her cell phone. While talking on the phone, he asked his bodyguards to lead the way. Yi Tian and his group followed behind, walking slowly. There are bodyguards all around, just like wrapped in dumplings. It's surrounded tightly and airtight. Owner. As soon as they walked out the door, 2 rows of bodyguards shouted in unison. It shook the heavens and the earth, and was as loud as thunder in the ears. Fuck. Lu Runtao and Oh Guohua were chatting with their heads down when they were suddenly startled. It's so exaggerated, a bit like a celebrity. Mao Xiaotong, Huang Lia, and the other two looked around. Vanity was greatly satisfied. Sharapova, have you called everyone here? Yi Tian looked at the bodyguard outside the door. I finally understood why there are 4 teams. Yes, master. Sharapova was very embarrassed. Why did you call everyone here? Yi Tian said with some reproach. I thought that since it was my first time on duty, I had to go all out. Also, someone told me that you prefer to mobilize a large number of troops, and the bigger the better. Sharapova lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. What, who is it? It was me, the master, who secretly instilled this in them. Before Yi Tian finished asking the question, the system answered. Yi Tian's voice stopped abruptly. It really is this dog system. Sighed softly. I can only give up. Host. Does this feeling of pretending to be cool feel good? I just feel the pain of burning money. Don't worry about these details. Showing off always comes at a price. He. Yi Tian didn't want to pay attention to it for the time being. Master, do you want to go back by helicopter or by car? Sharapova suddenly turned around and asked. She first pointed to the helicopter in the open space. Then he pointed to the various luxury cars scattered around in the parking lot. Hiss. Lu Runtao and others stared at it intently, their eyeballs almost popping out. It turns out that what I just said was true and not exaggeration. Yi Tian, how about we take a helicopter? Lu Rentao's face was full of excitement, and he asked hesitantly. All right. Yi Tian's expression was very calm, and he spoke lightly. But he was already restless in his heart. After all, he has never ridden in a helicopter even though he has grown up. Master, please follow me. Sharapova heard the conversation and immediately led the way. So spacious. As soon as Yi Tian and his group walked into the helicopter, they were shocked by the cabin interior. They walked around and touched almost everything. Master, this is an Airbus H225 helicopter. The Airbus H225 helicopter is equipped with 2 powerful Turbomeca Makila 2A turbine engines, a powerful 5-blade main horizontal rotor and a Spheroflexball flexible rotor head. It has a long range, a high cruising speed and performs well in lifting heavy objects. The 4-axis dual-channel autopilot in the cockpit ensures the accuracy and stability of driving, and the automatic flight control system can execute automatic control plans, select search and rescue mode or fully automatic hovering mode. As you can see, the Airbus H225 has a spacious cabin with a toilet and a pantry. It can carry up to 24 passengers, 2 crew members and a cabin crew. The energy-absorbing seats are staggered, providing a large private space. And it uses the latest design with low vibration and low noise. It is no exaggeration to say that the Airbus H225 is a heavy-duty twin-engine helicopter with the fastest speed, longest range, largest payload and most reliable performance. Sharapova introduced them while showing them around. Miss Sharapova, excuse me, how much does this helicopter cost? As soon as Wang Wenba heard it, he knew that this would not be a cheap item. Mr. Wang, this Airbus H225 is priced at only $27 million. Sharapova said with a smile. As a professional bodyguard, she had already done her homework. Yi Tian knew everything about her roommates, teachers, classmates, and even the fallen women she often rescued. Hiss. Wang Wenba was frightened again. 27 million US dollars. This is more than 160 million. This just needs to be used skillfully. Even foreigners understand the profoundness of the Dragon Kingdom's writing. The others quickly withdrew their hands, fearing that they might break it. He carefully sat down on the leather seat, not daring to move. Yi Tian also heard it, but he was angry but dared not say anything. These spendthrift women are really going too far. I didn't even discuss this important matter of buying a helicopter with him. Moreover, I bought 3 at once. Host, don't be angry, I know about this. Shut up. I knew it was you who did it. Yi Tian could only vent his anger on the system. TSK. I'm doing this for your own good. Look at you, you're so successful now. The system curled its lips, very unhappy. Yi Tian was speechless, feeling that this was still his fault. He looked at Lu Rentao, Mao Xiaotong, and the others. Indeed, I detected great admiration in their eyes. I felt a little satisfied. Well, Yi Tian sighed lightly and helped Chen Shuiying to sit down. Buzz buzz buzz. As the propeller turned, the helicopter gradually took off. Fly quickly to Jiangnan Villa. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. The system is getting more and more arrogant. Only a moment later, the helicopter returned to Jiangnan Villa. At this time, Chen Shuiying still felt a little dizzy. Leaning quietly on Yi Tian's shoulder. Silly girl. You can't drink, but you're trying to be brave. You must be drunk. Yi Tian stroked her hair with a doting look on his face. I'm not drunk. Chen Shuiying closed her eyes and muttered softly. He said he wasn't drunk, but he couldn't even stand steadily. Yi Tian pinched her slightly red face. I just feel a little dizzy. Chen Shuiying still refused to admit it and kept making excuses. He. Yi Tian smiled helplessly. No more talking. Just looked at Chen Shuiying quietly. Her appearance is all in his eyes. Ignore the whole world in general. Hiss. Sharapova on the opposite side took a glance and shuddered all over. Only then did she realize that she shouldn't be sitting here. However, given her professionalism, she has to sit here. Protect the owner's safety at all times. Well. Sharapova could only tilt her head and look at the night view outside the window. He is trying to cover his ears and steal the bell, and no longer pays attention to the situation on the other side. This helicopter is amazing, it's almost completely noiseless. Well, this chair is just the right amount of soft and comfortable. Ogwowa, Lu Runtao and Wang Wenbo leaned back in their chairs, drinking juice comfortably. The discussion was still going on with great enthusiasm. Look, we're here. Jiangnan Villa is so beautiful. Huanglia looked down at the scenery outside the window and suddenly shouted softly. Really? This place is too big. These villas are so beautiful, they look like castles. It would be nice if I could live here. Mao Xiaotong and Xinyao also leaned over to the window and admired the buildings below. Under the bright lights, Jiangnan Villa is even more beautiful. Deep in their hearts, they have the desire to marry into a wealthy family. Yi Tian, which one is your villa? Mao Xiaotong turned around quickly and asked in a cute voice. Well, we're almost there, just wait a little longer. Yi Tian stood up gently, looked out the window, and said, It's that building, the taller one. Yi Tian pointed casually. At this time, Villa number 1 was brightly lit and colorful. It presents a more magnificent appearance. Hiss. Mao Xiaotong and others looked in the direction his finger pointed. I felt numb all of a sudden. I don't know how much cold air I have inhaled. They are responsible for global warming. Is this a villa or a high-rise building? Lu Runtao was stunned, completely stunned. Can this be called a villa? It's outrageous. It's outrageous to open the door. It's outrageous to the extreme. Of course it's a villa. Yi Tian smiled lightly and didn't take it seriously. How tall is this villa? It seems to be 28 floors and more than 180 meters high. I forgot the exact number. Yi Tian thought about it for a while, but he really couldn't remember it. There's no need to remember it anyway. 28 floors? More than 180 meters? Everyone stood there in a daze. You're so old, aren't you afraid of being lonely and cold? Ogwowa swallowed and stuttered a little. No. Yi Tian shook his head. It's hard to feel lonely when I think about so many people in the villa. Such a big villa, it must be troublesome to clean, right? Wang Wenbo also asked. I don't know. Ask yourself later. Yi Tian smiled mysteriously. Soon. They landed smoothly on the helicopter pad on the top floor. Owner. As soon as Yi Tian and others came down, they heard a female voice. The three beautiful housekeepers, Zhang Ruodong, Mikami Yua, and Anna, had been standing on the top floor with many maids, waiting for a long time. Yi Tian nodded slightly and answered casually. Then he carefully supported Chen Shuiying and slowly walked over. Master, please keep warm. Zhang Ruodong considerately covered Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying with blankets. The maids also went out one after another. Help Lu Runtao, Mao Xiaotong, and others to cover themselves with blankets. A cup of steaming ginger tea was also served. Let's go down. Yi Tian walked into the elevator first and took everyone to the 8th floor. All the maids and bodyguards also took the elevator down in batches. They returned to their posts one after another. Yi Tian, you are too extravagant. Lu Runtao and others looked at the magnificent reception lobby, and then at the beautiful housekeepers and maids. Fine. Yi Tian shrugged. This really wasn't his original intention. He was also forced into a dilemma. By the way, go wash up first. I have asked someone to prepare a sumptuous midnight snack, and everyone can enjoy it later. It can be regarded as a simple family party. Yi Tian continued. Okay. Everyone nodded. Can't wait to see the room. Butler Zhang, have someone take them to their room first. Yi Tian turned around, looked at Zhang Ruodong and gave instructions. Yes, master. Zhang Ruodong immediately bowed and said. Then the maids took Lu Runtao and others away. Master, do you need us to take this girl to the guest room? Zhang Ruodong looked at Chen Shuiying and asked softly. No need to prepare the guest room. She will sleep with me tonight. Yi Tian looked down at Chen Shuiying and said softly. Yes. Master. Zhang Ruodong looked at Chen Shuiying again. It is really beautiful, no wonder it is favored by its owner. Do we need to take her to bathe and change clothes? She continued to ask. This. Yi Tian was having a fierce ideological struggle in his mind. Since she is my woman anyway, why not give Chen Shuiying a bath myself? But Chen Shuiying will probably be angry when she wakes up, right? Forget it, there is no rush for this. Take her upstairs. In the end, he became a gentleman again. Yes. Master. Zhang Ruodong nodded thoughtfully. Then the maids came over with blushing faces. He gently supported Chen Shuiying, and kept glancing at Yi Tian out of the corner of his eye. We should just turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to this kind of thing. But no one would have expected that the master, who had always been upright, would take advantage of someone's misfortune. Ahem. It's not what you think. This is my girlfriend. Yi Tian felt everyone's gazes and quickly explained, also, prepare some hangover soup to sober her up. Yes. Zhang Ruodong replied expressionlessly. Then he and several maids helped Chen Shuiying. I went upstairs carefully. I want to take a hot bath, please prepare it for me. Yi Tian looked at the maid next to him and said softly. He felt a bit cold and uncomfortable all over. Master, it's ready. After the little maid said this, she immediately led the way. Yi Tian followed her to the bathroom on the 20th floor. This room is even more spacious and luxurious than the last one. The spare clothes have also been prepared. There were fruit plates and drinks on both sides of the bathtub. You can go out now. Yi Tian glanced at the maids and said softly. All wearing colorful bikinis. Each one is more revealing than the other. With so little fabric, it's better not to wear it at all. Yes. Master. The maids immediately picked up their coats and went out. It seems that I have to explain it to Butler Zhang again. Yi Tian shook his head and sighed. Then he quickly took off his clothes, revealing his huge body. Obviously there was a reaction. He walked to the wall and turned on the shower to rinse himself. Comfortable. He sat down in the bathtub and hummed comfortably. It should be okay tonight, hee hee. Yi Tian picked up the wine glass and took a sip. I have already started fantasizing about traveling with Chen Shuiying. Host, I think you're overthinking. The system is back online. Why am I overthinking this? We are an official couple now, isn't it normal to do something embarrassing? Yi Tian was very unhappy. This damn system only poured cold water on him. Okay, let's make a bet. The system said with confidence. How do you bet? Yi Tian was also somewhat moved. Let's bet on whether something unspeakable will happen between you and Chen Shuiying tonight. As for the bet, if you lose, you have to follow my rules. You can only bother me once a week, and you are not allowed to disturb my sleep at other times. The system continued. Yi Tian was speechless. Other people's systems have good personalities and speak nicely. And it assists the host diligently. This dog system has a bad attitude and now it's even thinking about being lazy. This is outrageous. Ha ha. Don't compare me with those rubbish systems. This is an insult to me. Those rubbish systems require you to sign in, complete tasks, and be punished if you can't complete them. Do you really think they are good? The system said arrogantly. Forehead. Yi Tian was speechless. This seemed to make sense. This dog system is still somewhat useful, it gives away money in houses directly. Get it done in one step, no worries. What if you lose? He no longer dwelled on the issue. How about I obey you in everything and fulfill your every request? The system said with disdain. It didn't think Yi Tian had any chance of winning at all. I'll think about it. Yi Tian curled his lips and did not agree immediately. Isn't this its duty? It's too much to use it as a condition of gambling. This damn system must have been a fat otaku in his previous life. As I thought about it, I couldn't help but laugh. Humph. This system is not some fat otaku. Besides, did the fat otaku provoke you? Or did he eat your rice and he mocked me like this? Let's bet or not, just do it. The system was angry and said coldly. No bet. Yi Tian was scared. As long as he is more firm in his attitude, Chen Shuiying will not refuse. But this is not what he wants. Coward. The system lost interest and went diving again. Chapter 22 Female Hooligan. Shy and lovely Chen Shuiying. 10th floor. Sky Garden. Zhang Ruodong had the place rearranged. Beautiful and grand. It's like a scene at an event party. When Yi Tian arrived, Chen Shuiying and others were already seated. Are you sober? Yi Tian sat in the main seat and asked in a low voice. Chen Shuiying nodded slightly. At this time she was wearing a snow-white dress. It looks particularly dignified and elegant. Yi Tian, your life is too extravagant. Lu Rentao didn't have too many reservations and spoke frankly. Whenever I think of the scene of taking a bath just now, I feel my blood boiling. A group of maids wearing bikinis, sexy and beautiful. Some helped him bathe and change clothes, while others poured wine and fed him food. Some of them can sing and dance, which is very sexy. It's like traveling back to ancient times and becoming an emperor. Oh, Guowa and Wang Wenba lowered their heads and quickly touched their warm noses. Worried about having another nosebleed. Yi Tian, are you? Mao Xiaotong, Huang Lia, and the other two were also staring at him. I heard that some wealthy people love to play with maids. There are so many maids in Yi Tian's house now. Maybe he has this hobby too. And the addiction is very strong. I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Yi Tian immediately shook his head and denied the three statements. Shuiying, believe me, I really didn't. He then looked at Chen Shuiying and complained bitterly. What are you talking about? Chen Shuiying didn't understand at all and had no idea what was being said. Butler Zhang, please explain this to them right away. Yi Tian thought she was angry, and quickly called Zhang Ruodong over to explain. Everyone, my master has always been very resistant to this and has never tried it. Zhang Ruodong walked to the dining table and spoke in a clear voice. But Lu Rentao, Mao Xiaotong, and others did not believe it. In their eyes, Yi Tian is the boss and Zhang Ruodong is the employee. There was no way Zhang Ruodong would disobey her boss's orders. That's why I'm lying for him unwillingly now. I also imagined a scene where the boss bullied the housekeeper late at night. Forget it, it's up to you guys. Yi Tian sighed softly, then said to Chen Shuiying, Shuiying, as long as you believe in me, that's enough. Well, I believe you. Chen Shuiying smiled brightly and said softly. Yi Tian held her hand and kissed the back of her hand. Sure enough, his Shuiying is the best. Everyone curled their lips, feeling a little bored. This was another forced meal of dog food. Serve the food. Yi Tian ignored their resentful looks and was in a very happy mood. Yes. Just then, Yua Mikami walked over gracefully in a cheongsam. Behind him were 2 rows of maids, who gradually dispersed like a peacock spreading its feathers. It brings an ultimate visual feast and is very beautiful. Everyone held exquisite tableware in their hands. Master, this set of classical garden glaze-colored bone china is one of the porcelains specially used for state banquets. The main pattern is a vivid Jiangnan garden landscape. The glaze color is warm and transparent, and the pattern is clear, elegant, and graceful. It combines the artistic conception of traditional underglaze blue and white porcelain with the bright and soft overglaze color, reflecting the perfect combination of tradition and modernity. Yua Mikami stood aside and spoke softly. The sound is like the chirping of an oriole, melodious and pleasant. Yi Tian picked it up and looked at it. It was indeed beautiful. But needless to say, the price should be pretty good too. Exclusively for state banquets? Everyone looked at the cutlery on the table and was even more shocked. Why does this appear here? Cash ability? They became more cautious. Handle it with care, for fear of any accident. Pa. After all the tableware was served, Yua Mikami clapped softly. 20 maids formed a band and played music on the stage to liven up the atmosphere. Then, a group of maids began to pour wine. This is the deluxe version of Emperor Hanwu Mutai Baijiu, which was launched in 1992. It has a clear color, rich aroma, mellow and delicate taste, and a long aftertaste. Mikami Yua continued. Why haven't you heard of this wine? Lu Rentao picked up the wine glass and took a sip. This wine is very good indeed. Mr. Lu, because this fine package of Emperor Hanwu Mutai liquor is limited to 10 bottles worldwide, and it last appeared in the public eye at an auction in the imperial capital 2 years ago, and its final auction price was 8.97 million yuan. Yua Mikami explained calmly. Ahem. When everyone heard this, they started coughing violently. Yi Tian looked at her resentfully, then drank the wine in one gulp. Why buy such expensive wine? What a spendthrift woman. Hello, can you give me a glass of water? Chen Shuiying said to the maid beside her. She had just sobered up and didn't want to drink anymore. And she has never been fond of liquor since she was a child. Not used to drinking. Yes. Mistress. The maid bowed immediately and removed the wine glasses. Mistress? Chen Shuiying blushed and murmured in a low voice. I'm so sorry. Madam, please have a taste. The maid quickly brought over a bottle of water. Okay. Chen Shuiying was a little confused. What was so good about tasting water? It's delicious. She picked up the glass of water and drank slowly. Very pure, sweet, natural, and refreshing. But it's nothing special. Madam, this is Beverly Hills 90H20 mineral water, which is currently recognized as the best mineral water in the world. The price of a bottle is 680,000 yuan. Yua Mikami smiled slightly, revealing her snow-white teeth. What? Chen Shuiying was frightened again. What kind of mineral water costs 680,000 yuan a bottle? This is outrageous. Then she took another sip. The water tastes better now. It really has a unique flavor. Can I have a drink? I want one too. Suddenly, everyone wanted to taste it. Of course. Yua Mikami immediately asked the maid to bring over a few bottles of mineral water. There are also some wines, including Lafite, Romane Conti, and the like. Master, because it's too late, I decided on some lighter and more elegant dishes without authorization. I hope you won't blame me. Yua Mikami looked at the main seat and spoke. Yeah, that's fine. By the way, just serve all the dishes at once. We're all family here, so don't get too hung up on the details. Just order casually. Yi Tian disagreed and said with a smile. Okay. Yua Mikami nodded. Then he ordered the kitchen to serve the food. Lion's head. Mullet egg soup. Boiling cabbage. Buddha jumps over the wall. Stewed sambal duck in a pot. Garlic fried skirt. Red shark fin with rice. Squid with pine nuts. Kobe A5 Wagyu beef. Steamed Australian lobster. Dishes were served one after another. It covered the entire dining table. Crack. Mao Xiaotong, Huang Liat, and Qin Yao were the first 3 girls to take out their mobile phones and took pictures non-stop. Even Chen Shuiying is no exception and follows the rule of eating with her phone first. Eat it. It's getting cold. After they took pictures for a while, Yi Tiankai stopped them. Only then did Chen Shuiying and the others put away their phones and ate their meals obediently. About an hour passed. It's late at night. Everyone finally finished eating. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Tian looked at the butler and maids who had been serving him. This is what we should do. Yua Mikami bowed slightly and said in a soft voice. Well, let's go back to the room and rest. You should also rest as soon as possible. After saying that, he left with Chen Shuiying and others. 22nd floor. Yi Tian's bedroom is very beautiful and also very exaggerated. It is even more magnificent than the king's bedroom in the movies. Yi Tian, why don't you arrange a room for me? After Chen Shuiying finished washing up, she slowly walked out of the bathroom. She sat down on the edge of the bed, her face flushed and very shy. Can't we sleep together? Yi Tian came over and hugged her tightly. Not good. Chen Shuiying shook her head violently and said anxiously. She was very nervous. But I just want to hold you and sleep together. Yi Tian hugged her, rested his head on her shoulder, and spoke coquettishly. Chen Shuiying rolled her eyes at him and continued, Then can you ask those people not to call me mistress? It feels weird. Why is that weird? You're my girlfriend, so you're the mistress. Yi Tian immediately sat up straight and looked straight at her face. No, we are just boyfriend and girlfriend, not married yet. Chen Shuiying's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head and stammered. Shuiying, so you are this kind of person, a female hooligan? Yi Tian said, pretending to be angry. Why am I a female hooligan? Chen Shuiying looked up at him, her face full of surprise. As the saying goes, dating without the purpose of getting married is just hooliganism. Look, you haven't even thought about marrying me, isn't that hooliganism? I have thought about it. Chen Shuiying was dumbfounded and hesitated for a while before answering. Then it's okay for them to call you mistress? Then it's okay for us to sleep together? Chen Shuiying was confused by Yi Tian and was speechless. Okay, let's not worry about such trivial matters, let's go to bed. Yi Tian climbed onto the bed and hugged her tightly. Yeah, but you can't mess around. I'm not ready yet, okay? Chen Shuiying gently pushed Yi Tian away, looked into his eyes and said. I'll listen to you. I'll just give you a hug and a kiss. I won't do anything else. After that, the lights went out instantly. The two fell asleep in each other's arms. Occasionally there were whispers and noises of fighting. Chapter 23 Ready. Prepare to go home with Chen Shuiying. The next day, 10:28. Yi Tian woke up. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chen Shuiying in his arms. Feeling very happy. This is the life he wants. Sleep until you wake up naturally, count money until your hands cramp. No need to worry about daily necessities. There is a beloved woman by his side. Oh, I forgot to book the flight. Yi Tian slapped his forehead suddenly and suddenly remembered. He slowly moved Chen Shuiying's arm away. Then he sat up quietly. Shuiying's ID card should be in the bag. He picked up the handbag on the table and rummaged around. Hey. Yi Tian looked at the ID card in his hand and laughed. Chen Shuiying's ID photo is still very beautiful. He just had the same hairstyle as a high school student. Mushroom head and bangs. Yi Tian picked up his phone again and prepared to book a plane ticket. What are you doing? At this moment, Chen Shuiying also woke up. She rubbed her eyes, which were still hazy with sleep. Slowly came over. Ah! Then, she found the ID card in Yi Tian's hand. Without even bothering to tidy up her hair, she quickly grabbed it. How could you peek? Chen Shuiying pouted and cursed coquettishly. The jade hand continued to beat Yi Tian's arm. Stop it, I'm booking a flight. Yi Tian was helpless and could only hand over the phone. That won't work either. Chen Shuiying took the phone, but was still a little angry. I was just thinking of booking a flight for you. Sorry. Yi Tian just hugged her and started to apologize in a coquettish manner. Didn't we agree that I should be the one to order it? Chen Shuiying was still a little angry. Poking the phone screen hard. 2 tickets were purchased quickly. I saw you were sleeping so soundly, I couldn't bear to wake you up. Seeing this, Yi Tian kissed her neck with a playful smile. Then you can't, forget it. Chen Shuiying looked at her boyfriend in front of her and said helplessly. You belong to me, there's nothing wrong with taking a look. Yi Tian kissed her cheek gently. Isn't it ugly? Chen Shuiying lowered her head and asked shyly. No, it's very beautiful. Yi Tian smiled faintly. I knew this question would be asked. Humph. Stop lying to me. I really didn't lie to you. You are really beautiful. Yi Tian hugged her tightly, blew hot air into her ears, and continued, It's great to be able to see your old photos. I don't have time to participate in your past. I just want to see your old photos, get to know you a little better, and then slowly walk into your life. Fool. Shen Shuiying was deeply moved by his words. My heart felt very warm and a happy smile appeared on my face unconsciously. I won't be angry with him anymore. What's important is that I'm with you now. In the future, I want to be with you forever. Shen Shuiying raised her head and kissed his lips. Yes, I will. Yi Tian's eyes became softer and his voice became firmer. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Yi Tian frowned, inevitably feeling a little annoyed. These guys really know how to pick their time. Ruined your good time. How come you let someone in? Shen Shuiying was very flustered when she heard this. She quickly lay down on the bed, pulled up the quilt and covered herself tightly. Yi Tian was speechless. Is it really that necessary? Owner. 5 beautiful housekeepers came in and stood respectfully in front of the bed. Master, breakfast is ready. In addition, Mr. Liu and Miss Mao have already left. Zhang Ruotong took a step forward and reported in a sweet voice. Yes. Butler Zhang, have I packed my luggage? How are the gifts prepared? Yi Tian sat on the bed and asked calmly. Master, your luggage has been packed. According to your request, I did not ask people to prepare clothes from high-end brands like LV, GUCCL, and Prada, which are common on the street. Instead, I prepared clothes from high-end custom brands such as Brioni and Kaiton. The price of each set is strictly controlled at $500,000. They are low-key, luxurious, soft and comfortable. Zhang Ruotong replied quickly. Yi Tian has slowly begun to get used to it. The low-key nature of these spendthrift women was different from what he had imagined. Where's the gift? He continued to ask. Master, the gifts are ready. We have specially prepared various high-end seafood gift boxes and healthcare gifts for your father-in-law and mother-in-law. In addition, we have prepared 2 sets of tea sets. One is the most expensive purple clay tea set on the market, and the other is Meissen porcelain tea set, which is one of the most expensive tea set collections. In addition, we also prepared 10 kilograms of each of the 10 kinds of Dragon Country's premium teas: Hainan Red, Wui Mountain Mother Tree de Hanpo, Westlake Imperial Longjing 18 Peels, Taiping Hokui, Huangshan Maojin, Xinyang Maojin, Fenghuang Dansong Songjong No. 1, Luan Guapian, Anchi Tiguanyin and Duyun Maojin. In addition, we have prepared a Lang Zielt Work Series 143.050 watch for your father-in-law, and several sets of world-class jewelry and beauty cosmetics for your mother-in-law. The specific list will be sent to your WeChat later. Zhang Ruotong introduced quickly. Well, we can't carry so many things. I'll send you the address later and you can arrange for air shipment. Yi Tian rarely complained about the high price. Yes, master. Zhang Ruotong shouted respectfully, then retreated to the back row. Master, I have carefully selected a small group of bodyguards this time. 2 women, 3 men, plus me, a total of 11 people, will protect the safety of you and the mistress during this journey. Sharapova came out, confident, generous and heroic. Well, you can arrange this. Yi Tian just nodded lightly, not caring too much. Then I'll have to trouble you to look after the villa after I'm gone. Lucy, you're in charge of the money, and I hope you can do your job well. He said again with concern. He was terrified when he thought that these 5 women were all spendthrifts. Master, please rest assured. Lucy said seriously. Okay, you guys go out first. Yi Tian waved his hands and felt someone poking his waist. Yes. The 5 stewards bowed immediately and left. Okay, everyone's gone. Only then did Yi Tian pat the quilt. Phew. You almost suffocated me. Shen Shuiying suddenly threw back the quilt and breathed in big gulps of fresh air. You. I don't know what to say to you. Yi Tian touched her head lovingly. I just woke up and don't want to be seen by others. Shen Shuiying blushed and explained in a low voice. Sleeping in the same bed with a boy and being watched by others. It felt so weird and I was so embarrassed. Well, go wash up quickly. Yi Tian said this and patted her butt. You. Shen Shuiying was like a frightened little wildcat. Jumped up suddenly. Humph. I'm ignoring you. She glared at Yi Tian. He stormed into the bathroom. It was just a blow, why are you reacting so strongly? Yi Tian looked at his palms with a silly smile on his face. Abnormal. The system couldn't stand it anymore. He. Yi Tian ignored it and clicked on the data panel. Host, Yi Tian. Constitution, 20. Intelligence, 18. Charm, 20. Wealth, 99899754999998900 yuan. Perfection points, 2450368846. Props, none. Skill, God level singing voice. Fuck. System, what's going on? When Yi Tianyi saw the panel, he was frightened again. Another large sum of money was lost. Damn. Isn't it just a little loss of money? Didn't you just buy some gifts? It's impossible that it cost 200 billion, right? Host, please be patient. In addition to what you have thought of, Zhang Ruodong and Sharapova have also specially customized a private jet and a private luxury yacht for you to facilitate your travel. It is not like now, where you have to buy a plane ticket to go out, which is too shabby. Yi Tian had a gloomy face and said nothing. Is it shameful not to have a private jet? Besides, I booked a first-class ticket. There's no need to say this, it's embarrassing. The system was hit hard again. Well, no matter how expensive the plane and yacht are, they can't cost 200 billion. Yi Tian was a little annoyed and said anxiously. Well, you have some sense. This Boeing 747 modified and customized version only costs $1 billion, which is not expensive. As for the yacht, I bought the historic Supreme and further modified it, which cost $5 billion, which is not bad. In addition, I need to support a group of professional pilots and crew teams, a team of onboard staff and a professional maintenance team, and the annual cost is about $500 million. The system continued. Hiss. Yi Tian was stunned. This world of the rich is too extravagant. Chapter 24 Back to School Turmoil. Unbearable remarks. He. The system laughed contemptuously. This guy Yi Tian still hasn't adapted to his identity as a super rich man. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, since it's here, I can't help but show off. A large part of your assets have been invested in the financial projects of the 4 major banks in Longwa, and only a part can be used flexibly. Half of them are used to maintain your daily life, and the other half is used by Lucy and her team for investment. At present, they have purchased several companies, factories, land, etc. So, host, you should have a long-term vision and stop looking at these small amounts of money every day. It's just 200 billion, you can easily earn that in a year. I'm tired and I'm going to sleep. The system yawned and slowly fell silent. Damn. 200 billion is a small amount of money. Even the richest man in the world doesn't dare to brag like that. Yi Tian curled his lips and cursed in a low voice. Ha? Wrong? He should be the richest man in the world now, right? Hey. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Unconsciously, an obscene smile appeared on his face. What's wrong with you? At this time, Chen Shuiying had already finished washing up. And he has changed into casual clothes. White t-shirt and light blue jeans. She looks like a grown-up girl next door. It can be pure and desirable. Nothing. Yi Tian looked up at her. I feel much better. He gently pulled her hand. Take her into your arms. Just kiss her on the lips. No. You haven't brushed your teeth yet. Chen Shuiying quickly covered her mouth and murmured. Yi Tian's face froze instantly. Then he kissed her forehead. You. Chen Shuiying bit his arm gently. Then break free. This is not my problem. It's just that you are too beautiful and I couldn't help myself. Yi Tian was very thick-skinned and said with a smile. Snort. Chen Shuiying snorted and stood up. She quickly walked to the dressing table and started to fix her hair. But I feel happy in my heart. There is no girl who doesn't like her friends to compliment her on her beauty. Then I'll go wash up first, and then I'll go back to school with you to get the luggage. After saying that, Yi Tian also jumped off the bed. I stretched my body and moved my arms and legs. Then he walked straight into the bathroom. Soon, the two finished their breakfast. Yi Tian drove out in a Lamborghini Veneno. There were 4 Mercedes-Benz SLs leading the way in front, and 4 BMW L7s protecting the rear. Shit. It's poison. Who is this? Amazing car. I finally saw the real thing, I really want to touch it. Nah. Which rich second generation is going out? So exaggerated. You bitch, brake quickly and get away. Along the way, other vehicles were so scared that they dared not approach and slowed down to give way. Passers-by also took out their mobile phones to take photos and videos. Post it on your moments to show off. Yi Tian, are you too high profile? Chen Shuiying looked at the situation outside the window and asked softly. It's okay, just so. Yi Tian smiled disapprovingly. Chen Shuiying was speechless, and then said, then why did you pretend to be poor before? Yi Tian was silent. I was really poor before, I wasn't pretending. But it can't be explained. Are you like those second-generation rich people, trying to play the pig and eat the tiger? You first attract a lot of hatred at school, and then slap them in the face to satisfy your own evil tastes. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Chen Shuiying continued to ask. Really not. Yi Tian explained quickly, in the past, I just wanted to finish my studies in a low-key manner. But, a man will undergo a transformation for the woman he loves. And since I met you, it seems like the whole world has changed. There is no doubt that you are the girl who can make me transform. Yi Tian started his time of cheesy love talks again. Really? When Chen Shuiying heard this, her ears turned red instantly. After taking a look at him, she lowered her head slightly, her heart beating faster. He fiddled with his hands in a panic. Of course. I can't imagine how terrible my life would be if you left. Yi Tian looked at Chen Shuiying deeply, with sincerity in his eyes. No. I won't leave you. Chen Shuiying raised her head quickly, her tone very urgent. Ah. Then she felt that she had lost her usual reserve. He suddenly lowered his head again and covered his face with his hands. The whole body is hot. Thank you. It's great to have you. Yi Tian said gently with a smile on his face. His right hand slowly reached out and held her hand tightly. Me too. Chen Shuiying muttered softly. But he never dared to look Yi Tian in the eye. After a while, they arrived outside Chen Shuiying's dormitory. The convoy slowly stopped by the roadside. Oh. Another gold digger, so disgusting. You dinosaur, eat the lemon, it's too sour. Nonsense. If she was pretty, she would probably be even more rampant. YLS1, this is poison. It's hard for girls to refuse it. I am a grown man, and I am willing to sacrifice my first time. Guess who will get off the bus? This naturally attracted a crowd of students to watch and discuss. A dozen bodyguards quickly got out of the car and stood on both sides to guard it. Yi Tian opened the car door and got out of the car quickly and neatly. Fuck. It's Yi Tian. Isn't he a poor student? Yeah. How can he afford this car? Is he renting it? Rent your sister. If you rent this car to me, I will poop upside down. Is this your 2G network? Or is it just newly connected? Ignore these idiots. After seeing the situation at Haitian Bar last night, they even dared to call Yi Tian a poor student. I'm afraid they don't want to see the sun tomorrow. But the school's information shows that he is a poor student and has been living in an orphanage since he was a child. You idiot, you don't understand the world of rich people at all. They want to change the information, is it difficult? Well, I guess he was raised in poverty by his family before, and now he is about to graduate, so they are going to take him back to inherit the family property. What a pity! If I had known this beforehand, I might have become his girlfriend and the daughter-in-law of a wealthy family. Ah, don't be so disgusting with your appearance. Ugh. I can't hold it anymore, I'm going to vomit first. The students who were watching the scene immediately went into an uproar and were having a great time arguing. Master, do you want me to come forward and make them all shut up? Sharapova walked up to Yi Tian and said respectfully. No, just let them be. It's harmless. Yi Tian said lightly. Now my identity is different and my style is different too. In the past, I would probably have rushed forward and engaged in a debate with the group of scholars. Show what it means to spray 5 times in 1 second. Yes. Master. Sharapova immediately returned to her post and monitored everything around her. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Tian came to the passenger seat and knocked on the window gently. Oh. I have to go to the forum again. Chen Shuiying sighed helplessly. Ever since I met Yi Tian, I've always been mentioned on the school forum. Yesterday at the bar, it even became a hot topic. Fortunately, it was only at the bottom of the list, and the photo was a bit blurry. The speed of transmission is very limited and many people are not aware of this. She took a deep breath and regulated her heart rate. Only then did he muster up the courage to open the car door. Oh my God! It's Chen Shuiying. It's confirmed. He didn't come home last night, and he was picked up by a special car today. They must have had an unspeakable relationship. You're talking nonsense, aren't you? They're a couple, it's normal for them to do something they love. Besides, this is definitely not the first time, and it won't be the last. Woo woo woo. Having said that, I still feel inexplicably sad and bitter when I think about the campus beauty Chen being taken away by someone. Since ancient times, love has been full of empty hatred, and this hatred will last forever. Dear, let's go to the bar tonight and not leave until we are drunk. Sure. I like being with boys the most. The facts prove that there is nothing wrong with worshipping money and material things. Even the campus beauty Chen, who looks cool and pure and not greedy for fame and fortune, is just a fellow traveler in the end. I told you, no matter how handsome Yi Tian is, it's useless. If he was just a poor guy with nothing, Chen Shuiying would never fall in love with him. In my opinion, Chen Shuiying's usual aloofness is just an act. In fact, she just has high standards and is waiting for the right price. I have to say, her standards are really sharp. Chen Shuiying's appearance once again set the whole audience on fire. All kinds of obscene words are endless, which is very bad. Sharapova. Yi Tian pulled Chen Shuiying into his arms and shouted coldly. There was a barely perceptible ruthlessness in his eyes. It doesn't matter what he says. But you can't talk about his woman. Not at all. Yes. Master. Sharapova immediately understood what she meant and began to drive away the onlookers. This is a school, why are you chasing us away? Shit. My phone is broken. Who pushed me just now? Damn. My shoes are also stepped on and torn. The people behind us, stop pushing and disperse first. The scene was extremely chaotic, with many students holding their heads and crying. Here's the money, enough to compensate you. Sharapova asked someone to bring out a wallet. It was filled with cash, all red $100 bills. She walked to one side and threw handfuls into the air. Pick up the money. Pick up the money. Suddenly all the students went crazy and rushed over. He was left with ragged clothes and bloody heads. Shuiying, hurry up and pack your things, we are short on time. Only then did Yi Tian look at Chen Shuiying in his arms. Chen Shuiying nodded and trotted into the dormitory. There were 2 female bodyguards following closely behind him. Chapter 25 VIP Room. Chen Shuiying's damn charm. Magic City, the first airport. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying were protected by bodyguards. Slowly walked into the VIP waiting room. So this is what the VIP lounge at the airport is like. Chen Shuiying's eyes were shining and she looked around with great curiosity. She had never flown first class before, so naturally she had never seen it. I have to say, the environment here is really great. At first glance, you can see simple and stylish tiles, elegant bronze decorations, a variety of leather furniture, and vibrant potted plants. Everything here takes full account of the user experience, and every detail is very sophisticated. Whether it is the space layout, furniture design, or decoration style, the selection of perfume scents has been repeatedly considered by the staff, which can be said to be ingenious. The freehand landscape carvings that can be seen everywhere in the VIP room bring a great visual enjoyment. The air is filled with a carefully crafted exclusive fragrance that blends the scents of lavender, bamboo, green tea, jasmine, and more. Coupled with beautiful and melodious music, it is very comfortable. Shuiying, let's sit over there. Yi Tian pointed to a quiet corner where no one was. Chen Shuiying nodded. The two walked over leisurely, hand in hand. Look, there's a beautiful lady. At this time, a young boy was sitting on the sofa. He looked up and saw Chen Shuiying, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Yes, she is indeed very beautiful. Her appearance, figure and temperament are perfect. My evaluation is that she is a 99-point top-notch beauty. What a pity, she's already been taken. With so many bodyguards accompanying him, he must be someone powerful. The two companions beside him also looked over suddenly and looked at Chen Shuiying seriously. As for Yi Tian, he just took a quick look and ignored it. There is no corner that cannot be dug, only a hoe that is not motivated enough. Humph. I don't believe in a man who can't compare to her. The young boy smiled confidently. You really can't compare. Just looking at your appearance, you are already far behind. Although your last name is Chow, you have no money or power. And you are not as handsome as others. They must be blind to choose you. The two companions shook their heads and struck back mercilessly. The young boy quickly looked at Yi Tian. Only then did I see his handsome face clearly. Damn it! This world is so unfair. He is so handsome and so rich. TSK. He may have had plastic surgery. He must have been an ugly freak before. Besides, beautiful appearances are all the same, but interesting souls are rare. My advantage is my unique inner qualities. The young boy still insisted. The two friends were speechless. Where does he get this confidence from? They turned around and lowered their heads to play with their phones. Pretend not to know this idiot. Don't disbelieve me, I'll go over and chat with you right now. The young boy was provoked and very angry. Stand up suddenly. Now. So brave? The two friends looked at him in disbelief. Of course. Don't stop me. The young boy slowly walked towards Chen Shuiying. Do you think he will be beaten? Nonsense. How dare you do that to me? If it were you, would you be able to endure it? Amen. The two could only pray silently for their companion. Sir, please leave. Not long after the young boy left, he was stopped by the bodyguards around him. I just want to go over and sit down. I should have the right to choose to rest anywhere. The young boy took a few steps back in fear, then spoke calmly. Are you sure? The burly bodyguard in a suit looked at Yi Tian and the other man and frowned. The young boy smiled. He bought a first-class ticket. There is absolutely no reason to be afraid. Throw him away. Just then, Sharapova came over. The tone was very cold. She had already noticed this shameless guy. He actually dared to disturb the two masters. He deserves to be put to death. Yes. The bodyguard immediately grabbed me. Grabbed the young boy by the collar like a chicken. Let me go. I'm going to call the police. I want to file a complaint. The young boy struggled constantly, but to no avail. The bodyguard ignored him and threw him back to his friends. Boy, don't blame me for being harsh. Think carefully about yourself and don't embarrass yourself. The bodyguard said this calmly. Then he went back to stand guard and patrol. Fuck. This bodyguard is so strong. I think he can kill a tiger easily. Luckily, this idiot took the lead, otherwise we would also be embarrassed. You are stupid. He has more than a dozen bodyguards around him. Let's not talk about whether you can defeat him. It's obvious that he has a high status and position. He's obsessed with sex. He thinks he's so great that all the beauties will throw themselves at him. Everyone in the VIP room watched all this and started talking in low voices. Many people who were ready to make a move were frightened and dared not act rashly. They did not want to make a fool of themselves. Humph. Don't look down on young people because they are poor. I will definitely pay you back double. Faced with everyone's pointing and criticizing, the young boy's face turned pale and he shouted in frustration. The two friends were completely speechless. I'm calling the police now. Someone is beating me up. The young boy sat on the sofa, getting angrier the more he thought about it. Listen to me, we can't beat them, so don't humiliate yourself. Yes, less trouble is worse than more. You are about to board the plane. Do you want to be unable to return home? Or do you want to fight them to the death and spend the new year in prison? The two friends quickly dissuaded him. But I can't swallow this. The young boy's eyes turned red and he was almost crying with anger. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Hold it. Just like in the company, be a ninja turtle. After hearing what his two friends said, he could no longer hold back. The tears kept flowing. Being a corporate slave is so fucking miserable. Even though he has now climbed to the management level of the company. Until now, I can only be a punching bag. Outside, they are bullied by the rich second generation at will. This world is too cruel and indifferent. Never mind. After thinking it over again and again, the young boy decided to swallow his anger. I was indeed a little hot-headed just now. Continue to be reckless. The only one who will suffer is yourself. Yi Tian, are we going too far? Chen Shuiying withdrew her gaze and looked at Yi Tian. Not too much. You have to be a little ruthless when dealing with people like this. Yi Tian shook his head and said coldly. This person is trying to poach people right in front of me. Who can still be kind and treat others with courtesy? It would be magnanimous of you not to beat him up. Only. Nothing special. Well, stop wasting your energy on this kind of person and take a good rest. Chen Shuiying wanted to say something but was interrupted by Yi Tian. Master. Here are the juice and snacks you requested. Sharapova asked someone to bring the food to the table and said softly. Thanks. Yi Tian nodded, picked up an apple and started eating. Then I'll go back to work. Sharapova bowed slightly, and then continued her inspection with her men. Yi Tian, isn't it too tiring for them to stand all the time? Chen Shuiying looked at Sharapova and others who were walking away and spoke in a low voice. Well, I'll let them take turns to rest. Yi Tian also felt that this made sense. It is necessary to give them a break. Conserve your energy for a rainy day. Chen Shuiying picked up the orange juice and drank it in small sips. Here. Have a piece of watermelon. Yi Tian picked up a piece of watermelon and put it to her mouth. I'll do it myself. Chen Shuiying looked around in panic. It's really embarrassing to be fed by a boy in public. She is thin-skinned and can't accept it. Good. Yi Tian still insisted and called out very gently. Chen Shuiying closed her eyes and took a bite of the watermelon. This watermelon is cool, refreshing, sweet and delicious. Every bite is full of juice. A little red watermelon juice overflowed from the corner of her mouth. It flowed along her jaw and onto her neck. So erotic and charming. Yi Tian was filled with fantasies and kept swallowing his saliva. Chen Shuiying is so beautiful and delicious. I have an urge to eat her. Silly girl. Yi Tian looked at her lovingly and stretched out his right hand. Use your thumb to gently wipe the watermelon juice off your chin. Then his right hand slowly slid down to her shoulder. Just keep wiping. I can do it myself. Chen Shuiying's face flushed and she quickly turned to the side. He took a tissue and wiped the juice off his body. Yi Tian curled his lips. I feel very sorry. Ding dong. Attention, passengers. Cathay Pacific Flight Mu 618 to Haicheng is now boarding. Passengers on this flight, please go to Gate 8 for boarding. Just then, the airport broadcast sounded and repeated several times. Let's go. After hearing this, Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying stood up. His eyes were full of excitement and anticipation. Mr. Yi, Miss Chen, this way please. Then the flight attendants came to the VIP lounge one after another. Enthusiastically lead them into the VLP channel. It was very convenient and quick to get to the first-class cabin. Welcome aboard the flight. 2 rows of stewardesses greeted the guests with smiles and bows. Chapter 26 First Class. Chen Shuiying's worries. At this time, Yi Tian was lying leisurely in the private room, playing with the phone out of boredom. But Chen Shuiying rejected his request. Said he wanted to practice his singing skills seriously. So I ran to the private room opposite. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a crisp knock on the door. Come in. Yi Tian sat up slowly. Hello, Mr. Yi. Here is your lunch and champagne. I saw a pretty and graceful stewardess holding a plate. She twisted her slender waist and walked in cautiously. She was wearing a tight uniform that showed off her curvy figure. Today's lunch is steamed Australian lobster, abalone seafood soup, shrimp caviar sour cream with pancakes, roasted lamb slices and creamy mashed potatoes. The champagne paired with it is Laurent Perrier Grand Métiers Brut. I hope you enjoy your meal. The stewardess placed the food and drinks on the low table, still with a professional smile on her face. Her voice is very gentle and pleasant. Then she knelt aside like a maid. Prepare to serve Yi Tian dinner. I can do it myself. Yi Tian said expressionlessly. But there was already a storm in my heart. The first-class service is just great. After all, it was his first time too. Never seen the world. Mr. Yi, this is my job, please enjoy your meal. The stewardess smiled charmingly and began to pour wine. All right. Yi Tian said no more and ate and drank with peace of mind. Burp. I'm so full. After a while, Yi Tian finally finished his meal. The first-class airline meals are large, filling and delicious. It is indeed extraordinary. You can clear the dishes now. He then looked at the stewardess next to him, but a flash of white passed through his vision. I saw that the 2 buttons on the stewardess's collar had been unbuttoned at some point. The connotation inside is vague and very exaggerated. Ahem. Yi Tian was careless and choked on the champagne. Mr. Yi, are you okay? The stewardess immediately stood up and patted him on the back. Thanks. Yi Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did I feel the warmth and softness behind me. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. My nose suddenly felt hot and I almost had a nosebleed. Mr. Yi, did you know that this sofa can be put down? Seeing this, the flight attendant smiled slightly. Then he pressed a button on one side and the sofa slowly lowered. Gradually it turned into a bed. She quickly adjusted her posture and almost stuck to Yi Tian's body. The movements were smooth and skillful. Is this also a first-class service? Yi Tian felt a slight sense of oppression and asked softly. No, this is specially prepared for you. The stewardess looked at him lovingly, with a gleam in her eyes. The Mr. Yi in front of me is young, handsome, and comes from a wealthy family. As long as she can get close to them, this little pheasant like her can fly to the branches and turn into a phoenix. Hee hee, please watch your behavior. Yi Tian pushed her away, very angry. Mr. Yi, Shut up. Pack your things now and get out. I may not complain about you, but otherwise you will bear the consequences. The flight attendant wanted to come over, but was frightened by Yi Tian. Yes. Mr. Yi. The stewardess quickly straightened her clothes and rushed out the door with the tableware. Damn. These girls are so greedy and vain. They throw themselves at rich guys whenever they see them. It's disgusting. In the end, they harm the honest people who have no money. The more Yi Tian thought about it, the angrier he became. If there were no system, he might have become a miserable honest man. Be a good receiver and take over the business honestly. Host, I didn't expect you to be able to resist temptation. The system praised Yi Tian very rarely. Nonsense. You can tell she's an old hand from her actions just now. She's pretty, but she's too dirty. I'm afraid I'll get sick. Yi Tian finally showed some pride and said with a beaming face. Really? I just scanned it. Although this stewardess is not a virgin, she doesn't have much sexual experience. She has only had sex with 2 men. It is absolutely safe and healthy. Moreover, this stewardess is currently single. She just had a sudden impulse just now. You can rest assured to date her. The system laughed. Yi Tianrun was dumbfounded. How can you still have this ability? No. What do you mean? Are you trying to seduce me to be a scumbag? Bah! Yi Tian was angry. This damn system was indeed not a good person. Bah! It should be said that it is not a good thing. Hee hee. Host, I'm not slandering you, but why didn't you push her away immediately just now, but took advantage of others and tasted a little sweetness before refusing? The system is very contemptuous. Oh. Man. I was confused by her. I couldn't react for a moment. Yi Tian quickly explained. Hee hee. The system laughed mockingly again. Nah. Forget it, I won't bother with you. By the way, can I buy the skill you just used in the mall? Yi Tian forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart and asked in a flattering tone. Are you dreaming? This is a special skill for this system. Besides, you have always sworn that you are devoted to Qin Shuiying, so why do you need this skill now? The system saw through Yi Tian's thoughts at a glance and revealed them ruthlessly. I just think this skill is very powerful and I want to learn more about it. Yi Tian was almost speechless after being confronted, but he still spoke up. TSK. I don't want to bother with you. It's understandable for a super rich man to be a scumbag or a sea king. So host, don't feel guilty, just enjoy yourself. After the system finished speaking, it went back to sleep. Fuck. Who said I wanted to be a scumbag? Yi Tian sat on the sofa, still chattering. I feel increasingly irritated. I always feel like there is an inexplicable anger that I have nowhere to vent. Finally walked into the bathroom. The only way to reduce heat is to take a bath. And on the other side, Chen Shuiying had just finished lunch. She pulled out her notebook. Start keeping a diary for these few days. December 29th, sunny. These 2 days are like a dream. I am actually in love with Yi Tian. I have only known him for a short time, but I have already fallen in love with him. I really love him to the point of not wanting to marry anyone else. I feel like I have gone crazy. Yi Tian is really amazing. He actually wrote a song for me. The song is called First Time and it's really nice. I felt his love for me from the lyrics and melody, and I became more certain that I wanted to be with him forever. However, I also realized that Yi Tian is not only super handsome, but also very talented. He is really too good, and I suddenly feel a lot of pressure. I have to work harder and make sure I can be a bride worthy of him. Chen Shuiying stopped writing. His eyes were full of determination. Then what should I do? But she was very anxious inside. I have been participating in auditions during this period. But they all failed without exception. Is it really true that I can only take the teaching qualification exam and become an ordinary teacher? Chen Shuiying looked embarrassed. This was not what she wanted. She still wants to continue developing in the field of music. Become a professional singer and focus on singing. This has been her dream since childhood. She didn't want to give up just like that. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. It's me. Yi Tian's gentle voice followed. Come in. Chen Shuiying quickly hid the notebook. I miss you. As soon as Yi Tian came in, he hugged Chen Shuiying tightly. Chen Shuiying rolled her eyes at him and said softly, We've only been apart for less than 2 hours. Shuiying, haven't you heard it? 1 day without seeing each other feels like 3 years. 1 hour means we haven't seen each other for a month and a half. It's really too long. Yi Tian pinched her little hand and said with a smile. Yi Tian, will you dislike me? Chen Shuiying sat on Yi Tian's lap, blinking her bright eyes. Staring straight at his handsome face. Silly boy, how could I dislike you? Yi Tian pinched Chen Shuiying's cheek. But I couldn't help it, so I kissed her sweet and soft lips. I may be completely unemployed after graduation. Chen Shuiying snuggled in Yi Tian's arms with a bit of sadness on her face. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Yi Tian touched her head and said softly. No, I want to have my own career. I want to sing lots and lots of songs. Chen Shuiying suddenly looked up at him, then moved closer. The voice became smaller and smaller, with no confidence at all. Then sing. Yi Tian's right hand slid down to her back somewhat restlessly. But if no one signs me, there will be no songs to sing. Chen Shuiying's body trembled, but she did not resist at all. Then I'll write songs for you and let you sing them for the rest of your life. Yi Tian did not rush in, but stopped at the right time. He held her hands again and rocked them gently. Thank you, it's great to have you. Chen Shuiying was deeply moved. Yi Tian still remembers what he said. Not too presumptuous. Only. If he wanted it, she would. The two faces slowly approached each other. The lips slowly touched together. Blending. Chapter 27 Going Home. A parking space causes a trouble. Fujian Province, Haichang. It's just a small third-tier coastal city. Unlike Shanghai, the blue sky here is clearer. The air is fresher and the environment is more beautiful and peaceful. There are no densely packed high-rise buildings, no constraints of steel and concrete, and no pollution of glass curtain walls. There is no endless stream of traffic and no polluted exhaust fumes. Baiyun Airport. Finally back. Chen Shuiying was very happy and jumped around holding Yi Tian's hand. Just like a little child, lively and cute. The school's arrogant and cold temperament was completely lost. Walk slower. Yi Tian gently pulled her to prevent her from falling accidentally. He looked very embarrassed and funny. The bodyguards around couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene. Oh. Chen Shuiying noticed the gazes of others and immediately restrained herself. Obediently holding Yi Tian's arm, she turned into a gentle and quiet beautiful girl again. Master, is the car ready? As soon as they walked out the door, Sharapova came up to them. So fast? Did you buy it? Yi Tian couldn't help but be surprised. This efficiency is too high. Yes, master. Zhang Ruotong and Lucy have already bought it this morning. The car they prepared for you is a top-of-the-line Maserati President, which is parked in front. Sharapova continued. Okay, what about the gift? Has it arrived? Well, we have just put the gifts in your car. But because there are too many, some of them can't be put in. You can only put them in our car and we will be responsible for the delivery. What about accommodation? We have already booked several rooms in a hotel near the hostess's neighborhood, but considering that you might stay at the hostess's home, we have not booked any for you yet. All right. Yi Tian nodded, very satisfied. Yi Tian, you should book a hotel room first. After hearing this, Chen Shuiying blushed and quickly spoke. Even if he was willing, his parents would not allow him to stay. Do you dislike me so much? You've been sleeping soundly these past few nights only when I hold you in my arms. Yi Tian said pitifully. Bah! It was you who wanted to hold me while sleeping. Chen Shuiying was a little embarrassed and said coquettishly. How could this guy say this out loud? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? Then I need to hold you in my arms so that I can sleep peacefully. Are you so heartless as to let me go to the hotel alone? Yi Tian held her hand with a very resentful expression. I don't want to either. My parents have traditional values and won't let you stay. Just give up. Chen Shuiying rolled her eyes at him and said helplessly. Then let's go to your house first. If it doesn't work, I'll book a hotel. Yi Tian's face lit up with joy, as long as Chen Shuiying didn't object. This proves that she has completely accepted herself. Whatever you want. Chen Shuiying said unhappily. This guy won't cry until he sees the coffin. Let him hit the wall for once. Let's go. Yi Tian pulled Chen Shuiying and sat in the Maserati President. A step on the accelerator and a roar sound. Ran straight towards Chen Shuiying's home. Happy community. Located in the suburbs of Haicheng. The environment is very nice. My home is in Building C, turn left at the intersection ahead. After entering the community, Chen Shuiying became the manual navigator. His voice became louder and louder, and it was obvious that he was eager to return home. Yi Tian nodded and drove slowly. Well, here we are. I have 2 open-air parking spaces. They are A32 and A33. You can park in either one. After a while, Chen Shuiying continued. Beep, beep, beep. Just when Yi Tian parked the car in parking space A33, a sharp whistle sounded. I saw a white Toyota parked in the middle of the road on the left. Obviously the owner also wanted to park the car in this position. Then, a middle-aged woman came out from the passenger seat in a fierce manner. Pa. She slapped Yi Tian's windshield very rudely. What do you want to do? Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying frowned and quickly got out of the car. You two are strangers, you must be from outside. How dare you occupy other people's parking spaces? Get out of here right now. As soon as the middle-aged woman saw the 2 men, she immediately fired like a machine gun. His mouth was chattering non-stop. Yi Tian then looked at Chen Shuiying. Impossible. This is our parking space. It has not been sold or rented out. How could it be your parking space? Chen Shuiying confirmed it with her parents again and again last night, so there must be no mistake. Your father? The middle-aged woman paused, also a little confused. My father is Chindeli, who lives in room 601, building C. These A32 and A33 are our family's parking spaces. Chen Shuiying looked at her, her tone quick and urgent. Ah? You are brother Chen's daughter? Why haven't I heard that he has a daughter this old? The middle-aged woman looked doubtful and her tone became increasingly unfriendly. I have lived here for more than 10 years, and many people have watched me grow up. Chen Shuiying frowned and said in a cold voice. What are you doing? It's been so long and you haven't asked them to move the car. At this moment, another middle-aged man got out of the white Toyota. He walked with a cigarette in his mouth. The wretched and narrow eyes quickly swept across Yi Tian and finally fell on Chen Shuiying. He looked her over carefully from head to toe. There was a gleam of evil in his eyes. Some saliva even overflowed from the corners of his mouth. Very disgusting. Honey, this woman said she is Brother Chen's daughter. The middle-aged woman pointed at Chen Shuiying and spoke to him. Brother Chen's daughter? Impossible? The middle-aged man was not very familiar with Chen Deli's family situation. Besides, even if she is Brother Chen's daughter, she can't just occupy other people's parking spaces. His face was gloomy and he spoke loudly. How come this is your parking space? I asked my dad, and he said this parking space has not been sold or rented out. Chen Shuiying argued with reason and refused to give in. There was no sign of weakness or concession. Although this parking space belongs to your family, Brother Chen has already given it to us to park. Move your car away quickly, or I will call security. The middle-aged man laughed triumphantly. He threw the cigarette butt on the ground and put it out with his shoe. Chen Shuiying hesitated. But her dad did tell her yesterday that this parking space can be used for parking. She tried calling her father, but no one answered. What happened? The quarrel here naturally attracted the attention of passing security guards and residents. They gathered around to watch the fun. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, Aunt Wang. Hello? When Chen Shuiying saw the familiar figures, she immediately greeted them obediently. It turns out that Ying is back. She is getting prettier and prettier. When everyone saw Chen Shuiying, they also smiled brightly. Ying, what happened here? Uncle Zhang is a resident of this community and also a security guard here. Uncle Zhang, these 2 parking spaces are obviously ours. My dad told me yesterday that I could park when I come back. But now these 2 uncles and aunts are asking us to move our cars. Chen Shuiying looked embarrassed and helpless. Brother Zhang, you know that Brother Chen has given me this parking space for several months. The middle-aged man also grabbed Uncle Zhang's arm and said anxiously. Uncle Zhang does know. This couple, who just moved in not long ago, is very stingy. He is unwilling to spend money to buy a parking space and just occupies other people's parking spaces. He has been complained about many times, but he still refuses to repent. Later, they saw that Lao Chen's parking space was always empty, so they parked their car there. Old Chen has a good temper and doesn't usually use the parking space, so he lets them park there. I didn't say anything more, nor did I ask them to give me any money. Songren, this is Chen Deli's parking space. It's good enough that we let you park there for free. Now that his daughter is back, she will naturally use the parking space first. How can you be so shameless as to ask him to move his car away? Uncle Zhang gently shook off his hand and said in a deep voice. Brother Zhang, what do you mean by this? Who is shameless? Explain it to me clearly. Songren was unhappy and kept pushing Uncle Zhang. Ouch. Uncle Zhang was pushed hard, his legs and feet were unstable, and he was about to fall backwards. Yi Tian was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and rushed forward in a flash. He supported Uncle Zhang's back with one hand and held Songren's hand with the other. Ah! It hurts. Let me go. Songren felt as if his wrist was locked by an iron clamp. It was extremely painful and he couldn't help but howl in agony. Snort! Yi Tian snorted coldly, then let go of his hand. How can you hit someone? I'm calling the police. Have you arrested? Seeing this, the middle-aged woman also started to act like a spoiled brat. Ha ha. It's up to you. I have a dashcam here. I can see clearly who hits someone first. Yi Tian pointed at the Maserati beside him and sneered. The middle-aged woman was speechless for a moment. You're looking for death, you little brat. Songren breathed a sigh of relief, and a surge of anger rose in his throat. He picked up a stone from the side and wanted to rush towards Yi Tian fiercely. Bang! Just then, Sharapova arrived with her bodyguards. Just kick him away. Then he was pressed hard to the ground and rubbed. His head was broken and bleeding. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move at all. Chapter 28 Meeting my father-in-law for the first time. Chen Deli returns in time. Beating people. Killing people. The middle-aged woman was screaming like a mad woman. She rushed to Songren and punched and kicked the bodyguard. Bang! The bodyguard naturally showed no mercy and knocked her to the ground with one punch. Woo-woo! She fell to the ground and rolled over, crying hysterically and desperately. But none of the onlookers were willing to lend a helping hand. You guys, let go. Uncle Zhang saw that the situation was becoming increasingly serious and could only yell at the bodyguards. But they remained motionless, tightly locking Songren and his wife. They only obeyed the instructions of Sharapova and Yi Tian. Of course, I also obeyed Chen Shuiying's orders. Ying, look. Uncle Zhang was helpless and could only look to Chen Shuiying and ask for help. Yi Tian. Chen Shuiying shook Yi Tian's arm, looking anxious. She was very worried that if something happened, Yi Tian would be sent to the police station. You decide. Yi Tian looked at her and said lightly. Can you please, let them go first? Chen Shuiying gritted her teeth and said timidly. Yes. Mistress. The bodyguards immediately let go and stepped aside. Hostess? Uncle Zhang and others looked at Chen Shuiying in shock. What is going on? Only then did they look at Yi Tian again. Ying, who is this handsome guy? Why do they all call you the hostess? Aunt Wang came close to Chen Shuiying and asked in a low voice. His name is Yi Tian, and he's my boyfriend. Chen Shuiying gently took Yi Tian's hand and introduced him generously. Yeah, that's good. But, Lao Chen. Aunt Wang, Uncle Zhang, and others all thought they were a good match. But when they thought that old Chen was a serious daughter-obsessed man, they all shook their heads. They have already imagined that the Chen family will become very lively in the future. Who are these people? Aunt Wang continued to ask. This is my boyfriend's bodyguard. Chen Shuiying sighed softly. Hiss. Bodyguard. Everyone was surprised again. He looked at the bodyguards around him, and then looked at Yi Tian. It is certain that this young man is either rich or noble. Ying has found a good family. Aunt Wang nodded with satisfaction and couldn't help but sigh. Not bad, not bad. Young man, you have good taste. Ying is a good girl. Young man, remember to be nice to Ying and don't bully her, okay? Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li and others also walked up to Yi Tian and gave him earnest instructions. Please rest assured, I will. Yi Tian looked at Chen Shuiying and a smile appeared on his face. I want to call the police. I want to call the police. The Songren couple were frantically sorting out their clothes, shouting frantically. Then call the police. Stop yelling. Yi Tian looked over with a very cold look in his eyes. Report if you want, who's afraid of who? Songren was so angry after being scolded by him. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed 110 directly. Hello? This is Haicheng 110, please speak. A serious voice came from the phone. Comrade, my son accidentally pressed the emergency number. Sorry to trouble you. Songren was silent for a while, his tone very humble. He suddenly became timid, thinking that it was almost New Year and there was no need to go to the police station. This is so unlucky. Okay, please take care of your children and don't call the helpline at random. This will occupy public resources. If the situation is serious, you may be punished. The other party still explained very politely. Okay, I'm so sorry. Songren quickly hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone looked at him with contempt and was speechless. This guy really didn't get the name wrong. What are you looking at? I just don't want to make the relationship between neighbors too awkward. Songren still pretended to be stubborn and said something stubborn. Then let's go. Yi Tian ignored him and walked to the trunk of the car. Bring out gifts big and small. The bodyguards ran over to help carry the things. So many things? Everyone was shocked again. Is it necessary to be so grand? Compared to this, my son-in-law is really not that good. It seems necessary to hint indirectly and give some hints. Shuiying, what are these things? Aunt Wang asked curiously. Well, just the usual stuff, seafood, drinks, some electrical appliances, and some health foods like ginseng and deer antlers. Chen Shuiying didn't dare to tell the truth, she just pointed out some cheap goods. Is that so? You guys are so thoughtful. Lao Chen and Chunlan will definitely be very happy. Aunt Wang nodded and said with a smile. Well, I hope so. Chen Shuiying, however, was not happy at all and could only force a smile. You guys are just leaving like this? Things here haven't been resolved yet. Songren still refused to give in. Songren, there is nothing else to be solved. Just go find a parking space by yourself. Uncle Zhang rolled his eyes at him and cursed. No. Songren naturally didn't want to. Now the residents in the community are on guard against him and don't let him park his car randomly. He couldn't get a free parking space, but he couldn't bear to use a paid parking space. Brother Chen's parking space is the best. It's right downstairs from his house. It's free and convenient. Just then, another black Volkswagen slowly drove over. Old Chen is back. Suddenly, someone shouted. The real master is here, you can talk to him yourself. Uncle Zhang glanced at Songren, feeling helpless. What's wrong with you? Why are you all gathered here? Seeing that the road ahead was full of people, Chendeli had to temporarily park the car on the side of the road. Old Chen, your daughter had an argument with Songren, you should go over and deal with it quickly. One of the old men reached out and pushed his shoulder, speaking urgently. What? Chendeli was surprised and happy to hear that his daughter had returned. He quickly jogged and barely squeezed through the crowd. Ying. Seeing his beloved daughter, he laughed excitedly. Dad. Chen Shuiying also showed a happy smile and hugged Chendeli tightly. Ying, didn't you say the flight was at 4 p.m.? How come you're here now? Chendeli loosened his hands and looked at his daughter in front of him. With a doting look on his face, he completely ignored everyone. But everyone was already used to it and had no intention of condemning him. Dad, you heard me wrong. I said I would return to Haicheng at 4 p.m. Chen Shuiying laughed softly. Ah. It's all my fault that Dad is so old and confused that he even misheard it. Dad was planning to pick me up at the airport later. Chendeli was very upset and blamed himself. Dad, you are not old at all. You are still very young and handsome. Chen Shuiying held his arm, looking like a little bird, and praised him sweetly. You kid. You always tell lies to please your dad. Chendeli said no, but a bright smile broke out on his face. Seeing this scene of deep affection between father and daughter, Yi Tian curled his lips in a bit of jealousy. By the way, why did you quarrel with Songren? Are you hurt? Chendeli suddenly remembered the important matter and asked nervously. Dad, I'm fine. We parked the car here, but Uncle Song said it was his parking space and forced us to move the car away. Chen Shuiying pointed to the parking space next to her and said helplessly and aggrievedly. You? Chendeli frowned and finally remembered. Another bastard followed. Only then did he notice Yi Tian on the side. Are you Yi Tian? Chendeli's face suddenly became extremely gloomy and he shouted coldly. Yes, you. Uncle. Yi Tian smiled naively and scratched his head. The word father-in-law was about to come out of his mouth. But Chendeli gave him a cold look. He immediately shrank back and changed it to uncle. Is this car yours? Chendeli frowned and asked softly. I remember Xiao Wang said that this kid was a poor student. How could he afford a Maserati Quattroporte? And it looks like a new car. Yes, uncle. Yi Tian was frightened by his coldness and became a little restrained. This is totally different from what I imagined. Since my father-in-law invited me over, shouldn't he be very enthusiastic? Chendeli snorted. But he didn't believe Yi Tian's words. This kid is probably just trying to be brave. I rented a luxury car just to fool myself. Xiao Song, what you did was not authentic. He turned and walked in front of Songren and said softly. Brother Chen, I've been parking in this space for several months and I've become attached to it. Can you let your daughter park somewhere else? Songren is very thick-skinned and has no shame or irritability. Chendeli was stunned, and then said, Xiao Song, my daughter is back during this period, so you can't park in this parking space. Ah. Brother Chen, I can give you money, just as if you were renting a parking space. Songren was anxious and spoke quickly. If he stops somewhere else, he will have to walk a short distance on his own. It's really too troublesome. Stop talking. This is settled. After my daughter returns to school, you can stop whenever you want. Do you understand? Chendeli made the decision without hesitation. All right. Songren smiled bitterly helplessly. Chendeli is a small leader in their unit. Moreover, some time ago, Chendeli helped him find a house in this community. It's much cheaper than the market price. Naturally, he didn't dare to offend. Everyone please disperse and don't block traffic. Chendeli nodded and then shouted loudly. Let's go. Let's go home and cook. Well, I have to pick up the kids from school too. When everyone saw that the problem was solved, they left. Chapter 29 Daughter Control. This father-in-law is a bit difficult to deal with. It only takes a moment. Everyone else had left, leaving only Yi Tian and others. It suddenly became a lot quieter. Ying, I'm going to park the car first. We'll go home together later and give your mother a surprise. Chen Deli touched Chen Shuiying's head and spoke in a very gentle voice. Chen Shuiying smiled and nodded. Snort! But when Chen Deli turned around and saw Yi Tian, his face instantly fell. He quickly returned to the car and prepared to back into the garage. Shuiying, why is my father-in-law so mean to me? Yi Tian quickly came to Chen Shuiying's side and asked somewhat frustratedly. My dad is not your father-in-law yet. Chen Shuiying pouted and muttered softly. Not yet? Yi Tian gently touched Chen Shuiying's nose, then took her hand. Not yet, that is to say, it has not been denied. This made Yi Tian very happy. Yi Tian, this is my dad's personality. He doesn't know you very well, so he is so cold. Don't take it to heart. Chen Shuiying continued. I see. Yi Tian suddenly realized and felt relieved. Humph. This brat. He took advantage of Ying as soon as I left. How despicable. Chen Deli was reversing the car while paying attention to the situation here. This made him grit his teeth and he almost jumped up in anger. He parked the car quickly and got out immediately. You little brat, stay away from Ying and stop thinking about being a hooligan all day long. Chen Deli forcibly pulled the two people's hands apart and squeezed in between. Uncle. Yi Tian shouted helplessly. How can holding hands between lovers be considered hooliganism? Dad, Yi Tian is my boyfriend. We just held hands. I didn't do anything naughty. Chen Shuiying showed a hint of nervousness on her face and hurriedly explained for him. Holding hands is not allowed, hugging is not allowed, and kissing is definitely not allowed. Chen Deli adjusted his glasses and said in a somewhat arrogant tone. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying looked at each other and didn't continue talking. By the way, what's going on with these people? Chen Deli looked around and saw the bodyguards in suits standing there, and asked casually. Dad, this is Yi Tian's bodyguard. Chen Shuiying glanced at him indifferently and answered softly. Bodyguard? I think he's a hired actor? He's really greedy and vain, spending money recklessly. Chen Deli shook his head and complained to himself. His impression of Yi Tian became even worse. Go back. Then, he naturally put his arm around Chen Shuiying's shoulders and walked into the building. Well. Yi Tian sighed softly. It seems that this father-in-law is not as easy to get along with as imagined. There is still a long way to go if I want to build a good relationship with him. He was accompanied by a group of bodyguards, carrying large and small bags, and followed behind happily. Room 601. Wife. Our daughter is back. Chen Deli hurriedly unlocked the door and shouted a few words as soon as he entered the room. But no one responded to him. Ying, your mother may be resting in her room. I'll go in and call her first. Chen Deli looked back at Chen Shuiying and smiled. You, just find a seat and sit down. Then he said something to Yi Tian very coldly. Yes, uncle. Yi Tian smiled apologetically in a very humbly manner. Chen Deli snorted. Then he hurried back to the room. Sharapova was busy all the time, instructing people to put everything in the living room and tidy it up. Master, these things are placed here, and we should leave now. If you need to go out, please inform me in advance. I will also arrange for people to take turns guarding the gate of the community 24 hours a day, on call at any time. She walked to Yi Tian's side and said respectfully. Well, go back and have a good rest, eat well and live well. Don't think about saving money. Just ask Lucy to reimburse the expenses. Yi Tian nodded and sat comfortably on the sofa. Yes. Master. Sharapova is a decisive person. After saying this, she hurriedly left with her people. Yi Tian, drink a glass of water first. Chen Shuiying brought a cup of hot tea and walked over carefully. Thanks. Yi Tian quickly caught it with both hands. You're welcome. Chen Shuiying sat down next to him and said with a smile. Yi Tian drank water while observing the house. It is about 100 square meters here, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen and a bathroom, and the layout is quite reasonable. There is also a balcony of medium size outside. The decoration of the whole house is very simple and the furniture is also very simple. But it is full of the taste of home. Warm and happy. What's wrong? Is my house very small? Chen Shuiying saw Yi Tian looking around and put her arms around his. Tilting her head, she gently leaned against his shoulder and whispered softly. In fact, she was even more worried. She remembered what Yao Xiling said. There is some truth to that. She has nothing except her looks. This may not be able to keep Yi Tian's heart. No, I think it's quite spacious. Yi Tian put down the cup of water and touched her head. There is tenderness in his eyes. Yi Tian, what do you like about me? Chen Shuiying raised her head slightly and looked straight into Yi Tian's eyes. His lips were trembling slightly, and he was very nervous and scared. Yi Tian hugged Chen Shuiying and kissed her forehead gently. I like your beauty, your gentleness, and everything about you. Whether it's good or bad, I like it all. You are so smooth talking. You must often say these sweet words to girls to deceive their feelings, right? Otherwise, how can you be so skilled at it? Chen Shuiying snuggled in his arms happily, but her mouth kept tapping. How could I? I have never been in love before. Meeting you is my greatest happiness. It is also because of you that I am so impulsive. Yi Tian continued softly. Really? You didn't lie to me? Chen Shuiying shouted in surprise. A pretty face that can't hide the emotions inside. Yi Tian nodded. He has indeed never been in a relationship, he just had some ambiguous relationships, so it shouldn't be considered a lie. Bitch. I've never been in a relationship, I've just slept with a lot of people. The system couldn't stand it anymore and sneered. Shut up. Don't come out and ruin the atmosphere at this time. Yi Tian was furious and kept cursing in his heart. Humph. Don't ask me for help if you need anything. The system was also angry, and it went into hiding after saying some harsh words. This guy has no foresight at all. Yi Tian was indignant and murmured softly. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Chen Shuiying heard a sound. I said, I hope to be with you forever. Yi Tian gently leaned close to her head and smelled the fragrance of her hair. I also want to be with you forever. The two hugged each other tightly, unwilling to separate. Shuiying is such a spoiled girl. It looks like we will be grandparents soon. No. This guy is so smooth-talking that you can tell at a glance that he is not a good person. I will never let Ying be with him, let alone get married and have children. Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan hid in the corridor and watched them secretly. Still touching. Where has this kid touched? I'm so pissed. No. I have to go out and stop this bastard. No. Let's wait and see. But Chen Deli ignored Zhang Chunlan's dissuasion and walked out angrily. This guy gets impatient whenever it comes to my daughter. Zhang Chunlan sighed helplessly and followed him reluctantly. Dad. Mom. When Chen Shuiying saw her parents coming out, she quickly broke free from Yi Tian's embrace. He tidied his hair and sat upright. Uncle. Auntie. Yi Tian stood up suddenly and greeted him nervously. Snort. Chen Deli naturally didn't give him a good look and sat down on the sofa. Ying, you're a girl, how can you get so close to a boy? Come sit next to me. Then he said in a low voice with a stern face. Dad. We didn't do anything bad. Chen Shuiying pouted and sat down reluctantly. He. Chen Deli was even more displeased. They are hugging each other, isn't this a bad thing? Well. The warm and cozy little cotton jacket no longer belongs to me. My heart is completely with this bastard. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Old man, just stop talking. What's wrong with this young couple sitting together? It's a matter of course. Don't make a fuss about it. Zhang Chunlan brought over some tea and cakes and scolded in a coquettish manner. I am being unreasonable? Chen Deli was so angry that he was fuming. Dad, Mom, stop arguing. Chen Shuiying quickly extinguished the signs of this world war. Are you Yi Tian? Zhang Chunlan sat next to Yi Tian with a kind face. Yes, Auntie. Yi Tian answered very nervously. Judging from the current situation, as long as he can please his mother-in-law, his relationship with Chen Shuiying will be settled. As for others, including this father-in-law, we can put this aside for now. Don't pay attention. Chapter 30 Rich and Inhumane. The parents-in-law were shocked. Zheng Chunlan always has a smile on her face. She looked at Yi Tian carefully and seriously. It was like examining a prisoner. It seemed as if he wanted to see through him completely. Did you bring all these gifts? She then looked at the gift boxes and fruit baskets all over the floor and asked softly. Yes, Auntie. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Please forgive me. Yi Tian nodded, still a little nervous. It's just a face-saving project. Chandeli picked up the water glass and took a sip. How dare you talk like that? If you dare to talk nonsense again, either go back to your room or get out of the house and stop embarrassing yourself here. Zhang Chunlan was really angry and twisted his ears hard. This old man really doesn't know how to behave. Even if you don't like someone very much, there is no need to talk to them like this. It hurts, it hurts. Chandeli screamed in great pain. Humph. Let's see if you dare. Zhang Chunlan quickly let go and gave a warning. Chandeli knew that he was in the wrong and did not dare to refute a word. I could only rub my ears and endure everything silently. Mom, Dad was just joking, don't be angry. Chen Shuiying sat next to Zhang Chunlan and said coquettishly. Zhang Chunlan took the cup of water handed to her by her daughter and snorted. This daughter Khan has been beaten to a pulp. It's time to give him some way out. Mom, look. Yi Tian bought you several sets of cosmetics, including facial cleanser, essence, eye cream, essence, BB cream, lipstick, etc., all complete. Chen Shuiying found some exquisite bags and put them out for display. Mom is already in her 50s or 60s, she doesn't need these things. Although Zhang Chunlan said this, her body was very honest. She took out the bottles and jars on the table and began to examine them with a smile on her face. Mom, these are big brands, like Estee Lauder, Lancome, Dior, County, Johnson & Johnson, L'Oreal, Chanel, Yves Saint Laurent, Shiseido, Pekouin, etc. The effects are very significant, and everyone who has used them says they are good. And the prices are very expensive, the cheapest set costs 10,000 yuan. Chen Shuiying introduced the products actively and enthusiastically like a salesperson. In order to make Yi Tian liked by his parents, she gave it her all. 10,000 per set? Chandeli shouted in surprise. He knew that women's cosmetics were expensive, but this price was outrageous. What do you know? We've been married for so long, and you've only bought me a few $dozen worth of lipstick. Zhang Chunlan gave him a contemptuous look and said in a cold voice. Chandeli felt very aggrieved. This woman doesn't think about the fact that her pocket money is only 200 yuan a month. What is wrong with buying a lipstick for a few $dozen? Isn't this true love? Mom, there's more. Chen Shuiying took Zhang Chunlan's hand and continued. Zhang Chunlan felt a little funny as she looked at her daughter who seemed familiar yet unfamiliar to her. It's like seeing myself back then. For the sake of the one I love, I gave my all. Okay, slow down. Mom can't keep up. She shook her head and said softly. Well, just leave these aside for now. You can take them back to your room and look at them slowly. Let's look at these first. Chen Shuiying found a few more luxurious and exquisite bags. Mom, this is Polaroid's Royal Jelly Natural Lotion, which extracts royal jelly essence and penetrates deep into the basal layer of the skin to moisturize the skin, reshape the skin texture, and make the skin smooth and moisturized. The price of a bottle is 21,000 yuan. Yi Tian bought more than a dozen bottles for you to try. Zhang Chunlan looked at the bottle of lotion with ordinary packaging and felt a little suspicious. This costs more than 20,000 per bottle? IQ tax? This is Couture Beauty's Socialite Mascara, a luxury series, made from an 18K gold tube and pink, blue and white Swarovski crystals. It's priced at $14 million per tube, and Yi Tian also bought more than a dozen. Before she could come to her senses, Chen Shuiying took out another tube of sparkling mascara. $14 million? Holy shit! Zhang Chunlan felt a little dizzy. My breathing is a little short and my heart is a little overwhelmed. She had worked hard for most of her life and had never seen so much money. Chandeli curled his lips and watched all this quietly. $14 million? This bowl is blown to the sky. Well, it's really expensive, but Yi Tian said there are still a lot of them at home, so he asked me to take a few for you to use. Chen Shuiying nodded, and then took out another perfume. This is Clive Christian's #1 perfume. The perfume bottle is made of pure gold and diamonds, and the cap is in the shape of an exquisite crown. There are lion patterns made of yellow diamonds and pink diamonds on the bottle, and there are 2,000 diamonds in total. The perfume is extracted from 170 kinds of flower buds. Each bottle takes 6 months to make. It smells very good. A 500 milliliters bottle is priced at 143,000 pounds. Chen Shuiying then put the perfume back into the bag and handed it to Zhang Chunlan. This. Zhang Chunlan took it stupidly and saw at least 5 or 6 bottles in the bag. I am totally confused. Scam? But I have never seen this kind of routine in the National Anti-Fraud app. And this Jumeirah Zabiel Saray gold mask. Many beauty experts say that gold is rich in antioxidants and can tighten the skin and make you look radiant. One piece costs 40,000 yuan, and we have prepared 100 pieces for you. Chen Shuiying put the last bag on the table. Phew! I'm so tired. She breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. Shuiying, drink a sip of water first. Yi Tian immediately and considerately brought the cup to her lips. Chen Shuiying looked at him, then looked at the cup. Her face flushed slightly, but she still moved her little mouth closer. He drank it slowly. Oh, I almost forgot. Chen Shuiying gently pushed away the cup and swallowed the tea fiercely. He turned around and searched eagerly. Be careful. Yi Tian supported her slender waist and gave her instructions. I know. Chen Shuiying answered perfunctorily, I found it. She took out a few more bags, filled with exquisite and luxurious jewelry. Well, these are 2 jade bracelets. One is a glass-type imperial green jade bracelet. It is transparent and elegant, with uniform color. It is worth 200 million. The other is a glass-type jade bracelet. It is transparent, fresh, and elegant. It is worth 192.5 million. Chen Shuiying carefully took the bracelet out of the box and shook it in front of Zhang Chunlan. Hiss! Zhang Chunlan and Chen Deli looked at the bracelets and gasped. They know a thing or two about the quality of jadeite. Are the things just introduced here genuine? Well, there is also a diamond necklace, weighing approximately 187.5 carats and worth $5.82 million. Chen Shuiying also laughed when she saw the shocked expressions on her parents' faces. Of course, she had a similar expression when she saw the gift list on the plane. Shuiying, please sit down first. Zhang Chunlan put the things away carefully with a serious look on her face. Oh! Chen Shuiying's heart trembled, and she quickly sat next to Yi Tian. I held his hand tightly, very nervously. Yi Tian, Auntie is a straightforward person, so I'll ask you straight to the point. I heard that you grew up in an orphanage, your living conditions are not good, and you have been working part-time to pay for your studies. How can you have the money to buy these gifts? Zhang Chunlan looked at the 2 people's actions and asked softly. Aunt, I did grow up in an orphanage and my life was very difficult. But not long ago, a stranger suddenly appeared in front of me, saying that he was entrusted by my deceased parents to look for me in Longwei for many years, and finally gave me my parents' huge inheritance. Yi Tian lied with his eyes open and started bragging. Chen Shuiying's family looked at him silently, finding it hard to believe such a bloody plot. Alas! I am telling the truth. There is nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Yi Tian sighed, pretending to be a little disappointed. We believe you. Zhang Chunlan thought about it and felt that this was the only reasonable reason. Otherwise, just like a nouveau riche who won the lottery. It is also impossible to give away gifts worth hundreds of millions casually. Dad, there's your present. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit solemn, Chen Shuiying immediately changed the subject. Yi Tian knows that you like to drink tea, so he specially bought 2 sets of very expensive tea sets. One is a purple clay teapot, and the other is a Meissen porcelain tea set collection. She briskly placed the 2 tea boxes on the table and slowly opened them. This. Chen Deli saw the tea set in the box. His face was filled with excitement and joy, and his eyes were shining. He stroked it gently with his hands. It's like caressing a beloved woman. I was very excited. Dad, there are some teas, Dahanpo, Hainan Red, Yuqian Longjing, etc. There are more than a dozen kinds, please take a look. Chen Shuiying thought that tea leaves were more resistant to falling, so she threw the plastic bag in her hand over. How can you be so rude, girl? When Chen Deli heard these names, he quickly took the bag. Very angry. These tea leaves are very precious, it would be bad if they were damaged. Dad, you scolded me? Chen Shuiying felt aggrieved and was about to cry. In her memory, her father loved her very much. If you hold it in your hand, you're afraid it will fall. If you hold it in your mouth, you're afraid it will melt. I have never scolded her since she was a child. Ying, Dad was just anxious just now and his tone was a little harsh. He definitely didn't scold you. Dad apologizes to you now, and you just forgive Dad this time, okay? Chen Deli hung his face and apologized directly. Dad, I can forgive you. But there is one condition, that is, you are not allowed to speak coldly to Yi Tian or give him a cold look at Will in the future. Chen Shuiying looked at him with tears in her eyes and her voice was filled with tears. Okay, Dad promises you. Chen Deli discovered that the little cotton jacket was actually being worn by someone else. I feel inexplicably sad and depressed. He looked at Chen Shuiying and then at Yi Tian. Finally, he nodded and agreed. Dad, you've made your promise, and you can't go back on your word. Chen Shuiying immediately wiped her tears and said with a smile. By the way, here is a watch, which is most suitable for our wise and powerful father. Chen Shuiying happily opened an exquisite gift box. Inside was a Lang watch worth more than 1 million. Does it look good? She asked as she helped Chen Deli get dressed. Yeah, not bad. Chen Deli felt very relieved when he saw his daughter wearing a watch for him. Yi Tian, look, my dad likes it very much. But he saw Chen Shuiying sitting on Yi Tian's lap. I instantly felt like I had eaten a dead fly. It became very uncomfortable again. Why are there so many things? Zhang Chunlan looked at the bag on the ground and said in surprise. Mom, these are some household appliances and some seafood gift boxes, including abalone, shark fin, and so on. In addition, there are also healthcare ingredients such as ginseng, sea cucumber, deer antler, and bird's nest. You and Dad should take some supplements. Chen Shuiying said with a smile. Why do your father and I need to replenish our body? Besides, we can't eat so much. Silly boy, you are not allowed to buy so much food again in the future, understand? Zhang Chunlan began to put all the gifts into the cabinet and gave instructions. No. Chen Shuiying and Yi Tian nodded. Well, you guys sit down for a while. Your dad and I will go in and cook. We'll be able to eat soon. Zhang Chunlan said softly after packing up her things. I'm not going. Chen Deli was worried that after he left, his daughter would be taken advantage of again. He refused to leave no matter what. Walk. Zhang Chunlan didn't hold back and started pulling his ears again. It hurts, it hurts. Chen Deli was forcibly taken away. Shuiying, your home is so warm. Yi Tian watched the scene quietly, feeling very envious. Yi Tian. Chen Shuiying looked at him and then hugged him tightly. Then she kissed him gently on the lips. You are our family too if you want. Chen Shuiying blushed and mustered up the courage to speak. Is it really possible? The two hugged each other again and kissed passionately. Chapter 31 Excited. I can live in Chen Shuiying's house. 1801. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying's family were already sitting at the dining table. There were some ordinary home-cooked dishes on the table. Everyone was talking and laughing while eating, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Yi Tian, just treat this place as your home. Don't be shy and eat freely. Zhang Chunlan kept putting food into Yi Tian's bowl. Thank you, Auntie, I can do it myself. Yi Tian looked at the vegetables and meat piled up like a mountain in the bowl and asked with a smile. Zhang Chunlan gave up when she realized she couldn't let it go. He casually picked up a piece of chicken but then gave it to Chen Deli who was standing beside him. Chen Deli looked at her with some dissatisfaction. I didn't see any other delicious food, so I just picked these for myself. That's too much. His mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. What's wrong? Isn't this your favorite? Zhang Chunlan felt his gaze and glanced at him casually. Thank you, wife. Chen Deli's position as the younger brother in the family was firmly controlled. I am completely angry but dare not speak out. Yi Tian shook his head when he saw this. What does this look of yours mean? Chen Deli saw Yi Tian sitting opposite him and he actually dared to make fun of him. He was immediately furious. Take out all your anger on him. Uncle, Yi Tian was completely confused. This is like being shot even when lying down. He just took a second look when he picked up the food. As for getting angry? You bad old man, you only know how to bully Yi Tian all day long. Zhang Chunlan glared at Chen Deli, and he immediately wilted in fear. TSK. You were bought off by such a small profit. Chen Deli lowered his head and ate his meal diligently. But I still felt very uncomfortable and muttered to myself. I think you're not done yet, are you? Zhang Chunlan put down her bowl and chopsticks and glared at him. This guy deserves to be punished. As he spoke, he was about to take action. Mom and Dad, calm down and have a happy meal. Chen Shuiying quickly picked up some chicken for the two of them and coaxed them softly. By the way, Yi Tian, where do you plan to live these days? Zhang Chunlan's expression finally eased a lot and she took a small bite of rice. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll go out and look for a hotel nearby. Yi Tian rolled his eyes and started to make some plans in his mind. You haven't booked a hotel yet? Why don't you stay at our house? Zhang Chunlan frowned slightly and thought for a moment before continuing. No. Chen Deli next to him objected directly, we don't have any rooms left. Where are you going to let him sleep? Letting this kid stay here is like inviting a wolf into the house. He would never agree to it. Where else can I sleep? Of course I'll sleep with Shuiying. Zhang Chunlan picked up a vegetable and said lightly. Shocking statement. Chen Deli and his daughter Chen Shuiying both looked over in shock. They really couldn't imagine that Zhang Chunlan would actually say such a thing. Yi Tian looked at Zhang Chunlan with gratitude, and wanted to give her a thumbs up to express his gratitude. No. Absolutely not. Chen Deli became even more excited. How can my daughter sleep with a boy so easily? Not even with a boyfriend. What's wrong with that? Shuiying, tell me the truth, have you slept with Yi Tian? Zhang Chunlan ignored Chen Deli and turned to look at Chen Shuiying, very directly. Chen Shuiying blushed instantly and kept silent for a long time with her head down. Although she knew that the sleep she talked about was different from the sleep her mother talked about. But in the end she nodded without hesitation. Ha! Chen Deli looked at his daughter in disbelief. His face turned extremely pale in an instant. It turns out that what is said on the forum is true. The fantasy is shattered. His heart was broken into pieces. It was like experiencing the end of the world. All I felt was endless despair. Then do you want Yi Tian to stay? Zhang Chunlan glanced at the three of them and continued to ask. Chen Shuiying still blushed and nodded gently. That's it. Yi Tian, what do you think? Zhang Chunlan looked at her deeply, and then looked at Yi Tian. Auntie, this is not good. Yi Tian touched his head, a little hesitant. Although he really wanted to stay, he was not sure what his mother-in-law really thought. If this is my mother-in-law's trick, then I'm in big trouble. The good image previously created can also be destroyed in an instant. This was not what he wanted to see. What's wrong with that? Staying in a hotel is a waste of money and inconvenient. It's not as comfortable as living at home. Or do you dislike our shabby house and don't want to stay here? Zhang Chunlan looked at him straight and spoke in a low voice. No, I like it here. Well, I want to stay. Yi Tian had no choice but to agree. But my heart was filled with joy. It turned out that he was overthinking just now. Well, okay, this matter has been decided. Let's eat. Zhang Chunlan picked up the bowl and chopsticks and continued eating. After a while, everyone has finished their meal and is sitting in the living room watching TV. Yi Tian, I'll go down with you to get your luggage. Chen Shuiying's face was still flushed and it didn't fade away. She became more and more afraid to face her parents and was always avoiding their gazes. I really want to escape from this awkward atmosphere. Good. Yi Tian understood her feelings and agreed immediately. So the two of them simply said something and left quickly. Wife, how could you let him sleep with Ying? After everyone left, Chen Deli finally couldn't help it and complained. Why not? Shuiying is already in a relationship with him and doesn't reject him. Why are you interfering? Zhang Chunlan said calmly while washing dishes. But our Ying hasn't married him yet, how can she be so casual? Are you crazy? Or are you just an old-fashioned person? Aren't there still many people living together before marriage? That's because they were not disciplined. How can you compare them with Ying? Chandeli became more and more excited as he spoke, and his face turned red. Ha ha. Chandeli, let me tell you, I don't care how serious your daughter's illness is, and I don't want to care. But now you better pay attention. Yi Tian is a good boy, and he and Shuiying love each other. If you mess up their relationship because of a troublemaker like you, I will skin you alive. Zhang Chunlan looked back at him and warned him fiercely. Alas. Chandeli stamped his feet in anger. Finally, I can only sit on the sofa helplessly. Sulking. Parking lot. Yi Tian, my dad just loves me more. He has no ill intentions. Don't blame him. Chen Shuiying snuggled tightly in Yi Tian's arm and whispered. I know. Yi Tian smiled slightly. Of course he was not angry, nor did he intend to blame anyone. He even felt the same way as his father-in-law. Moreover, this father-in-law looks old-fashioned and serious. But in fact, it is a funny guy, very interesting and fun. So how are you going to compensate me? Yi Tian looked down at Chen Shuiying and smiled wickedly. Tonight, you can. Chen Shuiying buried her head shyly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. Fast and light. What? Yi Tian's eyes widened in shock. For a moment I suspected that I had heard it wrong. It doesn't matter if you can't hear it. Chen Shuiying suddenly raised her head and stuck out her tongue mischievously. Then he ran happily to the back of the trunk. Stop. I heard you. You can't go back on your word. Yi Tian was so anxious that he quickly chased after her. We have to win tonight. Shuiying, tonight. Yi Tian hugged Chen Shuiying from behind. Feeling her plump figure. Don't say anything more. If you say anything more, I won't agree. Chen Shuiying's whole body was hot and she gave him a coquettish look. Why do you always say such things? Too shy. Oh. I was wrong. I won't say any more. Yi Tian understood what he meant and quickly admitted his mistake. This little girl is shy. However, she really tried hard today. So adorable. With a partner like this, what else could I ask for? Stop hugging me. It won't be nice if someone sees me. Chen Shuiying patted Yi Tian's hand gently. Then he moved forward. Away from the scorching hot Xiaoye sky. All right. Yi Tian reluctantly let go of his hand. Take out the suitcase. There are so many stars tonight. Chen Shuiying looked up at the starry sky. I saw countless gems dotted on the black curtain. Sparkling and very beautiful. Yeah, it's really beautiful. Yi Tian dragged the suitcase with one hand and held Chen Shuiying's hand with the other, but I think you are more beautiful. Smooth talk. Chen Shuiying rolled her eyes at him and scolded him with a smile. I swear, I didn't, this is what I really think. Yi Tian was very thick-skinned and continued to make her happy. Suddenly, a flashlight shone straight over here. So it's Ying and you guys? A familiar voice followed. Uncle Zhang. Chen Shuiying saw the person coming and called out softly. You two are taking a walk together? Uncle Zhang walked over with a smile. No, we came down to get some luggage. Chen Shuiying did not hide anything and spoke frankly. Ha? Young man, have you passed Lao Chen's level? When Uncle Zhang heard this, he immediately asked Yi Tian. This is incredible. Even more amazing than a sow climbing a tree. I didn't expect that Mr. Chen, who was obsessed with his daughter, would compromise so quickly. This kid is quite capable. I think so. Yi Tian laughed awkwardly. Good. Great. Uncle Zhang is waiting to drink your wedding wine, huh? Uncle Zhang laughed happily. Yes, I will. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying looked at each other and said with a smile. Well, I can't drink much, so remember to put me at the table with the kids. Uncle Zhang patted Yi Tian on the shoulder, then said, Okay, I still have to go on patrol, so I won't chat with you guys anymore. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Shuiying, what did Uncle Zhang mean by that just now? Yi Tian was a little confused. The kids' table? What's this new trick? Silly. Uncle Zhang is joking with you. Chen Shuiying reached out and tapped Yi Tian's nose. Uncle Zhang won't joke with anyone casually. This proves that he has recognized you. Really? Yi Tian was surprised and happy. Chen Shuiying nodded. Very good. Yi Tian shouted excitedly. Don't disturb others' rest, let's go back. After saying that, Chen Shuiying and Yi Tian walked into the building. Chapter 32 Thoughtful. Brown sugar and chocolate go better together. Night. 10:27. As soon as Yi Tian finished taking a shower, he quickly put on his clothes. Quickly walked out of the bathroom. Yi Tian, come here for a moment. At this time, the lights in the living room were on and Zhang Chunlan was sitting on the sofa. Yes, Auntie. Yi Tian did not dare to delay and hurried over. He sat on the sofa, wiping his wet hair with a towel. Originally, you and Shuiying are both adults, and I didn't want to nag you. But after thinking about it, I still think I should remind you. Zhang Chunlan said with a serious face and earnest words. Yi Tian sat there obediently like an obedient primary school student. Some time ago, on the previous forum, everyone was talking about you and Shuiying booking a hotel room. Some even said you went to the hospital for an abortion. Although they were just making up rumors, it also shows that you and Shuiying were acting without measure and only cared about temporary happiness. Zhang Chunlan's tone became increasingly stern. Yi Tian didn't dare to refute. This matter has a very bad impact on you. If it gets worse, your reputation will plummet and people around you will look at you with tinted glasses. Especially since Shuiying is a girl and got pregnant before marriage. If you break up in the future, how will she find a husband? Auntie, Shuiying, and I will never be separated. When Yi Tian heard this, he spoke anxiously. Yes. Zhang Chunlan showed joy on her face after getting the answer she wanted, and continued, I know you are young and energetic, but you must pay attention to safety measures. As she spoke, she actually handed Yi Tian a box of small umbrellas. This? Yi Tian looked at the thing in his hand and was completely stunned. My mother-in-law personally gave me an umbrella. Is this a good thing? Isn't this more impressive than lighting a cigarette? Okay, Auntie has said everything that needs to be said. You can do whatever you want. After Zhang Chunlan finished speaking, she stood up and left. Everything is ready, just need to take off clothes, Yi Tian stood up and ran back to the room quickly. Chen Shuiying's room is not particularly big, but it is very tidy and clean. The whole room has been carefully decorated, and the girlish pink style is very cute. Wooden beds, desks, and other furniture are rendered in snow white. There are plush toys everywhere, big and small, of all kinds. At this time, Chen Shuiying was hiding in the quilt, not saying a word. Shuiying, here I come. Yi Tian dived into the bed like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Hug her tight. His hands are like swimming dragons, with the power to turn the rivers and seas upside down. Yi Tian. Chen Shuiying suddenly grabbed his hand and shouted in a tender voice. What's wrong? Yi Tian had no choice but to give up for the time being, his voice a little hoarse. My period came early. After Chen Shuiying finished speaking, she felt even more embarrassed. He glanced at Yi Tian secretly, then quickly covered his face with the quilt. Ha! Yi Tian was completely dumbfounded. Shuiying, you lied to me, didn't you? Isn't there a pattern to this kind of thing? There are only those few days in a month. How could it come just like that? I don't. Chen Shuiying showed half of her face and explained aggrievedly. Her hair was a little messy and there were tears in the corners of her eyes. She also didn't expect that her period would come a day early. Okay, stop crying. I believe you. Yi Tian leaned over and kissed her eyes gently. It's true. Chen Shuiying took his hand and felt it. Silly girl, I was just saying it casually. It doesn't mean I don't believe you. Yi Tian hugged Chen Shuiying tightly and put his face against the back of her head. Take a deep breath of her fragrant and charming hair. Chen Shuiying snorted softly. Sorry. She cried out in a sobbing voice. She is really ready. Give it your all tonight. Silly girl, this is none of your business. Yi Tian comforted gently. But? No buts. Although I really want to, I am willing to wait. When Chen Shuiying wanted to say something, Yi Tian acted like a domineering president. He interrupted her gently and pressed closer. All that tenderness is under control. Well, thank you, Yi Tian. Chen Shuiying's eyes were blurred and she moaned softly. Then you can call me husband as compensation. Yi Tian kissed her cheek and smiled evilly. Old, I can't shout. Chen Shuiying tried hard, but it still didn't work. It doesn't matter. Yi Tian felt a little regretful, but didn't care. I can. Suddenly, Chen Shuiying turned off the desk lamp next to her. Then she turned over and fell asleep facing him. What? Yi Tian didn't react for a moment. Don't talk. Chen Shuiying covered his mouth with her hand. Then Chen Shuiying hugged him tightly. Kissed her passionately. The next morning, Yi Tian woke up. He looked at Chen Shuiying, who was still sleeping. His face looked a little haggard, with light dark circles under his eyes. Thinking of the beauty of last night. Even though it was just a simple hug and kiss. But this can make him feel physically and mentally relaxed and refreshed. I think about this. He was even more distracted and his body trembled. He gently pinched Chen Shuiying's nose with his hand. Feel the warm breath. He still couldn't help it. He then lightly touched Chen Shuiying's lips. Then he played with it for a few more times. Only then did he get out of bed with a sense of unfulfilled desire. System? Yi Tian sat down at the desk, picked up the kettle and started drinking. What? The system was yawning and seemed a little grumpy after waking up. It feels like I haven't heard your voice for a long time. I just wanted to hear it. Yi Tian was in a very good mood and smiled in a sly way. I found out that you are a cheap person. The system is really angry. Don't be angry, let's talk business first. I saw Shuiying had some stomach discomfort last night. It seems like she had menstrual cramps. Do you have any solution? Yi Tian then stopped laughing and joking, a look of worry showing on his face. Drink more hot water. Yi Tian was confused. What the hell was this? Countless boys have said this and done this. Without exception, they were all sprayed all over by the girls. Uneducated. Even if you go to the hospital, the doctor will say this. The system was very dissatisfied with Yi Tian's questioning of its professionalism. Is there any other solution? Yi Tian smiled apologetically and his attitude softened. Well, I checked and your girlfriend just has mild dysmenorrhea, nothing serious. If you are still worried, prepare some brown sugar water and chocolate. Also, a big reason for her dysmenorrhea is because of you, so you have to coax her and make her happy. The system continued. Okay, thank you. Yi Tian looked back at Chen Shuiying. I feel so sad. Okay, the mission is completed, I'm going to take a nap, please don't disturb me. After that, the system ran again. Ah. This guy. Yi Tian shook his head, then tapped the system panel. Entered the mall page. Brown sugar. Yi Tian searched for related products. Got it. A beautifully packaged box appeared before his eyes. Ancient Secret Brown Sugar contains 18 ancient sugar crafts: juice extraction, filtration, foaming, water removal, shaking, sanding, shaping, after 5 extractions, 3 filtrations, 2 floats, 1 sink. Condensed like stone, broken like sand. Contains no additives, slightly sweet, pure and authentic. Worth 1 point. Yi Tian clicked 50 times in a row, took it out directly from the system space and put it on the desk. Shuiying likes desserts, let's buy some chocolate. Yi Tian murmured and continued searching. Le Chocolate Box, the most expensive chocolate in the world, made with special diamonds and handmade. Worth 90 prestige points. Hiss. 90 prestige points? 9 million? This chocolate is ridiculously expensive. Despite all the complaints, Yi Tian still bought 10 boxes obediently. Okay, put the food on the table first. When I come back after washing up, I'll make some brown sugar water for Shuiying to warm her tummy. He neatly piled up the secret brown sugar and chocolate made with an ancient recipe. Then he left the room happily. But just as he left, Chen Shuiying woke up. What is this? She was dazzled by the glittering golden box on the desk. Chen Shuiying gently covered her stomach and walked over. Brown sugar? Chocolate? She sat on the chair. A bright and happy smile appeared on his face. She knows. This was specially prepared for her by Yi Tian. Fool. She picked up a box of chocolates and whispered sweetly. There is a sparkling light in her eyes. The smile is so happy and perfect. Chapter 33. Oh no. The neighbor's naughty kid is coming. Morning. 9:37. Chen Deli went to work. Zhang Chunlan also went out to buy vegetables. Only Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying were left at home. Yi Tian, thank you. Chen Shuiying sat on the sofa, drinking warm brown sugar water. His face was filled with happiness. There's no need to be so polite between us. I'm nice to you, and that's what I should do. Yi Tian smiled and helped her smooth her slightly curly hair. Chen Shuiying leaned on his shoulder. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. It broke the warm moment between the two. Who is this? Yi Tian walked over with some dissatisfaction. As soon as I opened the door, a naughty kid jumped in from below. It was a very cute little boy. A round head, a slightly chubby face, delicate eyebrows, red lips, and white teeth. Especially those big eyes, which are black, shiny, and particularly bright. Are you Sister Shuiying's boyfriend? He looked up at Yi Tian and spoke in a commanding tone. The attitude is very bad. Who are you? Yi Tian's veins were exposed. But he still managed a forced smile on his face. It was obvious that he had the urge to beat up this naughty kid. I am Sister Shuiying's fiancé, and it was you, a bad guy, who stole my Sister Shuiying away. The little boy frowned slightly and spoke through gritted teeth. What? Fiancé? Yi Tian looked at him, then at Chen Shuiying. Could it be that this child wants to eat peaches? I felt increasingly unhappy. Hurry up and give Sister Shuiying back to me. Mengbimo flying kick. After saying that, the little boy immediately clenched his fists and shouted loudly. Then he rushed towards Yi Tian with great momentum. Pa. Yi Tian firmly grasped his feet and hung him up. Keep slapping his butt. This kind of naughty child deserves a beating. Now tell me, is Sister Shuiying still yours? Yi Tian asked viciously with a ferocious face. Yes. Sister Shuiying is mine. Orcs will never be slaves. The little boy was hanging upside down in the air, still shouting in a fierce voice. He struggled constantly, punching and kicking wildly. Pa. How dare you be so arrogant? Yi Tian was angry and started to teach the little guy a lesson again. At such a young age, I already start to think about other people's girlfriends. What will happen when I grow up? Woo. The little boy felt a burning pain in his buttocks and started crying loudly. Yi Tian. Let Xiao Hao go quickly. Chen Shuiying, who originally wanted to sit in the living room and watch the show, ran over in a hurry. She patted Yi Tian's arm gently and glared at him unhappily. Xiao Hao, be good and don't cry. Then Chen Shuiying picked up the little boy and comforted him gently. Sister Shuiying, look at how evil that bad guy is, break up with him. Xiao Hao slowly stopped sobbing and spoke in a baby voice. You stinky little brat. When Yi Tian heard this, he was immediately furious. Just gonna knock this guy on the head. Yi Tian. Chen Shuiying glared at him. Xiao Hao, this is brother Yi Tian, you have to be polite, okay? Sister Shuiying and brother Yi Tian will never be separated. But... Sister Shuiying, you promised me before that you would be my bride. Xiao Hao rubbed against Chen Shuiying's body and acted coquettishly. What are you doing, little brat? Yi Tian became even more furious when he saw this, and his fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. This person is not a child at all, he is a complete pervert. Sister Shuiying, look, he's yelling at me again. As he spoke, he buried his head even deeper. Yi Tian, why are you arguing with a child? Chen Shuiying walked to Yi Tian's side and said coquettishly. Let me hold this child. Yi Tian hugged Xiao Hao over with lightning speed. I don't want you to hug me. I want Sister Shuiying. Xiao Hao started crying again and struggled constantly. Yi Tian, let me hold you. No, let me hold him. Let me build a relationship with him, and it will be fine soon. Oh well. Seeing that Yi Tian refused to give in, Chen Shuiying could only nod in agreement. I don't want it. I don't want it. Xiao Hao still struggled desperately. You can't refuse. Yi Tian held him forcefully and sat on the sofa. May I have your name? Yi Tian looked at Xiao Hao beside him and asked in a low voice. I won't tell you. You bad guy. Xiao Hao was trapped, unable to move, and could only pout. Don't dare tell me, you are a coward. Yi Tian smiled slightly and sneered. Provoking someone never goes out of style. I'm not a coward. My name is Ding Hao. Xiao Hao looked up at him and retorted excitedly. Ding Hao, I'm telling you, Sister Shuiying is my girlfriend, you can't talk nonsense anymore, understand? Yi Tian continued. No, Sister Shuiying is mine, and I will marry her when I grow up. Ding Hao shook his head violently, very stubbornly. What about this chocolate I gave you? Yi Tian took out a fine chocolate from the box on the table. Gently lifting up some gold foil, the air immediately filled with fragrance. He even deliberately put it in front of Ding Hao's nose and raised it. Gulp. Ding Hao kept swallowing his saliva, with a hesitant look on his face. Adults make the choices, children want them all. He thought for a moment and spoke loudly. He. Seeing that he was still so naughty, Yi Tian sneered. Once again, launch a violent attack on his ass. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. Woo. Under the pressure of force, Ding Hao had no choice but to surrender temporarily. So do you choose Sister Shuiying or chocolate? Yi Tian stopped again and asked softly. Ding Hao was once again stuck in a dilemma. Xiao Hao, it turns out that Sister Shuiying is not as good as a piece of chocolate in your heart? Chen Shuiying also heard it and spoke as she closed the door. No, I just... Ding Hao looked at Chen Shuiying, then at the chocolate. It's still difficult to make a decision and I'm very distressed. Sister Shuiying. Wait for me. Just then, another figure came running over. I saw a very beautiful little girl standing outside the door, panting. She has very delicate and lovely facial features, clear and bright pupils, curved eyebrows, long eyelashes that tremble slightly, and skin that is whiter than snow but has a hint of redness. You can tell at first glance that she is a beauty. Xiao Chen, why are you here too? Chen Shuiying saw the little girl and asked happily. Sister Shuiying, my brother and I heard that you were back, so we came to play with you. This little girl is Ding Hao's sister, Ding Qian. Come in and sit down. Chen Shuiying touched her little head and said softly. Ding Qian ran in happily. Brother, why are you running so fast? I can't catch up with you. When she came to the living room, she saw Ding Hao chained to the sofa. TSK. Who told you to follow me? Ding Hao said this very proudly. Wow. It's chocolate. Ding Qian didn't hear what he said, but stared at the chocolate on the table. There was a gleam in his eyes and some saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth. Give. Chen Shuiying came over and handed the chocolate to Ding Qian. Thank you, Sister Shuiying. Ding Qian took a chocolate without hesitation. He skillfully pushed aside the gold foil and licked it with delight. Sister Shuiying, I want one too. Seeing this, Ding Hao also started to act coquettishly. Hurry up and let Xiao Hao go. Chen Shuiying sat next to Yi Tian and patted him gently. Yi Tian nodded and stopped hugging Ding Hao. Oh yeah. Ding Hao felt free. He immediately went to the table and started eating the chocolate. Brother, you can't eat so fast, these are mine. Ding Qian was almost crying when she saw her brother eating so fast. You little brat, this chocolate is precious, don't eat so much. Yi Tian kicked Ding Hao lightly. Yi Tian. Chen Shuiying pinched his waist and shouted. This box of chocolate costs 9 million. I bought it especially for you. Yi Tian was very depressed. So expensive. Chen Shuiying thought it was just an ordinary high-end chocolate. There are only 12 in a box, and this would cost several million. Thinking about the two I had just eaten, I savored the lingering fragrance between my teeth. Can't help but feel it's too luxurious. This. She looked at Ding Hao and his sister who were eating happily, and she couldn't bear to stop them from eating. My heart is bleeding constantly. Okay, it's not that expensive. Give them this box, and you can eat the rest slowly by yourself, okay? Seeing Chen Shuiying in trouble, Yi Tian quickly tried to comfort her. Be sure to keep her in a relaxed and happy mood. Chen Shuiying snuggled in Yi Tian's arms, feeling very warm. Chapter 34 Going Out. Going shopping with Chen Shuiying. After a while. Brother and sister Ding Hao and Ding Xian finished all the chocolate. Xiao Xian, drink some water quickly. Chen Shuiying then brought them 2 cups of warm water. Thank you, Sister Shuiying. The 2 children immediately picked up their cups and started drinking. Xiao, you and your sister came up to play, do Mom and Dad know? Chen Shuiying looked at them and asked softly. Mom and Dad went to work. We have already told Grandpa. Ding Hao answered in a panic. Yes. Xiao, when you go out next time, you must look after your sister and not just take care of yourself. Chen Shuiying stroked his short hair and taught him gently. Oh. I know I was wrong. Ding Hao hung his head, looking worried. Sister Shuiying, is this big brother your boyfriend? Ding Xian sat next to Yi Tian and asked in a cute voice. Yes, this is brother Yi Tian. Chen Shuiying smiled sweetly and said in a tender voice. Brother Yi Tian, you are so handsome. Even more handsome than the stars in the movies. Ding Xian turned her head and looked at Yi Tian, her voice was soft and very pleasant. Thank you, Xiao Qian. Yi Tian smiled happily. It turns out that girls are more caring. Brother Yi Tian, now that I have grown up, can I be your bride? Ding Qian asked shyly with a red face. No. Ding Hao jumped up immediately after hearing this. Sister, this guy is a bad guy, you can't be his bride. Why not? Brother Yi Tian is so handsome. Ding Xian looked at her brother, pouting, very unhappy. Is he handsome? I think he's just average. Ding Hao frowned and looked at Yi Tian carefully. Yi Tian was speechless. This little brat has learned to tell lies with open eyes at such a young age. He is much more handsome than you, brother. Ding Xian looked at Yi Tian and then at Ding Hao. Muttered quietly. Ha 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 ha. Yi Tian couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Humph. Not at all. I will definitely be more handsome than him when I grow up. When you grow up, you can be my bride. Ding Hao glared at Yi Tian and spoke loudly. Yi Tian was stunned for a moment. What kind of lewd words are these? If their parents knew about this, they would probably have to be sent to Germany for orthopedic treatment. But Sister Shuiying has already agreed to be your bride. Ding Qian was actually a little hesitant. Let me bear all the suffering alone. Ding Hao arrogantly put his hands on his hips and raised his head 45 degrees. I'll let you bear it. I'll let you bear it alone. Yi Tian couldn't bear it any longer, so he grabbed Ding Hao and beat him up again. Woo woo woo. Ding Hao was brutally abused and could only run to Chen Shuiying to complain. Xiao Hao, be good. Neither Sister Shuiying nor Xiao Qian can be your bride. Don't say stupid things in the future, okay? Chen Shuiying is still as gentle as ever. Why? When Ding Hao heard this, his face turned pale. Is he going to have to live alone? Because Xiao Qian is your sister, you are a family and you can't get married. What about you, Sister Shuiying? Me. I already have someone who I want to marry. Chen Shuiying glanced at Yi Tian secretly and said in a low voice. Does that mean there's no one left to be my bride? Ding Hao was so anxious that he almost started crying again. Xiao Hao, when you grow up, you will meet a girl you like. Just like Sister Shuiying met brother Yi Tian. Chen Shuiying wiped his tears and said with a smile. Really? But this guy is not a good person. Sister Shuiying, why did you marry such a bad guy? Ding Hao stopped crying and scratched his head. Xiao Hao. Brother Yi Tian is a very good man and treats Sister Shuiying very well. You can't say bad things about him anymore, otherwise sister will ignore you. Chen Shuiying tapped his head gently. No. I won't tell you. Ding Hao became anxious and immediately made the promise. I know that our Xiao Hao is a good boy. Chen Shuiying gave a thumbs up and praised. Then Sister Shuiying, can you take us out to play? Ding Hao continued to ask. Where do you want to go? Chen Shuiying smiled and did not refuse. I want to go to the mall, where I can play with many other children. I want to go too. I want to eat McDonald's. When Ding Hao and Ding Xian heard this, they spoke excitedly. Okay, but you guys sit down first, and I'll go change my clothes first. After Chen Shuiying finished speaking, she stood up. Shuiying, you're not feeling well, why don't you rest at home for a while? Yi Tian frowned and said with concern. I'm much better now, all thanks to your brown sugar water and chocolate. Chen Shuiying blinked and said with a smile, I don't want to stay at home all day, I want to go out for a walk with you. Yeah. Please help me get my coat. The car keys are on the table. Yi Tian didn't say much and could only agree. I know. Chen Shuiying walked slowly back to the room with lotus steps. 10 o'clock. Yi Tian drove a Maserati President to Jinqing department store in the city center. Oh yeah. We're going to Dream Kids Land. As soon as Ding Hao and Ding Xian got out of the car, they jumped around in the parking lot. Very excited. Be careful, you two, stay safe. Chen Shuiying quickly grabbed their hands to prevent them from running around. Bye ubu. Yi Tian locked the car and walked over quickly. Where are we going now? He looked around and saw Sharapova and the others were already waiting there. I want to buy some new clothes for my parents. Chen Shuiying thought for a moment and said softly. Well, it's a good opportunity to buy you 2 sets of clothes. The clothes I ordered for you haven't arrived yet. Yi Tian carefully straightened her slightly wrinkled coat. Chen Shuiying did not refuse and snorted. Then let's go buy clothes first, and then take them to the children's playground. Yi Tian nodded and wanted to hold Ding Hao's hand. I don't want to hold hands with you. Ding Hao hid behind Chen Shuiying with disgust. If you don't want it, then don't. Yi Tian shrugged, turned around and picked up Ding Qian. Thank you, brother Yi Tian. Ding Qian lay in Yi Tian's arms and called out obediently. Yi Tian suddenly felt much better. Sister Shuiying, I want a hug too. Ding Hao started to act coquettishly towards Chen Shuiying again. Xiaohao, you have grown up. Sister Shuiying can't hold you anymore. Chen Shuiying said softly with a bitter look on her face. Oh. Ding Hao lowered his head in frustration. I could only hold Chen Shuiying's hand and slowly walk towards the elevator. Brother Yi Tian, why are these people following us? Ding Qian pointed at the bodyguards around her. Because they protect you and Sister Shuiying's safety. Yi Tian said with a smile. Why should they protect us? Ding Qian hid in Yi Tian's arms and poked out a pair of big eyes. Watching secretly, a little afraid to make eye contact with the bodyguards. Because you and Miss Shuiying are beautiful princesses, you need protection. Yi Tian patted her back gently. I am a beautiful princess? Ding Qian was very happy. Of course. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying nodded. We. Ding Qian smiled happily. Cut. Ding Hao felt left out and was very unhappy. Soon, they took the elevator to the 8th floor. Clothing area. Let's go inside this Burberry first. Yi Tian pointed to the nearest store. Good. Chen Shuiying looked at the clothes in the window with shining eyes. Looks like you really like these clothes. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, Yi Tian's cell phone rang. Shuiying, take them in first. Buy them if you like them. Don't worry about the money. Yi Tian put Ding Qian down and said softly. Chen Shuiying very sensibly took her children into the Burberry store. You two, follow the mistress carefully. Sharapova immediately ordered 2 bodyguards to follow and protect Chen Shuiying. Yes. The 2 bodyguards, a man and a woman, shouted and left quickly. Hello? Uncle Hong, how are you doing recently? Yi Tian saw the caller ID and quickly answered the call. Chapter 35 Encounter. The aggressiveness of former classmates. Burberry store. A salesperson saw Chen Shuiying walk into the store and immediately looked at her carefully. I saw that Chen Shuiying was very beautiful, but she was wearing ordinary brand name clothes. The total cost of my entire body is probably over 1,000. It is most likely not a big customer. Forget it. There are no other customers in the store anyway. The salesperson thought about it and walked over with a smile. Miss, welcome to Burberry. My name is Masiki, and I'm a salesperson here. She came in front of Chen Shuiying and called out respectfully. Hello? Miss Ma. Chen Shuiying was a little nervous and responded softly. Miss, what style of clothes do you need to buy? Or what is your budget? I can recommend suitable clothes for you. Masiki is very capable in business and asked with a smile. I want to buy 2 sets of clothes for my parents. They shouldn't be too formal, just something for everyday wear, and they should be comfortable. As for the price, they shouldn't be more than 20,000 yuan per set. Chen Shuiying thought about it in her mind and spoke slowly. Ma Siki looked at her in surprise. She never expected that she almost made a mistake. The girl in front of me is really a hidden big customer. Too careless. Okay, please sit down and wait for a moment. Ma Siki asked Chen Shuiying and the other two to sit on the sofa. He also thoughtfully brought over 3 cups of hot water. Then she hurried to the show area and started choosing and matching clothes. Sister Shuiying, can I go over there and take a look? Ding Qian saw a lot of beautiful dresses in the exhibition area not far away. I like it so much that I can't wait to make a move. Okay then, but you can't run around or touch anything, okay? Chen Shuiying looked at the place. Ding Qian pointed and smiled knowingly. Women's love of beauty knows no age limit. Thank you, Sister Shuiying. Ding Qian walked slowly at first. But she walked faster and faster, and finally she started running. Be careful. Chen Shuiying called out softly. A smart bodyguard followed without saying a word. Seeing this, Chen Shuiying felt relieved. Sister Shuiying, when are we going to the children's playground? Ding Hao, on the other hand, was unable to appreciate the fashionable clothes in the specialty stores. I was always thinking about going out to play. Xiaohao, let's buy clothes for Uncle Chen and Aunt Zhang first, and then go to the children's park to play, okay? Chen Shuiying looked down at him and said with a smile. Oh well. Ding Hao thought of Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan, who were usually very nice to him. I could only agree reluctantly and sat on the sofa, waiting anxiously. Hey! Isn't this our campus beauty, Chen? Just then, a couple walked straight over. Fong Hui? Chen Shuiying looked at the beautiful girl in front of her. I tried hard to recall and finally remembered it. This is her high school classmate. It's just that the other person looks more mature now. She wore heavy makeup and had her hair in big waves. The figure is also more graceful and plump. Hui, do you know her? The young boy on the side saw Chen Shuiying and his eyes sparkled. Some people can't suppress the heat in their hearts. Desperately wanting a kiss. Hee, is it itchy there again? Fong Wei was not surprised and was not jealous. He. The young boy touched the back of his head sheepishly. Chen Shuiying, is this your son? Fong Wei looked at Ding Hao, somewhat confused. The little boy looked to be about 8 or 9 years old. It can't be that Chen Shuiying gave birth to the child? Could it be that she was someone else's mistress? But her outfit was really shabby. Being a mistress like this is such a failure. This is my neighbor's child. Chen Shuiying didn't know what Fong Hui was thinking, so she explained indifferently. Fong Wei nodded slightly. Chen Shuiying was her biggest rival in high school. If the opponent is in too bad shape now, it will only make her own level look low. This was totally unacceptable to her. This is Lu Xingqiao, my boyfriend, the only son of the richest man in Haicheng. Fong Hui then took the arm of the young boy next to her and introduced him in a sweet voice. Hello, Miss Chen. Lu Xingqiao put on a polite look and stretched out his right hand. Hello. Chen Shuiying said perfunctorily. But he didn't shake hands. For this kind of playboy from a wealthy family, she has always been indifferent and kept her distance. He. Lu Xingqiao withdrew his right hand awkwardly. Chen Shuiying, you are still pretending to be noble like before. Look at me, I am wearing high-end branded goods. This is the latest LV handbag, which costs more than 80,000 yuan. Look at yourself again, you are wearing only low-end goods. You are really wasting your beauty and youth. Fong Wei showed off her clothes and bags unscrupulously, with an arrogant look on her face. Fong Hui, congratulations, you have found your ideal partner. Chen Shuiying still looked indifferent and calm. These are not important to her. Now, she only likes Yi Tian. Chen Shuiying, do you have a boyfriend now? Fong Wei frowned and continued to ask. Chen Shuiying's nonchalant attitude made her very unhappy. Some. Chen Shuiying nodded and admitted it frankly. TSK. It looks like he's a student, and a poor one at that. Fong Wei chuckled, very disdainful. Chen Shuiying has no expensive clothes or accessories on her, which proves that her boyfriend is a pauper. This kind of love has no material basis. No dogs. How about this, Chen Shuiying, if you are willing to accompany my boyfriend for one night, then this bag will be given to you, how about it? Fong Wei raised the handbag in her hand and chuckled. Roll. When Chen Shuiying heard this, her face instantly turned cold. A feeling of disgust arises spontaneously in my heart. Chen Shuiying, why are you pretending? It doesn't matter who you sleep with. Don't you want this bag? Feng Wei is still as aggressive as ever. Lu Shengqiao smiled calmly. This is what he likes about Feng Wei. In addition to being beautiful and attractive, she also has a hot body. Most importantly, it won't stop him from going out and fooling around. The two of them have a great understanding of each other, and this is how they get along. Say it again, get out. Chen Shuiying was really angry and shouted in a tender voice. Please leave. The bodyguard nearby noticed something was wrong and came over immediately. Who are you? How dare you push me? Lu Shengqiao was pushed and staggered, becoming unstable. He suddenly became angry and became arrogant and domineering. I don't care who you are, please stay away from the hostess. The bodyguard stood in front of him, looking down at him and speaking in a cold voice. You! Lu Shengqiao was so angry that he was speechless. There are people who don't even recognize me. He even dared to intimidate and threaten me in Haicheng. But frightened by the other party's sturdy and strong body, he still took a few steps back. Don't dare to confront directly. Just wait for me. After Lu Shengqiao finished speaking, he picked up his phone and was about to call for help. What happened? Just then, Ma Siki came over with the store manager. Manager Tang, you came at the right time. How can you just let these people come in? They have families with them. It completely affects our image. Feng Wei didn't give any explanation and went straight to complain. She comes to this store frequently and is a VLP customer here. I won't say much about who the store manager listens to. Ms. Feng, please don't worry. I will handle this matter immediately and give you a satisfactory explanation. As soon as Manager Tang saw Feng Wei, he immediately smiled apologetically. It would be best. Feng Wei held Lu Shengqiao's arm, still looking proud. I will. Manager Tang said humbly, and then looked at Ma Siki beside him. Xiaoqi, what's going on? Didn't I tell you that we don't want to receive everyone? Manager, this Miss Chen has a high spending power. She? Ma Siki leaned close to Manager Tang's ear and whispered. But it was ruthlessly interrupted. I don't care what she is like, but what Miss Feng is like, do you understand? No matter how high her spending power is, can she compare to Miss Feng? Manager Tang said in a low voice with an angry look on his face. Well. Ma Siki sighed helplessly. Miss, please leave immediately. You are not welcome in our store. Manager Tang had a gloomy face and was very rude. Miss Chen, as long as you are willing to accompany me for one night, you can stay. Moreover, I can reimburse you for all your expenses today. Lu Shengqiao was still determined and used threats and inducements. Presumptuous. The bodyguard couldn't stand it anymore and yelled. He just pushed gently. The whole shirt burst apart, revealing a tight black combat suit. Tap tap tap. At the same time, Sharapova and her group rushed in. Fuck. So big and white. Lu Shengqiao saw Sharapova's proud figure. I couldn't help but drool. It seems that I haven't played with a big foreign horse for a long time. Miss, I'm Lu. Lu Shengqiao wanted to pretend to be a handsome and elegant young man again. Pa. Unfortunately, Sharapova didn't give him a chance. He was knocked to the ground with a slap. Ah. Lu Shengqiao covered his cheeks and lay there shouting madly in a low voice. Blood covered the entire floor. Who are you? Feng Wei quickly took a few steps back. What do you want to do? We're calling the police. Manager Tang was also trembling with fear, but he still shouted in a stern voice. Hostess. Sharapova ignored her and looked at Chen Shuiying respectfully. Hostess? Suddenly everyone in the store was stunned. Especially Feng Hui and Lu Shengqiao. Just now they didn't pay much attention to what the bodyguard said. But now there are more than a dozen people, and they are very aggressive. And you can tell at a glance that he is well trained. He comes with ill intentions. This has to be taken seriously. Chapter 36 Anger. Yi Tian's domineering methods and punishment. Owner. Suddenly, the bodyguard stood to the sides. It has created a smooth road. Then everyone bowed 90 degrees and shouted loudly. Yi Tian nodded lightly. There was extreme anger hidden in his calm eyes. Are you the store manager here? It's you who wants to kick my girlfriend out? He looked at Manager Tang coldly, with an intimidating look without even getting angry. I. Manager Tang was frightened by his powerful aura. I'm totally speechless. You don't need to be the store manager anymore. Yi Tian looked at Sharapova like a judge with great power and said, Call Zhang Ruodong and notify the Burberry headquarters. Yes. Master. This was the first time Sharapova saw Yi Tian so angry, so naturally she didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. When Manager Tang heard his words, he was filled with shock. Who is this person? How can I contact the headquarters directly? Are you pretending to be cool? Ring, ring, ring. Only a few minutes passed. Manager Tang's cell phone rang. Oh no! Is this really not a bluff? She hurriedly took out her cell phone and the caller ID showed it was the regional manager of Burberry. My heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Hello? Manager, what do you want to talk to me about? Manager Tang asked in a low voice, with cold sweat on his head. Tang Yongmei, you are so awesome. You even dared to offend the permanent SVLP of the headquarters. Why didn't I notice it before? You are so amazing. Do you even look down on me, your manager, now? There was a burst of furious voice coming from the phone. Manager, Stop talking nonsense. The headquarters has issued an order to revoke your position as store manager. If you can't get the forgiveness of this SVLP, then you can just pick up your bags and leave. Not even Jesus can stop you, I say. Beep, beep, beep. Manager Tang looked at his phone, looking confused and helpless. Sir, I know I was wrong, please forgive me. She immediately looked at Yi Tian, her eyes filled with fear and respect. He ran over, tumbling and crawling, with his hair becoming a mess. She cried sadly and wanted to hug Yi Tian's thighs. Bang! Sharapova kicked her away. Woo woo woo! Sir, I really can't live without this job. We have a 70-year-old man and a baby at home. My husband was fired by his company at the beginning of this year and has been staying at home doing nothing. The food, drink, defecation and urination of the whole family all depend on my salary. Woo woo woo! Tang Dian fell to the ground and cried even more miserably. Yi Tian, just forgive her. Chen Shuiying was very kind-hearted and pleaded for her. Brother Yi Tian, this aunt is so pitiful. Ding Xian was also pulling at Yi Tian's trouser legs, almost crying in anxiety. Yi Tian looked at the two of them and sighed softly. He was clearly venting his anger for them, so how did he become the bad guy? Playing the victim will never go out of style, because there will always be people who are soft-hearted. All right. Yi Tian nodded helplessly. You, apologize to my girlfriend right now. I can let you continue to work in this store, but you don't have to think about the position of store manager anymore. Then he looked at Manager Tang lying on the ground and said coldly. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Manager Tang stopped sobbing and shouted with gratitude. She wiped her tears and stood up quickly. Miss Chen, I'm sorry. I'm the one who said that. It's my fault. She walked up to Chen Shuiying and bowed to apologize. He also kept slapping himself hard with his hands. Don't hit yourself anymore. I've forgiven you. It's okay. Seeing this, Chen Shuiying quickly spoke up to stop her. Thank you. Thank you. Manager Tang said as he retreated to a corner. He stood there with a dull look on his face and a lost look. Okay, now it's your turn. Only then did Yi Tian look at Lu Shengqiao and Fang Wei. What do you want to do? Both of them were frightened by the scene just now. He tried to sneak away but was stopped by the bodyguards. I could only stand there in fear. It's you who let Shuiying accompany you for a night? Yi Tian's face was cold and he looked over with fierce eyes. As he spoke, a powerful and terrifying aura seemed to erupt. There was a very heavy feeling of oppression in the store. No, not me. Lu Shengqiao was frightened and shook his head quickly. He asked Fang Wei to stand in front, while he hid behind and trembled. You! Fang Wei was angry and panicked, and turned around and roared. She also kept hitting Lu Shengqiao on the head with her handbag. You dare to hit me? Lu Shengqiao roared in pain. I just beat you up, you wimp, what's wrong with that? You're a coward with the desire but no guts, you're such a wimp, you're a waste. How dare you use me as a shield? Fang Wei became more and more excited as she spoke, and her attacks became more and more violent. Hiss. Stop hitting me, I was wrong. Hui hui. Lu Shengqiao was beaten so hard that he jumped left and right, looking very embarrassed. Snort. Fang Wei was also tired from the fight and was panting with her hands on her hips. This ended the hilarious farce. Now that you are done, it is our turn to settle the score. Yi Tian's eyes were as sharp as torches, as if he wanted to choose someone to devour. Who are you? Lu Shengqiao asked with some stammering. The other party was just going on a simple trip, but he was accompanied by so many bodyguards. This shows that his status is very high. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you want to touch my girlfriend. I can't stand it. After Yi Tian finished speaking, he rushed out in one leap. He casually performed a sweep kick. Ah! Lu Shengqiao felt a pain in his calf and lost his balance. Bang! Yi Tian raised his foot lightly and was kicked into the air. Bang! Bang! Yi Tian punched out frequently. As fast as a cannonball. Lu Shengqiao was beaten so badly that he couldn't speak. I can only accept the abuse. Bang! The final blow with the hammer knocked him to the ground. Call! Yi Tian let out a sigh of relief. It's really more fun to do it yourself. Now I finally feel relieved a lot. It's a pity that the opponent is too weak. He used less than 1/10 of his strength. The fight wasn't satisfying enough. Hiss. So strong. Despite this, he did this set of actions. It shocked everyone. Especially Sharapova and her bodyguards. As the saying goes, the layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Only they know how powerful Yi Tian is. I'm afraid even if they attack together, they won't stand a chance of winning. You. Do you know who he is? The son of the richest man in Haicheng. You treat him like this, so just wait for retribution. Fang Wei looked at Lu Shengqiao lying on the ground and said tremblingly. Just the richest man in Haicheng? Yi Tian looked at her with disdain. He. Fang Hui was unable to organize her words for a moment. This boy is the SVLP of Burberry headquarters. The identity must be very noble. He may really look down on Lu Shengqiao's identity. Fang Hui is now in a dilemma. Got it. Shuiying, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. She suddenly burst into tears and shouted at Chen Shuiying. Yi Tian, they already know they are wrong, let's just forget about it. Chen Shuiying was still too soft-hearted and actually chose to forgive them. This will cause harm sooner or later, and I will have to train him slowly when I get back. You can let me go if you want. Kneel down and apologize. Yi Tian looked at Fang Hui and the dying Lu Shengqiao. You are going too far. Lu Shengqiao struggled to sit up. You still have some backbone. Yi Tian laughed. He just liked these tough guys. Have you found their information? He then looked at Sharapova next to him. Found it, master. Sharapova said, holding the tablet. Fang Hui, 22 years old, from Lincheng, currently studying at Haicheng University. Father, Fang Jiwu, is a teacher at Haicheng No. 1 Middle School. Mother, Lin Xiaoyun, is also a teacher at Haicheng No. 1 Middle School. Lu Shengqiao, 22 years old, from Haicheng, currently studying at Haicheng University. His father, Lu Yuanshan, is the richest man in Haicheng and the chairman of Yuanshan Group, holding 70% of the shares. He owns several real estate companies, new energy companies, garment factories, and seafood processing plants. She said slowly. Fang Hui and Lu Shengqiao were very surprised when they heard each other report their family background. At the same time, there was a vague sense of foreboding. Call Lucy and ask if we or our partners have any connection with the Yuanshan Group. If so, stop all projects we cooperate with them, and we will bear all the losses. Also, have Lucy call Haicheng No. 1 Middle School and ask if they need enthusiastic donations. The conditions are very simple, you know. Yi Tian thought about it and said softly. Yes. Master. Sharapova immediately took out her cell phone to make a call, then walked over and started a private conversation. TSK. You're just making a fuss. Lu Shengqiao still didn't believe that the other party could do whatever he wanted. His father is the richest man in Haicheng after all. The existence of 150th place on Longwo wealth list. How can we be easily bullied? However, Fong Hui didn't think so. Chen Shuiying, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. She fell to her knees with a thud, crying and begging for mercy. She could feel that the other party was not just talking casually. And her family background is too ordinary. He is simply a soft persimmon that can be bullied by anyone. She didn't dare to gamble, and she couldn't gamble. What if the parents are really implicated innocently? That was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for their family. Chen Shuiying, I'm sorry. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. Fong Hui was like a peacock that had lost its colorful tail. Without the previous pride, he just apologized timidly. Yi Tian. Chen Shuiying looked at Fong Hui, who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing, and anxiously tugged at Yi Tian's sleeve. Go back. Remember, don't think about revenge, otherwise you and your family will end up in a miserable situation. Yi Tian still opened his mouth to warn him. Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Fong Wei quickly stood up and walked towards the door. She wanted desperately to leave this place. I don't want to stay here for even a second. Chapter 37 Kneeling down. The first photo of the two of them. Hui Hui. Don't abandon me. Lu Shengqiao saw that Fong Hui was about to leave him alone. He was so scared that he quickly hugged her long legs and shouted urgently. Let go. Fong Wei wanted to break free, but found that this guy was holding on to her tightly. No. Lu Shengqiao shook his head violently, refusing to let go. He secretly glanced at Yi Tian and others out of the corner of his eye. I feel that these bodyguards are strong and fierce. He himself was like a lamb to be slaughtered, weak and helpless. It was horrible that he was left alone. Let go now. Fong Wei was really angry. His hands kept slapping his head. No. If you leave, I will break up with you. Lu Shengqiao defended and threatened at the same time. Break up if we want to. Lu Shengqiao, I've wanted to dump you for a long time. You're average looking, timid, cowardly, lustful and useless, and you can't last a minute every time. Apart from having a good father, you're useless. Fong Wei said without thinking. Lu Shengqiao was caught off guard and was speechless for a moment. He never expected Fong Hui to be so decisive. Feeling the strange looks from everyone, I wanted to retort but was powerless. After all, facts speak louder than words. If you break up with me, no one will buy you bags, and no one will pay your credit card bills. Can you really bear to leave me? Lu Shengqiao thought for a while, then looked up at Fong Hui, his momentum weakened a lot. With my looks, I'll never lack a boyfriend. Fong Wei snorted coldly and spoke bluntly. But, I can't live without you. Hui Hui, please don't leave me, okay? Lu Shengqiao became anxious and shouted while crying. Although he is usually very philandering, he always comes up with new tricks. But he really likes Fong Hui very much. There is always each other in my heart. Fong Wei looked at him, speechless. Is this a shame? Is it too late to say I love her now? Tap tap tap. Just then, Sharapova walked over quickly. Master, Lu Yuanshan hopes to talk to you. She handed over the phone very respectfully. That's fine. Yi Tian thought about it and picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Lu Yuanshan. Lu Yuanshan's deep and heavy voice came from the phone. Hello? Yi Tian simply replied. Mr. Yi, I'll get straight to the point. I don't know what stupid thing my son did to make you so angry. Here, on his behalf, I solemnly apologize to you. If you really still cannot forgive my son, then I will immediately sever the father-son relationship with him and leave him to you to deal with. However, I hope to continue to cooperate with you in a friendly manner. Lu Yuanshan is very direct and decisive. Yi Tian looked at Lu Shengqiao. I gave him a chance, but unfortunately he couldn't grasp it. Mr. Lu, just think of it as giving birth to one less son. When Lu Yuanshan heard this, he was really scared. Is it really that serious? Do you want to cause death? But after thinking it over, he still couldn't bear to part with his son. Mr. Yi, can you let me have a word with this unfilial son? Lu Yuanshan was helpless and could only ask shamelessly. Yi Tian agreed and handed the phone to Sharapova. Here, someone wants to talk to you. Sharapova came to Lu Shengqiao and said coldly. Don't waste your energy. Even if the King of Heaven comes, I will not agree to such humiliation. Lu Shengqiao still spoke stubbornly, showing an attitude of being ready to die. Here. Sharapova held her phone and seemed to explode. Lu Shengqiao was scared. I had no choice but to pick up the phone and put it to my ear. Alpaca. I'm coming. Lu Yuanshan was very angry and roared. Lu Shengqiao was confused. How could it be my own dad? Besides, isn't this grass normal? Is it necessary to emphasize? Dad, I was bullied, and he asked me to kneel down and apologize. I thought of your teachings, a man's knees are made of gold, how can he kneel down to a wicked person? So what? I'm going to teach you the real second half of the sentence. He who knows the current situation is a hero. Kneel down right now and apologize to Mr. Yi. Even if he asks you to eat shit, you have to swallow it all. Do you understand? If you can't do that, you will never come back to this family. When Lu Shengqiao wanted to take credit for it, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Lu Yuanshan. Dad. Lu Shengqiao suddenly felt that his father was very strange. Some people even doubt that they are not their biological children. Don't call me Dad. Brat, I tell you, this Mr. Yi has a very deep background. Even I am just a small fry in front of him, so you know what I mean. After Lu Yuanshan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. This. Lu Shengqiao looked at Yi Tian again. The look in his eyes changed completely. Knock on the mother. I didn't expect that I would be smart all my life but stupid for a moment. He actually became an experienced baby in the novel. I got slapped in the face by the hidden boss. Well. He sighed softly. Still accepted the fate's trick. He walked up to Yi Tian and slowly knelt down. Mr. Yi, please forgive me. He bit his lip and still shouted out in grievance. Not to me. Yi Tian said in a deep voice with a cold face. Miss Chen, I'm sorry. I spoke too quickly. I'm sorry. Lu Shengqiao also imitated Feng Hui and slapped himself in the face. Don't do that next time. Chen Shuiying frowned and spoke softly. Yes. I promise there won't be a next time. Thank you, Miss Chen. Lu Shengqiao felt relieved and shouted hurriedly. Remember your words. Next time, no one can protect you. Yi Tian warned again. Yes. Mr. Yi. Lu Shengqiao was shocked by this powerful momentum. Fine. He quickly got up and moved closer to Feng Wei. Let's go. Feng Wei looked at him with complicated eyes. Still left with him. Shuiying, you are too soft-hearted. You will definitely suffer in the future. Yi Tian tapped Chen Shuiying's head gently. If this were put in a TV series, she would definitely be called a saintly bitch. I'm not afraid because you're by my side. Chen Shuiying hugged his arm and acted coquettishly in a naughty way. Yi Tian was confused by her sudden act of coquettishness. I no longer have the heart to continue preaching. Have you bought your clothes yet? Yi Tian could only change the subject and asked softly. Not yet. After hearing what he said, Chen Shuiying also remembered. I haven't bought clothes for my parents yet. Miss Chen, do you think these clothes are suitable? Masiki, who had been watching the show nearby, suddenly spoke up. She hurriedly pushed a small shelf beside her and came in front of Chen Shuiying. These are all clothes she carefully selected. There are more than a dozen sets of men's and women's clothing. There are many styles and they are very fashionable. Yi Tian, which two sets do you think are better to buy? Chen Shuiying looked left and right, feeling very distressed. The clothes above are all very nice. She was a little bit confused for a moment. Pack them all up. Yi Tian smiled and said lightly. Yes. Mr. Yi. Masiki naturally did not dare to neglect it. He immediately pushed the small shelf away. Let's go to the next store and buy a few more sets of clothes for you and your parents-in-law. Yi Tian held Chen Shuiying's hand and said with a smile. Who are your father-in-law and mother-in-law? Chen Shuiying rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. Brother, Sister Shuiying, and Brother Yi Tian, have you forgotten us? Ding Xian stood there, looking at the two people gradually going away, feeling a little confused. Ding Hao nodded, feeling bitter and depressed. Two kids, let's go. Sharapova had just paid the bill when she turned around and saw the helpless siblings. There was a strange smile on his face. When the two kids saw her, they felt much more at ease. Holding hands, they quickly chased after him. 2 hours later, Yi Tian and others finally visited all the clothing stores. All the bodyguards had bags full of clothes. Phew! I'm so tired. Chen Shuiying opened a pack of tissues and gave them to Yi Tian and Ding Hao, two siblings. Sister Shuiying, I'm hungry. Me too. Ding Hao and Ding Qian touched their rumbling stomachs and looked pitiful. So what do you want to eat? Chen Shuiying rubbed their heads and asked with a smile. McDonkey. The two kids said in unison. They think of eating burgers, French fries, fried chicken. My saliva is watering. Okay, but you can't eat too much. Chen Shuiying nodded, she was also a little greedy. They soon arrived at McDonald's on the first floor. Hello? The parent-child activities in our branch are in full swing. As long as you take a photo at this check-in point next to me and post it to your Moments, and then get 50 likes, you can get a toy gift that we specially prepared for free. A pretty young lady stood at the door, holding two very cute toys in her hands, and enthusiastically explained to Yi Tian and others. We don't need any, thank you. Yi Tian is not very interested in this kind of activity. The attitude is very cold. The young lady looked stunned. I was immediately fascinated by his cool and handsome appearance. Sister Shuiying, we want this toy. Ding Qian and Ding Hao are different. They had long been attracted by the two toy gifts and couldn't take their eyes or feet away. Miss, why don't we just take a picture? It's very simple and won't waste too much of your time. Upon seeing this, the young lady immediately changed direction and attacked Chen Shuiying. But, they are not our children. Chen Shuiying's cheeks turned slightly red as she spoke in a low voice. It's okay, just take pictures. The young lady said with a smile on her face. Yi Tian, how about we take a picture? Chen Shuiying blinked her big eyes and tugged at the corner of Yi Tian's clothes. Yi Tian couldn't refuse Chen Shuiying's request. All right. I could only agree reluctantly. Eggplant. So, Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying brought their two children to the check-in point. The four of them faced the camera and smiled very nervously. With a click. Frame them into a beautiful photo. Thank you for participating. The photos are very beautiful. We will send them to you now. By the way, I want to tell you that this photo may be included in our McDonald's Happy Family National Rating activity. The young lady took out her tablet and showed them the photos taken just now. Ha! Chen Shuiying covered her mouth gently, very surprised. If my classmates at school saw this, there would be a big misunderstanding. The tricks in this store are too deep. Okay, let's go in and eat. Yi Tian had guessed this situation a long time ago, but he didn't care too much. Anyway, sooner or later, he and Chen Shuiying will be a family. Chapter 38 Walking with Beauty. Challenges from the basketball court. Time flies. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. 7 p.m. After Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying finished their meal, they went back to their room to play with their cell phones. You are not feeling well. You cannot drink cold water. When Yi Tian saw Chen Shuiying pick up her water cup, he immediately spoke up to stop her. But the water is a little hot. I'm afraid of being scalded. Chen Shuiying's eyes were watery and she started to act cute again. That won't work either. Yi Tian picked up the kettle and handed it over. Humph. You don't love me anymore. Chen Shuiying took the kettle angrily. I saw her puffing out her little mouth and blowing it, then taking a sip. Her cheeks are puffy, making her look particularly cute and charming. Be good. I'm doing this for your own good. Look how badly your stomach has been aching these past few days. It must be because you drank a sip of Coke at McDonald's that day. Yi Tian hugged her gently and said with concern. I'll just take a sip. Chen Shuiying knew she was in the wrong and muttered to herself. Not even a sip. Have you ever seen other girls drink iced drinks during their period? Yi Tian curled his lips and pinched her cheek hard. It hurts. Let go. Chen Shuiying grabbed Yi Tian's wrist and pulled it gently. You guys were drinking so happily that I became greedy. Ha, you mean to blame us? Yi Tian deliberately put on a stern face. Pinch her slender waist. He tickled her armpits again. Ha ha ha. Let go. Ha ha ha. I ha ha ha. I won't dare to do that next time. Chen Shuiying was made to laugh and cry, feeling very uncomfortable. I could only slap his thighs and beg for mercy. Only then did Ji Tian nodded in satisfaction and stopped scratching. You're feeling much better now. Let's go downstairs and take a walk. You've gained weight after not exercising for a few days. After saying that, Yi Tian gently patted her round buttocks. Bad guy. Chen Shuiying's face immediately turned red and she cursed shyly. I'm not fat. Then she hurried to the full-length mirror. He turned around and gestured. She still cares a lot about Yi Tian's words. Hey hey. Yi Tian smiled evilly and came behind her. He hugged her tightly and kissed her neck. Intoxicated by this warmth, softness and sweetness. What are you doing? Let go. It will be terrible if my parents see it. Chen Shuiying looked at the door nervously, found that it was not closed, and shouted hurriedly. But Yi Tian did not let go and still held on tightly. Snort. Chen Shuiying had no choice but to gently bite Yi Tian's arm. Feel the delicate and tender cherry lips and the soft and moist tongue. This made Yi Tian even more relaxed and happy. What are you afraid of? We haven't done anything bad. After a while, Yi Tian gently picked up Chen Shuiying and slowly walked to the wardrobe. Give. Yi Tian found 2 couple jackets. Hand over the pink one. I wore light blue. It's so beautiful. Chen Shuiying was also dressed. She took Yi Tian's arm and looked at herself in the mirror. Don't be so conceited. Let's go for a walk. It's getting late and the temperature will get even colder. Yi Tian scratched her nose and laughed. The two walked out of the room briskly. At this time, Zhang Chunlan and Chen Deli were sitting in the living room watching TV. Where are you planning to go? Zhang Chunlan saw that they were both dressed neatly and asked softly. Mom, we're going to take a walk in the neighborhood. Chen Shuiying said sweetly. Yingying, if you're not feeling well, don't move around casually. Chen Deli first glared at Yi Tian. Then he looked at his daughter with great concern. His eyes were full of love and tenderness. Dad, I feel much better today. If you move more, you will get better faster. Chen Shuiying walked behind Chen Deli and massaged his shoulders. Well, don't walk too hard. Chen Deli squinted his eyes and enjoyed it comfortably. Then I'll go first. Chen Shuiying hugged Chen Deli and then walked to the door. Your stomach still hurts a little, don't squat, I'll help you. When Yi Tian saw Chen Shuiying was about to bend down to put on her shoes, he immediately stopped her. He took out his shoes and put them on for her considerately. Thanks. Chen Shuiying felt very warm and sweet in her heart. This is what I should do. I promised you that I would take good care of you. Yi Tian shook his head and said gently. Chen Shuiying took his arm and leaned closer to him. The two of them walked out the door in a loving manner. Yi Tian and Shuiying's relationship is getting better and better. Zhang Chunlan felt very relieved when she saw this scene. TSK. I said this guy was hypocritical and just wanted to deceive Yingying's feelings. Chen Deli's eyes were blazing with jealousy. I say, well, old man, you are already such a grown man, and yet you are still jealous over your daughter. Zhang Chunlan frowned slightly and grabbed his ear. Hiss. It hurts. Let go. Chen Deli immediately begged for mercy with a painful look on his face. It's January now and the temperature has dropped a lot. The two of them strolled along the path in the community. Chen Shuiying hugged Yi Tian and breathed heavily. Shuiying, is it cold? As Yi Tian spoke, he exhaled wisps of white mist. A little. Chen Shuiying's voice trembled slightly. Shall we go back then? No, I want to go with you for a while. Well, if you feel unwell, you must tell me immediately, understand? Yi Tian was very worried about her health, but he couldn't persuade her. I can only accompany her and keep moving forward. I find that you are becoming more and more like an old man. Chen Shuiying laughed and kept complaining about Yi Tian being nagging. Ha, in a few days, you will know whether I am an old man or not. Yi Tian grinned wickedly, revealing a cunning expression. Can you please stop thinking about these things every day? Chen Shuiying understood what he meant instantly and said angrily. No, as long as it's about you, I will think about it all the time. Yi Tian touched her face with a playful smile. Chen Shuiying rolled her eyes at him and stopped talking. Soon, the two arrived at the basketball court in the community. At this time, the place was brightly lit and filled with noisy noises. A group of young people are playing on the basketball court, sweating profusely. Yi Tian, can you play basketball? Chen Shuiying raised her head slightly and asked suddenly. Yeah, of course. When I was in high school, I was the best player in the class and won many awards. But unfortunately, I didn't play much after entering college. Yi Tian boasted shamelessly. Is this true or false? Chen Shuiying was skeptical. Really, I won't lie to you. Yi Tian said with a smile. A white lie is not a lie. This is naturally not considered cheating. Then let's go over and take a look. I haven't seen anyone play basketball in a long time. Chen Shuiying took his hand and walked over slowly. Sister Shuiying. Sister Shuiying. A group of middle school students saw the two of them and shouted. Xiaojie, Xiaowen, long time no see. Chen Shuiying also kept waving her hands and greeting them enthusiastically. Yi Tian looked at them quietly without saying a word. It seems that Chen Shuiying is very popular in the community. However, this is also normal. Chen Shuiying is not only beautiful, but also has a good personality. Naturally, everyone likes it. Sister Shuiying, is this your boyfriend? A little boy looked at Yi Tian and asked softly. The other boys also looked over. As expected, he is Sister Shuiying's boyfriend. He is really handsome. They knew the news a few days ago. Many people are heartbroken about this. I hid in the bed and cried for a long time. Yes, this is my boyfriend, Yi Tian. Chen Shuiying introduced it very generously. Shuiying. Just then, a tall and handsome boy came over. Brother Chang. Chen Shuiying greeted him. I haven't seen you for a semester. You look beautiful again. Brother Chang wiped the sweat off his face and said with a smile. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Chen Shuiying also laughed happily. The relationship between the two seems to be pretty good. My name is Su Wenxiang. Brother Chang looked at Yi Tian and stretched out his right hand. I am Yi Tian. Yi Tian simply shook hands with him. Play ball together? Su Wenxiang withdrew his hand and said softly. Okay. But it's too cold and my body is a little stiff. I need to warm up. Yi Tian nodded and said softly. I don't know why. A strong desire to fight suddenly emerged in his heart. Okay, I'll play around first. After saying that, Su Wenxiang took the little boys onto the stage again. Yi Tian, why did you agree to him? You haven't played for so long, your body must have been stiff. And you're wearing this outfit, it's easy to get injured playing basketball. Chen Shuiying was very worried. She was afraid that Yi Tian would show off and accidentally hurt himself. It's okay, just a casual fight, it won't be too intense. Yi Tian touched her head and comforted her. Then you better be careful later. Chen Shuiying was still a little worried. Yi Tian began to move his hands and feet and do warm-up exercises. P.S. I would like to tell all the handsome men and beautiful ladies that the author has started school recently and will update 2 chapters every day. Thank you for your support. I wish you all a happy Lantern Festival. Chapter 39 Basketball Skills Package. Easily crush your opponents. Yi Tian jumped left and right. He pretends to be very professional. In fact, I was very panicked inside. System, come out. As the saying goes, when in doubt, look for the system. You are already a mature host and should learn to be self-reliant. The system still looks lazy. Alas! I have never touched basketball since I was a child. I don't even know the rules. How can I not be anxious? Hurry up and think of a solution for me. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of Shuiying. Yi Tian was anxious. I was just bragging out of vanity just now. And he couldn't stand Su Wenxiang, who was staring at his girlfriend in a lustful manner. Only then did I rashly agree to his request. I see, why don't you just search for basketball skills in the mall? Why do you have to bother me with such a small matter? The system is very dissatisfied. Even such trivial matters have to be handled personally by it. This host is overqualified. What a waste. Ahem, I just want you to recommend it. You are the most powerful system. Believe in the system and you will have eternal life. The system is awesome. Of course, Tian didn't want to admit that he was lazy, so he started to flatter people randomly. Well, I'll help you this time, but it won't happen again. After listening to the system, I felt much better. No matter how many holes there are, flattery never wears out. This is indeed a true saying. I suggest you buy this first. It operated the system page itself and found the basketball encyclopedia. No, it's too late to read now. Yi Tian looked at the interface in front of him with a frown on his face. This system is still a bit unreliable. It's so stupid and vulgar. I asked you to buy it for a reason. You don't need to read this encyclopedia yourself. You can use it directly and it will enlighten you and let you master all the basketball knowledge in an instant. Don't think these are unimportant. On a distant planet in the universe, there is a basketball superstar who relies on getting up at 4 in the morning to study the rules and dominate the professional league. The system is well known and explained in detail. Okay. Buy it. After hearing this, Yi Tian no longer hesitated. I readily spent 1 prestige point and clicked to purchase the basketball encyclopedia. The next second, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Many basketball memories that he had never touched before kept flooding into his mind. Clear and profound. Is it good value for money? After finishing, the system asked with a smile. Yi Tian nodded heavily. It really feels great. Sour and refreshing. I had the urge to try again. Then the main event will come next. The system then searched out several professional basketball-related skills. Advanced basketball athletic ability, possessing superior athletic ability, including endurance, explosive power, coordination, body flexibility, speed, jumping, rebound speed, etc. Worth 100 ultimate points. Advanced basketball sense, destined to be born for basketball, perfect combination of man and ball. Worth 100 points. Advanced basketball IQ, possess a smart and clear mind, play reasonably, and improve efficiency. Worth 100 prestige points. Advanced basketball vision, possessing a broad field of vision, worth 100 prestige points. Basketball God Jordan skill pack, worth 1000 prestige points. Black Mamba Kobe skill pack, worth 1000 prestige points. Little Emperor James skill pack, worth 1000 prestige points. Answer, Iverson skill pack, worth 1000 prestige points. Uncle Drew Irving skill pack, worth 1000 prestige points. Cute God Curry skill pack, worth 1000 prestige points. Basketball Fire ultimate skill, worth 2000 prestige points. So much? Yi Tian was stunned. These people have never heard of it. But each nickname is more intimidating than the other. It looks amazing. But it's just a game of basketball, is it necessary to be so professional? Also, what is this ultimate basketball fire move? The name is very funny, and the price is ridiculous. Of course it is necessary. These skill packs cover a lot of basketball action skills, including dribbling, breakthrough, layup and shooting ability, allowing you to dominate the court. In addition, this basketball fire ultimate trick skill pack is beyond your imagination. The system analyzed it very carefully. Oh well. Yi Tian's heart was bleeding, and he reluctantly bought all the skills. Ding dong. After testing, it was found that the host has multiple skills in the same field, which have been reintegrated into special skills. Please be informed. God-level basketball skills unique, possess unparalleled basketball talent and skills. That's it? Yi Tian quickly checked the system page and felt that it suddenly became much lower class. Based on my current level, I should be able to walk around this neighborhood with ease. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. After a while, the 3 versus 3 match on the field just ended. Brother, let's have a one-on-one duel first. Su Wenxiang walked over and said to Yi Tian. His breathing was a little rapid. Looks like a bit tired. Okay, how do I play? Yi Tian stretched on the spot and asked very calmly. Play 7 balls without changing the ball. Su Wenxiang's face lit up with joy and he spoke quickly. I didn't expect that this young man would actually agree. He glanced at Chen Shuiying secretly. There was a hint of fascination on his face. He had originally planned to confess his love to Chen Shuiying before the new year. Unfortunately, I didn't expect that someone would get there first. He felt very upset and regretful. Okay, then you take a break and we'll play again later. Yi Tian saw that he was having difficulty breathing and didn't want to take advantage of him. It would be meaningless to easily beat the weak ones. No, just start fighting. Su Wenxiang shook his head violently. He couldn't wait to brutally beat up the boy in front of him. He wanted Chen Shuiying to understand this clearly. You are the best choice. Yi Tian stopped talking nonsense. He took off his coat and handed it to Chen Shuiying. He showed off his muscles and had very graceful lines. Then he and Su Wenxiang came to the basketball court. It's going to be a good show. Who do you think will win? Nonsense. It must be Brother Chang. Brother Chang is on the university basketball team. That's right. Brother Chang has won the Haicheng McDonald's 3-on-3 basketball competition. But Sister Shuiying's boyfriend is also very tall and strong. He should not be underestimated. Many little boys gathered outside the court, discussing enthusiastically. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Tian picked up the basketball on the ground and tapped it a few times to feel the quality of the basketball. Bang. Then he tried a 3-point jump shot, but missed. Yi Tian wanted to measure the size of the court and the height of the basket. And quickly adjust your shooting feel. Pa! Su Wenxiang rushed to the basket, jumped lightly and grabbed the basketball. The movements are smooth, swift, and handsome. You attack first. He threw the ball to Yi Tian outside the 3-point line. Judging from the actions just now, he roughly guessed Yi Tian's level. The shooting posture is very standard, but the power is insufficient. The bounce isn't very good either. He is very confident about this kind of rubbish rookie. Take it down effortlessly. Well, let's start. Yi Tian said softly after receiving the ball. Su Wenxiang did not come over to defend closely, but stood at the free throw line ready to go. He looked down upon Yi Tian's basketball skills and thought that Yi Tian would definitely not be able to make the shot. So he took a bold step and let Yi Tian shoot at will. I was actually looked down upon. Yi Tian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, adjusted his posture, and pulled directly. The movements are simple and skillful, very handsome. Completely different from just now. Shwa! The basketball went into the basket very cleanly. 1-0. Yi Tian is leading. So handsome. Chen Shuiying stood on the sidelines and shouted softly. His hands kept clapping. Fuck! This pull-up posture is amazing, even better than that of a professional athlete. Well, his dribbling is very steady, with an indescribable charm. It's confirmed. Sister Shuiying's boyfriend must have received professional training. The little boy on the sidelines was also amazed. Everyone pondered and analyzed it carefully. Come again. Fuck. I got fooled. Su Wenxiang cursed in a low voice. I feel that Yi Tian was deliberately cheating just now. Pretend to be a novice to deceive him and make him complacent. How despicable. Come again. He threw the ball to Yi Tian and shouted loudly. As soon as Yi Tian received the ball, Su Wenxiang came over. Close defense. You don't dare to let go? Yi Tian smiled and tapped the basketball. First, there was a series of dribbling between the legs, and then a sudden acceleration. With a whoosh sound. With just one step, he easily passed Su Wenxiang. The other party didn't react at all and just stood there stupidly. Shwa! Another signature mid-range fadeaway jump shot. The basketball also hit the target and went perfectly into the frame. 2-0. What the hell? What's going on? His starting speed is so fast that he passed Brother Chang in one step. Isn't this jump shot too cool? The jump is very high. The backward range is also very exaggerated. Oh my god. Who exactly is Sister Shuiying's boyfriend? This time, the whole audience was blown up. Extraordinary. It's as simple as crossing the street in the early morning. Fading jump shot. Picturesque. So handsome. Nima. Su Wenxiang became a little angry and threw the basketball to the ground. Venting out the dissatisfaction and anger in my heart. Continue. This time he walked straight to Yi Tian and handed the ball to him. This time, he planned to defend closely. Let's try that trick then. Yi Tian made fake moves and feinted his steps. Then accelerate and break through to the right. Snort! Su Wenxiang gritted his teeth and tried to keep up. Crossover. Yi Tiancher used Iverson's classic trick. A drastic change of direction. Ah! Su Wenxiang twisted his ankle and fell to the ground. Bang! Yi Tian jumped high like a flying eagle. A 720-degree windmill dunk. 3-0. The whole place was dead silent. Pa, pa, pa. Then there was loud applause. This is outrageous. Such a drastic change of direction, is this something a human can do? Look carefully, he is wearing ordinary sports shoes, not professional basketball shoes. It's amazing. Did you count clearly just now? How many times did he turn? 2 full laps. I recorded a video. He's handsome and good at basketball, so there must be a lot of girls who like him. The little boys around went completely crazy and instantly became Yi Tian's little fans. Are you okay? Yi Tian turned around and walked over slowly, intending to help Su Wenxiang up. I'm fine. Come again. Su Wenxiang ignored Yi Tian's hand and stood up. Yi Tian walked straight to the 3-point line. Su Wenxiang followed closely and began to defend closely. He opened his arms, not giving Yi Tian a chance to break through. He. Yi Tian calmly read the situation on the scene. I saw him taking the ball with his back turned. Relying on the Dragon Group Soldier King's super strong physique, he easily crushed them with his strength. Invades the paint area with steady steps. Drink! Su Wenxiang tried his best but was unable to stop Yi Tian. Bang! Bang! After repeated muscle collisions, Yi Tian had already reached the basket. Drink! Yi Tian suddenly made a dreamy move and Su Wenxiang was completely fooled. Then he was about to jump and prepare for a gorgeous dunk. I won't let you score. However, Su Wenxiang has not given up yet. She rushed over and hugged him tightly. Snort! Yi Tian still jumped up forcefully, taking Su Wenxiang with him. Boom! Complete the dunk directly. 4-0. Ah! When Su Wenxiang got down from the ground, he twisted his ankle again. Standing there not daring to move. Then he tried to put his feet on the ground. But the severe pain is really unbearable. Come on. I'll help you over there to rest. Yi Tian looked back at him and sighed softly. This guy is working too hard, totally disregarding his own body. Fortunately, the injury was not serious. It will probably take about a week or 2 of rest. Su Wenxiang lowered his head and snorted. Today, I have lost face. But there is nothing we can do. Water. As soon as they sat down on the chairs at the sidelines, Chen Shuiying handed them 2 bottles of water. Thanks. Yi Tian and Su Wenxiang took the water and immediately started drinking it gulps down. Brother Chang, is your foot okay? Chen Shuiying asked with some concern. It's nothing serious. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Su Wenxiang forced a smile on his face. By the way, brother, are you from the college league? Then he looked at Yi Tian, very confused. No, I'm just an ordinary student. I haven't touched a basketball in 4 years of college. Yi Tian shrugged and told the truth. How is this possible? Of course Su Wenxiang didn't believe it and exclaimed. This level is simply impossible for an ordinary person. Moreover, he hasn't touched the ball for 4 years, but he can still maintain this level? There has to be a limit to lying. Believe it or not. Yi Tian knew Su Wenxiang and did not explain further. Instead, he turned to look at Chen Shuiying, only to find that the little boy next to him was ready to make a move. The look in their eyes was so scary, just like seeing a beloved beauty. I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. Okay, let's go back. After saying that, Yi Tian took Chen Shuiying and left in a hurry. Chapter 40 Something happened. Lu Xingqiao's self-redemption. The next day. Yi Tian squinted his eyes and lay comfortably on the bed. Down further, a little further to the right, yes, right here. Ah! It feels so good. He commanded quietly. Occasionally, a few coquettish moans would be uttered. Are you ready? Chen Shuiying was sitting on his back, massaging him very hard. Almost. Yi Tian said with a smile. This was said 30 minutes ago. Humph. I quit. Chen Shuiying snorted coldly. He just gave up and lay down on one side. She had been pressing it for a full hour. My palms were red and my arms were sore. Shuiying, what's wrong? Although Yi Tian was still a little reluctant to leave. But he knew that he couldn't pretend any longer. He quickly turned over and hugged Chen Shuiying tightly. Our Shuiying is so virtuous. She even knows how to give massages, and she does it so well. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Tian kissed her cheek and said with a smile. I'm not from your family. Chen Shuiying was still very angry and gently shook off Zetian's hand. The cheeks are chubby and very cute. If it's not ours, then whose else could it be? Be good, don't be angry, let me see your hand, okay? After saying that, Yi Tian grabbed her hand. Why is it all red, Shuiying, does it hurt? Yi Tian felt very distressed when he saw Chen Shuiying's hands turned red. He rubbed it gently and then pressed it against his face. Yeah, a little. Chen Shuiying's anger immediately subsided and her tone softened. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. Yi Tian kissed her hand and apologized sincerely. Next time it's your turn to give me a massage, twice. Don't cheat. Chen Shuiying turned over and hugged Yi Tian, speaking gently. Okay, next time I'll give you a full body massage, inside and out. Are you satisfied? Yi Tianxie smiled, and his hands began to move out of control again. Swimming non-stop. Act recklessly. Bad guy. Chen Shuiying shouted coquettishly. Soon. My heartbeat quickened and my breathing became irregular. Knock knock knock. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the door. I'll go open the door. Chen Shuiying immediately pushed Yi Tian away and sat up. Yi Tian nodded. A trace of regret flashed across his face. Mom, what's wrong? Chen Shuiying quickly straightened her clothes and then ran to open the door. Zhang Chunlan was seen standing outside the door in panic. The eyes are also a little red. Shuiying, something happened at your father's factory. Now we can't contact your father, what do you think we should do? Zhang Chunlan's voice was very hoarse. Mom, please don't worry. Can you tell me what happened? When Chen Shuiying heard this, her heart skipped a beat and she quickly comforted him. Alas! Your father's factory was surrounded by suppliers who were asking for debts, and I heard that many people were injured. I called your father several times, but he didn't answer. Do you think he has an accident? Zhang Chunlan became more and more anxious as she spoke, and tears began to flow. How so? After hearing this, Chen Shuiying's mind went blank and she was panicked, muttering to herself. Auntie, Shuiying, don't worry for now. Uncle may be dealing with something and can't answer the phone for a while. Where is Uncle's factory? I'll go over and take a look. Yi Tian walked over quickly and patted Chen Shuiying's shoulder gently. I'll take you there. After hearing his words, Zhang Chunlan felt like she had found her backbone and felt much more at ease. I'm going too. Chen Shuiying said quickly. Then let's go. Yi Tian simply picked up the coat and car keys next to him and quickly walked out of the room. Chen Shuiying and Zhang Chunlan looked at each other, nodded, and followed immediately. On the way. Sharapova, is everyone here? Yi Tian was driving while talking on the phone. Report to the master, everything is ready. Sharapova's voice echoed throughout the carriage. Well, I've asked Shuiying to send you the address. Let's meet at the door. By the way, you should still have Lu Yuanshan's phone number, right? Yes, master. Then you call him and ask him to do you a favor. I will owe him a favor afterwards. Yi Tian thought about it and said in a deep voice. Because he didn't know the specific situation, he had to find a helper. And Lu Yuanshan is the local boss here. Asking him for help is the best choice. Yes, master. Sharapova hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Lu Yuanshan? Is he the chairman of the Yuanshan group? How do you know him? After listening to Yi Tian's call, Zhang Chunlan was deeply shocked. Lu Yuanshan is a well-known figure in Haicheng. If he could really help, all the problems would be solved. Yes, auntie. Yi Tian said lightly. I just don't know if he will help. Zhang Chunlan knew that Yi Tian was very rich and his network of contacts must be very extensive. But Lu Yuanshan is the richest man in Haicheng and his status is not ordinary. Moreover, she has a rebellious personality and may not necessarily give him face. Auntie, don't worry. As long as Lu Yuanshan is not stupid, he will definitely help. Yi Tian is very confident. Really? Zhang Chunlan was skeptical. Mom, if Yi Tian says he will do it, he will do it. Chen Shuiying held her hand and said firmly. She has unconditional trust in Yi Tian. Only then did Zhang Chunlan feel completely relieved. Yi Tian was driving a Maserati President, speeding towards Chendeli's factory. At the same time, in a luxurious villa in Haicheng. Dad, why did you wake me up so early? Lu Shengqiao came into the living room with a haggard look on his face. He stayed in the bar until 3 in the morning last night. Then he took the two beauties to the hotel. I didn't get home until 7 in the morning. I had just fallen asleep for a short while when I was called out. It's inevitable to feel unhappy. You're useless. All you do is sleep all day long. It's better to raise a pig than you. Lu Yuanshan felt very angry when he saw his son who was not making any progress. Lu Xingqiao didn't dare to refute and just stood there obediently. But I was very depressed inside. This old man has gone crazy again. He started swearing early in the morning. This life is really unbearable. I'll give you a chance. If you do well, I'll let you run one of my small companies. Lu Yuanshan took a sip of hot tea and spoke. Real? When Lu Shengqiao heard this, he immediately became interested. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Yuanshan glared at him and continued, do you remember Mr. Yi from a few days ago? Mr. Yi? Lu Shengqiao was a little confused. Are you talking about Mr. Yi? But the next second, he remembered. The man who had given him nightmares a few days ago. I felt a chill down my spine and suddenly felt the urge to urinate. Lu Yuanshan nodded. Dad, could it be that he suddenly changed his mind and wants to settle the score with me? Dad, I am your biological son, you can't just watch me die. Now Lu Shengqiao lost his composure and started crying. He was just short of kneeling down and kowtow. Shut up. Lu Yuanshan felt it was very noisy and growled. Oh. Lu Shengqiao immediately covered his mouth. Mr. Yi asked us to help, and said that he would owe us a favor after the matter was completed. This is a great opportunity for our Yuanshan group to take off again. Lu Yuanshan looked at him and said. What does he want us to do for you? Lu Shengqiao was a little confused. Mr. Yi is so powerful, and if he can't handle it, there's nothing I can do to help him. It's a very small matter. Lu Yuanshan smiled slightly, feeling that God was helping him. He then told Lu Shengqiao the whole story in detail. You must handle this matter perfectly and don't let Mr. Yi down. Secretary Wang will also assist you, understand? Lu Yuanshan emphasized again. He doesn't want to get into any more trouble. If there wasn't a shareholders meeting today, there would be no need for this prodigal son. Lu Shengqiao said with confidence. As long as he makes amends this time, Mr. Yi will not bother him anymore. And who knows, maybe I can even help out a few people. Remember, bring more people with you, and obey Mr. Yi in everything. Don't act on your own. Okay, Secretary Wang is already at the door, you can go with him now. Seeing that everything had been explained almost completely, Lu Yuanshan immediately urged him to leave. Lu Shengqiao didn't look unhappy at all. After saying this, he hurried out the door. Secretary Wang. He arrived at the villa courtyard and saw a middle-aged man in a suit standing next to the car, who had been waiting for a long time. Master. The middle-aged man in a suit shouted respectfully. How are you preparing for what Dad asked you to do? Lu Shengqiao sat in the car and asked softly. Everything is ready, and our people have already rushed to their destination. Moreover, we have found someone who is guaranteed to make Mr. Yi happy. Secretary Wang started the car and left the villa. By the way, how many people did we bring? Not many, only about 70 or 80 people. Then notify Lao Liang and ask him to call another 50 people over. Okay, Master. Chapter 41 Extreme Chaos. A devastating battle. Fuqua Garment Factory. At this time, a group of people were standing outside the iron gate. Crowded. They were arguing with the employees in the factory. The two sides confronted each other and the public was in turmoil. The scene was extremely chaotic. Pay back the money quickly. Pay back the money. A middle-aged man walked to the door and shouted loudly. Pay back the money. Pay back the money. Immediately afterwards, earth-shaking shouts broke out from the crowd. Bang. Bang. Many young people began to bang on the iron gate again. Boss, sure, calm down first. Otherwise it will be difficult for us to communicate and negotiate. Chandeli stood anxiously inside the iron gate and pleaded with the middle-aged man. He had been persuading her for 2 hours. My forehead was already covered with sweat and my throat was very dry. But nothing works. All these suppliers care about is the money owed. We have nothing to discuss. Call your boss to come out and explain things clearly. Boss sure had a very unfriendly expression on his face and his tone was very cold. Boss sure, I've already told you that our director Peng is still out of town discussing business and can't come back for the time being. Chandeli sighed softly, feeling helpless, and could only explain with a bitter face. Chandeli, who would believe you when you say this? Boss sure's face remained gloomy and cold. Then he turned around and shouted to the people behind him, do you believe it? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The suppliers became even more excited and shouted. Boss sure, please get out of the way first. Just then, a group of people dressed as gangsters squeezed to the front. They had evil smiles on their faces and held iron rods and other tools in their hands. It seems that the person who comes has bad intentions. Boss sure nodded and quickly stepped aside. Zhang San, Li Si, what do you want to do? When Chandeli saw this group of hooligans, he scolded them with a stern face. Zhang San and Li Si are famous gangsters in Haicheng. He gathered a group of idle young people under his command. He is a cruel and vicious person, causing trouble everywhere. It is an absolute ghost-seeking monster. Chandeli, since we have received their money, we naturally have to help them. I advise you to move away, or I'll hurt you. Ha ha ha. Zhang San and Li Si laughed disdainfully. Then he waved his hand. The hooligans picked up iron bars and smashed the big iron gate hard. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a series of metal collision sounds. Noisy and sharp. Let's step back and avoid getting hurt. Seeing this, Chandeli hurriedly led the workers to retreat a few meters inside. Not long after, the iron chain locking the door was smashed to pieces. Bang. Bang. Zhang San and Li Si did not stop and continued to kick the door with their men. Bang. In just a moment, the entire iron gate was kicked to the ground. Let's rush in. Find that bastard boss. Since they don't have the money to pay back, we'll just move our things and leave. Yes. The factory's production machines and office computers are more valuable. When the suppliers saw the gate collapsed, they rushed into the factory frantically. Boss Li. Boss Zhang. Don't be impulsive. This is against the law. Chandeli and his workers tried their best to stop these excited suppliers. Don't let them enter the factory without permission. This Chandeli is really in the way. In the chaos, Zhang San looked at Chandeli with disgust and cursed in a low voice. Bang. He suddenly ran and gave Chandeli a flying kick. Ah! Chandeli felt pain in his abdomen and flew backwards. The back of his head hit the ground hard. The blood flowed wildly, soon turning the area into a scarlet red. Help! 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 The worker who was closest to the place ran over with a look of fear on his face, shouting very anxiously. When the suppliers saw the bloody scene, they all stopped what they were doing. I was also extremely terrified. They just came to collect the debt and had no intention of killing anyone. If something really happened to Chandeli, they would not be able to escape responsibility. A bunch of cowards, what can he do? Zhang San spat and said nonchalantly. Zhang San, we agreed beforehand that we can't hurt anyone at will. What do you mean by this now? Boss sure frowned and spoke in a very low voice. He paid to invite Zhang San and Li Si here. If any trouble really arose, he would be the first to bear the brunt. He doesn't want to go to jail for no reason. Boss sure, I just gave him a light kick, he will be fine. Zhang San still chuckled nonchalantly. If it weren't for the money, he would have looked down on these trash. Yeah? Yi Tian walked over with a cold face. Old man. Dad. Zhang Chunlan and Chen Shuiying saw Chen Deli lying on the ground. There was a pool of blood on the ground. They immediately ran over nervously. Wow! This girl is so pretty. How about taking it back to play with? Hey! Zhang San and Li Si were talking and laughing unscrupulously. He didn't take Yi Tian and others seriously at all. Brother, after you taste the appetizer, remember to save some soup for us. That's right. If I can play with such a gorgeous beauty once, even if it costs me 10 years of my life, I'd be willing to do it. Well, I recently learned a new trick, and I really want to try it out. The other gangsters also coveted Chen Shuiying's body and spoke dirty words without any scruples. Yi Tian looked at them with a gloomy expression, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. These little bastards actually dared to fantasize about their own women. They are really courting death. Sharapova, do it. No need to show mercy. His voice was very cold and full of murderous intent. Yes. Master. Sharapova said this and raised her hand to make a gesture. 10 bodyguards immediately rushed forward aggressively. Hey, here comes another beautiful and sexy big mare. Today is such a lucky day, we can have fun. Zhang San and Li Si were even more smiling. They relied on their large numbers and were not at all panicked. I'm already fantasizing about the beautiful body lying on the bed. Brothers, let's get to work. Zhang San threw the cigarette butt out casually and shouted loudly. The 20 or 30 thugs behind him raised the iron bars in their hands. She greeted the attacks from Sharapova and others with contempt and laziness. Bang! Bang! It's a pity that the gangsters underestimated the fighting ability of these bodyguards. They are really good at fighting. Facing these little bastards, it's a complete dimensionality reduction attack. A punch to the left, a kick to the right. Understatement. A large number of gangsters were eliminated in an instant. This is a tough idea. Let's split up. Good. Zhang San and Li Si looked at each other, with fear showing on their faces. They have already begun to think about retreating and want to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Where do you want to go? Sharapova came silently behind them. You stinky bitch, you're looking for death. Zhang San roared angrily and then punched out. Want to take the initiative and capture the other party as hostage. Bang. Sharapova was seen in a fighting stance. He dodged to the right and avoided Zhang San's fist. Then he suddenly raised his right foot like a whip. Extremely fast. He was spanked hard in the crotch. Ah! Zhang San lay on the ground in pain, rolling around. His face was flushed and veins were visible. My eyes are about to pop out. Fuck! As soon as Li Si saw her, he knew that Sharapova was not someone to be trifled with. He didn't care about the urge to pee in his crotch and turned around and ran away. Bang! Unfortunately, Sharapova had already set her sights on him. He kicked with his right foot and shot out like a sharp arrow. She kept speeding up and soon caught up with Li Si. Drink! Sharapova grabbed Li Si's wrist tightly and twisted it hard. Ah! Li Si's arm was broken and hung limply in the air. But he gritted his teeth and continued running towards the factory gate. Drink! Sharapova didn't stop and made another flying collision. Li Si was knocked to the ground and was completely dizzy. He was unconscious and completely lost the ability to escape. At the same time, the other bodyguards have also completed the cleanup. All the hooligans were lying on the ground in a mess. Dying, groaning in pain. Hiss! How terrifying! Who are these people? Are they not thugs hired by Fuhua Garment Factory? Fuck! Why don't we run away? Are we waiting to be beaten? The suppliers hid in a corner and trembled, wanting to run but not daring to. Boss Sher, in particular, hid in the crowd in fear. On the other side, Chen Deli had woken up. He was still a little dizzy and lay quietly on the ground to rest. How is uncle? Seeing that the situation was under control, Yi Tian slowly walked to Chen Shuiying's side. I don't know either, but the bleeding has stopped. We need to send him to the hospital for a checkup. Chen Shuiying's eyes were already wet. She hugged Yi Tian gently, her voice filled with tears. Well, I'll take uncle to the hospital now. Yi Tian nodded and prepared to pick up Chen Deli. No. I want to stay and take care of things at the factory. Chen Deli waved his hand and said weakly. You are in this state now, Why are you still concerned about the factory's affairs? Zhang Chunlan was so angry at Chen Deli's words that she started crying and cursed at him. Wife, the people in the factory need me now. They all follow my orders, and I can't leave now. Chen Deli looked at her, then at Yi Tian, help me up. Don't expect me to control you anymore. Zhang Chunlan was really angry. She turned around and walked aside, sobbing softly. Chen Shuiying and Yi Tian looked at each other and hurried over to persuade them. Yes, uncle. Yi Tian gently supported Chen Deli and helped him stand up slowly. Help me over there. Chen Deli moved his neck painfully and continued. Yi Tian nodded and supported him carefully. Slowly came to the suppliers. Boss sure, can we have a good talk now? Chen Deli looked at them and asked softly. Of course. Boss sure looked at Yi Tian with great fear. The situation is stronger than the person, how can he not agree? I know that all the bosses have to support their families. We have already settled all the debts owed by our factory. As long as Boss Peng comes back, our factory will be able to pay off all the debts immediately. All the bosses, please wait for 2 more days. Chen Deli looked a little pale and spoke in a weak voice. Hey! Old Chen, we have been friends for more than 10 years, right? It's not that we don't trust you, but we have all received news that your boss is about to run away. How can we not be anxious? Boss sure sighed heavily and told the whole story. He didn't want to make such a big deal out of it. However, if the money cannot be recovered, problems will arise in the factory. That's impossible. I called Boss Peng today and he said the deal was almost done and he would be back the day after tomorrow at the earliest. He wouldn't lie to me. Chen Deli shook his head, naturally not believing it. He has worked in this factory for 20 years. It can be said that he accompanied Boss Peng in starting from scratch. I have experienced countless ups and downs. The two have a very good relationship. And he firmly believed that Boss Peng would not abandon this place. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, a convoy slowly entered the factory. Chapter 42 Solving the Problem. Lu Shengqiao is late. There are more than 30 vehicles in this convoy. Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, Wuling Hongguan, Volkswagen, etc., we have everything. But the factory simply cannot accommodate so many cars, and most of them can only be parked outside the factory. Tap tap tap. More than 100 people rushed down, and some of them guarded the door. The rest were divided into 2 rows, standing in a row on both sides of the road. With the support of his bodyguards, Lu Shengqiao got out of the car in high spirits. Isn't this Lu Yuanshan's son? Why is he here? Isn't this factory also owed money to Yuanshan Group? I don't think that's possible. Yuanshan Group will not cooperate with such a small factory. The suppliers were very surprised and started talking about it. Yuanshan Group is the leading enterprise in Haicheng. Naturally, they admire and worship him very much. Lu Shengqiao ignored everyone and went straight to Yi Tian. Mr. Yi. Lu Shengqiao shouted very respectfully. Kneeling like a servant. Mr. Yi. The people brought by Lu Shengqiao all bowed 90 degrees and shouted loudly. Everyone present was stunned. Hiss. Who is this young man? Even the prince of Yuanshan Group has to be so humble. Isn't he a young master from a top financial group? Just now I saw him and Chen Deli's daughter acting very close, they must be very close. Oh no! Now that Chen Deli has been beaten, haven't we offended him? The suppliers were even more excited, their eyes were full of awe. Did Lu Yuanshan ask you to come here? Yi Tian looked at him and said lightly. Yes. Lu Shengqiao was a little nervous. He took a deep breath and said, Mr. Yi, we have found the owner of this factory. Do we need to bring him here? Isn't he out of town discussing business? How did you find him? Yi Tian already had the answer in his mind, but he still asked deliberately. Mr. Yi, this guy didn't go out to discuss business at all. He just hid in a remote residence. It took us a lot of effort to find him. Lu Shengqiao did not dare to delay and spoke immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd burst into an uproar. How is that possible? Chen Deli looked at Boss Peng in disbelief and muttered to himself. A look of disappointment and sadness appeared on his face. Brother Chen, I just said it. Bosher looked at Chen Deli stiffly and said with a wry smile. Suddenly I felt a little discouraged. He understood that there was a high possibility that the debt could not be recovered. Thinking about the group of workers under me. They all wait for wages to support their families. My mood became more and more melancholy. Bring it here. Yi Tian still looked calm. Okay, Mr. Yi. Lu Shengchao nodded and quickly instructed the two people behind him to do something. After a while, a bald, obese middle-aged man was brought over. Mr. Lu, please let me go. The fat middle-aged man just walked over and knelt on the ground. She hugged Lu Shengchao's thighs and cried. Shut up. Get away from me. Lu Shengchao kicked him away with disgust. But the fat middle-aged man got up and entangled him again. Pang Zhang. Boss Shi and others shouted angrily. There were a few people with bad tempers who were about to rush over and beat him up. But intimidated by the power of Yi Tian and Lu Shengchao, he did not dare to step forward. Boss, why are you in Haicheng? Chen Deli looked at Pang Zhang and asked. Forehead. Pang Zhang lowered his head and stammered. He didn't dare to look Chen Deli in the eye or speak. There is no business to discuss with this guy. He has been staying in the villa and is planning to run back to his hometown in the next 2 days. Lu Shengchao kicked Pang Zhang disdainfully and said loudly. Boss, you, Chen Deli pointed at Pang Zhang, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. I can only sigh. After so many years of friendship, it turned out to be just his wishful thinking. He has devoted a lot of thought and effort to the factory over the years. It's really not worth it. Just now, I was actually thinking about protecting this factory with all my might. It's really stupid. Chen Deli suddenly felt tired. Lao Chen, I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. Pang Zhang looked at him and said helplessly. There are always more solutions than problems. This is not an excuse for you to escape. And if you run away, what will happen to these suppliers? What will happen to the workers in the factory? You are too selfish. When Chen Deli heard this, he immediately became angry. Can you just ignore it with just a word, there's nothing we can do? This is too irresponsible. You don't have to explain to me, and I don't need your explanation. I'm tired, and I'm officially resigning now. With the current environment in the factory, I don't want the salary, and I don't want to go through the procedures. Pang Zhang still wanted to argue, but Chen Deli did not give him a chance. Manager. What should we do if you leave? The workers around him all showed despair. Chen Deli has a very high reputation in their minds. And they trust Chen Deli very much. Otherwise, they would not continue to work wholeheartedly even when the factory owed them wages. I wouldn't have been so determined to protect everything in the factory just now. You. Chen Deli looked at his brothers and sisters who had worked hard with him. It's hard to speak for a moment. He really wanted to help these people, but he was powerless. Uncle, do you think this factory can survive? Is it still worth buying? Seeing that Chen Deli was in a difficult situation, Yi Tian asked directly. Chen Deli looked at Yi Tian deeply. He knew that Yi Tian was rich. But he knew the situation of the factory very well. The factory has always been engaged in the OEM industry. We don't have our own team of designers, nor do we have our own independent brand. Moreover, the production equipment is relatively backward and the production capacity is far from sufficient. Now the factory is still heavily in debt and is stuck in deep trouble. To acquire a factory, we must first solve these messes. He can't harm his own family. I know what you're thinking, but there's no need to waste all this money on me. Chen Deli shook his head and spoke softly. Uncle, just tell me, do you want to buy the factory? Do you have the confidence to revitalize it? Yi Tian looked very serious and continued to ask. Think. Chen Deli thought for a while and said very firmly. That's all. Yi Tian laughed. Uncle, you should know best. What is the current valuation of this factory? It's not worth the money. If we really want to acquire the factory, the production equipment needs to be replaced. Besides, the factory is rented, and the contract will expire next year. Chen Deli said with a wry smile. I didn't expect that something I had been running for so long would end up being worthless. Boss Pang, I'll buy this factory. As for the price, I'll pay off your debts for you. What do you think? Yi Tian looked at Pang Zhang and said coldly. Can you give me some more money as compensation? I have to say, Pang Zhang is really shameless. I'm still thinking about getting some benefits. Then I don't want it. You pay off these debts first, and then we can slowly discuss the acquisition. Yi Tian sneered. This guy really thinks he is a small fry. Peng Zhang looked at him, then looked at the suppliers on the side. Then it's a deal. I can give you the factory, but you have to pay back all the debts. I don't want these people to suddenly come to my house to collect the debts. Peng Zhang thought about it for a while and finally agreed. Of course, this is just small money for me. Sharapova, let Lucy prepare the contract. Yi Tian chuckled and spoke crisply. Mr. Yi, there's no need to go through so much trouble. As for the contract, our Yuanshan group is willing to serve you and guarantee that there will be no problems. Seeing this, Lu Xingqiao spoke at the right time. Well, I need to complete all the formalities in these 2 days. Yi Tian nodded and did not refuse. It's really troublesome that Lucy is not here. Just give him and Lu Yuanshan a chance. Okay, Mr. Yi. We won't let you down. Lu Xingqiao patted his chest and assured. You have heard that I will acquire the factory in the next 2 days. I will have someone contact you as soon as possible to settle all the debts owed. Yi Tian then looked at the suppliers on one side. This. Boss Sure and others frowned and kept calculating in their minds. Don't worry. Mr. Yi is trustworthy. If you don't believe me, I will guarantee it in the name of Yuanshan Group. Seeing this, Lu Xingqiao shouted loudly. Okay, then we'll wait 2 more days. Boss Sure also recognized the situation and stopped making trouble. Let's go. Soon he took everyone away. Owner. After everyone left, Sharapova had the fallen thugs brought over. Shuiying, come here first. Yi Tian looked at the gangster on the ground and called out softly. Oh. Chen Shuiying thought to herself that something was wrong, lowered her head, and walked over slowly. I'll leave these people to you to deal with. Yi Tian looked up at Chen Shuiying, then his eyes fell on Zhang San and Li Si. Chen Shuiying looked at Chen Deli beside her and looked at his blood-stained clothes. Then she looked at Yi Tian again and remembered the punishment and training Yi Tian had given her after she returned home from Jinqing department store that day. A trace of shame flashed across her face, and her legs couldn't help but move closer together. Then give them a little punishment so that they won't do bad things in the future. Chen Shuiying said in a low voice. Well, you heard it, so just do as Shuiying said and punish them. Yi Tian said to Sharapova, and he emphasized the word punishment particularly strongly. As for these 2 losers, I don't want to hear about them kicking people and playing with women anymore, understand? He pointed at Zhang San and Li Si and added in a very cold tone. When everyone heard this, they were all very surprised. Yi Tian looks gentle and elegant. But I didn't expect him to be so cruel. Especially Lu Xingqiao, he felt a chill in his lower body and trembled all over. Once upon a time, he almost lost his one and only treasure. Chen Shuiying looked at Yi Tian without saying anything. Shuiying, I know you still can't bear to hurt them. But I want to tell you that not everyone can forgive. Especially since they hurt my family. Yi Tian glanced at her and said firmly. Chen Shuiying snorted and stopped talking. The sense of security that Yi Tian brought made her feel extremely at ease. Especially the word family, which made her fall completely. In this life, I will not marry anyone else but him. P.S. The author wants to tell you something from his heart. I'm just a bad writer and I don't write well. So I am really grateful to every handsome guy and beautiful lady who likes this book. The data for this book was very poor, which ultimately led to a poor recommendation. I just want to beg all the readers to give it a 5-star rating and leave more comments. If it's convenient, swipe for a free gift. Thank you everyone. Chapter 43, it's finally here. Make some chicken soup to replenish your body. By the way, what's your name? Only then did Yi Tian look at Lu Xingqiao. He had forgotten Lu Xingqiao's name. However, he still had some impression of Feng Hui's name. Mr. Yi, I'm Lu Xingqiao. Lu Xingqiao's mood suddenly became very complicated. I don't know whether to be happy or sad. Is he supposed to be a minor character who has stepped on to show off and then abandoned at will? Well, tell Lu Yuanshan that I owe him a favor. If you need any help, just ask. As long as it is within my ability, I will do it. Yi Tian didn't care about his expression and spoke softly. Okay. After hearing this, Lu Xingqiao was no longer troubled. A bright smile appeared on his face. He succeeded. He finally owned his own company. Finally, I am no longer a good-for-nothing dude. Why did you bring so many people here? Yi Tian looked around and roughly counted, and found that there were more than 100 people. Lu Shengqiao was speechless for a moment. Originally, he heard that dozens of people had gathered here to cause trouble, and he was thinking of bringing people to rescue him. However, he didn't expect Yi Tian's bodyguards to be so powerful, and they took care of all the enemies in an instant. These people are totally useless. Lu Shengqiao glanced at Sharapova secretly. But she was soon discovered. Sharapova looked at him calmly, with a hint of mockery in her eyes. He was so frightened that he lowered his head and dared not to watch. Forget it, you're just in time. You can ask someone to assist my bodyguards and deal with these hooligans. Yi Tian instructed calmly. Okay. Lu Shengqiao replied immediately. Uncle, shall we go to the hospital for a checkup now? Yi Tian no longer paid attention to him, but moved closer to Chendeli. Wait a moment. Chendeli looked at Yi Tian and said softly. A warm smile flashed in his eyes. Because what Yi Tian said just now deeply moved him and made him completely accept Yi Tian. Husband, you should go to the hospital as soon as possible. Head injury is not a trivial matter. Zhang Chunlan came over and seemed to have calmed down. She held Chendeli's arm and was very nervous. Well, let me explain a few words. Chendeli nodded. He then said to a middle-aged man behind him, Old Huang, you stay here to appease the factory employees. I will come back tomorrow to follow up on all matters and ensure that everyone is satisfied. Okay, Lao Chen, stop talking nonsense. Just leave this to me. Go to the hospital quickly and don't let your sister-in-law worry here. The middle-aged man said seriously and honestly. Only then did Chendeli feel completely relieved. Let's go. After saying that, Zhang Chunlan and Chen Shuiying supported him and slowly left. And Yi Tian followed closely behind. Those on duty today will continue to protect the master, and the rest of you will stay. Seeing this, Sharapova immediately gave the order. Yes. I saw 1 woman, 3 men and 4 bodyguards following. You, have someone carry this garbage away. Sharapova then looked at Lu Shengqiao and gave an order without any hesitation. Lu Shengqiao was feeling depressed. A female bodyguard dares to give orders to me. The prestige that he had established in the hearts of these younger brothers was completely shattered. Miss Sharapova, where are we taking them? Lu Shengqiao also started to act badly and flattered him in a fawning manner. Stop talking nonsense and just follow me later. Sharapova remained indifferent. Yes. Lu Shengqiao nodded and fawned like a lackey. Everyone was stunned. You guys, hurry up and carry him. Lu Shengqiao then spoke to his men beside him. The tone was very unfriendly. Several men looked at Lu Shengqiao, whose expression changed in a second, and then looked at the thugs who were beaten to the point of shitting and pissing. His face turned pale instantly. In the end, they took it all. Night. 10:49. A bunch of rubbish. Do you know how to play? 3 against 1 were killed. Damn. Rubbish support. The jungler is your dad? Yi Tian was lying on the bed, playing King of Glory. He has lost 7 or 8 games in a row, so it is inevitable that he is in a bad mood and is swearing. Squeak. The door was gently pushed open. Chen Shuiying walked in wearing pink pajamas. Skin is crystal clear and moisturized. The hair is still a little wet. There were also drops of water flowing on her jade neck. Obviously, he had just taken a shower. As she closed the door, the entire bedroom was instantly filled with the scent of shower gel and shampoo. Did you finish washing? Yi Tian quit the game directly and threw his phone aside. Chen Shuiying's face flushed and she nodded shyly. A pair of eyes like stars, dodging and flickering. He had no place to put his hands, so he covered his body with them, trying to block Yi Tian's scorching gaze. Then Yi Tian couldn't wait to get out of bed. Rushed over and hugged her tightly. Wait a minute, let me dry my hair first. Chen Shuiying was very nervous and pointed at her wet hair in panic. I'll help you. After Yi Tian finished speaking, he asked Chen Shuiying to sit on the chair and picked up the hairdryer on the table. Your hair is so pretty. He gently lifted Chen Shuiying's hair, fiddled with it for a few times, and then slowly began to blow it. Chen Shuiying didn't say anything, just sat there quietly. She just felt that she had become very strange. There is a strange feeling. My whole body is hot and feverish. My heart was beating wildly. After a while. All right. Yi Tian put down the hairdryer. Without saying anything, he picked up Chen Shuiying. Lay it gently on the bed. Chen Shuiying was lying flat on her back, her whole body covered with red blush. She had no place to put her two delicate hands, so she could only gently grab the sheets beneath her. The two peaks rise and fall with the breathing. The straight long legs are slightly close together. The budding look made Yi Tian's hormones surge. Shuiying, I love you. Yi Tian was about to pounce. Can't you, turn off the lights first? Chen Shuiying covered her face and spoke in a low voice. Okay. Yi Tian's face was stunned. He quickly braked and ran to turn off the lights in shame. Shuiying, here I come. Yi Tian groped in the dark and climbed onto the bed. Shuiying, I love you. He continued to flirt. Could you stop talking? After hearing this, Chen Shuiying became even more shy. If you keep talking, I'll go sleep in the living room. She slapped his chest gently, threateningly. Forehead. Yi Tian was speechless. Okay then. Talk less and work more. Keep your mouth shut. It's better to do something you love. The next morning. Cool. Yi Tian woke up naturally. He looked at Chen Shuiying beside him. Gently covered her with a blanket. A happy smile appeared on his face. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, his cell phone rang. It was Sharapova calling. Hello? Yi Tian said as he put on his clothes. Master, the things you want have been bought. Would you mind coming to the door to get them? Sharapova's charming voice came out. Okay, I'll be out now. After Yi Tian finished speaking, he hung up the phone and walked out of the bedroom quietly. Why are you up so early? Zhang Chunlan was a little surprised when she saw Yi Tian. Good morning, Auntie. Yi Tian called out with a smile. I slept well last night, so I woke up early. Really? I forgot to tell you that the soundproofing of this house is very poor. Last night in the middle of the night, there was a noise coming from somewhere, which made me sleep poorly all night. Didn't it disturb you and Shuiying? Zhang Chunlan laughed jokingly. Yi Tian widened his eyes and was speechless. This is embarrassing. He. Yi Tian touched the back of his head and smiled foolishly. Auntie, I asked someone to buy some things. I'll go outside to get them first. After saying that, he ran out in a hurry. When Yi Tian came back again, he had a chicken in his hand. And a bag of miscellaneous stuff. Yi Tian, are you going to make chicken soup? Is this for your father-in-law or your wife? Zhang Chunlan was sweeping the floor in the living room and saw him starting to play tricks on her again. Boom! Suddenly, there was a noise in the bathroom. Chen Deli was brushing his teeth. After hearing Zhang Chunlan's words, he couldn't help but peek outside. But as soon as he saw Yi Tian, he thought of the sound last night. I was immediately furious. He kicked subconsciously. I accidentally kicked the water pipe next to me, making a loud noise. Hiss. Chen Deli took a breath of cold air. The pain from his toes made him feel very uncomfortable. Old man, what's wrong with you? When Zhang Chunlan heard the sound, she thought he had fallen and ran over immediately. Uncle, does your head still hurt? Yi Tian also hurriedly followed and asked with concern. I'm fine. I just kicked the water pipe by accident. Chen Deli covered his feet and said with a painful expression. You are getting more and more confused as you get older. You can even kick the water pipe. Zhang Chunlan kept complaining while helping him walk into the living room. Then he took out the medicinal wine and helped him wipe it. What is your chicken? Chen Deli sat on the sofa and looked at what Yi Tian was holding. Uncle, this is the authentic Huaisheng 3 yellow chicken, which is perfect for making soup. Yi Tian picked up the live chicken in his hand and said with a smile. What about those? Chen Deli pointed to the bag. Oh. These are the top-quality wild Codonopsis palaciula, Chinese angelica, red dates, and wolfberries from Dragon Country that I specially asked someone to buy, as well as top-quality mushrooms flown in from Japan, and some condiments that enhance the color and flavor. Yi Tian opened the bag and showed it to you. They are all very tonic. Who are you giving them to? Chen Deli looked at him with deep eyes. Awe-inspiring without being angry. An attitude of getting to the bottom of something. I saw that you were injured yesterday, and Shuiying was also a little tired yesterday, of course, and auntie, so I thought of making some chicken soup for you. Yi Tian said with a slightly red face. Ha ha ha. Zhang Chunlan couldn't help laughing. Go ahead. Chen Deli didn't want to expose him, so he just said it lightly. Okay. Yi Tian slipped into the kitchen, feeling relieved. Old man, Yi Tian is quite well behaved. Do you really still look down on him? After everyone left, Zhang Chunlan asked softly. Who said I don't like her? I just wanted to give him a little warning, otherwise he won't cherish Ying. Now you are the good guy and I am the bad guy. Do you still want to embarrass me? Chen Deli was very dissatisfied. Cross your arms across your chest. He pretended to be righteous and wanted to regain some dignity. He. Zhang Chunlan sneered. I unconsciously increased the strength of the medicine. Hiss. Be gentle. Wife, I was wrong. Chen Deli couldn't stand it anymore and slapped the sofa begging for mercy. Snort. Zhang Chunlan then softened a lot. No, this guy has already taken advantage of Ying. If we let him run away, we will suffer a great loss. We have to think of a way to keep him here. Chen Deli sat back down, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. How about letting him and Shuiying get married? Zhang Chunlan also became excited and made a suggestion. I think it's okay. They will graduate in half a year anyway. Let's get the certificate first and then have the wedding later. Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan looked at each other, hit it off immediately, and became more and more excited as they talked. Yi Tian was still in the kitchen, busy with work. Chapter 44. Hello? It's me, Zhang Ruotong, I'll transfer the money right away. In the kitchen. Yi Tian was busily killing chickens and taking eggs. He was sweating profusely and looked very embarrassed. TSK, your technique is too stiff, isn't it? The system couldn't stand it anymore and complained. Yi Tian ignored it and continued to process the internal organs. Can't you buy a skill to kill chickens? The system was a little angry and kept talking. Is it that serious? Do I need to buy skills just to kill a chicken? Yi Tian curled his lips. This damn system looked down on him too much. Host, don't say I'm belittling you. With your appearance, you will definitely be a wife slave in the future, responsible for the kitchen and toilet. It's good to learn some useful skills first and get familiar with them. The system chuckled and said with disdain. Zhao. Whose wife is a slave? Yi Tian naturally didn't want to admit it and roared angrily. I knew that this system had bad intentions and was mocking me in a roundabout way. How abominable. Besides, there are so many chefs and servants at home, is it necessary to do it myself? Ha, everyone knows it. Also, aren't you cooking now? I recommend buying the Super Chef Cooking and Super Housekeeping skill packs, which are very practical and cost-effective. The system refuted, and then continued to introduce itself as it pleased. All right. Yi Tian thought about it and finally compromised. Anyway, there is no harm in learning another skill. As long as he doesn't tell anyone, no one will know his cooking skills. Forget about this housekeeping skill. This was his last act of stubbornness. So Yi Tian spent 1,000 prestige points and bought the Super Chef Cooking skill. As expected, with the addition of skills, Yi Tian's efficiency has indeed greatly improved. Done. After a while, the Huaixiang chicken has been put into the pot and is stewing slowly. Well, go and tell Shuiying to get up and wash up first. Yi Tian looked at the steaming purple clay pot with satisfaction. Humming a little tune in a very happy mood. He swaggered out of the kitchen. Yi Tian, come here. As soon as he entered the living room, Zhang Chunlan's voice rang out. Yes. Yi Tian turned around and immediately became nervous. Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan were seen sitting on the sofa with serious faces. Chen Shuiying sat opposite, with her head down and silent. Oh no. Is it because of what happened yesterday? Yi Tian felt very uneasy and walked over slowly. Sit down. Chen Deli glanced at him and said majestically. Yes, uncle. Yi Tian sat down next to Chen Shuiying stiffly. Yi Tian, let me ask you, are you sincere toward Shuiying? Zhang Chunlan no longer had her usual smile and was instead very serious. Yes, auntie, I really like Shuiying very much. Yi Tian looked at Zhang Chunlan and then at Chen Shuiying. Said very firmly. Then let's not beat around the bush. Yi Tian, let me ask you, are you willing to marry Ying? Chen Deli was a little restless and couldn't help but speak. What? Yi Tian widened his eyes in shock. He thought he had heard it wrong. His father-in-law actually asked him this question. Can the sun really rise from the west? Is it possible that this father-in-law has been possessed by a monster? You don't want to do that? Seeing that he didn't say anything and seemed to be hesitating, Chen Deli's face instantly turned cold. Ying has even entrusted her virginity to you? What are you still considering? His voice grew colder and colder, and he felt like he was about to explode. I wanted to pull out my belt and beat this bastard to death. No. No, uncle. I'm not hesitating. Yi Tian explained quickly, it's just that this surprise came too suddenly, and I was a little confused just now. So what do you mean? Chen Deli's expression finally eased a lot. In fact, he also believed that Yi Tian was not that kind of person. I only love Shuiying in this life, so of course I am willing to marry Shuiying. Yi Tian held Chen Shuiying's hand, clasped their fingers together, and said sincerely. Yi Tian. Chen Shuiying's delicate face had already turned red and her eyes were misty. After hearing this, all her previous nervousness and fear disappeared. A happy smile appeared on his face, accompanied by happy tears. Shuiying, I really love you so much, and I want to stay by your side for the rest of my life. Yi Tian slightly turned sideways, looking at her sincerely with tender eyes. Chen Shuiying quickly lowered her head shyly and kept wiping the tears from her cheeks. She didn't want Yi Tian to see her crying. Zhang Chunlan and Chen Deli nodded with satisfaction when they saw this scene. Well, then go and register your marriage. When Chen Deli saw the scene, he nodded with great satisfaction. What? Yi Tian was shocked again. Isn't this father-in-law changing too quickly? Before, I was guarding against him like a thief. Let him get the marriage certificate now. Men's hearts are like the sea, they change at any time. Good boy. What you said just now was so nice, but it turns out it was all false. Chen Deli saw that he was distracted again and thought he was going to go back on his word. Stand up suddenly. It looks like he is really about to get angry. No, uncle, I'm not lying. I am willing to marry Shuiying, and I want to get married with Shuiying right now. But Yi Tian looked at Chen Shuiying beside him and said sincerely. But Shuiying wants to sing and continue her musical dream. I can't affect her career prospects for my own selfish desires. I am willing to wait until the right time comes before marrying Shuiying. As he spoke, he gently hugged Chen Shuiying and held both of her hands. Suddenly, Chen Shuiying, who had been silent all the time, spoke. No, I want to marry you now. She was no longer shy, but raised her head and spoke bravely. I want to sing, I want to be a talented singer. But, marrying you is also my dream. Her fingers trembled slightly, and even her ears turned red. But she persisted and continued to express her feelings boldly. Shuiying. Yi Tian looked at her and hugged her tighter and tighter, his eyes full of love and tenderness. Chen Deli felt both happy and unhappy, and his mood was very complicated. Why don't you just get married first and not make it public for the time being? Many celebrities are doing this now, it doesn't affect their family, and it doesn't affect their work either. Zhang Chunlan, who had remained silent all this time, suggested softly. This. Yi Tian frowned, still considering. I can, as long as I can marry Yi Tian, I can do it. However, Chen Shuiying agreed decisively. Okay, let's go register. Yi Tian looked at Chen Shuiying in his arms and a bright smile appeared on his face. Chen Shuiying also nodded happily. Very good. Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan looked at each other. Then they hugged each other happily. Then I'll have someone send the household registration book over now. Yi Tian patted his thigh and said excitedly. Well, Shuiying has an aunt who works at the Civil Affairs Bureau. I'll talk to her first and make sure this is a tight-lipped matter. Ha ha ha. Then I'll also call Laoli and ask him to get ready. Then we can go take a family photo together. Zhang Chunlan and Chen Deli began to think about what to do next and suddenly became busy. They left the living room one after another and went back to the bedroom to look for things. Yi Tian, are you in a difficult situation? Chen Shuiying leaned in Yi Tian's arms and asked in a low voice. Silly girl. I'm not embarrassed at all. Listen to me, meeting you is the greatest luck in my life, and being able to marry you is the greatest happiness in my life. Yi Tian rubbed her cheek and said tenderly. Me too. Chen Shuiying felt warm and very happy in her heart. Okay. Just sit here and I'll go see if the chicken soup is ready. I made it especially for you. You should drink more to nourish your body. Yi Tian patted her back gently. Chen Shuiying couldn't help but think of the scenes of last night. The whole person felt hot. Too shy. Hello? Yi Tian stood up, picked up his phone and made a call. Owner. Zhang Ruodong's melodious and beautiful voice came out. Butler Zhang, tell someone to bring my household registration book here right now. Yi Tian was in a very anxious mood, and there was a hint of excitement in his voice. Master, do you need it right away? Zhang Ruodong asked respectfully without thinking too much. Yeah. Yi Tian snorted, and then added, the sooner the better. Okay, master. I'll arrange it right away. After saying that, Zhang Ruodong hung up the phone. The master is so anxious, something important must have happened. And the master is in Haicheng, that is, in the mistress's home, and the only important event that requires the household registration book is to register for marriage. She looked at her phone and muttered to herself. You guys, notify the captain immediately, check the status of the plane, and get ready for takeoff. Also, have Xiaomei and the others prepare all the daily necessities for the plane. Then, she gave instructions to the maid beside her in a swift and decisive manner. Yes. Butler. The maids did not dare to delay and took action immediately. The master was so anxious just now that he must have neglected something. Looks like I have to help him prepare some surprises. Zhang Ruodong shook her head gently, with wisdom shining in her eyes. Hello? It's me, Zhang Ruodong. Transfer the money right away. She picked up her phone and called Lucy. Chapter 45 Exaggeration. Preparations are in full swing. At this time, Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying were eating breakfast quietly. Come, I'll feed you. Yi Tian held the porcelain bowl and scooped some chicken soup with a spoon. He blew gently a few times, and a light white mist was raised. Then he carefully handed it to Chen Shuiying's mouth. I'll do it myself. There was still a hint of shyness on Chen Shuiying's face. She didn't want to be seen by her parents, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Then she stretched out her right hand, wanting to take the spoon. But Yi Tian dodged it easily. Be good. Listen to me. Yi Tian spoke gently, as if coaxing a child. Just this one sip, I'll drink it myself later. Chen Shuiying had no choice but to compromise. Good. Yi Tian showed a proud smile. Chen Shuiying poked her little head out and opened her mouth slightly. He looked like he was reluctant but also willing. She sipped the soup from the spoon slowly. Make a hissing sound. Just like a kitten, very cute. Yi Tian's heart almost melted when he saw this. Okay, I'm done. Chen Shuiying licked her lips and whispered softly. What are you doing? The next moment, Yi Tian put the porcelain bowl on the table. He quickly grabbed her wrist. Pull gently and hold her in your arms. Bad guy. Mom and Dad are still in the room. They are about to come out. Chen Shuiying tilted her head and pressed it against Yi Tian's chest. She gently tugged at his sleeves with both hands, struggling in a very simple and perfunctory manner. Yi Tian snorted lightly, but didn't care. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed Chen Shuiying's red lips heavily. I don't care. Chen Shuiying was helpless when she saw this. I can only close my eyes tightly. She slightly moved her cherry lips closer. The 4 delicate petals are intertwined and fused together. The verbal battle was overwhelming. Very intense. I don't know how long it took. Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan walked out of the bedroom. Seeing the two of them being so unscrupulously intimate, they shook their heads helplessly. I'll get you some chicken soup. After whispering softly, Zhang Chunlan tiptoed into the kitchen. Chen Deli stood there, watching silently. Still kissing? He exclaimed in surprise. This lung capacity is too good. Today's young people are really amazing. I can't help but feel that time is unforgiving. Maybe I am really old. Ahem. Finally, Chandeli couldn't bear it anymore and coughed a few times on purpose. Chen Shuiying immediately opened her eyes and pushed Yi Tian away. Dad. Then she quickly adjusted her sitting position. He. Yi Tian touched the back of his head embarrassedly and shouted, Uncle. He licked his lips with some satisfaction, savoring the lingering fragrance of Chen Shuiying. You guys, you should pay attention to your image. Chandeli looked at them and said with mixed feelings. It is really sad to see my own cabbages being picked at random. But fortunately, the other party had a good destination, which made him somewhat comforted. Uncle, this is my fault. I promise it won't happen again. Yi Tian lowered his head quickly and admitted his mistakes when he was in doubt. Hey! I didn't say you did anything wrong. It's just that you have to consider other people's feelings. Try to do these things in your room next time. Don't be so casual in public. Chandeli looked at them and spoke earnestly. Dad! What are you talking about? When Chen Shuiying heard this, her face turned even redder and her ears felt hot. Hey! It's already like this, and you haven't told your parents yet? You're getting married now, so you must be strong enough, right? Just then, Zhang Chunlan brought over some breakfast and chicken soup with a smile on her face. Mom, I didn't. Chen Shuiying stamped her feet and shouted with a bitter face. Ha, don't play dumb in front of me. I never fall for it. Only your dad is so stupid. Oh, there's one more now. Zhang Chunlan rolled her eyes at her and said with a smile. Yi Tian and Chandeli curled their lips and wanted to refute. But in the end, he chose to swallow his anger and sit in silence. Chen Shuiying stopped talking and drank the chicken soup in a depressed mood. Old man, this chicken soup tastes very good, drink more. Zhang Chunlan brought a bowl of steaming chicken soup and handed it to Chandeli. Yes, thank you. Chandeli caught it with both hands and took a big gulp. Delicious. He felt the delicious taste in his mouth and nodded with satisfaction. If it tastes good, drink more. It's good for healing your wounds. Zhang Chunlan said softly, her eyes full of concern. No. Chandeli didn't think much about it and answered casually. Oh, you old man, you don't even know how to appreciate the kindness I've shown you. Seeing this, Zhang Chunlan patted his arm angrily. Chandeli looked confused. I have absolutely no idea what I did wrong. This old woman was gentle and considerate just now, but now she suddenly became fierce. Could it be that menopause has come early? No, you have to stay away. Mom, Dad is injured now, please stop hitting him. Seeing this, Chen Shuiying hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Zhang Chunlan snorted and compromised. I'll deal with this guy slowly later when I have time. Thinking of this, she withdrew her right hand and started eating breakfast. By the way, we're going to Lao Li's place to take family photos later, so you should eat quickly. Also, remember to dress nicely, okay? Chandeli took another sip of chicken soup and spoke softly. So soon? Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying looked at each other in surprise. Well, Lao Li happened to be free today, so I made an appointment with him. Let me tell you, Lao Li's photography skills are very good. You can see that many of the photos in our house were taken with the help of Lao Li. Okay, stop talking nonsense and eat breakfast. When Chandeli wanted to talk more, Zhang Chunlan blocked his mouth with a bun. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying couldn't help laughing. Then I'll go back to my room and get dressed now. Chen Shuiying smoothed her hair and felt it was a little messy. And her face looked a little haggard. Dark circles appeared. I'll go too. After saying that, Yi Tian took her hand and walked into the room. These two are really sweet. Zhang Chunlan looked at their backs, feeling helpless. There was a satisfied smile on his face. She suddenly reminisced about her youth, when it was the same. What a pity, time flies. Now, her appearance has long lost its color. Wrinkles increase dramatically and white hair begins to appear. Zhang Chunlan looked at Chandeli next to her again. The handsome and charming young man he once was. Now he is just a middle-aged man with a big belly. I couldn't help but shook my head, feeling extremely melancholy. What's wrong? Chen Deli felt her gaze and asked in confusion. Ah. She sighed softly, it's nothing, just eat quickly. After you finish eating, you should also dress up carefully and don't hold everyone back. TSK. What do you mean? Everyone was a handsome guy when they were young. Besides, I'm pretty handsome now too. Chen Deli thought his wife disliked his ugliness and felt very dissatisfied. Handsome, you're the most handsome, okay? Zheng Chunlan rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily. That's more like it. Actually, Yi Tian is also okay, but... Hey, don't go, I haven't finished yet. Zheng Chunlan really couldn't stand this narcissistic guy, so she just took her breakfast and left. Don't go. I haven't finished yet. Chen Deli also hurriedly picked up the bowl and chopsticks and followed. Haichang, Yuanshan Group. General Manager's Office. Mr. Liu, how are the preparations going? Sharapova was seen sitting in a chair and asked bluntly. Ms. Sharapova, that's about it. Liu Yuanshan didn't care and always had a smile on his face. Almost? Sharapova frowned and said softly. Because the scale of this fireworks and laser show is too large, with a total of 9.99 million large-scale fireworks of various types, 500 lighters are needed to undertake the task of setting off fireworks on the water. In addition, this is a rather sudden event, and our group currently only has 420 ships. However, I have asked my friends to quickly transport the remaining 80 ships over, and it will take some time. In addition, this fireworks and laser show has 50 land-based launch sites, which require the construction of large and small equipment brackets. And each ship needs at least 30 staff members. At present, we have recruited 20,000 workers to work overtime for installation and debugging. In addition, we have prepared 8,888 remote-controlled aircraft for the fireworks and filming. Liu Yuanshan said seriously. Well, time is running out, so we have to speed up the process, but the key is to ensure quality and quantity. Sharapova shook her head and said in a tender voice. Okay. Liu Yuanshan nodded solemnly. What else? Sharapova thought about it and continued to ask. Our group has reserved the only 9-star hotel in Haichang. It is adjacent to the port and has a wide view. It is the best place to watch the fireworks and laser show. 99 acrobatic aircraft have arrived, all inspected and ready to perform. The 99 parade floats have also arrived and are being dressed up. It will take about an hour to complete. The light show is ready. We have already contacted the heads of the high-rise buildings in Haichang. They will actively cooperate with our instructions. I have also sent people to guard the buildings to ensure that there will be no mistakes. The stages in the 4 major squares of Haichang have been built, and the performance teams have all arrived and are rehearsing intensively. Liu Yuanshan's lips became dry as he spoke. I was becoming more and more frightened. It's just a simple matter of getting a marriage certificate, but this kind of ceremony is required. This is too fucking outrageous. But he didn't dare say it. Well, that's good. As for the money, just ask Lucy, the housekeeper. Sharapova nodded slightly. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. You're welcome. I wonder when housekeeper Lucy will arrive. Although they had never met, Liu Yuanshan still thought about Lucy. Because he has a big development project under his charge and urgently needs investment from Lucy, the housekeeper. They arrived by private jet half an hour ago, so they should be here soon. Sharapova looked at him deeply and said in a coquettish voice. Well, do you need us to pick you up at the airport? Liu Yuanshan clenched his fists and showed excitement on his face. Go ahead if you want to. I'll send you the information later. I'm leaving now. Sharapova said lightly. Then he stood up. Please go slowly. Liu Yuanshan immediately ran to open the door and personally saw her off. Chapter 46 A rare diamond ring. Sweet moments for the two. In the bedroom. Yi Tian, please go out first. Chen Shuiying held the clothes and said hesitantly. Why? Yi Tian was lying on the bed, watching funny short videos non-stop. I need to change my clothes. It's not convenient for you to be here. Chen Shuiying blushed slightly and spoke softly. Why? It's not like you haven't seen it before. Yi Tian looked up at her and said lightly. Yi Tian. When Chen Shuiying heard this, she became even more angry and embarrassed. She threw the skirt in her hand directly at Yi Tian. Then he pounced on his prey like a hungry tiger. Rushed over. Yi Tian grasped the skirt firmly. But he was pinned down by Chen Shuiying, who was running towards him. Don't be angry. Yi Tian held her tightly in his arms and continued laughing. I just didn't express myself clearly. What I wanted to say is that we are going to become husband and wife. There is no need to avoid so many things. Then he pinched her nose and blew hot air into her ears. Let me go. Chen Shuiying struggled violently, but to no avail. He could only gently pound Yi Tian's chest, venting out the depression and shyness in my heart. No. Yi Tian naturally would not let go of this little lamb given to him for free. He pulled gently, and Chen Shuiying instantly lay on the bed. The positions of the two people also changed accordingly. What do you want to do? Chen Shuiying's face turned red and her breathing became disordered. There were also huge waves in his chest. Of course I want to kiss you. Yi Tian kissed her forehead, nose tip, and ears. Then, when he was about to kiss that snow-white neck, he was blocked in time. Not now. We don't have time, we have to go out soon. Chen Shuiying spoke hurriedly, her hands and feet weak. Don't worry, it will be fine soon. Yi Tian looked at the delicate beauty in his arms, and he could no longer control his inner desire. Or maybe it's because I've been suppressing it for too long. Are you sure you're fast? Chen Shuiying covered her face and asked softly. Of course I'm not fast. Yi Tian was stunned for a moment. This question is difficult to answer. Yes and no, both are so difficult to say. Then let's wait until tonight. Chen Shuiying took advantage of Yi Tian's daze and broke free. She sat up anxiously, trying hard to calm the pounding heartbeat. Oh well. Yi Tian nodded. There was a hint of regret in his eyes. Don't mess around. I'll make it up to you tonight, do you hear me? Chen Shuiying was still worried and said it again. Got it. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Yi Tian raised his right hand and swore. Chen Shuiying looked at him, then slowly took off her clothes, revealing exquisite and beautiful underwear, showing off her flawless figure. Snow-white skin and charming collarbone. Straight breasts and slender waist. Straight long legs and round buttocks. Yi Tian was drooling and his heart was moved. Only a moment passed. This beautiful scenery is wrapped in an exquisite white dress. A little bit of outline creates a fascinating and perfect arc. This adds a bit of indescribable charm. Shuiying, you are so beautiful. Yi Tian couldn't help but praise. It is such a blessing to have such a partner. Are you being glib again? Chen Shuiying walked up to him and kissed his lips gently. This is a reward. Then he turned around lightly and said happily. Yi Tian, change your clothes quickly. Then, Chen Shuiying came to the dressing table and began to dress up seriously. Yi Tian looked at her quietly with a smile on his face. This little girl could always easily charm him without being noticed. He then shook his head and regained his composure. She quickly took off her clothes and put on a carefully selected Khitan Royal custom suit. This outfit is quite standard and doesn't look too formal or dignified. And the price is very cheap. It only costs $580,000. The shoes are custom made by House of Testoni. It only costs $2 million. Yeah, not bad. Yi Tian came to the mirror and tidied himself. Looking at this expensive yet low-key outfit, it is hard for anyone to think that it is not handsome enough. Oh yeah. And a watch. Yi Tian took out a men's watch from the desk drawer. This is the cheapest watch Zhang Ruotong prepared for him. Vacheron Constantine 57260, only about 56 million yuan. Silver gray dial with a hint of purple gold. Very low-key and simple. The temperament is perfectly matched. Yi Tian turned around twice with satisfaction, then reluctantly came behind Chen Shuiying. Shuiying, are you still not well? He ruffled Chen Shuiying's hair and whispered softly. Just stop bothering me for now. I still need to touch up my makeup. Chen Shuiying didn't have time to pay attention to Yi Tian, but was busy dressing herself up. Because she doesn't usually wear makeup, her skills are not up to par. It is inevitable that things are a bit hectic now. Shuiying, you are already very beautiful even without makeup. Yi Tian touched her hair and comforted her softly. Yi Tian, be good, sit down first and don't disturb me. Chen Shuiying turned around suddenly and kissed Yi Tian on the lips. Please. Then she held Yi Tian's hand and pouted her lips in a coquettish manner. All right. When Yi Tian saw Chen Shuiying like this, he completely lost his resistance. I could only sit down on the edge of the bed helplessly. System! He shouted silently. What? You're being disliked, and now you think of me? The system came out quickly this time, sneered. Don't say that. I've always missed you, but I was afraid to disturb you. Yi Tian smiled shamelessly and frivolously. Ha, speak human language. The system doesn't buy into this at all. How could it not know Yi Tian's character? Don't be so heartless. I just want to chat with you for a while. Yi Tian smiled and said in a delicate voice. If you continue like this, you will lose me, do you know? The system shuddered inexplicably and said in a cold voice. Yi Tian curled his lips and dared not say any more nonsense. This system is really too ruthless. And it's also shameless. There's no way to be nice to it. Wait, huh? I think I forgot something important. He suddenly frowned and began to think hard. But in the end I still couldn't figure out what I had forgotten. Baga. Ring. The system reminded with great contempt. Yes. It's the ring. I almost forgot. Yi Tian shouted excitedly. He quickly opened the system mall and searched for the diamond ring. Wittelsbach Graf diamond ring, made of 2 rare blue diamonds weighing 50 carats. The world's top 10 jewelers spent 5 years meticulously crafting this pair of stunning gem diamond rings. Worth 12,000 prestige points. Hiss. Yi Tian was attracted by the pair of diamond rings at first sight, but was also shocked by their price. 12,000 prestige points. That is 1.2 billion. But I still want to buy it and give it to Chen Shuiying. System, this ring is the wrong size. Can I return it? Yi Tian pointed at the interface and asked puzzledly. Idiot, how can you be wrong when I'm here? The system became even angrier and said in a cold voice. I bought it. Yi Tian nodded and clicked to buy without hesitation. I didn't expect our Yi Ba Pai would be so generous. When the system saw this scene, it couldn't help but sneer. You're talking nonsense. I've always been very generous, okay? Yi Tian immediately became unhappy and retorted. Ha, I don't want to bother with you. I'm going to sleep. The system yawned and didn't want to argue with the fool. After saying that, he ran away. If you can't argue, just run away, you little piece of trash. Yi Tian smiled proudly. He looked at Chen Shuiying and made sure she was not paying attention to him. Immediately summoned the Wittelsbach Graf diamond ring from the system space. An exquisite black box appeared in his hand. Opened slowly. 2 blue diamond rings appeared. Sparkling and dazzling. Even Chen Shuiying, who was standing next to her, was dazzled by the sudden crystal light. So beautiful. She stared at the diamond ring on Yi Tian's hand and couldn't help but exclaim. This is? She was completely attracted by the diamond ring and walked over slowly. I want to see it up close. Shuiying, will you marry me? Yi Tian knelt on one leg and handed the blue diamond ring to Chen Shuiying with both hands. Yes, I do. Chen Shuiying was so moved that she cried and nodded vigorously. I'll help you put it on. Yi Tian immediately took out a smaller diamond ring and gently put it on the ring finger of her right hand. I'll help you put it on, too. Chen Shuiying looked at the ring in her hand and was very happy. Then she picked up another diamond ring and gently lifted Yi Tian's left hand. Put it on slowly. Thanks. Yi Tian said with a smile, his eyes full of light. Then he kissed Chen Shuiying gently. When did you buy it? Chen Shuiying snuggled in his arms and asked softly. When I first met you, I had this pair of diamond rings custom made for you. I never thought that my dream would come true and I would be able to wear this ring on your hand. Yi Tian touched her head and told a little lie. You're lying. But I'm very happy, thank you. Chen Shuiying suddenly stood up straight and looked at Yi Tian with her big eyes blinking. When the passion reaches its peak, kiss again. The two began to hug each other tightly again. Kissing madly and passionately. Caressing. Knock knock knock. P.S. A few more words off topic. First, about the heroine. She is indeed a bit saintly, but that will change later on, and the character will grow. Second, Can any handsome guy or pretty lady tell me there are quite a lot of people commenting, and quite a few people sending gifts, why there is no fan list yet? Chapter 47. Let's go. A family dressed up in their best clothes gift plus update. 10:37. That's it. It must be my mom pushing me. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying hurriedly ended their passionate kiss. They were tidying up each other's clothes. As soon as you walk out of the bedroom, they saw Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan sitting in the living room. At this time, Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan have also changed into new clothes. This is exactly what Chen Shuiying bought a few days ago. They also put on the accessories that Yi Tian gave them. I have to say, it is true that clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. Both of them have good foundations, and after dressing up, they appear particularly calm, generous, and have extraordinary temperament. You said that I have hundreds of millions of dollars on my body, and I always feel uneasy when I go out. Zhang Chunlan looked at Chen Deli with some worry. It would be terrible if someone robbed it. Don't be suspicious all the time. Longwei is a society ruled by law, with peace and harmony. Besides, do you think I'm scared? I'm wearing a watch worth millions. As Chen Deli was talking, he fell silent. He finally realized something was wrong. Zhang Chunlan's jewelry is so expensive, how come he only has a watch worth $1 million or so? He glanced at Yi Tian with some resentment. Yi Tian looked away evasively, not daring to look at him at all. He doesn't know either. After all, this was prepared by Zhang Ruotong, and he didn't personally handle it. Why? Are you jealous of my necklace and jade bracelet? Zhang Chunlan even deliberately showed off in front of him. Chen Shuiying couldn't help laughing when she saw her parents playing around. Yi Tian wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. He was afraid that his father-in-law would cause him trouble again. Humph. You are so grown up, but you still act like a child. You are not serious at all. Chen Deli curled his lips and said sarcastically. He. Zhang Chunlan sneered. Then he looked at Yi Tian and said with a smile, he is still my good son-in-law. He knows how to love me, his mother-in-law. Yi Tian suddenly lost his composure. Wouldn't he this be spreading the war to himself? Snort. Chen Deli also looked at him, his eyes becoming increasingly unfriendly. Dad, have you forgotten that Yi Tian also gave you 2 sets of tea sets? Oh, and there are also tea leaves. Those tea leaves are very precious, not worse than mom's jewelry. Chen Shuiying immediately came to the rescue. After hearing this, Chen Deli felt much better. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, let's get going quickly. Yi Tian looked at his watch and said softly. Well, what's up with those blue rings of yours? When did you buy them? Chen Deli had long noticed the rings on Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying's hands and had been observing them. This ring is really exquisite and beautiful. The carvings on the ring are delicate and beautiful, and the workmanship is extraordinary. The most exaggerated thing is the blue crystal on it, which is huge and sparkling. Very eye-catching. Is this plastic or glass? But, Yi Tian shouldn't buy such cheap goods, right? He was very confused. Dad, this is the wedding ring Yi Tian just gave me. Isn't it beautiful? Chen Shuiying raised her right hand and showed it openly. Yeah, very beautiful. Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan nodded. This ring is indeed beautiful. The gemstone on it is a clear blue, which is quite pretty. But isn't the color blue a bit unlucky? Zhang Chunlan also looked at the ring on Chen Shuiying's hand carefully and said softly. Mother-in-law, you are right. I will buy another pair of wedding rings later. A trace of regret appeared on Yi Tian's face. I was just focusing on choosing the expensive ones and ignored this point. Can this be returned? Chen Deli frowned and asked. No. But it doesn't matter. I'll just buy another pair. This pair is also good for daily wear. Besides, I have already proposed to Shuiying with this pair of rings. They mean a lot to me. Yi Tian shook his head and then said sincerely. Chen Shuiying looked at him quietly, her eyes full of light. Okay, this pair of rings is pretty nice, how much are they? They shouldn't be too expensive, right? Chen Deli was very curious. It's really not expensive. This pair of rings only cost 1.2 billion. I think the price-performance ratio is good. Yi Tian said lightly. This is really not a pretense. Instead, he felt that since he had the ability, he should give Chen Shuiying the best. Hiss! Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan gasped. 1.2 billion for a pair of rings, that's fucking outrageous. Even Chen Shuiying was very surprised. He quickly touched the ring on his hand. Feel its difference. It's really not expensive. This is a blue diamond. There are very few in the world. It's very rare. Yi Tian explained slowly. So this is the blue diamond? Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan couldn't help but look at each other twice. They had heard of it, but had never seen it. Today I finally saw the true face of Mount Lu. Okay. We really have to go, otherwise it will be too late. Zhang Chunlan came to her senses and looked at the wall clock. Chen Deli nodded and was about to get the car keys. I won't drive your crappy Volkswagen today. Zhang Chunlan pulled him and spoke softly. What crappy Volkswagen? This is my favorite car. Didn't you like it very much before? Why do you dislike it now? Chen Deli was immediately unhappy. TSK. Yi Tian's car is more comfortable to sit in, and it's more high-end and classy. Zhang Chunlan said very directly. Chen Deli was speechless. Yi Tian's Maserati president is indeed better. I just don't know what the driving experience is like. He suddenly wanted to give it a try. Stop being in a daze and let's go. Zhang Chunlan tugged at his hand and urged him. Oh. Chen Deli finally reacted and followed everyone out of the house. On the way. Chen Deli has been looking for an opportunity to discuss things with Yi Tian secretly. Let him take on the driving responsibility. But he also felt that asking directly would affect his image as a tall and mighty father-in-law. So I never dared to speak. I became more and more anxious. Yi Tian, didn't you say your hand was a little uncomfortable? Will this affect your driving? Chen Deli suddenly thought of a good idea and immediately spoke out urgently. I don't think I said that? Yi Tian was a little confused. When did he say that? How could he not know? No, you said that yesterday. Chen Deli raised his eyebrows and whispered. Yi Tian understood immediately and felt speechless. This father-in-law is getting funnier and funnier. If you want to drive, just say so directly. Don't be so roundabout. Oh, my hand does hurt a little. Father-in-law, can you drive later? Yi Tian gave enough face and handed over the car keys. Chen Deli nodded with satisfaction and took it. A hint of joy appeared on his face. This son-in-law is quite kind. It seems that the beatings a few days ago have had a significant effect. Arriving at the parking lot, the group got directly into the car. It's been a long time since we've been to Lao Li's photography studio, right? Well, I haven't seen Uncle Li for a long time. I wonder if he is doing well recently. After Zhang Chunlan and Chen Shuiying fastened their seatbelts, they began to chat casually. Mr. Li is in good health. And I heard that his son returned home recently. The family is finally reunited. Chen Deli said as he drove. His son? Is he the one who studied in the beautiful country, the one named Yuan Feng? Zhang Chunlan frowned, thought for a while and asked. Yes, that's him. I heard he's a PhD graduate from some school. He's amazing. Chen Deli nodded and said with a smile. Then Mr. Li can really retire and enjoy a peaceful life. It should be soon. He hinted at something like this on the phone yesterday. Then we are lucky enough to take a family photo at his place. Zhang Chunlan and Chen Deli became happier as they talked. What's wrong? Chen Shuiying looked at Yi Tian, who was silent beside her, and leaned on his shoulder. Nothing, just thinking about something. Yi Tian put his face against her head and spoke softly. He suddenly discovered. I was unable to fit in for the time being. I feel a little depressed. It would have been great if I could have met Chen Shuiying earlier. On a private plane. How is everything going? Zhang Ruodong sat in the chair, took a sip of hot tea, and asked softly. Report to Butler Zhang, it's basically done. A maid stood respectfully beside them, her face looking a little nervous. What else is wrong? Zhang Ruodong frowned and glanced at her. We have already communicated with all the landmark buildings in the 34 provincial capitals across the country, and they will light up the blessing lights according to our instructions and arrangements. The maid did not dare to delay and spoke immediately. The celebrations in Magic City and Mountain City are also ready. Only the one in Sea City is not yet completed. Zhang Ruodong sat up straight and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Haicheng is the real main battlefield, and this is where the least problems can occur. Because there are not many companies cooperating with us, it takes a long time to prepare the supplies. The maid felt uneasy and could only speak with gritted teeth. Is it because the money is not in place? Zhang Ruodong looked at Lucy beside her and asked in a cute voice. No way. Don't wrongly accuse a good person. I have already given the green light and approved all the funds. When Lucy heard this, she quickly sat up. She won't take the blame for this. Then why is it a problem? Zhang Ruodong's expression became more and more solemn. Who knew that the richest man in Haicheng was such a loser that he couldn't even do such a simple thing? Lucy murmured helplessly. How about this, you communicate with Haicheng and urge them to speed up the progress. There must be no mistakes or omissions in the fireworks display and the dinner, understand? Zhang Ruodong thought about it and then said to the maid. Yes. The maid left quickly. Hope everything goes well. Zhang Ruodong lay in the chair, muttering to herself. After spending so much money, what if we mess it up? She couldn't bear it. P.S. I ask for 5-star praise every day. Please urge me to update. Please give me gifts. Thank you. Chapter 48 Unreasonable. Chen Shuiying slapped him angrily. 11:11. Yi Tian and others came to a secluded street. Look at the house in front, that's Uncle Li's photography studio. Chen Shuiying grabbed Yi Tian's hand and shouted excitedly. Yi Tian looked at her with a smile, then looked out the window. This is a small 2-story villa. After years of baptism, the appearance is a bit shabby. Let's get off here. Chen Deli quickly found a vacant parking space. Zheng Chunlan was very happy to finally meet her good friend whom she hadn't seen for a long time. It's still the same here, almost nothing has changed, it makes me miss it so much. Zheng Chunlan gently held Chen Deli's hand and walked slowly in front. Looking at the buildings and trees around me, I can't help but reminisce about the past. A happy smile was on his face. My father and mother came from a remote village in Haicheng. They lived nearby at first, and I grew up here when I was a child. It was only later because of work that we moved to the community where we live now. Chen Shuiying held Yi Tian's hand and spoke softly. Yi Tian also looked around. It seems like he wants to remember this place completely. Happy times. I have to say, the name of this photo studio is really old-fashioned, but it also has a kind of indescribable and inexpressible warmth. Lao Li. Lao Li. Lao Li. Chen Deli hurriedly walked into the door, and seeing that there was no one around, he started shouting loudly. I'm coming. Wait a moment. I heard his voice before I saw him. After a while, I saw a middle-aged man with a Chinese face running out of the house with a smile on his face. I say, old Chen, is it necessary for you to shout so loudly? You scared me so much that my heart stopped for several seconds. He walked towards Chen Deli while joking. Ha ha ha. Long time no see. Haven't seen you for a long time. The two hugged each other and patted each other on the back. The relationship is quite good. Sister Lan, it's been so long since we last met, but you're still as charming as ever. Old Chen is so lucky. Old Li then looked at Zheng Chunlan again and said with a smile. Old Li, you're still so talkative. Zheng Chunlan was so happy that she smiled and gave him a gentle hug. Is this Shuiying? She has grown into a beautiful lady now. Not bad, not bad. Then, Old Li adjusted his glasses and looked at Chen Shuiying carefully. Uncle Li, hello. Chen Shuiying smiled and greeted. Old Li nodded, and turned to look at Yi Tian again. Masculine and handsome, elegant and graceful. What a handsome man. He frowned, and a hint of doubt gradually appeared on his face. I really can't remember Yi Tian. Old Li, even if you think about tomorrow, you won't remember him. Seeing this, Chen Deli burst into laughter. This is? Old Li looked back at Chen Deli and asked softly. Uncle, hello. I am Yi Tian. Yi Tian introduced himself very politely. Hello. Old Li nodded quickly and responded. This is my future son-in-law. He and Ying are getting married soon, so we thought of taking a family photo here. As he spoke, a joyful smile naturally appeared on Chen Deli's face. Old Li was a little surprised. It is well known that Chen Deli is a daughter-con. Why is she talking about her son-in-law so happily now? It seems that this young man is good and is quite liked by Chen Deli. He couldn't help but look at Yi Tian twice more and had a good first impression. I told you that old Chen never comes to visit me for no reason. Congratulations. Congratulations. Remember to treat me to a banquet when the time comes. Then Old Li came to his senses and quickly congratulated everyone. It's a must. Well, it's getting late, can we get started? Chen Deli smiled and nodded, urging without any hesitation. No hurry, no hurry. The equipment is not complete yet. I'm waiting for my son to deliver it. Old Li shook his head and explained softly. Let's go in and have a cup of tea first, then chat and wait slowly. Then he took Chen Deli's hand and walked into the house. Yi Tian and others also followed. Tea has been served 3 times. Old Li, are you really planning to close this photography studio? Chen Deli put down the teacup and asked softly. Yes. As you know, our Yuan Fong has returned to China. He said that this photo studio doesn't make much money, so it's better to close it down to save trouble and effort. Moreover, he also said that we can rent out the place and make some money. After thinking about it, I think this is a good idea. I can have more time to go to the park to dance square dance in the future. Old Li's face also showed joy, and he became very animated when talking about his son. But a barely perceptible trace of loneliness flashed across his face. After all, this is where he has fought for his entire life. Now that it's time to break up, I can't help feeling a little reluctant. That's good. You don't have to stay here anymore. We can have more time to meet. I tell you, I have a lot of top quality tea at home. You will suffer if you don't come. Chen Deli saw it and quickly comforted her. Is this true or false? Old Li was a little skeptical. Chen Deli is not only a daughter-obsessed man, but also a henpecked husband. Where can I get the money to buy expensive tea? Could it be tea bags that cost a few dollars a box? Really? They were all brought by my son-in-law. They were just de Hong Pao and Mao Jian, not particularly expensive. Chen Deli said it very naturally with a smile in his eyes. Old Li was frightened by his words. De Hong Pao? Mao Jian? Are they what I imagined? Old Li asked uncertainly. Yeah, the real deal. Chen Deli nodded heavily. A hint of triumphant smile inadvertently flashed between his brows. Old Li was speechless when he saw Chen Deli's arrogant face. Suddenly I had the urge to beat him up. We agreed to fight like dogs together, why are you starting to show off now? Okay, stop showing off. Zhang Chunlan couldn't bear it any longer and glared at him fiercely. Chen Deli immediately sat down obediently and stopped acting presumptuously. Sister Lan, it's okay, just let him show off. When I go to your house, I will definitely taste these teas. After Zhang Chunlan's interruption, Lali became more convinced of Chen Deli's words. He became more and more curious about Yi Tian. Tall, rich and handsome are the most intuitive impressions. That won't work. I can only give you a little drink. When Chen Deli heard this, he shouted urgently. He himself was reluctant to drink such precious tea, so how could he give it to others? You are such a scalper. When Old Li saw his expression, he couldn't help but curse. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter at this. Dad! I'm coming. Just then, a powerful voice came from outside the house. My son is back. Old Li patted his thigh lightly, a look of joy showing on his face. Let's go out, the equipment has arrived, let's start taking pictures. He took a sip of hot tea and then stood up with interest. Well, I think I haven't seen your son for 3 or 4 years? Chen Deli stood beside him and spoke softly. Well, that's about it. Yuan Fong was so happy to hear that you were coming. Old Li and Chen Deli hooked their arms around each other's shoulders, hummed a little tune, and walked out in a heroic manner. These two shameless guys. Zhang Chunlan shook her head helplessly and followed closely. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying smiled at each other, holding hands, and followed sweetly. Yuan Fong, look who's here. As soon as Lao Li came out, he shouted with a smile. At this moment, there were 2 young men standing in the studio. One is a gentle and elegant man with glasses. One was a tall and burly foreigner. Is this Uncle Chen and Aunt Lon? The man with glasses, Li Yuanfang, also noticed Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlun. There is always a faint smile on his face. Yes. Old Li nodded happily and said loudly, "It's your Uncle Chen and Aunt Lon. Call them quickly. Uncle Chen. Aunt Lon." Li Yuanfang did not delay and called out softly. "Yuanfang, you are getting more and more handsome. You are really a talented person." Chen Deli has a close relationship with him and speaks to him in a casual and natural manner. "Uncle Chen, you are slandering me again." Li Yuanfang shook his head gently, still looking indifferent. When he was very young, Chen Deli often teased him. He's used to it and immune to it. Brother Yuanfang. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying also came out from the inner room. "You are Shuiying?" Li Yuanfang exclaimed as he looked at the beautiful Chen Shuiying. Although he had known that Chen Shuiying was a beauty, he didn't expect her to be so beautiful. But when I saw Chen Shuiying holding someone else's hand, I suddenly felt a little regretful. Unfortunately, when I was young, I only knew how to study hard and forgot to develop a relationship with Chen Shuiying. What a mistake! Yuanfang, who is this lady? Even the foreigners nearby were stunned and swallowed. He had really never seen many beauties as beautiful as Chen Shuiying. It is a kind of fate that we can meet now. There is a strong urge to get to know each other. Even if her boyfriend is right next to her. Yes. Chen Shuiying nodded, and then introduced him. "This is my boyfriend, Yi Tian." Only then did Li Yuanfang look at Yi Tian seriously. He has delicate features and is handsome. He and Chen Shuiying are a perfect match made in heaven. "Hello." He still smiled and extended his right hand politely. "Hello." Yi Tian shook hands with him openly. "Hello, miss. My name is David." There was a gleam of evil in the foreigner's eyes, and then he came to Chen Shuiying impatiently and spoke in a gentlemanly manner. "But it's a bit too coquettish and annoying." "Hello. My name is Chen Shuiying." Out of courtesy, Chen Shuiying could only simply shake hands with him. Just when she was about to withdraw her hand, David suddenly grabbed her hand and pinched the back of her hand subtly. A wicked smile appeared on David's face. He thinks he is tall, handsome, rich, and talented. He was very confident that Chen Shuiying would fall in love with him. Pa! Chen Shuiying frowned and suddenly pulled back her hand. Merciless. He slapped him directly and hard. Pa! Pa! Then came another merciless beating. Chapter 49 An unexpected surprise. Chen Shuiying's sudden change. A crisp sound. Rippling throughout the photo studio. The echoes continue. Everyone looked over, very confused. "What are you doing, bitch?" David was so angry that he started cursing. In his opinion, when these Oriental beauties saw him, they would take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms and allow him to ravage them as he pleased. Now this bitch actually dared to defy his will. Moreover, he beat him. It is an unforgivable sin. David became angrier the more he thought about it. He clenched his fists and punched hard. Bang! Seeing this, Yi Tian's face instantly turned cold. Grasped his hand firmly. "Let go, you little brat." David's face turned red, veins showing. He tried desperately to free his hand, but found that it was clamped tightly. Completely unable to move. I can only rage helplessly, venting the depression and anger in my heart. Snort! Yi Tian's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he twisted it with force. Crack! With a sound of bone cracking, his arm broke directly. Ah! David fell to his knees and cried out in pain. As soon as the bodyguard outside heard the noise in the photo studio, he rushed in immediately. Owner! They hurried to Yi Tian. Yi Tian nodded, and the coldness dissipated. The bodyguards felt it and shuddered. Then they saw David lying on the ground, and they understood instantly. Without saying anything, he controlled it and didn't let it move. What do you want to do? Do you know who I am? David was shocked and angry, and shouted loudly. Bang! Bang! Ah! The bodyguards looked at him coldly without saying anything. What followed was a brutal beating. Ah! Li Yuanfang! Hiss! Why don't you hurry up, ah! Come and save me? Oh! You don't want your job anymore? Woo woo woo. David was beaten to death and covered with wounds. Stop it. Stop hitting me. When Li Yuanfang heard this, he became very nervous and immediately shouted to the bodyguards. But his words seemed too pale and powerless. No one paid any attention. Hey! Shuiying, this David is a senior technical consultant specially hired by Yuanshan Group from the United States. Lu Yuanshan values him very much. You should stop now. Otherwise, David will not let you go. He could only look at Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying beside him and remind them. Did you hear that? Hiss. Ah. Let go quickly. Hiss. Right now, ah. Kneel down and apologize, or I will make you die, ah. David thought that after Yi Tian and others heard his identity, they would immediately surrender and admit defeat, and he still wanted to threaten them. But he didn't expect that he would be greeted with another violent beating. You, ah. Die. Hiss. You're dead. I won't, ah. Let you go. David lay on the ground, covered in blood, dying. But his eyes were filled with anger and resentment. He knew very well that these people would at most beat him up and then let him go in the end. As long as he is given the chance, he will definitely take revenge, and double it. Yi Tian, Lu Yuanshan helped us last time, we. Chen Shuiying frowned and hesitated. She didn't want Yi Tian and Lu Yuanshan to become enemies because of her. Don't be afraid, silly girl. Lu Yuanshan won't have any objections. Yi Tian held her hand tightly and said with a smile. If he has any objections, then I will make him, the richest man in Haicheng, a thing of the past. Yi Tian added with a cold light in his eyes. Only then did Chen Shuiying nod with relief. You. Li Yuanfang's face became even uglier as he listened to their conversation. He felt more and more that these two people were unreliable and were bragging too much. I can only seek help from Chen Deli and Zheng Chunlan. Uncle Chen, Aunt Lan, please talk. You should know who Lu Yuanshan is. Li Yuanfang's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he spoke anxiously. This person must not be touched, stop them immediately. He pointed at David on the ground and added with a bitter face. Humph. My son-in-law has the final say on this matter. Although Chen Deli did not see what happened, he guessed the whole story. David actually dared to touch his own daughter. He was so bold and presumptuous that he was seeking his own death. As the leader of the daughter-obsessed, he naturally wouldn't be in a good mood. Li Yuanfang was in even greater trouble. He looked at his father helplessly. Old Chen, Sister Lan, you see, this lesson is almost over. Old Li looked at David, who was beaten black and blue, and said in a deep voice. He also hated David in his heart. This guy is very arrogant and looks down on others. But after all, he was Li Yuanfang's immediate superior, so he had to help. Old Li, you have to ask Shuiying about this. Chen Deli remained silent, and Zhang Chunlan could only speak softly. Shuiying, that's enough. Look at him, he was beaten badly. Old Li quickly looked at Chen Shuiying, his expression solemn and his voice very weak. Uncle Li, I. Chen Shuiying shook her head gently, a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes, and continued, it's not enough. Then she looked at the 4 bodyguards. She said shyly and hesitantly, can you help me to destroy him? Her tone was light. But it is very clear. Everyone looked at her in surprise, speechless. I didn't expect that Chen Shuiying, who looks gentle, is so cruel. Li Yuanfang was even more frightened, as he had just had a fantasy. It turns out that the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan were even more surprised. They know their daughter's character best. But now it suddenly feels a little strange. You don't need to force yourself to do something you don't like because of me. Yi Tian was also surprised. He pulled her hand and spoke softly. No, I've thought it through. You can't let him go so easily because of me. If he really retaliates in the future and causes you and your parents to get hurt, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Chen Shuiying pursed her lips and shook her head violently. Her eyes were very determined, as if she had made up her mind. Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction. My wife has finally grown up and is no longer blindly kind. Can you help? Chen Shuiying still blinked her big eyes, kept looking at the bodyguards, and continued to ask. Looking at the nervous and shy Chen Shuiying, the bodyguards were speechless. Could you please not put on such a delicate look and speak so softly to cripple them? This made them feel dizzy and a little confused. Yes, mistress. But the bodyguards quickly adjusted their mentality and replied in a cold voice. After that, the four men dragged David out quickly and efficiently. Well. Li Yuanfang stood there dumbfounded and could not help but sigh. Now he is really finished. Not only will he lose his job at Yuanshan Group, but he may also be implicated. The thought of myself and my father being beaten and banned, and having to live on the streets and leave our hometown made me feel depressed. Suddenly my eyes became wet, my whole body was shaking, and I could only cry silently. Actually, you don't need to worry. He can't touch you. Yi Tian looked at Li Yuanfang and said with a smile. What do you mean? Li Yuanfang looked stunned and didn't understand what was going on. Well, I have some friendship with Lu Yuanshan, so it won't be a problem for you to continue working. Yi Tian's face was very calm and he spoke lightly. Real? Li Yuanfang shouted in surprise. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Now we can only try our best to save the situation. I hope this guy isn't just bragging. What Yi Tian said is true. Although the news of the accident in our factory has been blocked, a lot of information has still come out. I think you have heard about it. Chen Deli looked at Yi Tian deeply, and then looked at Li Yuanfang and his son. The two looked at each other and nodded. This incident caused quite a stir a few days ago and is still a hot topic in the city. But what is strange is that there was no report in the local news. This is very strange. It was because Lu Yuanshan sent someone to help that day that we were able to handle it so quickly. Chen Deli did not hide anything and confessed it directly. Hiss. Li Yuanfang took a breath of cold air. Who on earth is this Yi Tian who could ask Lu Yuanshan to help him solve a problem? At the same time, I felt that Chen Shuiying's family was really about to take off. Son, are you relieved now? Old Li knew Chen Deli's temper and knew that he was not good at and did not want to lie. Li Yuanfang nodded and felt much more at ease. Then you can help and prepare to take a family photo for your Uncle Chen's family. Okay. The father and son quickly adjusted their equipment and started filming. About an hour and a half passed. The family portrait was finally taken. Old Chen, the photos are very nice. I will personally give them to you in a few days and taste your tea while I am there. Lao Li put down his equipment and spoke softly. Okay. We've booked a restaurant, how about going out for dinner? Chen Deli patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile. After taking the family photo, he felt a lot more relaxed. I feel like I have accomplished another major life event. Isn't this bad? Old Li was a little tempted. First of all, I can catch up with Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan. Secondly, it allows his son to interact with Yi Tian. But I don't know whether Yi Tian agrees. So there was some hesitation. Old Li, please come with us to eat. You have watched Shuiying grow up since she was a child, so you must come today. Zhang Chunlan also started to persuade. Well, I'll obey your command. Can my son come with us? Old Li nodded and continued to ask. Of course, isn't it just an extra pair of chopsticks for one more person? No big deal. Let's go. Chen Deli put his arm around his shoulders and strode towards the door. Yuan Feng, close the door quickly. Old Li quickly turned around and said to his son. I know. Li Yuanfang was also very excited and acted quickly. Chapter 50 Dihao. A small disturbance at the restaurant entrance. Dihao. It is the only Michelin 3-star restaurant in Haicheng. It is well known in Dragon Country and even in the whole world. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When Yi Tian and others arrived at the door of the restaurant, a receptionist came over. Chen Deli snorted majestically. Do you have an appointment? The young lady asked gently with a smile on her face. Well, we have an appointment. My last name is Chen, and my phone number is XXXXXXXXXXXX. Chen Deli nodded and immediately gave his appointment information. Okay, wait a moment. The young lady quickly opened the tablet in her hand and started browsing. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. You only made a reservation for 4 people, but now 6 people are here. We may not have enough ingredients to prepare in our restaurant. The young lady looked up at Chen Deli, then glanced at Yi Tian and others, and said with embarrassment. I see. Chen Deli frowned, it was indeed his fault for not thinking it through. Miss, can you report the situation to the store manager first? Yi Tian took a step forward and spoke softly. The tone is very gentle, making people feel like spring breeze. Okay, I'll give it a try. The young lady looked at Yi Tian intently, and ripples appeared in her heart. Sure enough, having a good-looking appearance does have its advantages. After that, she walked to the side, picked up the walkie-talkie and reported the situation. After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit walked out of the restaurant. Hello? I'm Dai Jiqing, the manager of Dihao Restaurant. He also had a professional smile on his face and was very gentle. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan quickly. The clothes he was wearing were probably worth around 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. It's hard to accurately assess the value of his watch and jade bracelet, but their value should be over 100,000 yuan. He is a lower middle-class wealthy person. Soon, he made a preliminary assessment of the two people's economic levels. Then he looked at Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying. Apart from being amazed by their appearance and temperament, he didn't pay too much attention to them and thus ignored the items on them. Finally, he took a quick look at Li Yuanfang and his son, and immediately lost interest. Hello, Manager Dai. Chen Deli simply shook hands with him. Everyone, I understand your situation, but I'm really sorry. Our restaurant's daily supply is fixed, no more, no less, and it really can't be changed at the last minute. Dai Jiqing put away his smile and spoke seriously. Old Chen, Yuanfang and I will go back first. Enjoy your meal. When Mr. Li heard this, he felt very sorry, but there was nothing he could do. Old Li. Chen Deli was also very upset. He was the one who called these people to eat, but now they can't eat. Why don't we change to another restaurant? Seeing this, Zhang Chunlan spoke directly. That's the only way. Chen Deli knew that Zhang Chunlan really wanted to try the food in this restaurant. But, we'll have to wait until next time. Manager Dai, what are you doing here? Just then, a young man came to the door with his girlfriend. Good afternoon, Mr. Su. When Dai Jiqing saw the young man, he immediately called out respectfully. The young man nodded, then looked at Chen Deli and others. But when his eyes fell on Yi Tian, his eyes suddenly widened and his pupils contracted. Isn't this the legendary mysterious boss? Mr. Su, it's like this. We need more seats for these guests. But you also know the rules of our restaurant. I'm explaining it to them and it will be handled soon. It will definitely not affect your meal. Dai Jiqing said immediately. He knew this Su Xiao's character very well. He likes to find fault with everything and make trouble for no reason. And he is quite lustful, always bringing a new girlfriend with him. This is really enviable. What a pity, same person, different fate. Mr. Yi. However, Su Xiao did not listen to him, but walked up to Yi Tian, bowed slightly, and called out respectfully. This scared Dai Jiqing. Did Mr. Su take the wrong medicine today? He had never seen this dandy-rich second-generation guy so humble. Could it be that this young man is of great importance? Dai Jiqing quickly looked at Yi Tian and observed him carefully again. The clothes are from Khitan, obviously, a conservative estimate is 50,000. The watch is from Vacheron Constantine, I don't know what model it is, and the shoes are even less fancy. The ring is pretty, but I still can't estimate it. Dai Jiqing frowned and murmured in a low voice. He felt that this young man was not very rich. Could he be the son of an official? There was a look of doubt in his eyes. Who are you? Yi Tian was also a little surprised. I have no idea how this guy knows me. Mr. Yi, my name is Su Xiaoyang, you can just call me Xiao Su. Your fame has spread throughout Haicheng, and my admiration for you is like the endless flow of the river, and like the flooding of the Yellow River, which is out of control. Su Xiao said flatteringly. This surprised his girlfriend and Dai Jiqing and left them dumbfounded. This is too much. Yi Tian was speechless. I also feel a little lost. At a time like this, shouldn't an arrogant rich second generation appear? He looked down on them and even coveted Chen Shuiying's beauty. Then he slapped her in the face, shocking everyone. Why did this thing appear now? Xiao Su, are you familiar with the people in this restaurant? We want to go in and eat now, do you have any solution? Yi Tian asked softly with a smile on his face. Certainly. Su Xiaoyang immediately patted his chest and made the promise. Manager Dai, please arrange a seat for Mr. Yi immediately. He then looked at Dai Jiqing and spoke urgently. Mr. Su, this. Dai Jiqing was a little hesitant and did not dare to act on his own. You arrange the position first, I will take care of anything. You can explain the situation to Boss Jiang later, he will understand and reward you, just trust me. Hurry up and don't neglect Mr. Yi. Su Xiaoyang patted his shoulder and urged. All right. Dai Jiqing stopped hesitating and nodded in response. You, take these guests in immediately. Then he said to a waiter behind him. Yes. After hearing what was said just now, the waiter naturally understood the importance of the matter. Xiao Su, you are very good. You can contact me if you have any questions. Yi Tian smiled indifferently. After saying that, he took Chen Shuiying and others into the restaurant. This is our butler's contact information. A bodyguard quickly walked over and handed the business card to Su Xiaoyang. Then he returned to his post and continued working. Ha ha ha. Dad is finally going to praise me now. Su Xiaoyang laughed excitedly, totally losing his image. He knew that he would definitely need some pocket money later on. It's enough for him to find a few more girlfriends and continue to spend lavishly. Mr. Su, what are you doing? The young beauty came up to him. Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. It seems you are my lucky one. Tell me what bag you want and I will buy it for you. Su Xiaoyang directly took her into his arms and grabbed a handful of her randomly. Thank you, Mr. Su. The young beauty didn't care about being shy and said happily. You're welcome. After dinner, I'll reward you with a few 100 million. Su Xiaoyang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled evilly. Hate. The young beauty patted his chest gently and said coquettishly. Ha ha ha. Su Xiaoyang put his arm around her shoulders and swaggered into the restaurant. Chapter 51 Delicious. The Ritual of Michelin 3 Stars. Imperial Restaurant. Led by the waiter, Yi Tian and others came to a relatively dim space. Melodious music echoed around, and everything was filled with mystery. They had no idea where they were. Yi Tian felt the pressure on his arm and quickly turned his head to look. Chen Shuiying pursed her lips tightly and unconsciously clenched his arms with her hands. He knew that Chen Shuiying was a little nervous. What's wrong? Yi Tian immediately held Chen Shuiying's hand tightly and whispered softly. Fine. Chen Shuiying leaned gently against him and answered in a low voice. Squeak. Just then, the two doors slowly opened. A few faint lights were projected in at an interlaced manner. Please. The waiter stood at the door and made a respectful gesture of invitation. Thanks. Everyone walked out and came to a strange room. It's still as dark and gloomy here as always. In the middle is a long table, emitting a noble purple light. There are 4 curtain walls around it, pitch black. Even with a 5.2 vision, I can't see clearly. The most surprising thing is that there is a name projected on each seat. No wonder the waiter asked for the names of Li Yuanfang and his son just now. It turns out that this is the purpose. It really makes people feel noble and kind. After everyone was seated, the surrounding curtain walls gradually lit up. A lush green wall suddenly appeared in the courtyard, and the courtyard was immediately filled with greenery. Suddenly, the curtain wall seemed to be slowly descending. Then it turned into blue sky, white clouds, and stars in the universe. It makes people feel that the seat is rising, just like in a sightseeing elevator. Very magical and wonderful. Finally, they emerged on an island of white, happy paradise. Everywhere is full of vitality, with birds singing and flowers blooming. On a tall building in the distance, an ancient pendulum clock kept swinging. The melodious bell sounds cleanse everyone's soul. Please enjoy your meal. Then the waiter brought water glasses to everyone. Thanks. Yi Tian nodded and said softly. You're welcome. The waiter collected the tray and retreated to a corner. The design here is so thoughtful, no wonder the fee is so expensive. Zheng Chunlan took a sip of water and said with a smile. Well, it's really beautiful and makes people feel comfortable. Chen Deli was still looking around, observing the details in the room. Shuiying, do you like it here? Yi Tian placed his hand on the back of Chen Shuiying's hand and whispered softly. Yeah, I like it. Chen Shuiying held his hand gently, without the previous uneasiness. A sweet smile blooms naturally. Crack! Just then, a small door opened in the curtain wall. 6 waiters came out in a dignified and graceful manner, carrying the first appetizers. Hostile apple mustard. Delicious. Chen Shuiying picked up the steel fork and started to taste it in small sips. Sweet and sour, refreshing and stimulating. It instantly whetted her taste buds and stimulated her appetite. The expression changes continuously, which is very cute and funny. Ha ha ha. Seeing Chen Shuiying's expression, Yi Tian couldn't help laughing. Hate it. What are you laughing at? I'm ignoring you. Chen Shuiying rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly. Then he started eating. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Yi Tian chuckled softly. After a while, everyone finished eating. The waiters immediately filed out and collected everyone's tableware. Sir, this is light sherry wine, please drink it. Then they brought the glasses and poured the wine carefully. Yi Tian picked up the wine glass and started drinking. The taste was very good. The most important thing is that it can clean the remaining food taste in your mouth and maintain the original taste. Soon after, the second dish came up. This is the red shrimp from the Bull country. The paired wine was Les Chales de l'Enfer. The shrimp meat is fresh, sweet, plump and tender, and the wine is smooth and sour. It's really a must. Chen Deli ate with relish and commented softly. Ha, you really think you're a gourmet? Zhang Chunlan looked up at him and couldn't help but complain. You bitch. Humph. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Chen Deli wanted to refute, but under Zhang Chunlan's gaze, he immediately backed down. Ha ha ha. The others started laughing. The third dish is the very salty sea scallops, the main ingredients of which are lime, Korean horse-dung gall and marinated scallops. The paired wine was Didier Dagenau Paoli Fume Silex. There is only one word to describe this scallop, fresh. This wine is well chosen and goes very well with the seafood. It does not affect the taste of each other, but complements each other. Chen Deli continued to talk, pretending to be very knowledgeable. Old Chen, stop talking nonsense, let's have a drink. Lao Li raised his glass and spoke softly. Perhaps due to the influence of alcohol, he was no longer as restrained as before. Back to my usual ease. The smile also became much more natural. Okay, everyone come together. Chen Deli immediately raised his glass and said with a smile. Cheers. Everyone drank it all in one gulp. Okay, let's not embarrass ourselves and just eat in peace. Zhang Chunlan put down her wine glass, her face flushed. I don't know if it was because of shame or because I was drunk. What are you afraid of? We are the only ones here. Chen Deli looked around the room and shouted carelessly. The Dihao restaurant has 3 dining rooms and only accommodates 30 people for lunch. Because of Yi Tian's arrival, Dai Jicheng specially opened the boss's private reception room. So there were only 6 of them in this room. Ha, I don't want to bother with you. Zhang Chunlan ignored him and lowered her head to chat with her sisters on WeChat. Chen Deli was speechless and could only sit on the chair obediently. The fourth dish is called Land and Sea, and its main ingredients are grilled oysters, squid skin, and duck liver. The paired wine was Opus 1. The fifth course is truffle roasted soup bread. The paired wine was Masalt. The sixth dish is Gruyere cheese and egg dumplings. The paired wine was a Bienvenue's Batard Montrachet. It's intermission now. Please enjoy the show we have carefully prepared. The waiters said respectfully after collecting the tableware. Program? Everyone was very curious. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding curtain walls changed instantly. Sometimes it is full of spring, sometimes it is hot summer, sometimes it is bleak autumn, and sometimes it is snowing winter. The symphony orchestra came briskly onto the stage of the room and began to play melodious music. Everything is so beautiful. It is a feast for the eyes and a delight to the mind. It sounds so good. Chen Shuiying closed her eyes, listened to the music, and felt very happy. Silly girl. Yi Tian held her hand and squeezed it. A happy smile appeared on his face. Time flies, and it's gone in the blink of an eye. The intermission was over soon. A new round of battle has begun. The seventh course is Monte Carlo Sea Bass. The paired wine was Domaine Jamet. The eighth dish is truffle confit lamb chops. The wine pairing was Vega Sicilia. The ninth dish, simple Wagyu beef. The paired wine was Chateau Margaux. The 10th dish, strawberry cold soup. The paired wine was Pole Roger. Dish 11, microwaved Cavamont cheese. The paired wine was Chateau Muser. That's all for today's menu, thank you. The waiters bowed respectfully and quickly took away the tableware. Now it's the final performance time, please enjoy it quietly. Then the waiter started pouring water for everyone. A pop band hurried onto the stage and began to sing their song soulfully. At the same time, the curtain wall becomes a sand table. I saw a pair of slender, snow-white hands dancing gracefully. All kinds of lifelike pictures immediately appeared on the sand table. Very beautiful. Happy times are always short. The performance was over very quickly. This also means that the meal is officially over. Pa! Pa! The lights in the room suddenly lit up. Squeak! The door was gently pushed open. Lu Shengqiao just walked in timidly. Zhang Ruodong and Lucy followed behind in a heroic manner. Owner! Hostess! As soon as they saw Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying, they immediately bowed and shouted. How did you know we were here? Yi Tian was very surprised when he saw them. Report to the master, it was this Mr. Lu who told us. Zhang Ruodong smiled slightly and said softly. You? After hearing this, Yi Tian looked at Lu Shengqiao in confusion. Yes, Mr. Yi. It just so happens that I am the owner of this restaurant. Lu Shengqiao nodded and bowed, putting on a fawning and ingratiating look. I see. Yi Tian nodded, no longer struggling, and turned to look at Zhang Ruodong, and continued, Butler Zhang, where is my household registration booklet? Here, please take it, master. Zhang Ruodong immediately handed the bag in her hand to Yi Tian respectfully. Yes, thank you. Yi Tian took the bag, opened it and took a look. Master, there is something I need to report to you. Zhang Ruodong and Lucy looked at each other and then said. Go ahead. At this time, Yi Tian was looking through his household registration book and was in a very good mood. We knew you were going to register for marriage, so we prepared a little surprise without your permission. Zhang Ruodong hesitated a little, but still said it slowly. When Lu Shengqiao heard this, he curled his lips. Is this definitely a little surprise? Thank you for your hard work. Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction. These housekeepers are just smart and thoughtful. Knowing that he was getting married, she also knew how to create romance. Not bad, not bad. The salary will double next month. Yi Tian, Yingying, I'm going back to the factory first. After registration, remember to send the marriage certificate to the group for me to see, okay? Chen Deli looked at his watch and said softly. Dad, aren't you going with us? Chen Shuiying took Chen Deli's arm and said coquettishly. It's just to register and get the certificate. Just go. Chen Deli touched her head and smiled happily. Okay, stop bothering your dad. I've already talked to your aunt, just call her when the time comes. Zhang Chunlan also stroked Chen Shuiying's hair, her eyes full of smiles. Mom, you're not going either? Chen Shuiying widened her eyes and exclaimed. This is a critical moment in my life, and I always feel a little uneasy without my parents by my side. Your father's injury hasn't healed yet, I have to look after him. Besides, you are already an adult, do you still need your parents to accompany you? Aren't you ashamed? Zhang Chunlan rolled her eyes at her and said unhappily. All right. Chen Shuiying lowered her head, pouted, and looked a little lost. Be good. Smile. You can only smile today, okay? Zhang Chunlan pinched her cheeks and put on a smile. No. Chen Shuiying quickly got rid of Zhang Chunlan's teasing. Okay, let's talk about it when we get home tonight. After saying that, Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan left. Thank you for your hospitality today. We have to leave first. Li Yuanfang and his son spoke politely to Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying. Uncle Li, brother Yuanfang, you're welcome. Chen Shuiying quickly waved her hand and said softly. They nodded and hurriedly followed him out. Chapter 52 One sentence directly evaporated tens of billions. In the room. It suddenly became a lot quieter. By the way, what's your little surprise? Yi Tian suddenly had a bad premonition and asked anxiously. Master, since it's a surprise, we must keep it a secret. You will know it later. Zhang Ruodong's face froze and she answered evasively. Yi Tian was speechless. Well, you are making things difficult for Butler Zhang. Chen Shuiying took his arm and helped him out with a smile. Well. Yi Tian had no choice but to give up, and then said, "Put this in your bag first." He handed the bag containing the household registration book to Chen Shuiying. Oh. Chen Shuiying took the bag happily and her smile became even brighter. How much is this meal? Yi Tian then looked at Lu Shengqiao again. No thanks, Mr. Yi, this meal is free. Lu Shengqiao quickly waved his hand and said. What do you mean? How much? Yi Tian frowned and said coldly. He doesn't care about this little money. Free of charge is undoubtedly taking advantage of Lu Shengqiao. I just owed someone a favor for nothing. This account is not worth it. No, I didn't mean anything else. Lu Shengqiao was so scared that he almost peed himself, and shouted urgently, "Waiter, come over and pay the bill." Yes, boss. A waiter in the room immediately ran over with a tablet computer. How much? Lu Shengqiao asked nervously, with cold sweat on his head. The total is 53,328 yuan. Seeing this, the waiter couldn't help but become nervous. Well, Lucy, you go and pay the bill later. Pay 100,000 yuan, and the rest will be considered as a tip for the waiters. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian said without hesitation. Yes, master. Lucy replied with an immediate nod. Why don't you thank Mr. Yi quickly? Lu Shengqiao quickly called all the waiters over. Thank you, Mr. Yi. The waiters in the room bowed 90 degrees and expressed their gratitude in unison. Yi Tian just snorted lightly, then he looked at Chen Shuiying and continued, let's drive over now, the time is almost up. Let's go, then. Chen Shuiying quickly put the bag into her handbag. Butler Zhang, we just drank. Please arrange a driver for us. Yi Tian's expression was calm as he continued. Don't bother, I'll be the driver. Zhang Ruotong was very decisive and volunteered. Master, I won't go with you. I have to discuss some business with Mr. Lu later. Lucy adjusted her glasses and said in a cute voice. Well, thank you for your hard work. Yi Tian nodded and said softly. This Lucy is good in everything. She has a first-class appearance and figure, and excellent professional ability. But he just likes to have a sour face and never smile. Walk. He then took Chen Shuiying's hand and walked out of the door with big strides. Zhang Ruotong and others did not stop and followed immediately. On the way. I didn't notice just now, why are there pink decorations everywhere? Yi Tian was a little confused when he looked at the scenery outside the window. That's right. Chen Shuiying also shouted in amazement, we encountered several parade cars along the way, and the people on them were singing and dancing. It was so beautiful. Are you celebrating the Spring Festival so soon here? Yi Tian looked at Chen Shuiying and asked softly. No, there are no such celebrations in the past. And, you see, this is pink jewelry, not red. It looks more like a wedding item. Chen Shuiying shook her head. Wedding? Yi Tian's heart skipped a beat when he heard it. He looked towards the driver's seat and asked quickly, Butler Zhang, is this your little surprise? Zhang Ruotong was silent for a while and continued, yes, this is the surprise we prepared. We asked someone to simply decorate the entire Haicheng City area. Yi Tian was speechless. The entire Haicheng City area has been decorated. Is this called simple? These parade cars too, right? Are there any others? His face remained calm as he continued to ask. Well, we also arranged these parade cars. There are 99 of them in total, and they will be parading around different parts of Haicheng. There are also 99 acrobatic planes, which will perform in the air later to celebrate the registration of your marriage certificate with your hostess. In addition, the whole city will be lit up with blessing lights and banners are already being hung. In addition, I have arranged 3 fireworks displays in Haicheng, which will be held at 6 p.m., 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. respectively. Zhang Ruotong no longer concealed it and came out with a tray. How much did this cost? Yi Tian made a rough calculation and it wasn't much. In Haicheng, all in all, I spent almost 1 billion yuan. Zhang Ruotong glanced at the rearview mirror and continued. In Haicheng? Yes, in addition to Haicheng, we also held celebrations of varying degrees in Magic City and your hometown, Shancheng. The total cost of the 2 places was almost 1.6 billion. In addition, we invested 500 million in advertising on TV and the internet. 3.1 billion, not bad. When Yi Tian heard it, he felt it was acceptable. Yi Tian, didn't you say we should keep a low profile? Now the whole country knows we're getting married. Chen Shuiying felt a little happy, a little shy, and her mood was very complicated. Forehead. Yi Tian scratched the back of his head. He doesn't want to either. Please rest assured, hostess. No information about you and the host has been fully revealed in all the celebration activities. However, some people from Magic City University may be able to dig out the truth through these clues. Zhang Ruotong said while steering the wheel. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying felt much more at ease. But, if we celebrate like this, will it affect the traffic conditions in Haichun, Modu, and Shanchang? Chen Shuiying suddenly thought of the question and asked hurriedly. This. Yi Tian also felt that this would affect other people and cause unnecessary trouble. Please rest assured. We have already communicated and negotiated with the relevant departments in these 3 places, and we will issue 10 million coupons every day for the next 3 days as a small compensation. Each coupon has a face value of 100 yuan and is applicable to major shopping malls. It is very practical. Zhang Ruotong already had a plan and spoke immediately. 100 yuan can't buy much. How about this, change the denomination to 500 yuan? Yi Tianxin did some calculations and found that 10 million coupons were only worth 1 billion yuan, and the total revenue from the 3 places in 3 days was only 9 billion yuan, which was not too much. Yes, master. Also, have Lucy buy a piece of residential land. The bigger the better. Then hire the world's top professional designer to design a manor. There is no upper limit on the budget. Yes, master. Zhang Ruotong kept repeating herself like a ruthless tape recorder. Yi Tian, isn't this too extravagant and wasteful? Chen Shuiying was shocked by Yi Tian's words. A total of 45 billion yuan was given away, which is too exaggerated. Now, we are going to build a manor here. Don't waste it. Yi Tian shook his head and continued, I hope you can be happy. You deserve the best. After hearing this, Chen Shuiying felt like she was melting and leaned gently against Yi Tian. La 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 la. Just then, a moving song suddenly sounded outside. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying looked out quickly. They saw a tour bus that stopped diagonally in front of them because of a red light. Many young beauties dressed sexy are singing and dancing enthusiastically. That slender waist, like a water snake, is so flexible. That sexy buttocks was shaking as if it had a motor. Gurgle. Yi Tian's eyes widened and he started swallowing his saliva. Does it look good? Chen Shuiying's face changed instantly and she asked in a cold voice. Nice. Yi Tian didn't react for a moment and answered subconsciously. Do you still want to see it? Chen Shuiying laughed angrily and continued to ask. This guy was just saying sweet words. Now, he just stares at other beauties. She was so moved that she almost cried just now. I don't want to. Yi Tian's heart skipped a beat and he immediately withdrew his gaze and shouted urgently. Snort! Chen Shuiying pinched his waist hard. Hiss! It hurts. I know I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. Yi Tian felt pain and quickly admitted his mistake. Humph! I won't believe you anymore. Chen Shuiying sat there with her arms folded across her chest, looking angrily. Don't be like that. I was just curious about how revealing their dance was. Yi Tian explained somewhat palely. That's a lame excuse. Besides, what does it have to do with you if someone is exposed? Chen Shuiying sneered, feeling very unhappy. How is that okay? If you want to sing in the future, you will inevitably have to learn some dancing. I watch them dancing with a critical eye. If you dare to dance like this, you won't be allowed to dance anyway. Yi Tian said with a righteous look on his face. I can't jump. Chen Shuiying looked at the girl who was still dancing outside the window and said softly. That would be great. Yi Tian hugged her gently and said with a smile. Don't try to get away with it. This is the first time. Give me a warning. Chen Shuiying was not stupid either, she said in a soft voice. All right. Yi Tian curled his lips. After a while. Master, we are here. Zhang Ruotong parked the car in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau and said respectfully. Well, thank you. After Yi Tian finished speaking, he quickly got out of the car. Looking at the Civil Affairs Bureau building, both of them felt solemn. Let's go. Yi Tian took Chen Shuiying's hand and strode in. P.S. I had a bad day today. I was writing a novel during evening self-study, and was discovered by my homeroom teacher halfway through. I was forced to stand on the podium and read my novel, which was a complete social failure. The worst thing is that my phone was confiscated and I can only get it back on weekends. Now I can only type on my classmate's tablet. I can't type during evening self-study, so I can only type in the dormitory. The update speed has been affected to some extent. I hope everyone can forgive me. Chapter 53 Get the certificate. A solemn and sacred oath. Civil Affairs Bureau lobby. There weren't many people at this time. There were only a few newlywed couples here and there, walking and looking around. The sound of the broadcast occasionally sounded, echoing in the hall. Overall, very quiet. I saw Chen Shuiying standing at the door, dialing the phone nervously. Hello, Auntie. It's me, Shuiying. We're here. As soon as the phone was connected, joy appeared on her face. Wait a minute, I see you guys, I'll come out now. A very cheerful female voice came from the phone. After a while, a middle-aged woman came out in a hurry. This is Chen Shuiying's aunt, Zhang Xia. Auntie. As soon as Chen Shuiying saw her, she ran over happily and hugged her tightly. Oh my, you little girl. You are not young anymore, but you are still so jumpy. Zhang Xia also hugged Chen Shuiying tightly and laughed happily. She hadn't seen her beautiful niece for a long time. Aunt, I miss you. Chen Shuiying whispered sweetly. Okay. I know you've been good, we can chat slowly later. Let's get down to business, Auntie has other work to do later. Zhang Xia patted her back gently and said with a smile. Only then did Chen Shuiying reluctantly let go of his hand. Are you Yi Tian? Zhang Xia turned slightly and looked at Yi Tian seriously. Yeah, he has a nice figure and looks handsome, the elder sister was right in praising him. She nodded, very satisfied. My name is Zhang Xia, Shuiying's aunt. She continued, smiling. Hello, Auntie. Yi Tian felt a little uncomfortable and nervous when she looked at him. Let's go. Zhang Dongping was amused by Yi Tian and couldn't help laughing. Then he took him and Chen Shuiying to the work window. What's wrong? Yi Tian held Chen Shuiying's hand and followed slowly behind. Well, can you help me check if my makeup is smudged? Chen Shuiying's face was full of tension and anxiety. No, she's still beautiful. Are you lying to me? No. After a few questions and answers, the two of them gradually felt more relaxed. Soon, they arrived at the work window. Sit down. At this time, Zhang Xia had already entered the work area and sat in her seat with a serious look on her face. No more laughing and joking like before. Good. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying immediately sat down obediently and did not move. You should have all the documents ready, right? Show them to me. Zhang Xia looked at the two confused newcomers, smiled and shook her head. Oh. Chen Shuiying quickly opened her handbag and handed over everything. Household registration book, ID card, certificate of no spouse, certificate of non-blood relationship, premarital medical examination report and 3 photos. Yes, everything is complete. Zhang Xia checked one by one and found no problems. This is a declaration for application for marriage registration. Please sign it now. Then she took out a statement from the drawer and handed it to Yi Tian and the others. Thanks. Yi Tian took it solemnly. Call. He took a deep breath and his face was very serious. Then he quickly wrote his name in the signature space. Give. After signing, Yi Tian felt no longer nervous. The smile returned to his face. He gently pushed the statement to Chen Shuiying. Chen Shuiying grabbed the pen and wrote her name without hesitation. This scene has been simulated countless times in her mind. Very familiar, there will be no problem. Aunt, here. Once she was done, she handed the statement back immediately. Shuiying, Xiaoye, congratulations. Now all that's left is the oath-taking ceremony and the certificate issuing ceremony, and you'll be legally married. By the way, have you prepared your wedding dress and suit? Zhang Xia looked at the statement, then looked at them, and said happily. What? Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying were stunned. It seems that you haven't prepared anything. Actually, you need to wear it for the certificate awarding ceremony. If you don't have any, we can provide it for free. But the quality is a bit poor. Zhang Xiahe saw that they were pale and hurried to explain. We were not prepared. Chen Shuiying felt a little lost and self-blaming. She really had no idea such a thing existed. Seeing Chen Shuiying in a depressed mood, Yi Tian felt very distressed. Without saying a word, he opened the system mall and searched quickly. Are you planning to buy a suit and a wedding dress? The system came out yawning and asked lazily. Yi Tian stared at the mall page intently. I'm not in the mood to play tricks with the system. Actually, you don't need to buy it. Your housekeeper has already prepared it. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Look, she is here. The system was as lazy as ever and reminded softly. When Yi Tian heard this, he turned around quickly. Zhang Ruotong and 4 bodyguards rushed in. And the bodyguards were all holding black bags in their hands. Master! These are the clothes we prepared. Zhang Ruotong stood beside Yi Tian, a little out of breath. Thanks. Yi Tian's face was full of surprise and he expressed his gratitude sincerely. Shuiying, now you have a suit and a wedding dress, hurry up and smile. He patted Chen Shuiying's shoulder and comforted her gently. Yes. Chen Shuiying nodded and continued, Butler Zhang, thank you. Madam, you're welcome. Zhang Ruotong also recovered and said with a smile. Madam, we have prepared for you a platinum diamond wedding dress designed by the famous Japanese designer Yui Aragaki. The skirt of this wedding dress is gorgeous and noble, and it has various exquisite embroidery. In addition, it is inlaid with 1,314 pearls and 3 precious platinum diamonds. It is worth $10 million. Then she took a bag and put it directly in front of Chen Shuiying. Chen Shuiying has become accustomed to the high prices. Although there are still waves of emotion in my heart, I am no longer as surprised as before. She stroked the wedding dress gently and liked it more and more. Little girl, you look quite honest, why are you so unreliable? But Zhang Xiahe was different. She naturally didn't believe what Zhang Ruotong said. A wedding dress costs $10 million, why not grab it? And, this is true. Chen Shuiying quickly looked up and said urgently. Silly child, do you believe this? She is trying to cheat you out of your money. Besides, do you have so much money? Zhang Xiahe frowned, thinking that her niece might have become stupid from reading too much. How can you believe such nonsense? Chen Shuiying felt upset when she saw Zhang Xiahe's idiotic look. It seems that her mother hasn't explained the situation to her in detail yet. Auntie, don't worry, the money has already been given. Chen Shuiying laughed and said in a soft voice. Give it? Zhang Xiahe thought she had heard it wrong. But it's terrifying when you think about it. My elder sister seems to have implicitly expressed that her son-in-law is very rich. Can this be true? Chen Shuiying nodded heavily. Zhang Xiahe then continued to input the information with doubt. Master, this suit is prepared for you. It was designed by Newton Einstein, the top designer in the United States. It is inlaid with 888 diamonds, weighing 199 carats, and is also embellished with several extremely precious black gems. It is worth 3.88 million pounds. Zhang Ruotong took another bag and continued. Yeah, very good. Yi Tian nodded indifferently and touched it casually. Auntie, where can I change clothes? Then he looked at Zhang Dongping and asked softly. I'll take you there. At this time, Zhang Dongping also finished the work at hand and looked up at Yi Tian. She suddenly discovered that Yi Tian did have a kind of noble temperament. Elusive and hard to grasp. She finally understood why Chen Deli compromised. Willing to marry off her daughter. It turns out that I really found a perfect son-in-law. This is really enviable. Thank you, Auntie. Chen Shuiying's eyes turned into crescent shapes when she smiled. Let's go. So everyone hurried to the locker room. It will take a while. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying have already changed into luxurious dresses. I happily followed Zhang Dongping to the oath-taking ceremony. Behind Chen Shuiying, 2 female bodyguards followed closely. They were carefully holding up the hem of their wedding dresses to avoid getting them dirty. Wow! This suit is so handsome. This groom looks so cool in it. Wow! This wedding dress is so beautiful. This bride is also very beautiful. What a divine couple this is. It's so amazing. As soon as Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying walked into the room, they immediately became the focus of the audience. Honey, I want a wedding dress like this, too. A young beauty looked at Chen Shuiying and said enviously. Okay then, I'll go ask that guy where he bought it later. The handsome young man next to him smiled helplessly and could only nod in agreement. Yi Tian, I'm still a little nervous. Chen Shuiying felt the gazes of others and quickly lowered her head. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Yi Tian held her hand tightly and comforted her gently. Well, it's great to have you. Chen Shuiying glanced at him secretly with a shy look on her face. Me too. Yi Tian tilted his head and looked at Chen Shuiying, gentle as water. Soon, the two came to the swearing-in platform. The certificate issuer looked at them, nodded slightly, and then moistened his throat. I am Huang Jinjin, the certificate issuer of the Haicheng Civil Affairs Bureau. I am very happy to issue marriage certificates to you too. Today is a sacred day. Please answer my question solemnly. Are you getting married voluntarily? She asked in a serious and clear voice. Yes. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying looked at each other and answered with certainty. Please face the solemn national flag and national emblem and recite the marriage vows together. After the certificate issuer said this, he immediately turned around, looked at the national flag and the national emblem, and saluted. We voluntarily marry each other. From today on, we will jointly shoulder the responsibilities and obligations that marriage bestows upon us, to be filial to our parents, to educate our children, to respect and love each other, to trust and encourage each other, to understand and accommodate each other, to support each other, and to love each other for a lifetime. From now on, whether in good times or bad, whether rich or poor, whether healthy or sick, whether young or old, we will stand together through thick and thin, share weal and woe, and become lifelong partners. We must uphold the oath we made today, and we will definitely be able to uphold the oath we made today. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying took the marriage vow and read it carefully and solemnly. Today is January 13th, 2022, the most memorable day in your life. Your love blossoms beautifully because of today, and your marriage embraces happiness because of today. The two of you have become legal husband and wife. I hope that in the years to come, you will cherish each other, love each other, support each other, and hold hands for a lifetime. The certificate issuer solemnly handed over the marriage certificate. Thanks. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying immediately took the certificates. Pa. There was immediate applause and blessings in the room. Yi Tian. Shuiying. The two looked at each other again, hugged and kissed. Zhang Ruodong stood at the door, picked up her phone and sent a voice message. Attention everyone, move on, over. Chapter 54 begins. Various performances kick off. Haicheng. King's Landing Hotel. At this time, everyone was busy in the hall. Lucy stood in the center, with 50 or 60 people gathered around her. Notify everyone immediately, the light show has officially begun. She looked very serious and shouted in a tender voice. Yes. After hearing the order, everyone started communicating on the phone and using computers. At the same time, the lights of the high-rise buildings in Haicheng lit up. It is colorful and dazzling, and very beautiful. 100 years of love and affection, a lifetime of happiness together. Like a dream, it unfolds a smile. Like a song, it pours out all the grace. Like a candle, it burns out happiness. Like a mirror, it reveals life. I wish you a long and happy life together. The twin radiances shine brightly on the red carpet, the lovebirds sing in harmony, it is also a predestined relationship, the new lyrics follow the old score, the rhyme follows the jade pillars and revolves around the red strings, the solemnity of the boudoir is truly praiseworthy, the elegance of the springs and rocks is even more passable, today we sing of the graceful with one heart, from now on we sing of steadfastness together. Various blessings kept flashing. A magnificent picture unfolds. The whole city is completely immersed in a sea of pink. Fuck. Awesome. Whose wedding is this? So grand? I was saying, it must be unusual to put up the lights so soon this year. So rich? Is the son of the richest man in Haicheng getting married? Really? Why haven't I heard any news? Passers-by stood there, watching and taking pictures. Suddenly, melodious music and singing were heard all around. One after another, the tour buses set out from the city center and moved slowly in all directions. The performances on each parade car are different and wonderful. Some are symphony orchestras, some are pop bands. Some are children's poetry, some are youth stage plays, and some are elderly square dances. Some are hip-hop, some are ballet, some are street dance. How romantic. I hope my future partner can be like this too. I'm so envious. If my boyfriend can do half of what I do, I'll be satisfied. It's not that he has to do it, what matters is the intention. When the girls saw this scene, they were also moved. Who doesn't want to have a romantic wedding that attracts the world's attention and receives everyone's blessings? Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, 28 light jets appeared in the sky. After a brief flight, they were divided into 4 groups, each with 7 aircraft. Each group is lined up side by side, facing the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north. 4 colorful rainbows were drawn. Immediately following, more and more jet planes are flying in the sky. They do all kinds of cool stunts. Single aircraft flying at low speed. Double machine scissors motorized. The 3 aircraft rolled synchronously. 4 machines bloomed vertically upwards. 5 machines blossomed horizontally. The 6-plane triangle team circled at a steep slope. There are circling, diving, jumping, combat turns, sliding back and forth, somersaults, figure 8s, jumping, circling, jumping back and forth, rolling and slow rolling, etc., all of which are very exciting. It is so dazzling that people will applaud. As they carefully crafted the work, a huge pattern appeared in the sky above Haicheng. 2 abstract figures gradually emerged, a boy and a girl. Below are the 2 words Yi and Chen, which are eye-catching. A huge red heart completely surrounds everything. It is very beautiful, spectacular, and inspiring. In addition, many hot air balloons slowly rose into the sky and floated above Haicheng. Happy wedding! Various slogans are clearly visible, accompanied by this kind of spotlight. The lively and festive atmosphere will be further enhanced. Yi and Chen, who are these? This is a blatant display of wealth. It's so outrageous. Guess how much these cost? Nema. This is too exaggerated. Boss, are you still missing any accessories? Wow. If someone proposed to me like this, I would marry him immediately. Everyone in Haicheng was shocked and expressed their feelings. Tell me, is there anything else? Bite. 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 When a young man wanted to speak, he was drowned out by the flood of text messages. Fuck. Another spam message, right? The young man clicked on the screen and was stunned. The peach blossoms are bright and beautiful. The son is married and is a good match for his family. I wish Mr. Yi and Ms. Chen a happy marriage. A happy and sweet marriage. May you have a baby soon. Haicheng Mobile reminds you, Mr. Yi and Ms. Chen got married on the 13th, and hereby offer a total of 9 billion cash coupons. From January 14, 2022 to January 16, 2022, every morning at 8 o'clock, citizens can collect it on major public accounts, or scan the QR code at major merchants to collect it on site. Applicable scope: popular business districts, scenic spots, restaurants, and major department stores in the city. Haicheng Mobile reminds you, Mr. Yi and Ms. Chen are getting married on the 13th, so we are presenting 3 fireworks displays. We hope everyone will come and watch. Location: Victoria Harbor. Time: 1800 hours, 2000 hours, and 2200 hours. What the hell? Is this a fraudulent text message? The young man looked at the text message in disbelief and muttered to himself. So horrible. Blanche. Damn it. I received a text message about a coupon. Is this a scam? You're kidding. I received it too. This is an official text message from China Mobile. Shit. My big telecom received it, too. Oh my god. My Xiao Unicom also received it. 9 billion, they just give it away without any consideration. Have you ever thought about the feelings of poor people like us? I don't want this coupon. That's great, one less competitor. There's also a fireworks display. Wang Defa. Given the current situation, the fireworks display tonight will definitely be stunning. I've already made an appointment with a girl. I'm going to take her to watch the fireworks and set off firecrackers tonight. Oh. I just want to know who the groom is. Can anyone tell me? I'll reward you handsomely in the future. If nothing else, my chrysanthemum is ready. The crowd gradually became noisy. It turns out to be true. The young man held his phone tightly, feeling very uncomfortable. This is too rich. Woohoo! These scenes are constantly repeated in the Magic City and the Mountain City. The situation online was even more lively, with netizens from the three places arguing fiercely. People from other places were watching the fun from the sidelines, making jokes from time to time. Haicheng Civil Affairs Bureau. Auntie, thank you so much today. Chen Shuiying held Zhang Xiahe's hand and said sweetly. Girl, why are you being so polite? Zhang Xiahe glanced at her coquettishly, and then continued, well, you're married now, don't act like a child all day long. Chen Shuiying pouted, speechless for a moment. Auntie, I like Shuiying like this, it's good. Yi Tian laughed and spoke immediately. He. Chen Shuiying also smiled proudly. You, just pamper her and spoil her. Zhang Xiahe shook her head and said unhappily. By the way, you should change your tone and call me aunt. Her face was also full of smiles. Yes, auntie. Yi Tian nodded and shouted quickly. Zhang Xiahe looked at the two of them with satisfaction, and hummed softly with a smile on her face. Owner. Just then, Zhang Ruodong handed over two huge red envelopes. Thank you. Yi Tian quickly picked it up and held it in front of Zhang Xiahe with both hands. Aunt, this is a small gift from Shuiying and me, please accept it. You kid. Zhang Xiahe was stunned. After thinking for a while, she said, okay, thank you then. She took the two big red envelopes and suddenly felt her hands sink. I touched it gently and found that there was about 10,000 yuan in a red envelope. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Is this the thoughtfulness of the rich? Aunt, let's go first and find some time to have dinner together. Chen Shuiying's face is always filled with a happy smile. Well, remember to be more humble and tolerant in the future, and don't fight over trivial matters, okay? Zhang Xiahe patted the back of her hand and spoke earnestly. No. Chen Shuiying nodded heavily. You guys go back, I'm going to get busy. After saying that, Zhang Xiahe took the red envelope and went back. Husband. Chen Shuiying returned to Yi Tian and called out in a light and playful tone. Wife, shout again. Yi Tian's whole body trembled and he felt itchy. Husband. He. Chen Shuiying leaned close to his ear and whispered softly. Hiss. Yi Tian couldn't stand it anymore and held her waist tightly. He kissed her hard on the lips. I'm going to listen to it 100 times every day from now on. He raised his eyebrows and said domineeringly. Then it depends on your performance. Chen Shuiying gently broke free and blinked her big eyes. I promise you'll be satisfied, hee. Yi Tian smiled wickedly. Hate it. You're thinking the wrong thing again. When Chen Shuiying saw his expression, she knew he had misunderstood. Patting his arm gently. Master, here are 10,000 red envelopes, each with 200 yuan. Should we give them out like this? Zhang Ruodong looked at the two of them and asked at the right time. There aren't many people here. Yi Tian looked at the hall, pondered for a while, and continued, how about this, 5 for each staff member, and 2 for each other person? The rest can be distributed to passers-by on the road outside. Yes, master. Zhang Ruodong shouted respectfully. The bodyguards understood and immediately started distributing red envelopes with bags. Let's go. After Yi Tian finished speaking, he took Chen Shuiying's hand and walked out of the hall. Yi Tian, look up. Chen Shuiying looked up and saw a plane in the sky. The huge painting in particular attracted her attention. Sweetness and happiness suddenly flooded my heart. Yi Tian also looked up at the sky with a satisfied smile on his face. Everything is perfect. Marvelous. Butler Zhang, thank you. He expressed his gratitude sincerely. Master, please don't be polite. This is our duty. Zhang Ruodong said with a smile, Master, please get in the car. We have other programs. Besides? Yi Tian was a little surprised, but more expectant. Then let's go. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying immediately left the Civil Affairs Bureau compound. I saw a white extended Lincoln parked at the door. It's about 10 meters long. There are 8 Rolls-Royce Phantoms in front and behind. There are also 6 parade cars. There were 30 cavalry vehicles standing by on standby. Always ready to escort. Walk. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying immediately got into Lincoln. By UBUBU. As various car horns sounded, the convoy moved forward slowly. The teams on the parade buses also began their respective performances. It was very grand and lively. Is this the newlywed couple? I really want to see their true colors. This is a great way to show off. Take a picture now. Passers-by were stunned and stared at him. P.S. The Dragon Kingdom in this article uses a real map, but there are some differences. For example, Fujian Province and Guangdong Province only tell you the specific geographical locations. As for Haicheng and Shanshang, they are fictitious and do not exist. Please do not take them as your own. Because the author is a country bumpkin, he has never seen the world and does not understand the customs and habits of different places, so it is easy to touch on landmines. Please forgive me. In addition, this is how I want to express my love to my goddess, but unfortunately I am too poor and can only fantasize. Chapter 55 Spectacular. An unexpected surprise. Along the way, Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying had been admiring the scenery and decorations on both sides of the road. Do you like it? Yi Tian gently pinched Chen Shuiying's little hand. Chen Shuiying snuggled in his arms, her face filled with a happy smile. Butler Zhang, where are we going now? Yi Tian stroked Chen Shuiying's long hair and asked softly. We are almost there, please wait patiently, masters. Zhang Ruodong still did not explain and continued to maintain the mystery. Butler Zhang, could you please stop calling me mistress? It feels too awkward. Chen Shuiying sat up gently and said in a soft voice. Is that so? The master likes it very much. Zhang Ruodong was silent for a while, then answered. Chen Shuiying curled her lips and looked at Yi Tian with resentment. She had heard that some perverted rich people liked this tune. Let the maid call her master while doing shameful things. Don't look at me. I never asked Butler Zhang and the others to call me master. I just didn't care, so I didn't correct it. Just tell them what you want them to call you. Yi Tian's face froze and he quickly explained. Chen Shuiying began to think hard about the name. Mistress, how about calling me master or madam? Zhang Ruodong looked at the rearview mirror and spoke quickly. Madam? Chen Shuiying blushed and moaned. Well, this is good. Is this the one Shuiying wants? Yi Tian felt it was okay and nodded. All right. Chen Shuiying couldn't think of a better name. This sounds good. Okay, master, madam. I have to say that Zhang Ruodong is very professional and switches quickly and easily. So what are you dissatisfied with now? Yi Tian touched Chen Shuiying's nose affectionately. Not yet. Chen Shuiying smiled and gave him a light kiss on the face. Then continued to snuggle in his arms. Rubbed it gently. Yi Tian felt the warmth coming from his body and growled comfortably. No conversation along the way. The two of them just quietly looked at the scenery outside the window. Leisurely and comfortable. After a while, they arrived at a suburban area. A huge, beautiful garden. In vain, it appeared in their sight. The area was simply fenced off and guarded everywhere. Shuiying, your Haicheng actually has such a beautiful scenic spot? Yi Tian was amazed. This garden is a masterpiece of nature's craftsmanship. It's really exaggerated. Colorful and fragrant. A stunning visual and olfactory experience. I've never heard of such a garden here, and I've never been here before. Chen Shuiying also looked surprised. His eyes are filled with the colorful world outside. Master, I have one more thing to report to you. Zhang Ruodong drove towards the garden gate. Go ahead. Yi Tian had already vaguely guessed it. This is also one of the little surprises we prepared. Zhang Ruodong said a little embarrassedly. Yi Tian was speechless. Why didn't you say it all at once just for fun? Well, all in all is only 1 billion? He felt that for the size of the garden, with all the fireworks and all that crap, it was way too cheap. Excellent value for money. That 1 billion doesn't include this. Zhang Ruodong smiled awkwardly. Yi Tian was even more speechless. He knew that these spendthrift women would never be that simple. This garden covers an area of about 72,000 square meters. It was temporarily rented to us by Mr. Liu and several real estate developers in Haicheng. The cost was only 10 million yuan. At this time, the vehicle was allowed to pass and slowly entered the garden. Blue sky, white clouds, singing birds, and fragrant flowers. It's like a paradise on Earth. There are about 45 million flowers and 250 million plants here, including petunias, geraniums, marigolds and other varieties, which were transported from all over the country by sea, land and air, and built by 80,000 people in 2 days. The walkway we are on now is about 4,000 meters long, and we can enjoy the entire grandeur of the garden. Jean Ruodong slowed down the car again and lowered the window. A fragrant and fresh natural scent blows towards you. Various landscape buildings composed of flowers, such as the Great Wall, the pyramids, the Temple of Artemis, the statue of Zeus, the Mount Pressure Lighthouse and the Colossus of the Sun, etc., appeared in front of Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying. Especially the 2 7-meter-high fountains, with water splashing everywhere and a rainbow bridge appearing, it is very magnificent. Hiss. Yi Tian took a breath of cold air. What's wrong? Chen Shuiying looked up at him and asked gently. Nothing, just shocked. Yi Tian forced a smile. Well, this place is so beautiful, it's like a paradise. Chen Shuiying nodded and said happily. Do you like it here? I see. After hearing this, Yi Tian immediately had an idea in his mind. Then he said to Zhang Ruodong in a firm tone, Butler Zhang, no matter what method you use, you must make Lu Yuanshan and his men sell this land to us. I want this garden to continue to exist. Master, it is very easy to buy this land, but it is very troublesome and expensive to maintain this garden. Zhang Ruodong felt that this was such a waste. Yi Tian, I didn't say I wanted this garden. Chen Shuiying also hurriedly dissuaded him. Silly girl. As long as you like it, I will find a way to give it to you, even if it's the stars in the sky. Yi Tian rubbed her cheek. I know the cost is high, but we can definitely make this place a tourist attraction and earn some ticket money to help out. I'll tell you the details, Lucy. I'm going to book this place. Then he said without denying it. Okay, master. Zhang Ruodong nodded gently and said no more. Chen Shuiying felt warm in her heart, yet helpless. Then they came to the independent theme garden area. Look! There are so many butterflies. Chen Shuiying suddenly pulled Yi Tian and shouted excitedly. This is an indoor butterfly theme garden, which temporarily houses 26 species of butterflies, with a total number of more than 15,000. Zhang Ruodong saw that the two were very fascinated by the show and introduced them softly. 15,000. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying were both shocked. Seeing these colorful butterflies dancing is truly a top-notch enjoyment. I felt much relieved. Soon, they came to the Disney theme garden again. Various familiar models of Mickey, Minnie, Goofy, Donald Duck, Daisy Duck, Huey, Dewey and Louie made of flowers, all about 10 meters in height, will be displayed in front of the two people in their entirety. Then there is the airplane-themed garden. There is only one giant airplane model in the garden, which is a direct replica of the real size of the Airbus A380. The flower airplane has about 5 million stems and weighs 100 tons. Super exaggerated. Yi Tian watched all this quietly. I secretly thought that I was careless. There are also animal theme gardens, windmill theme gardens, Olympic theme gardens, and car theme gardens in the back. About 30 minutes passed. Yi Tian and his friends finally toured the entire garden area. Did you finish your shopping? Chen Shuiying felt a little lost as she watched the car slowly approaching the door. Shuiying, don't be like this, we can always come back and have a look. Yi Tian patted her on the back and said with a smile. Chen Shuiying turned around and took a deep look at the garden. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. As they arrived outside the garden, a helicopter slowly landed on the grass. Master, madam, please continue with the next program. Zhang Ruodong parked the car to the side and said with a smile. Chapter 56 Yacht. Spectacular and intense water show. 4:29 p.m. What is going on here? Yi Tian looked at Zhang Ruodong in a daze. Chen Shuiying was also feeling a little confused. Master and madam, please get on board. Zhang Ruodong still refused to reveal the news. Okay, Shuiying, let's go upstairs. Yi Tian got into the helicopter somewhat helplessly. Chen Shuiying shook her head and followed closely. Buzz buzz buzz. The helicopter slowly took off and flew directly to Victoria Harbor. Master, madam, please look below. Zhang Ruodong sat opposite the two of them and pointed at the cabin door. Let's see what tricks you have. Yi Tian approached the cabin door cautiously, held onto the seat, and looked down. The grasslands, rice fields, and lakes were all decorated with various blessing slogans and festive patterns. They are intertwined and connected together, which is very spectacular. I want to see it, too. Chen Shuiying tugged at the corner of Yi Tian's clothes and said anxiously. This is too dangerous, sit on my lap and I'll hold you. Yi Tian looked back at her and said softly. Chen Shuiying nodded shyly and then sat on Yi Tian's lap. Hiss. Feeling that round and soft place, Yi Tian suddenly became distracted. All right. He suppressed the heat in his heart and hugged Chen Shuiying's slender waist tightly. Chen Shuiying held the cabin door nervously and slowly stuck her head out. The howling wind was so strong that it hurt her so much that she could hardly open her eyes. Chen Shuiying squinted her eyes and managed to see clearly. There were two huge heads on the ground. One is Yi Tian and the other is her. Next to it is the loving angel Cupid and various little hearts. Various colorful lights are flashing around. There are also many glowing stars that are constantly moving. So romantic. It's beautiful. Chen Shuiying retreated contentedly. Butler Zhang, thank you for preparing so many wonderful programs for us, she said gratefully. There are so many surprises today. They are all unforgettable memories. Ma'am, you're welcome. The young master asked us to design these. Zhang Ruotong said with a smile. As long as Chen Shuiying and Yi Tian are satisfied, that's enough. Humph. He doesn't have so many thoughts. Chen Shuiying snorted lightly, half turned around, and tapped Yi Tian's nose. Who said I didn't? Yi Tian hugged her and kissed her cheek. What are you doing? Chen Shuiying immediately pushed him away and shouted shyly. Then she sat back in her seat. He glanced secretly at Zhang Ruotong. I felt relieved when I found that the other person's eyes were fixed outside the cabin door. Snort! Chen Shuiying was still angry and gently patted Yi Tian's arm. She didn't object to being intimate with Yi Tian, but she didn't want to do it in front of others. Yi Tian touched his nose, speechless for a moment. Why are you always angry recently? It's easy to get wrinkles like this. When Chen Shuiying heard this, her heart skipped a beat. These days she is indeed a little bit high-spirited and spoiled. The frequency of anger increased. Sorry. Chen Shuiying became frustrated and apologized in a low voice. Silly girl. Why are you apologizing? You have the right to be angry. Yi Tian touched her head and said gently, but being angry will only affect your mood and make you age and become uglier faster. I can't bear that. Yi Tian. Call me husband. Husband. Good. The two began to hug each other affectionately again. Hiss. Zhang Ruotong had deliberately avoided looking over here, but still heard their conversation. Trembling all over. Extreme gastrointestinal discomfort. After a while, they passed through the city, landing on a huge yacht in the harbor. Is this the History Supreme? Yi Tian remembered that the system said that in addition to a private jet, he also had a private yacht, which cost a total of several $1 billion. Master, this is the Eclipse, the second largest yacht in the world. It costs about $1.5 billion, which is cheaper than the Historic Supreme, so it's not bad. Zhang Ruotong smiled and introduced. Is this mine too? Yi Tian continued to ask. Yes. Zhang Ruotong nodded. No, what's the point of buying two yachts? Yi Tian didn't understand. Because the Historic Supreme is relatively small, only 33 meters long, it can't hold a large party. So we prepared the Eclipse, which is about 167 meters long, 21.5 meters wide, and has a displacement of 13,000 tons. The Eclipse is equipped with 24 guest rooms, 2 swimming pools, several hot tubs and a discotheque, as well as 2 helipads, a mini submarine that can dive to 50 meters and a missile detection system. It is very safe and reliable. Zhang Ruotong explained. Yi Tian always felt that this reason was far-fetched. Well, if there is another reason, yachts are compared not only in price but also in size. The Historic Supreme is the most expensive, and the Eclipse is the second largest in the world. This can highlight your status. Seeing that Yi Tian was still not satisfied, Zhang Ruotong continued. When Yi Tian heard this, he became even more speechless. Why not buy the biggest one? The owner of the largest yacht in the world is unwilling to sell it. If you need it, I will contact the manufacturer now and design and build a new yacht immediately. Zhang Ruoto seemed to be able to read Yi Tian's mind and guessed what he was thinking, then spoke again. No need. No need. Yi Tian was startled by her and quickly stopped her. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Just then, a loud voice rang out around. Kayak, jet ski and small yacht rushed out one after another. Small yachts and kayaks continuously fired colorful bombs into the sky. From time to time, colorful lasers are projected, shining brightly. Some jet skis are sometimes arranged in columns and sometimes in horizontal columns, performing forward rolls, water sprays, front somersaults, side dives and other moves. Some jet skis perform individual moves such as dolphin front handsprings, dolphin backflips, side flips, jumps, 360 turns and Superman flying. The motor roared and the waves splashed. The scene was spectacular, intense, and thrilling. Soon after, a flying aquatic show started next door. The flying people wore glittering costumes and danced freely in the air. Various cool stunts emerge in an endless stream, such as soaring into the sky, flying swallow in the air, backflip, dragon diving into the sea in 360-degree rotation and so on. It is really a feast for the eyes and it is amazing. Wow! This is so exciting! Chen Shuiying leaned on the railing of the yacht, watching these wonderful performances attentively. Yi Tian looked at Chen Shuiying's graceful figure. The already hot heart was awakened again. Shuiying. He walked behind Chen Shuiying and hugged her tightly. What are you doing? Chen Shuiying's face suddenly turned red, even her ears turned red. My heart was beating like a deer, thump thump faster and faster. But she didn't struggle at all, just leaned softly on Yi Tian. I love you. Yi Tian looked at her affectionately and whispered. I love you too. Chen Shuiying closed her eyes and moved her cherry lips closer. The two kissed passionately. Seeing this, Zhang Ruodong turned around and left. Attention all units, the master and madam will be here soon. She picked up the phone again and spoke in a low voice. Chapter 57 Perfect Night. Dinner and fireworks display. Not long after. The Eclipse arrived at the private dock of King's Landing Hotel. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying are still being affectionate. Master, madam, we are here. Zhang Ruotong gritted her teeth, walked over to them and reminded them softly. Okay. Chen Shuiying then stood up straight and adjusted her hair. The King's Landing Hotel? Yi Tian looked at the buildings in the distance and whispered softly. King's Landing Hotel. The four big characters are as agile as a swimming dragon and as graceful as a startled swan. Under the reflection of lights, it is even more colorful and bright. Let's go. Yi Tian gently held Chen Shuiying's hand and slowly walked towards the gangway. Chen Shuiying hummed sweetly. Walking happily side by side with him. The two maids immediately ran behind Chen Shuiying and gently lifted the hem of her wedding dress. At this time, the dock was already full of staff. They stood respectfully on both sides of the road, with serious expressions and motionless. The decorative lamps behind him sparkle with charming colors. Some of them held colorful balloons, some held salute cannons, and some held musical instruments. The floor was covered with thick red cashmere carpet. Master! Madam! As soon as Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying walked into the flower arch, the staff shouted in unison. Then, balloons are rising, ribbons are flying, and music is playing. 38th floor. Led by the staff, they came to the Sky Garden restaurant. Master, madam, please. Yua Mikami was wearing a kimono and standing respectfully at the door. The huge Sky Garden was decorated in a festive manner. There is only an elegant white table on the balcony surrounded by colorful lights. It was covered with fine red silk and decorated with luxurious candlesticks. The breeze blows and the candlelight flickers. Very beautiful. Thanks. As soon as Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying sat down on the chairs, the waiter brought them some water. The symphony orchestra next to them began to play songs. Master, madam, our chef has carefully prepared some food tonight. I hope you will like it. Yua Mikami said softly while pouring the wine. This is Acacia rose wine, light and full-bodied, refreshing and light, with a pleasant freshness and fragrance, and a soft balance with a long finish, making it a perfect aperitif to drink with starters. Thanks. After Yi Tian finished speaking, he picked up the wine glass and took a sip. It's delicious. Chen Shuiying also took a sip and spoke in a low voice. First course, quail eggs, salmon with caviar and a small cup of silky potato soup. This dish uses the rarest Portuguese de la Isla quail, albino sturgeon caviar, Old Zealand king salmon and Gallic la banat potatoes. The quail eggs were very chewy, the caviar and salmon were very delicious, and the velvety potato soup was quite unique and layered. The waiter brought it over carefully. Yeah, not bad. Yi Tian started eating right away and felt his taste buds were greatly stimulated and satisfied. Then he took another sip of his Kesha rose. Second course, lobster salad with apple cider vinegar. This dish uses Sekai Ichi apples from the island country and blue lobsters from Gaul. Add Ecora butter and Italian purple sea salt, slow cook the lobster meat at low temperature, and pair it with green apple balsamic vinegar. It's sour, sweet, and not greasy. The third course, pan-fried scallops with potato mousse. This dish uses rare black flag scallops and la banat potatoes. The scallops are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the potatoes are fragrant and delicious, the Parmesan coral slices enhance the freshness, and the asparagus sauce further highlights the layered texture of the whole dish. The fourth course, poached pears with foie gras. This dish uses Corla pears and top-quality Gaul foie gras. The combination of foie gras and poached pears creates a good complementary contrast between the sweet and sour fruit and the rich and delicious foie gras, making the whole dish very refreshing and bright. That's today's appetizer. Yua Mikami stood by, smiling and introducing in detail. Her voice is very pleasant and never annoying. This is a red wine, suitable for drinking with the first course. Yua Mikami said as she asked the waiter to change the wine glasses. Shuiying, is it delicious? Yi Tian asked softly, holding the wine glass. Chen Shuiying nodded. After a while, the waiter brought the dishes again. First main course, pan-fried grouper fillet with green asparagus and hollandaise sauce. This dish uses rare wild fish and German white asparagus. The fish is very tender, fried until both sides are golden brown, smooth and delicious, and melts in your mouth. The asparagus is crisp, sweet and delicious, and paired with the sour hollandaise sauce, it is silky in your mouth. Yua Mikami said with a smile. After Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying finished eating, the waiter replaced the wine glasses. This is Chateauneuf du Pape red wine, drink it with the second course. The second dish is Wagyu beef with mushrooms. This dish uses Kobe A5 Wagyu beef, Italian white truffles, and matsutake mushrooms. The slow-cooked beef is grilled over charcoal, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a sweet and fragrant butter flavor. It is tender and smooth, like snowflakes falling into your mouth, and pairs very well with truffle foie gras and matsutake mushrooms. That's the main course for tonight. Yua Mikami still maintained her smile and spoke in a clear and loud voice. Next is the dessert, and the wine to pair it with is Palm Garden Noble Rot wine. First dessert, white brownie with mango ice cream. The second dessert is green apple and cucumber cream cold soup. That's all for tonight's dessert. After saying this, Yua Mikami stepped aside. This is delicious. Chen Shuiying said in a sweet voice while eating ice cream. Just like a little girl, lively and cute. Yi Tian smiled and took a bite as well. Bang! Bang! At this moment, huge fireworks bloomed on the sea. Master and Madam, please enjoy the following fireworks display. Zhang Ruotong brought 2 blankets and said with a smile. Thanks. Chen Shuiying and Yi Tian sat together, holding hands. Look at the bright sky quietly. Victoria Harbor. Haicheng TV. Haicheng TV. I'm Sanninger, I'm at Victoria Harbor now, bringing you the latest report on the fireworks display. I saw a cute female reporter holding a microphone and speaking to the camera. As you can see, quite a few enthusiastic people have gathered here. The first fireworks display has now officially begun. It is reported that this fireworks display will be divided into 12 acts, lasting about 65 minutes, and there will be 333 fireworks blooming in various beautiful patterns. The 12-act show is themed Harmony of Lovers and Phoenixes, Dragons and Phoenixes Soar, Lucky Couples, Seas Run Dry and Rocks Crash, Harmony of Harmony and Zither, 5 Generations of Prosperity, Heart to Heart, A Full Moon and Flowers, Growing Old Together, Forever, Singing Birds and Dancing Swallows, and A Perfect Match. There will also be background music such as Mandarin, Cantonese, and English songs as well as instrumental performances, and gorgeous fireworks such as double-layer peach hearts, 2-color peonies, and gold and silver all over the ground will bloom. The female reporter kept talking. Bang! Bang! Soon, her voice was drowned out by the sound of the explosion. Among them, the fireworks flashed the two big words Yi and Chen in time with the rhythm of the music, bright and clear for a long time. About an hour. The fireworks came to an end. Shuiying. Let's go and rest. Yi Tian looked at Chen Shuiying beside him and said softly. Chen Shuiying nodded shyly. 58th floor. Presidential suite. The entire suite is themed on Hello Kitty. Pink tones permeate the entire space. Vertical striped cartoon pattern wallpaper is covered on all four walls, and the unique kitten head is very attractive. The bedroom of the suite exudes a romantic and elegant atmosphere. The headboard wall is decorated with distinctive balloons, and a strong sense of love flows here. In the center is a large soft padded bed with flower petals scattered on the comfortable bedding, which is very beautiful. There are candles lit on the desk, and the soft light is filled with rich love. Bang! The door was closed roughly. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying began to hug and kiss each other tightly. Slowly. Lights go out. P.S. The weather is getting colder, and my typing speed is getting slower and slower, please forgive me. Chapter 58 Chapter 58 is on the hot search. Chen Shuiying is embarrassed again. 11:56 p.m. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying sat on the bed and talked to each other frankly. Both of them lowered their heads. Keep turning the phone screen. Sometimes laughing, sometimes frowning. Honey, what should we do now? Chen Shuiying leaned gently on Yi Tian's shoulder. There was still some blush and sweat on her face. Well, I'll ask Lucy to try to lower the heat. Yi Tian hugged her and spoke softly. He never expected it. In just a few hours, they made headlines on all major platforms. Shock. A super rich man suddenly appeared in Dragon Country. Wedding of the century. Billions of dollars burned in one day. All 34 provincial capitals across the country have lights on. The reason is fireworks displays in Shanghai, Haicheng, and Shancheng. Who are Yi and Chen? Detailed revelation of the national rich list. Magic City, a comprehensive review of the invisible rich. Haicheng, the single, white, rich and beautiful woman who cannot be ignored. Mountain City, the secret between me and the rent collector in those years. It almost occupies the top 10 of the popularity list. Moreover, the heat continues to ferment, and there is a tendency for it to continue to explode. If this continues, he and Chen Shuiying will be exposed. Chen Shuiying snorted, then whispered, look, people on the school forum have also started discussing it, and many people are doubting us. When Yi Tian heard this, he quickly opened the forum and started browsing it. Miu who loves fish, do you think it could be Yi Tian and the school beauty Chen? Night raid on Widow Village, what? My goddess is getting married? Fish in the fish pond, woohoo! My goddess. Is she already a married woman? Chow thief is a kind of belief, hee hee. Use your strength, live under your crotch, it shouldn't be, right? This costs tens of billions. It's better to play with dogs than to talk about love, right? Where do they have money? Teacher, can I borrow a fire? It's really possible. Have you forgotten that Yi Tian drove a Lamborghini Veneno to send the school beauty Chen back to school? Lemon-eating fairy, how much is that car? Anyway, I don't believe it. Don't touch my baby fat, I don't believe it either. No breasts but still fierce, +1. Give me candy and I want tea make trouble, Magic City, Mountain City, and Sea City, ISNT this too coincidental? Intermittent neurosis, TSK, someone said earlier that Yi Tian grew up in an orphanage. Have you ever seen an orphan who prescribes poison? Big but sitting on the world, that's right. There is too much false information these days. Don't believe in rumors, don't spread rumors, start with me. Don't steal my spicy strips, yes. Seeing is believing, unless they admit it themselves. Fortunately, most people don't believe it, so it doesn't have much impact. Yi Tian looked at it for a while and felt a little bored. But? Chen Shuiying whispered with a bitter face. No buts. We have been famous for a long time. Our past has been exposed. There is no way they will believe it. Yi Tian smiled nonchalantly. Well, it doesn't matter even if they know. As long as I can be with you, that's enough. Chen Shuiying thought about it for a while and felt relieved, and said sweetly. No, I want to see my wife singing on the internet. Yi Tian held her in his arms, grinning. Chen Shuiying felt something strange and adjusted her sitting position. She nodded shyly. He. Yi Tian smiled somewhat embarrassedly. He couldn't control himself again. Some big guy is back to life. Bite. Suddenly, their cell phones started ringing non-stop. It broke the ambiguous and awkward atmosphere. Who on earth is this? Yi Tian opened WeChat with some annoyance. All the messages were sent by Lu Runtao, Wang Wenbo, and Ogwowa. And there were people in the social group who kept it ing him and Chen Shuiying. They know it all. Chen Shuiying looked at his phone and raised her own phone. If they can't even guess this, then we can cut off diplomatic relations. Yi Tian tapped Chen Shuiying's nose and laughed. Crayon pig, holy shit. That's awesome. Burning chest hair, damn. I'm still single. Human nature is cheap, 666. Brother Tian, I'm counting on you to be the bridesmaid. Yaoer is a little sweet, congratulations. Congratulations. Buer Bu Xiaotong, I wish you a happy wedding and a long life together. Beautiful girl warrior, brother-in-law. Where is my red envelope? Yi Tian looked at the information that was like a tide and couldn't help but be amazed. Okay. Yi Tian smiled and immediately sent 10 red envelopes in the group. Thank you, boss. The boss is generous. May you be happy and prosperous. After grabbing the red envelopes, Lu Runtao, Mao Xiaotong, and others expressed their gratitude. Yi Tian was so happy that he gave out another 20 red envelopes. 666,666. 666,666. Where's Shuiying? You can't just be busy grabbing red envelopes. Come too. That's it. Send out the red envelopes quickly. Shuiying, come out quickly. Come out. Mao Xiaotong and others started to make a fuss again. Oops, I've been discovered. Chen Shuiying stuck out her tongue and said in a coquettish voice. The girl who loves singing, then I will post it. She then sent a message and started sending red envelopes. Insufficient available balance on the bank card, please check and try again. Unfortunately, she received a notification window after sending out only 4 red envelopes. Shuiying, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Let the storm come even harder. Chen Shuiying looked at her cell phone and then looked at Yi Tian. Very helpless. She's just a poor bastard. There is no money left. What's wrong? Yi Tian felt her gaze and looked over. No. Nothing. Chen Shuiying immediately turned her phone upside down on the quilt. Seeing this, Yi Tian immediately understood. He quickly picked up his phone and operated it. Bite. Chen Shuiying heard her cell phone ringing and quickly picked it up. Yi Tian transferred 500,000 yuan to her via WeChat. Why did you transfer so much money to me? Chen Shuiying's face was somewhat bitter, without a trace of joy. She didn't want Yi Tian to misunderstand. I was with him because of the money. When Yi Tian saw her appearance, he guessed what she was thinking. Silly girl. We are husband and wife now. My money is your money, and your money is my money. There is no distinction between us. He pinched Chen Shuiying's cheek gently and said gently. Chen Shuiying lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Don't you really love me? Why do you have to make such a clear distinction? Yi Tian frowned and pretended to be angry. No, I really, really love you. When Chen Shuiying heard this, she almost cried. He quickly hugged Yi Tian's arm and shook it continuously. Then don't say such stupid things anymore, understand? Yi Tian swallowed and decided to stop while he was ahead. He hugged her and started kissing her cheek. His hands moved naturally, gently lifting up the warm jade. New. Chen Shuiying blushed and felt a little flustered. Wait a minute. She stopped him. I'll send out red envelopes in the group first. Chen Shuiying quickly sent out 10 red envelopes and then put her phone aside. Hasn't this been 3 times? Why is it still? She lowered her head and ruffled her hair, making a sound as soft as a mosquito's hum. Well, because your husband is awesome. As he said that, Yi Tian hugged Chen Shuiying tightly. Chapter 59 100 billion. Chen Shuiying's pocket money. The next day. 9:08 a.m. Ring, ring, ring. The ringing of the cell phone echoed throughout the presidential suite. Husband! Husband! Hurry up and answer the phone. Chen Shuiying patted the quilt beside her, her voice a little hoarse. Last night had been crazy and she was really tired and sleepy now. But no one answered her and no one picked up the phone. The ringing continued, which was very annoying. Husband? Yi Tian. Chen Shuiying frowned and shouted a few more times. But still no response. She tried to open her eyes and looked to the side. Empty. Where is my husband? Chen Shuiying sat up and picked up her cell phone. There were a dozen missed calls. They are all unfamiliar numbers. Hello? She thought about it and finally answered the phone. Hello, Ms. Chen. I am Han Yunxiang, the president of the Dragon Kingdom People's Bank of China's Magic City branch. May I ask if you are? A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. But before he could finish, Chen Shuiying hung up the phone. TSK. You're trying to trick me. She curled her lips, speechless. These days, scams are becoming more and more sophisticated. There is no innovative spirit at all. Chen Shuiying's sleepiness was reduced by half, and she clicked on the unread text message when she saw it. Your savings card with the last number 2075 received 100 billion renminbi from a bank transfer at 8:26 on January 14, and the current balance is 1,015 renminbi and 83 cents. People's Bank of China. Chen Shuiying was confused. Is this a scam text message? She quickly flipped up the pages, which contained a large amount of historical information. This money should be transferred to me by my husband. What does he want to do with it? A hint of doubt flashed across Chen Shuiying's eyes as she muttered to herself. Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone rang again. It was the same strange phone call from before. Chen Shuiying also understood that this might not be a scam call. She stretched herself and answered the phone again. Hello, Miss Chen, or should I call you Mrs. Yi? Han Yunxiang's steady and deep voice sounded in her ears. Hello? What can I do for you? Chen Shuiying moistened her throat and asked. It's like this, Mrs. Yi. Our bank system detected that a large amount of funds was transferred into your account this morning. I would like to ask if you have time recently. I would like to discuss financial management plans with you. Han Yunxiang spoke straight to the point. Chen Shuiying was a little undecided and kept thinking about it. Mrs. Yi, please rest assured. Your husband, Mr. Yi, also has close cooperation with our bank. We will definitely provide you with the best financial plan. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Han Yunxiang continued. Can I reply to you later? Besides, I'm not in the Magic City right now, and I can't go back during this period of time. Chen Shuiying thought for a while and said softly. No problem. By the way, you should be in Haicheng, right? No matter when you reply, I will rush to Haicheng to meet you as soon as possible. Han Yunxiang was not in a hurry at all and his tone was very sincere. Well, bye. Looking forward to your call, bye. The two ended the call in a hurry. Ha ha. As long as we bind this Mrs. Yi to our bank, Mr. Yi will definitely cooperate with us further. By then, we will be far ahead of the other three banks. Han Yunxiang sat on the chair and laughed excitedly. President, you are awesome. A beautiful secretary sat on his lap, pressed tightly against his body. Han Yunxiang hugged her tightly and kissed her cherry lips. Please help me book a flight to Haicheng tomorrow. Then Han Yunxiang looked at him with a sharp gaze and reminded him with a smile. So soon? Didn't Mrs. Yi agree yet? The pretty secretary shook her upper body and asked in confusion. You are usually so smart, why can't you think straight now? Mrs. Yi will definitely ask Mr. Yi for his opinion, and Mr. Yi will definitely not care too much about the money. Otherwise, it must be that Miss Lucy who came to the door first. So, in the end, Mrs. Yi still negotiated with us. Han Yunxiang patted her buttocks and said confidently. You don't care about 100 billion? The beautiful secretary was stunned with her mouth wide open. Of course. Look at this Miss Lucy. She suddenly appeared recently and invested 1.5 trillion yuan directly to acquire agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry and fishery, construction and building materials, metallurgy and minerals, petrochemicals, transportation, water conservancy and hydropower, internet information, light industry and food, clothing and textiles, new energy and other industries. But this is just the tip of the iceberg for Mr. Ye's wealth. His strength is too strong. Han Yunxiang narrowed his eyes and became more and more frightened as he spoke. He couldn't wait to meet this mysterious boss he had been thinking about day and night through Qin Shuiying. If they can get to know each other better and become good friends, then his future will be bright. It would be better if this little bank president did not take the position. 1.5 trillion. The beautiful secretary's mind went blank. This was an unrealistic astronomical figure for her. President, can I go with you? You haven't taken me on a trip for a long time. She then leaned close to Han Yunxiang's ear and spoke tenderly. Yeah, that's fine. Han Yunxiang thought about it for a while and immediately agreed. Taking a sweet business trip is also a good choice. Then I'll go out and book a flight. The beautiful secretary's face lit up with joy and she stood up. Go ahead. Han Yunxiang touched it again reluctantly. Hate. The pretty secretary gave him a coquettish look and walked out with her hips twisted. What a charming little fairy. Han Yunxiang leaned back in his chair, pondering leisurely and comfortably. King's Landing Hotel. Yi Tian had finished his morning exercise and had just taken a shower. Honey, what's up with this money? Chen Shuiying saw him coming out of the bathroom and rushed over immediately, leaning gently against his chest. Oh, you mean the 100 billion? This is the pocket money I gave you. You can use it however you want. If it's not enough, tell me. Yesterday, Yi Tian suddenly realized that he had overlooked this point. So Lucy was asked to transfer 100 billion to Chen Shuiying. Avoid what happened last night from happening again. 100 billion is pocket money? Chen Shuiying was stunned. After a while, she came to her senses and continued, but I can't use so much. If you can't use it all, just put it aside. The bank will also earn interest anyway. Yi Tian said casually. Chen Shuiying felt speechless. Oh, by the way, husband. The president of the People's Bank of China called me just now and said he wanted to discuss a financial plan with me, but I don't know how to do it. She thought about it for a moment and finally spoke. It doesn't matter whether you manage your finances or not. We don't need that little money anyway. Don't save all your money just for a little bit of interest. It's not worth it if you end up with nothing to spend. Also, remember this, I'm giving this money to you. You just need to be beautiful, and I'll take care of making money to support the family. Yi Tian touched her head and said gently. Chen Shuiying looked at him and her heart melted. Well, now let's have our loving breakfast. Yi Tian laughed and picked her up. But, didn't we already eat just now? Chen Shuiying grabbed his arm tightly and asked in confusion. What we had just now was just the appetizer, now is the main course. So what are we going to eat now? I'm already very full. We are eating fried dough sticks and soy milk now. Yi Tian placed her gently on the sofa and smiled wickedly. Chapter 60 Writing Spring Festival Couplets. Chen Deli's Forte. Happy Community. Dad, Mom, we're back. Chen Shuiying took Yi Tian's arm and walked into the house with a smile on her face. Hey! You finally decided to come back. Zhang Chunlan looked at her daughter's radiant face and smiled with some envy. Mom! Chen Shuiying blushed and shouted coquettishly. Uncle, Aunt. Yi Tian also hurriedly greeted the two elders. Xiao Yi, are you still calling us uncle and aunt? Zhang Chunlan still smiled and reminded softly. Dad, Mom. Yi Tian touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly, thought for a moment and blurted out. Although it was really embarrassing to call someone mom and dad for the first time, he was also very happy in his heart. He finally truly felt the warmth of family. Yeah. Zhang Chunlan nodded with satisfaction and then asked, have you had breakfast? Do you want me to cook some noodles for you? No, Mom. We just ate. Yi Tian looked at her, then at Chen Shuiying, and smiled slightly. Chen Shuiying nodded shyly, with a strange feeling still lingering on her body. Zhang Chunlan glanced at Chen Shuiying suspiciously, but didn't think much about it. Ying, Yi Tian, we just got the certificate yesterday. Is it necessary for you to make such a fuss and cause unrest in the whole country? Chen Deli sat on the sofa and put down the teacup in his hand. His expression was serious, and seemed to be blaming someone. Dad, we didn't do this on purpose. This is a little surprise prepared by someone else. Chen Shuiying immediately sat down next to him and spoke tenderly. Is this a small surprise? I think it's a big shock. When Chen Deli heard this, his brows raised slightly. If this is considered a small surprise, then it is really too much. He could no longer imagine his daughter getting married officially. Well, it is poverty that limits one's imagination. Xiao Yi, don't pay attention to him. This old man is just jealous. Zhang Chunlan looked at Chen Deli and said unhappily. How can I be jealous? Do I need to be jealous? Didn't you ask Ying and the others to be low-key? Is this what you call being low-key now? Chen Deli wanted to refute fiercely, but he was powerless. So no one knows about it now? I think you are incompetent and jealous of Xiaoye and Shuiying. When I married you, I had nothing. Zhang Chunlan started to bring up old issues. Chen Deli opened his mouth slightly and sighed softly. Very helpless. Dad, drink some tea and relax. Chen Shuiying quickly picked up the teacup and handed it to him. Chen Deli's expression looked much better. My own little cotton-padded jacket is still gentle and considerate. He picked up the teacup and drank slowly. Mom, Dad didn't mean that. He was also thinking about Shuiying and me. Seeing this, Yi Tian quickly spoke for his father-in-law. Don't worry, I was just saying it casually, he's fine. Zheng Chunlan said this calmly. This is how she and Chen Deli have gotten along over the years. She knew her husband very well. No more talking, I'm going to hang the clothes first. Afterwards, Zhang Chunlan picked up her clothes and walked to the balcony leisurely. This woman is getting worse and worse. Chen Deli looked back at Zhang Chunlan and said in a low voice. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying curled their lips, speechless. Now he still dares to be stubborn, I am really impressed. You. Chen Deli noticed their expressions and immediately explained, don't think that Dad is scared. I'm just trying to appease her. Don't look at how bad her temper is usually. She loses her temper at any time. When it comes to the critical moment, she still relies on me. As he spoke, he began to believe it himself. A smug smile appeared on his face. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying had no choice but to nod in agreement. Satisfy his fantasy a little. There is one more thing I want to discuss with you. Chen Deli suddenly became serious and his tone became solemn. Dad, did something happen? Chen Shuiying thought something big had happened and asked nervously. That's it. Although the factory workers' salaries have been paid, I want to give them an extra month's salary as a year-end bonus so that they can have a good new year. Can you lend me some money first? I'll pay you back after the factory officially resumes work after the new year. Chen Deli was very hesitant and stammered. That's it? Chen Shuiying and Yi Tian were dumbfounded. I thought it was some big deal. Dad, we are all family, so let's not talk about whether to lend it or not. I will tell Lucy tomorrow and ask her to implement it as soon as possible. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Yi Tian smiled and said softly. That won't do. Brothers have to settle accounts. If we continue to receive unconditional support and help, both me and this factory will become lazy and it will be difficult to persevere. Since we have already bought this factory, we must run it well. Chen Deli said very seriously. I'm sorry, Dad. I thought it was too simple. Yi Tian realized his mistake and apologized immediately. Yi Tian, don't apologize. I know you mean well. Chen Deli shook his head gently, a hint of gratitude on his face. Hubby, why don't you bother housekeeper Lucy? Didn't you just give me some money? I can transfer it to Dad. Chen Shuiying looked at Yi Tian and said softly. That's fine, but I still have to urge Lucy to handle the reconstruction and purchasing of the factory as soon as possible. Yi Tian touched her head with special affection. Looking at the warm and sweet scene between the two, Chen Deli was filled with mixed emotions. By the way, I'm going to write Spring Festival couplets later, you two can help. Then he seemed to be in a much better mood and spoke with a beaming expression. Is it so early this year? Chen Shuiying looked at him and asked puzzledly. It's not too early. The house hasn't been cleaned yet, and the New Year's goods and potted plants haven't been bought yet. There are still a lot of things to do. Don't forget, you have to go back to your grandfather's house for the reunion dinner this year. Chen Deli shook his head and reminded. This daughter has already married and has her own family, and nothing is clear about her. How can this make sense? I'll have to let my wife talk to her later. Yi Tian, can you write calligraphy? Chen Deli suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. Dad, I can't. Yi Tian admitted it honestly. No, it's okay. Chen Deli immediately laughed happily. Finally, there is something that can beat my son-in-law. It's just too difficult and too sad. Hubby, let me tell you, my dad's calligraphy is really good. He has won many awards in the city. Chen Shuiying was also very supportive and listed all of Chen Deli's great achievements one by one. This made Chen Deli very happy and he couldn't stop smiling. Yi Tian felt very uncomfortable when he saw this. System! He then shouted loudly in his heart. What do you want to do now? After a while, the system spoke belatedly. Were you sleeping? Yi Tian was very dissatisfied with the system's response speed. If you have to fart, let it out. The system simply ignored his question and spoke directly. Alas! Yi Tian sighed. This system was too arrogant. But now he had to ask for help, so he could only humbly say, System, can you help me select a few skills to improve my calligraphy skills? It's not a big deal. The system is very unhappy. But maybe it felt guilty and quickly selected a few skills. Skills package for the calligrapher Wang Shiji. His calligraphy is good at official script, cursive script, regular script, and running script. His style is peaceful and natural, his strokes are subtle and implicit, and he is beautiful and vigorous. Value, 1,500 prestige points. Yanjinqing skill pack. His regular script is majestic and dignified, his brushwork is vigorous and powerful, majestic and full of strength. His cursive script is vigorous and powerful, his structure is calm, and his strokes are flying. Worth 1,500 prestige points. Lu Gongquan skill pack. He integrates new ideas and creates his own Lu style, which is unique and known for its strong bone strength. Worth 1,500 prestige points. Ouyang Sun skill pack. He is proficient in calligraphy and created his own Ouyang style, which is flat yet unique. It is worth 1,500 perfection points. Zhao Mengfu skill pack. He is good at seal, official, regular, running, and cursive scripts. His calligraphy is graceful and elegant, with strict structure and mature brushwork. He created his own Zhao style, which is worth 1,500 perfection points. Yi Tian looked at the merchandise column in front of him and felt very excited. Although Yi Tian didn't know who these people were, he understood the value of 1,500 prestige points, and these skills should not be underestimated. To deal with your father-in-law, an amateur master, just buy one and he will definitely beat you. The system said lazily. Who said we were going to beat him up? After Yi Tian finished speaking, he directly purchased 5 skill packages. I'll go back if I'm fine. The system sneered, without revealing his thoughts, and fell silent in an instant. Hey, Dad, don't blame me. The more Yi Tian thought about it, the more excited he became, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Honey, why are you grinning? Seeing his look, Chen Shuiying shook him gently. Oh. Nothing, I was just thinking. Yi Tian came back to his senses and fanned his nose in embarrassment. Dad, let's start writing Spring Festival couplets now. He then looked at Chen Deli with ill intent and spoke. Okay. Chen Deli naturally agreed readily. This was a rare moment for him to show off. Chapter 61. It's time to show your real skills. Soon. Yi Tian cleaned up the living room and moved in a large round table. Chen Deli ran into the bedroom happily and took out a set of 4 treasures of the study. Yi Tian, these are all good things, they are not often seen. Chen Deli carefully placed the pen holder, ink, and inkstone. Sorted out over and over again. Spring Festival couplets are here. Chen Shuiying took out some blank red paper from somewhere. These are leftovers from last year. She quickly placed the red paper for the Spring Festival couplets on the table and smoothed it out gently. Yi Tian, watch carefully and learn well, okay? Chen Deli patted Yi Tian's shoulder with high spirits and laughed. Yi Tian curled his lips. Who isn't a master of calligraphy? I'll show you the real technology later. Ying, help Dad grind the ink. He said softly as he rolled up his sleeves. Chen Shuiying walked to the table very obediently and started to move while wearing gloves. The one in Ying's hand is called Duan Inkstone, which originated from your Guangdong province. This is the prize I won when I first participated in the Haicheng calligraphy competition. Although its market price is only around 5,000 yuan, it is extremely precious in my heart. As for the ink stick in Ying's hand, it is also very expensive. The brand is called Yuanchuan, known as the Hermes of ink. My ink stick is also a prize, and the market price is about 3 qian 5,000 yuan. Chen Deli watched Chen Shuiying grinding ink while showing off excitedly. Yi Tian just watched quietly. Chen Shuiying looks even more beautiful when she grinds ink carefully. It has a different flavor. Don't be stunned. Look at this Wanwali wood brush holder. It's very delicate and beautiful. And this mountain-shaped ceramic brush holder produced in Jingdezhen is also first-class quality goods. Chen Deli patted Yi Tian on the shoulder and spoke softly. Oh. Yi Tian nodded perfunctorily. His gaze kept drifting towards Chen Shuiying. I have a collection of 7 or 8 brushes here. Some are wolf hairbrushes, some are purple hairbrushes, which are hard hairbrushes with excellent elasticity and are essential for cursive writing. Some are goat hairbrushes, which are soft hairbrushes and are characterized by their ability to hold more ink. Chen Deli told the story in detail, like he knew everything by heart. Oh. Yi Tian just nodded lightly. Dad, it's done. Just then, Chen Shuiying called out softly. Thank you for your hard work, Ying. Chen Deli showed joy on his face, but soon returned to his serious look. He was seen closing his eyes and adjusting his breathing and heart rate. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and quickly picked up a brush. The energy sinks into the dantian, and the pen moves like a dragon. In just a short while, the couplet was completed. First couplet, the old year brings a few more joys. Lower line, the new year brings us to a higher level. Horizontal banner, say goodbye to the old and welcome the new. The whole set of movements is smooth and completed in one go. Dad, you write so well. Dad, you're awesome. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying looked at the couplet and gave thumbs up in praise. Ha ha ha. I'm not in a very good mood today, but the writing is okay. Although Chen Deli spoke modestly, his face was already filled with ecstasy. His mouth never closed. At this time, Zhang Chunlan had also finished hanging up the clothes. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Chen Deli showing off, which made me very unhappy. TSK, your daughter and son-in-law just gave you a few casual compliments, and you took them seriously? She walked to the table, looked at the couplet carefully, and shook her head gently. Ahem. Chen Deli was almost unable to breathe after being choked by her. Dad, are you okay? Chen Shuiying immediately ran behind him and helped pat his back. I'm fine. Chen Deli finally recovered his breath slowly. Dad, drink some water. Yi Tian quickly brought over a glass of water. Thanks. Chen Deli sat in a chair, breathing heavily. Mom, are you angry today? Why do you always argue with Dad? Chen Shuiying frowned and asked anxiously. You ask him. Zhang Chunlan still looked unhappy and walked into the kitchen. Yesterday, it was a rare occasion that only she and Chen Deli were at home, so she specially prepared a candlelight dinner. Get ready to enjoy this romantic world for two. It turned out that this guy had no sense of romance at all and just went to sleep after eating. She was so angry that she couldn't sleep all night. I'm still very angry about this. I didn't do anything? Chen Deli spread his hands, feeling very innocent. Your mother may be in menopause, everyone should be careful. Then he covered his mouth and whispered. Dad, I think you must have done something wrong yesterday. Chen Shuiying shook her head and began to analyze. No. You weren't home yesterday, and your mom got crazy and suddenly made a candlelight dinner. It took a long time, and I was almost starving. Chen Deli held his chin and thought seriously. Then what? Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying asked curiously. Then I had my meal, washed up and went to bed. I didn't do anything else. Chen Deli frowned and felt more and more aggrieved as he spoke. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying looked at each other. This dad might be out of his mind. It was because I did nothing that I made a big mistake. Forget it, don't worry about her, she will calm down soon. Chen Deli didn't care, put down the teacup and said, Yi Tian, I will teach you calligraphy now. Okay. Yi Tian smiled helplessly. Now, apart from this father-in-law, no one would dare to say so confidently that they would teach him calligraphy? Show me how you hold the pen first. The first step in calligraphy is the pen-holding posture. Chen Deli was very pleased to see that he was so humble and eager to learn. Without saying a word, Yi Tian picked up a brush skillfully. His pen-holding posture is very standard, not like that of an amateur at all. Didn't you say you don't know calligraphy? Judging from the way you hold the pen, you're definitely not a novice. Chendeli looked at Yi Tian with a sharp gaze and said, I learned it for a while in the orphanage, but I never touched it again and forgot a lot of things, so I can't say I can do it. Yi Tian didn't think much about it and explained it casually. Well, write a few more words for me. Chendeli understands that the art of calligraphy requires perseverance. Once something has been left unused for a period of time, it will be difficult to pick it up again. Good. Yi Tian took out a piece of rice paper from the box next to him and spread it flat on the table. He stared with bated breath, then suddenly picked up the brush and dipped it in ink. Then he waved his hand and wrote freely on the rice paper. In the year of the millennium, the year of Guizhou, at the beginning of late spring, we gathered at the Lanting Pavilion in Shanin, Kuiji, to hold a purification ceremony. All the wise men and women were present, young and old. There were high mountains and steep ridges, lush forests and bamboos, and clear and turbulent streams, which reflected the surroundings. We took them as flowing wine cups and winding waters, and sat in the second row. Although there was no grand music and string instruments, a cup of wine and a poem were enough to express our deep feelings. In the blink of an eye, Lanting preface appeared in front of everyone. This. Chendeli was extremely shocked when he looked at Yi Tianshu's works. He couldn't wait to pick it up and look at it carefully. The full text has 28 lines and 324 characters, and the composition, structure and writing style are all perfect. Each word is as light as a floating cloud, as graceful as a swimming dragon, with unpredictable and endless changes. This was a font that had never appeared before, at least one he had never seen before. Haven't you been idle for a long time? How come? Chendeli was shocked and hesitated to speak. The level of this calligraphy is too high, it's completely different from mine. Just now I was talking eloquently, saying I wanted to teach him, but now it's just like showing off one's skills in front of an expert, which is really a joke. This son-in-law pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger. What a deception. Hey. Yi Tian smiled awkwardly. Honey, your handwriting is so beautiful. Although Chen Shuiying is a layman, she can still tell whether something is good-looking or not. Who did you learn calligraphy from? I've never seen such a handwriting like this before. As a calligraphy enthusiast, Chendeli was naturally very anxious. This is my own creation. Dad, if you want to learn it, I can teach you. Yi Tian smiled very calmly. In my heart, I silently expressed endless apologies to the original creator. Good. Chendeli hesitated for a while, but finally let go of his pride. Honey, I don't think I've read this article. Chen Shuiying's words awakened the dreamer. Only then did Chendeli discover his blind spot and began to appreciate the calligraphy again. What a great literary talent! He read it several times and admired it wholeheartedly. This. I wrote this too. Yi Tian knew what he wanted to ask and answered first. I can only express my apologies to Mr. Wang Shiji again. Hubby, you're awesome. Chen Shuiying hugged Yi Tian, her eyes full of stars. In her mind, her husband is an omnipotent Superman. Whether it's songwriting or calligraphy, he can do everything. Marvelous. Chendeli looked at them, then looked at the copybook in his hand. I could only stand aside with a bitter face, silent. Chapter 62 First Meeting. Temptation from the female secretary. 2 days passed in peace. 8:40 a.m. Hubby, our parents used to quarrel and they would make up the next day. Why are they still in the Cold War? Chen Shuiying lay tenderly in Yi Tian's arms, looking very worried. Ahem, maybe we should also take a little responsibility. From now on, we should try to restrain ourselves at home and stop showing affection in front of mom, otherwise she will continue to be angry with dad. Yi Tian stroked her hair and spoke softly. Ah? Is that so? Chen Shuiying slowly raised her head, her face flushed, and she said shyly, Husband, why don't we think of a way to help dad? After saying that, her big watery eyes kept blinking. And she kept rubbing against his body like a sexy and charming kitten. Hiss. All right then. Yi Tian suddenly became hot and kissed Chen Shuiying's cherry lips heavily. Damn. Chen Shuiying felt something strange in her abdomen and quickly stopped Yi Tian's restless hands. Honey, these past few days, it's been too frequent, I can't take it. She blushed and said shyly, Can this be delayed for a few days? After saying that, she buried her head in Yi Tian's arms, her heart beating even faster. All right. Yi Tian kissed her forehead reluctantly. He also understood that his body had been comprehensively strengthened. That aspect is really amazing. Thank you, husband. Chen Shuiying gently stroked his arm with her fingers. There was a look of relief and joy on his face. So how do you want to help Dad? Yi Tian picked up his mobile phone and checked the time. Well, how about we help them create a romantic date? Chen Shuiying frowned slightly, thought for a while, and said in a cute voice. Of course, but Dad is a blockhead. Can he ever come to his senses? Silly boy, we could have told Dad in advance. Now that Mom is ignoring him, he's more anxious than anyone else. So what specific ideas do you have? Yesterday on the helicopter, I seem to have seen a nice farmhouse. We can prepare some romantic gifts and programs there in advance, and then take our parents there to play, and then create some private time for them. In addition, the two of us can also go around and look around. Okay. I'll ask Butler Zhang to arrange it now. When Yi Tian heard this, he thought it was a very good idea. Yeah. Chen Shuiying nodded happily, then saw Yi Tian's mobile phone screen and whispered, oh no. We have an appointment with President Han today. If we don't prepare, we will be late. It's okay to be late. He won't mind anyway. Yi Tian disagreed and said while touching her little hand. No. Since we have an appointment with them, we can't be late casually. Chen Shuiying pouted and patted his hand gently. Why don't you change your clothes and wash up quickly? Yi Tian smiled helplessly and grabbed her but casually. Chen Shuiying began to tremble violently like a frightened bird. Why are you always like this? Chen Shuiying looked at him with resentment in her eyes and a puffy mouth. I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to react so violently. Yi Tian held Chen Shuiying's hand and said with a grin. Humph. I'm ignoring you. After saying that, Chen Shuiying went to the closet to change her clothes. We are already an old married couple, is it really that serious? Yi Tian looked at Chen Shuiying and shook his head gently. He then sent another message to Zhang Ruodong, asking her to arrange the matters concerning the farm stay. 9:30. A high-end coffee shop in Haicheng. Han Yunxiang and his secretary came here early and waited. President, do we need to come here an hour earlier? The female secretary looked at Han Yunxiang helplessly, and then continued to dress up. I was kept awake until the middle of the night last night and was woken up again early this morning. It would be strange if she was happy. May, I know you've worked hard, how about I give you a bag later? Han Yunxiang smiled innocently, put his hands on her shoulders and squeezed them gently. It's a deal then. I want the latest LV bag. When the female secretary heard this, a hint of joy suddenly appeared on her face, but she still spoke with a stern face. Okay. After I talk to Mrs. Yi, I will take you to buy a bag right away, how about that? Han Yunxiang looked at her very lovingly, his eyes full of tenderness and love. The unhappiness on the secretary's face completely disappeared, and her tone became gentle and charming. Here they come. Suddenly, Han Yunxiang's face turned serious and he stood up quickly. Seeing this, the female secretary also hurriedly stood up and stood aside. Mr. Yi and Mrs. Yi are truly a match made in heaven. Han Yunxiang looked at Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying and couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. As the head of the industry, he has seen countless people. But it is rare to find people like Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying who have such handsome looks. So handsome. Even the female secretary next to him couldn't help but look at Yi Tian a few more times. It's so handsome. The real person is more beautiful than the photo. Tall, handsome and rich, he is simply the perfect ideal partner. Alas, what a pity. The secretary shook her head with some regret. She is indeed very beautiful, but I am not that either, and my figure is much more explosive. Then she looked at Chen Shuiying again and compared them secretly. If only I could have met Mr. Yi earlier. If only I were still a virgin. Unfortunately, there is no if. Hello, Mr. Yi and Mrs. Yi. Han Yunxiang shouted respectfully with a smile on his face. Hello, President Han. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying nodded slightly, then sat down in their seats. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, I'm really sorry to bother you in your busy schedule. Let me make it short. This is the financial plan specially tailored for Mrs. Yi by our People's Bank. Please take a look. Han Yunxiang then sat down and handed over the information he had prepared. Husband. Chen Shuiying picked up the information and was about to hand it to Yi Tian. I won't watch it. You can decide for yourself. Yi Tian shook his head and said softly. Oh well. Chen Shuiying could only browse the information files carefully by herself. Excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom first. Yi Tian looked at Chen Shuiying, then at Han Yunxiang, and said with a smile. Mr. Yi, please. Han Yunxiang stood up suddenly and said respectfully. Yi Tian snorted lightly and then walked towards the toilet. Boss, I also need to go to the bathroom to touch up my makeup. The female secretary kept looking at Yi Tian intently, with a bit of impulse and determination. Go ahead. Han Yunxiang knew what she was thinking, but he had no intention of stopping her. The toad always wants to eat the swan flesh. Let her hit the wall. Only then will they follow me willingly. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. Please wait a moment. The secretary hurriedly chased into the corridor. The pair of peaks were constantly swaying. What's up? Yi Tian stopped at the door of the toilet and looked back at her. Mr. Yi, my name is Zhou Mei, and I'm the assistant secretary to President Han. The female secretary walked up to Yi Tian and said breathlessly. Hello? Yi Tian nodded, then turned and left. Please wait a moment, this is my phone number, you can contact me at any time. Zhou Mei took out a piece of paper from her bag and stuffed it into Yi Tian's hand. The whole person pressed against Yi Tian's body and kept squeezing him. What do you mean? Yi Tian frowned and said seriously. Mr. Yi, you understand. Zhou Mei knew that some wealthy people like to pretend. On the surface he is a gentleman, but secretly he is a sex-hungry ghost. She grabbed Yi Tian's hand and moved it around her body. Roll. Yi Tian pulled his hand back and shouted angrily. I can pretend that this incident never happened, but if it happens again, I will never forgive it. After saying that, he domineeringly tore the paper into pieces and threw them at Zhou Shuyi. Then he turned around gracefully and walked directly into the bathroom. How come? Zhou Mei stood there in a daze. She really couldn't understand. I have a good look, big breasts, and a nice butt, so what's not good enough about me? Why does Yi Tian look down on me? Can't he? Chapter 63 Advertisement. Chen Shuiying's chance to sing. In the toilet. Zhao. That's disgusting. Yi Tian shook his head, his face full of disgust. These girls look quite decent, why do they always sell themselves out and come to me? Oh. What a bullshit reality. It seems that being too charming is not a good thing. Then he laughed narcissistically again. TSK, they are just attracted by your money. The system couldn't bear to watch it anymore and started to sneer. Wealth is also part of my personal charm. Yi Tian retorted shamelessly, by the way, why didn't you analyze her situation this time? Why should I waste my time and energy talking nonsense to you, a henpecked husband who has the desire but not the courage to do it? The system sneered again. This guy really has no self-awareness at all. You're talking nonsense. Who said I have the desire but not the courage? I just love Shuiying deeply and don't want to do anything to hurt her. Yi Tian argued with a red face. He gets angry with anyone who dares to say that he is henpecked. He. The system watched coldly and just chuckled a few times. I don't want to bother with you. I need to pee. Go back quickly and don't peek. Yi Tian was very unhappy, but he had no choice but to order them to leave. TSK, this little chicken, I won't even look at it. The system uttered a harsh word and evacuated decisively. Ho-hoo. Yi Tian was so angry that he quickly adjusted his breathing. Knock on the mother. Knock on the mother. 180 millimeters, how dare this dog system say it's small? If someone who was only a few centimeters away heard it, he would probably pick up a knife and chase it across 9 blocks to chop it. After a while, Yi Tian finally calmed down and slowly left the bathroom. And Zhou Mei had returned a long time ago. She sat next to Han Yunxiang and felt very uncomfortable. After looking up and seeing Yi Tian, his expression instantly became extremely ugly. His eyes quickly moved to the distance, dodging constantly. At this time, Chen Shuiying and Han Yunxiang had also discussed all the details. Mrs. Yi, thank you for your support. Han Yunxiang's face was full of excitement and he said it very excitedly. You're welcome. I'll trouble you guys in the future. Chen Shuiying was very calm and just smiled faintly. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, Han Yunxiang's cell phone rang. Sorry. I have to take a call first. Han Yunxiang looked at the caller ID, hesitated for a moment, and continued. Then he hurried to the side and quickly answered the phone. Hello? What's up? Han Yunxiang was quite annoyed, so his tone was naturally very bad. President, we have run into a problem with our New Year's advertising project. An urgent voice immediately came from the phone. What's going on? When Han Yunxiang heard this, his face instantly darkened. Just now, the Imperial Capital headquarters notified us to cut the budget in half again. Moreover, they recommended new singers and dance troupes and asked us to replace the existing performers immediately. The other party did not dare to be negligent and directly told the whole story. What? Han Yunxiang was furious. This New Year's advertisement was a project funded by their Shanghai branch itself. Why does the Imperial Capital headquarters interfere? Do you want to recommend your own people? That's nice to think about. Then do you know whose idea this was? Who else could it be? It must be Sima Chao. It's really him. A hint of anger flashed in Han Yunxiang's eyes. This Sima Chao was the opponent who had competed with him for the position of president of the Magic City branch. It's a pity that this guy was not as skilled as his opponent and was defeated. In the end, he could only run back to the Imperial Capital in shame. Over the years, Sima Chao has been targeting him. Whenever he proposed a plan, it was always rejected. The two have been holding a grudge against each other for a long time, and they will probably fight when they meet. Well. Han Yunxiang sighed helplessly, and then continued, you can cut the budget in half, but as for the people they recommend, I won't accept them. This is my bottom line. I'll talk about the rest when I get back. Okay, President, I will reply to the Imperial Capital headquarters now. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended quickly. Han Yunxiang was still frowning at one moment, but his face was full of smiles the next. Sorry, something unexpected happened at the branch. He hurried back to his seat and apologized very sincerely. President Han, I just heard something. If you consider me a friend, you might as well tell me. Maybe I can help you. Yi Tianyun smiled calmly. Han Yunxiang looked up at Yi Tian and thought for a moment. Then he made up his mind, patted his thigh and said, it's not a secret. Our branch is planning to shoot a New Year's advertisement this year, but we have encountered a problem now. Someone at the headquarters is making things difficult for us. Has your branch's New Year's advertisement been filmed? Obviously, Yi Tian didn't care whether he encountered difficulties or not. No. Han Yunxiang didn't understand and shook his head in confusion. President Han, what kind of advertisement do you plan to shoot? Well, actually there's nothing special about it. We just invite people to sing and dance and say some New Year greetings or something. Han Yunxiang couldn't guess Yi Tian's thoughts and answered softly. Do you need sponsorship for this project? Yi Tian smiled evilly, and his true intentions were revealed. What? Han Yunxiang suspected that he had heard it wrongly. It's no use sponsoring their branch to shoot a New Year's advertisement. We can't promote the brand, isn't this just a waste of money? But I have a request. Yi Tian continued speaking with a smile in his eyes. Mr. Yi, please go ahead. Han Yunxiang looked at him, becoming more and more curious. My condition is simple. I want my wife to be the singer for this commercial. Yi Tian took Chen Shuiying's hand and said softly. Husband. Only then did Chen Shuiying understand Yi Tian's thoughts. I was so touched. This. Han Yunxiang knows Chen Shuiying's background information. A top student at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Singing should be fine. Well, it would be great to have Mrs. Yi to help. After thinking it over again and again, he agreed readily. It's a small matter. Since you can please Yi Tian, why not do it? But he just couldn't understand it at all. What was the point? Could it be that Mrs. Yi wants to be a singer? His eyes became brighter and brighter, and he felt that he had found the correct answer. Thank you, I owe you one. When Yi Tian saw that Han Yunxiang agreed, a smile appeared on his face. You're welcome, you're welcome. Han Yunxian was ecstatic and roaring wildly in his heart. Unexpectedly, there was light at the end of the tunnel and I inadvertently gained a huge benefit. Husband. Chen Shuiying looked at Yi Tian affectionately, speechless. It turned out that Yi Tian had always kept her words in mind. And tried my best to help her realize her dream. With a husband like this, what else could a wife ask for? Lucy, notify Zhang Ruodong immediately and ask her to contact the world's top director team, dance team, and music team. Also, invite the best special effects company over. Price is not a problem. I want them in place right away. Then he whispered to Lucy, who was not far away. Yes, master. Lucy quickly took out her cell phone and called Zhang Ruodong. Hiss. Han Yunxiang and Zhou Mei gasped. It's just a small commercial, is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Mr. Yi, but our headquarters has strict budget requirements, I'm afraid. Han Yunxiang looked a little ugly and was very hesitant. If any of them dare to object, let them talk to Lucy. I don't mind immediately withdrawing all the funds stored in your people's bank. Yi Tian's eyes turned cold and he said domineeringly. Mr. Yi, please calm down. I promise they won't have any objections. Han Yunxiang was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat, and said quickly. If Yi Tian really withdraws all the funds, their bank will collapse directly. This would trigger a horrific financial crisis. Yeah. Yi Tian restrained his powerful momentum, then turned into an approachable person, and said with a smile, I plan to put advertisements on all channels, including major online platforms. Do you have any objections? Han Yunxiang was shocked again, and said with some stammering, No. No problem. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead again. He didn't dare to say anything even if he had any opinions. That's good. Yi Tian smiled knowingly and nodded with satisfaction. Wife, I have prepared several songs for you. You can pick any one when the time comes. He tapped Chen Shuiying's nose and laughed. No, I think we should sing all of them. It would be nice to push them out together. Well, I'm willing to sing anything you write. Chen Shuiying nodded without hesitation, a happy smile on her face. Mr. Yi, I'll leave first. Han Yunxiang could no longer sit still and had to contact the headquarters immediately to explain the situation. Okay, just contact Lucy if you need anything. Yi Tian didn't care and waved his hand casually. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, goodbye. Han Yunxiang and Zhou Mei bowed slightly, and then left in a hurry. Honey, have you written a new song? Chen Shuiying leaned on Yi Tian like a little bird and asked in a tender voice. Well, I thought of some songs these days. Yi Tian gently put his arm around her shoulders and said with a smile. Hubby, you're awesome. Of course. The two began to hug each other affectionately again. System, I need your help. Yi Tian shouted silently in his heart. TSK. You have no skills, you can only brag. But your performance just now was not bad, you finally learned a little bit of how to show off, keep up the good work. The system responded. Dear system, please help me find some Chinese New Year songs. Yi Tian put on a very flattering look. Pooh. Disgusting. The system was cursing while operating. Good Spring, 5 points. Gongxia Fei Kai, 5 prestige points. Year of Harvest, 5 prestige points. Go home often, 5 prestige points. So many? Yi Tian looked at the system page and couldn't help but be amazed. Forget it, just by the first few songs. He was a little dazzled by what he saw and randomly clicked on the first few songs. Chapter 64 Buying New Year's Goods. Yi Tian is generous. The next morning. Happy community. We'll go out and buy New Year's goods later, and then go to the flower market to buy some potted plants. Zhang Chunlan carefully carried the breakfast and slowly walked out of the kitchen. Mom, didn't Yi Tian ask someone to buy it? Why is he buying it again? Chen Shuiying frowned slightly and spoke while drinking porridge. He bought high-end items, which will be used as gifts. We need to buy some other items to entertain guests at home. Zhang Chunlan also served herself a bowl of porridge, then sat on a chair and started eating. Mom, what else do you want to buy? I'll ask someone to buy it. Yi Tian looked up at her and said softly. Don't bother them. Go buy New Year's goods yourself. That's the real festive atmosphere. Zhang Chunlan shook her head and refused directly. Your mother is right. You have to do it yourself. Chen Deli smiled flatteringly and agreed very actively. Unfortunately, Zhang Chunlan ignored him and just ate her breakfast. Ha ha ha. Chen Deli touched the back of his head somewhat awkwardly. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying looked at each other, shook their heads and sighed. Sure enough, this dad is a bit unreliable. They have to take action. After a while, Yi Tian and his family dressed neatly and left the community quickly. Chen Deli was responsible for driving, and Yi Tian was forced to sit in the passenger seat. Mom, where are we going now? Chen Shuiying took Zhang Chunlan's arm and asked in a soft voice. Where else can we go? In previous years, we bought New Year goods at Nongxin Market, and this year is no exception. Zhang Chunlan held Chen Shuiying's hand and laughed. She was also looking forward to seeing her old friends. Mom and Dad, I think you didn't take me with you last year. Chen Shuiying leaned her head gently on her shoulder and whispered. How dare you bring this up? You said you were going to participate in an audition and you didn't come back until New Year's Eve. By the time we went shopping for New Year's goods, the flowers were already cold. Zhang Chunlan tapped Chen Shuiying's forehead gently. Pain. Chen Shuiying quickly covered her head and shouted with a bitter face. Nongxin Market. There were already huge crowds of people. It's really lively. Yi Tian and his group got out of the car and looked at the scene outside the market, and couldn't help but sigh. Let's go. Zhang Chunlan led the charge and rushed to the front. Wife, wait for me. Chen Deli quickly squeezed through the crowd and chased after him. Hubby, let's catch up. Chen Shuiying took Yi Tian's arm and walked towards the market entrance in an intimate manner under the gaze of others. Sister Lan, I haven't seen you for so long, you are still so beautiful. Sister Fong, you're complimenting me again. How are you doing lately? Fortunately, some old illnesses have come back recently. When we entered the market, we saw Zhang Chunlan coming to a fruit stall, chatting and laughing with the proprietress. Sister Fong. Chen Deli arrived shortly afterwards and also shouted enthusiastically. Old Chen, you look pretty good. Sister Fong looked at him and said with a smile, by the way, where's Shuiying from your family? Didn't she come back this year? Aunt Fong. Just then, Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying also arrived. Shuiying, you finally came back this year. Sister Fong looked at Chen Shuiying seriously and continued, Shuiying, you are getting more and more beautiful. Whoever marries you will be blessed. Aunt Fong, please stop praising me. Chen Shuiying's smile became brighter, and then she looked at Yi Tian proudly. This little girl. Yi Tian looked at her and smiled helplessly. Ha? Shuiying, is this handsome guy your boyfriend? Sister Fong followed Chen Shuiying's gaze. Yi Tian was tall and slender, handsome, and had an extraordinary temperament. He was very handsome. My eyes lit up and I praised inwardly. Well, Aunt Fong, this is my boyfriend, Yi Tian. Chen Shuiying gently took Yi Tian's arm and introduced him generously. Old Yi Tian, this is Aunt Fong. She is our neighbor from our hometown. She is a very nice person and always helps our family. Then she introduced Sister Fong in front of him to Yi Tian. Aunt Fong, hello. Yi Tian greeted very politely. Okay. Sister Fong also burst into laughter. Mr. Chen, Miss Lan, now that we have met the parents, good things are about to happen, right? She then looked at Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan with a smile. How can it be so fast? They haven't graduated yet, there's no rush. Chen Deli quickly laughed it off and tried to get away with it. Yes. Sister Fong nodded, no longer struggling, and then said, okay, what kind of fruit do you need this year? We have imported a lot of good products this year, such as Fugang apples, Yongquan mandarin oranges, Gannan navel oranges, rock sugar oranges, golden kiwis, pomelo, dragon fruit, bananas, strawberries and grapes, etc. Sister Fong pointed at the stall and introduced it in detail. These are quite expensive, aren't they? You spent a lot of money on purchasing them this year, aren't you afraid of losing money? Chen Deli picked up an apple and asked with a smile. Bah! You, old Chen, are becoming more and more outrageous. When Sister Fong heard this, she immediately picked up a long stick and hit Chen Deli hard. Hiss! Chen Deli felt pain in his back and shouted with a grin, it was just a joke, is it necessary to hit so hard? Serves him right. Zhang Chunlan couldn't help laughing out loud, and then said, Sister Fong, ignore him, he deserves a beating. Well, these are all good. I'll take a look. She kept looking at the various fruits in front of the fruit stall. Aunt Fong, I want a box of each of these fruits. Seeing this, Yi Tian spoke directly. You want a box of each? Can you finish them all? Sister Fong was frightened by his words and looked stunned. I should be able to finish it. Yi Tian thought about it seriously and said with a smile. Sister Lan, Lao Chen, look. Sister Fong quickly looked at Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan. Well, just listen to him. Zhang Chunlan sighed softly. It's really different to have a rich son-in-law. You don't have to choose what you want to buy, you don't even have to look at the price, just buy it. Okay then. Sister Fong nodded and then said, 1 box of each fruit. Is it the old custom to send it to your house on the 28th of the lunar year? Forehead. Zhang Chunlan looked at Yi Tian and was about to answer. Aunt Fong, why do you have to wait until the 28th day of the lunar year to deliver it? I want it now. If these fruits are really good, I will order 10 boxes of each type by then. Yi Tian asked with some confusion. 10 boxes? Aunt Fong was confused again. This handsome boy was not trustworthy. Always bragging. Mr. Chen, Miss Lan, you. She once again turned to Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan for help and confusion. The two of them just smiled and nodded. I was stunned. Could it be true? Aunt Fong, please settle the bill. Yi Tian still had a calm expression and spoke indifferently. Oh. Sister Fong finally came to her senses and picked up the calculator and kept pressing it. Lucy, you will pay later and have someone move all the fruits to the car. Write down Aunt Fong's phone number so that it will be convenient for you to order fruits in the future. Also, remember to give Aunt Fong a red envelope. Yi Tian then looked at Lucy behind him and gave instructions. Yes, master. Lucy shouted respectfully. Master? Aunt Fong was absorbed in their conversation. It seems that this handsome guy should be from a wealthy family. Red envelope? How much money would this be? Oh no! Suddenly, she let out a low cry. It turned out that she pressed the wrong button, causing the data to be cleared. Have to recalculate again. Sister Fong, let's go check out other stalls first, and then we'll talk to you later. Zhang Chunlan looked at the time and said softly. Okay. Walk slowly. Aunt Fong looked up at her and said anxiously. Then he lowered his head and quickly pressed the calculator. Then let's go, we still need to buy some other New Year's goods. After Zhang Chunlan finished speaking, she walked away. Yi Tian, Chen Shuiying, and Chen Deli hurriedly chased after him. Chapter 65 Continue shopping. A sudden accident. Not long after, Yi Tian and his family came to a shop selling candy and biscuits. At this time, the proprietress was entertaining 2 or 3 guests. Alan, take a look first, I'll call you later. The proprietress glanced at them and shouted enthusiastically. Okay, Asian, just go ahead and receive the guests first, don't worry about us. Zhang Chunlan patted her on the shoulder and led everyone into the store. Asian looked at Yi Tian behind her, feeling a little confused. Boss. Hey. But he was soon pulled back from his thoughts by the guest next to him. Yi Tian came to the store and looked around habitually. This shop looks like it has seen better days. The furniture inside is also a bit old. A nice contrast to the brightly colored candy packaging. Wow! That's a lot of candy. Chen Shuiying came to the window, her eyes shining brightly. You girl, you're already married and married. You still think you're a child, thinking about candy all day long. Zhang Chunlan came up to her and scolded her with a smile. It's not a child's right to eat candy. Adults like to eat candy, too. Chen Shuiying pouted and tried to refute. Go wherever's cooler and don't get in the way while I'm choosing candies and cookies. Zhang Chunlan rolled her eyes at her and gently pushed her shoulder. Chen Shuiying looked at Chen Deli with grievance. He immediately turned his head away and pretended not to see it. Then Chen Shuiying looked at Yi Tian again. Forehead. Yi Tian shook his head helplessly. He didn't dare to provoke his mother-in-law. Then he took Chen Shuiying into his arms and comforted her silently. You don't love me anymore. Chen Shuiying pretended to be very hurt. Is this a drama? Yi Tian gently pinched her nose and whispered, if I dare to speak for you, I'm afraid that at night, I won't even be able to get in the door. Can you bear it? Useless guy. Chen Shuiying pinched his waist and said in a tender voice. Then why didn't you continue to refute our mother just now? Yi Tian raised the corner of his mouth slightly and chuckled. I. Chen Shuiying was left speechless. She just doesn't dare. Look, you're scared, how can I help you? Didn't you say you would always protect me? Why are you backing down now? This is my mother-in-law, not someone else. Yi Tian tapped her head and whispered. Humph. Even you bully me. Chen Shuiying put her hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed up with anger. Ha ha ha. Yi Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this moment, Xiang had already seen off the other guests. Shuiying, who is this? Is he your boyfriend? She looked at the two people playing and fighting and asked in confusion. Auntie Xiang, this is my boyfriend, Yi Tian. Only then did Chen Shuiying calm down and introduce herself gently. Aunt Xiang, hello. Mrs. Yi followed her husband's lead and called out politely. Xiang smiled and nodded gently. The man is handsome and the woman is pretty, they are a perfect match. Alan, it looks like you're going to be a mother-in-law soon. Congratulations. She hugged Zhang Chunlan gently and smiled warmly. It's still early. Zhang Chunlan curled her lips and did not dare to tell the truth for the sake of her daughter. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Xiang, give me some of the candies here, and also give me 2 packs of each type of biscuits below. Then she pointed to the candies and cookies in the window and changed the subject. Okay. Xiang stopped chatting and got busy. Mom, I'm back. Just then, a young man in his 20s walked into the store. Uncle Chen. Aunt Lun. He then greeted Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan. Shuiying. Finally, his eyes fell on Chen Shuiying. He couldn't help but reveal excitement and joy on his face. This is the girl he has been thinking about day and night. He has always dreamed of marrying this beautiful girl in the future. Only. Why would Shuiying hold another boy's hand? Could it be that she is already taken? Oh my god. His smile suddenly froze and became dull. Completely lost all joy and interest. Jiahong, you're back just in time. Go in and pour some hot water. Xiang turned her head slightly and called out softly. No time. The young boy became distraught and replied perfunctorily. Then he sat down on the chair dejectedly, playing with his phone dejectedly. Oh Jiahong, what's wrong with you? Look at you, you're so old, but you still lose your temper easily. Xiang looked at her son and said angrily. But Jiahong ignored him and continued playing with his phone as if nothing had happened. Forget it, Xiang, we're not thirsty, so we don't need to drink tea. Zhang Chunlan patted Xiang on the back and comforted her. Hey! Just wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Xiang quickened her movements and packed the candies and biscuits. After a while. The total is 2,580 yuan. She put everything on the table. Beep. Yi Tian scanned the code and paid directly. Then let the bodyguard take the things away. Who are these people? Xiang was frightened by these burly men and asked nervously. Oh. These are Yi Tian's bodyguards. Zhang Chunlan explained with a smile. Bodyguard? Xiang was even more dumbfounded. Who is this Yi Tian? Whenever he goes out to buy things, he brings so many bodyguards with him. Could it be the gang boss? But looking at his gentle and polite appearance, it doesn't seem like that. Jiahong has been watching the situation here. But when he heard that these people were bodyguards, he almost peed his pants. He quickly stood in the corner, trembling. Well, it's getting late, we have to go back. Zhang Chunlan looked at her phone and said softly. So soon? Don't you want to sit for a while before going? Xiang held her hand, feeling a little reluctant. Let's get together again after the new year when we have time. There are so many things going on at home, and this guy can't help, oh. As Zhang Chunlan spoke, she glared at Chen Deli again. Don't even think about doing things for these stinky men. The more you help, the more trouble you're making. Xiang also looked at Chen Deli and laughed. Chen Deli sighed softly, lowered his head and remained silent. This is an innocent person being shot. I thought to myself, out of sight, out of mind. Comforting myself with self-deception. Well, we're leaving first. After Zhang Chunlan finished speaking, she left again, exhausted. But as soon as she walked out of the store, she ran into trouble. Zhang Chunlan was walking very fast and accidentally bumped into a couple. Sorry. She quickly steadied herself and apologized sincerely. Stinky bitch. The man was furious and did not accept her apology. He raised his right hand and was about to hit her. Bang. Lucy rushed over and clamped the man's hand. The man gritted his teeth and tried to struggle free, but to no avail. Open. He was so angry that he wanted to kick Lucy. Bang. Lucy didn't back down and just went for it. The 2 feet kicked each other and hit each other hard. Crack. Ah. The man's right foot was instantly broken. He lay on the ground in pain, growling continuously. Look at you. These people are really bullies. First they walked without looking at the road, bumped into me, and stained my clothes. Now they beat up my boyfriend? Is there any law here? Woo woo woo. The woman squatted beside the man and burst into tears. Alas. Nowadays, these people rely on their wealth to bully others. Everyone, please help call the police. We can't let these people get away. Everyone, be careful with your words. These people don't look like good people. They are probably gangsters. They might retaliate against us in the future. Hiss. The people around immediately took a step back and talked in low voices. What's up? Just then, the market security rushed over. Chapter 66 Leave. Easily resolved the battle. Tap tap tap. For security guards in uniform hurried in front of the crowd. Some are short and strong, some are tall and sturdy, and their sizes are uneven. It looks very unprofessional. What on earth is going on here? A middle-aged security guard, about 40 years old, kept scanning the area with his eyes. You're finally here. It's them. They intentionally hurt someone and beat up my boyfriend. Hurry up and arrest them and call the police. When the woman saw them, she shouted as if she had found a life-saving straw. Is that so? The middle-aged security guard followed the woman's finger and stared at Lucy and the others. No, I just bumped into this woman by accident when I was walking. Then her boyfriend wanted to hit me, so Miss Lucy intervened. Zhang Chunlan shook her head violently and denied it quickly. The middle-aged security guard looked at Zhang Chunlan and nodded slightly. He has worked in this market for many years, so naturally he has met Chandeli's family. I have also been paying attention to Zhang Chunlan and Chen Shuiying, this wonderful mother and daughter pair, for a long time. Zhang Chunlan still has her charm, and Chen Shuiying is youthful and beautiful. It is a rare landscape in the market. It makes people feel excited and hot. Don't listen to her nonsense, look at my boyfriend's feet. The woman thought the middle-aged security guard believed Zhang Chunlan's words, and hurriedly pulled the man's feet. Ah! The man felt the severe pain again and screamed again. If you don't handle it, I'll call the police myself. The woman's face was gloomy and she threatened again. Okay, we'll get to the bottom of it. This woman is not very pretty, the middle-aged security guard said with some disdain. Captain, although this auntie looks a little old, she is very pretty and has a good figure. And this foreign girl has an angelic face and a devilish figure, so hot. The most amazing one is the girl behind her, she is so beautiful, how about we follow the old rules and take her back for questioning? A young security guard came up to the middle-aged security guard and whispered. Those small and wretched eyes kept moving over Chen Shuiying and others. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? The middle-aged security guard gently pushed him away and said coldly. He was also very jealous. I wish I could take these women to the logistics room for a checkup right away. However, he did not become reckless because of his horny mind. Who are you? The middle-aged security guard looked at Lucy and several bodyguards. These people exude a strong evil aura. You can tell at first glance that he is not an ordinary person. This made him very fearful. We are just ordinary bodyguards. Lucy said it simply and to the point. Bodyguard? The middle-aged security guard was shocked, but also somewhat relieved. It turns out that caution is the way to go. He remembered that Chandeli's family was not rich. There is no way they would have the money to hire a bodyguard. Well, there is only one truth. He looked at Yi Tian sternly. What a scary look. He immediately looked away after being discovered. Captain! Move faster. I can't stand it any longer. The young security guard was still admiring Chin Shuiing and the others greedily, and urged them. Alpaca. The middle-aged security guard was really angry and growled. He threw a punch directly, hitting him hard in the crotch. Aha! The young security guard covered his crotch and hunched over like a shrimp. His face was pale and red, and tears kept flowing out. Team leader! The other two security guards didn't understand and shouted in confusion. Don't be like this loser, always thinking about women and being so brainless. The middle-aged security guard glanced at them and said in a deep voice. Yes, Captain. The two security guards nodded quickly. They knew that the captain would not lie to them. They placed their hands in front of their crotch and carefully stepped aside. Did any of you see anything specific? The middle-aged security guard looked at the vendors and customers who were watching. I saw that the couple was so busy playing and joking that they didn't pay attention to the road conditions, so they bumped into this beautiful woman. The beautiful woman apologized to them, but the man didn't give in and wanted to hit her. Then the foreign beauty stopped him. A middle-aged vendor stood in the crowd and shouted loudly. I saw it too. The man wanted to hit this foreign beauty, but he failed and got hurt instead. Yes, that's right, that's what I saw. Some informed spectators also started discussing the matter. You heard it too. You were the ones who made the mistake first. Let's just leave it at that. The middle-aged security guard walked up to the woman and persuaded her softly. This. The woman frowned and lowered her head in thought. The other party seems to be difficult to deal with, so the best solution is to keep quiet. But the more I take a step back, the angrier I get. No. Just wait, my brothers will be here soon, let's see how you die. The man lying on the ground refused to do it. His eyes turned red and he shouted wildly. Tap tap tap. Just then, a dozen thugs rushed over with weapons. Huazi. They saw the man lying on the ground and shouted loudly. It's finally here. Ha ha ha. When the man saw them, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. It was these guys who injured my leg. Avenge me. Then he pointed at Zhang Chunlan, Lucy and others and shouted with gritted teeth. Fuck. How dare you hurt our brothers? When these gangsters heard this, they immediately became furious. They took out iron rods and shouted ignorantly and fearlessly. Seeing that the other party had more people and more power, the middle-aged security guard quickly led his men to retreat to the side. He hid in the crowd like a quail, not daring to make a sound. Lucy, make it quick. We're in a hurry. Yi Tian, who had been silent all the time, looked at his watch and said calmly. Fuck. Good fellow, even in this situation, he is still pretending to be cool. Look at the beautiful woman next to him, how can he not be pretentious? I have to say, this little brother is really handsome and man. Yeah, just like the Prince Charming from a TV show. Yi Tian's words naturally attracted the attention of the onlookers. The originally quiet market became noisy again. You little brat, I think you are tired of living. When the gangsters heard this, they became so angry that their faces turned red. There are still people who don't take them seriously. This is outrageous. They quickly picked up their weapons and rushed towards Yi Tian and others. Bang! 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 The bodyguards fought with ease, like wild animals out of their cages. With bloodthirsty smiles on their faces, they beat these thugs with great force. Stop fighting! We surrender! Woo woo woo! I won't dare to do that again. It hurts. It hurts. It's pulling me there. Just a few rounds of time. These little hooligans were beaten to pieces, looking horrible. Hiss. Fortunately, I had foresight. The middle-aged security guard watched this scene and his back was wet with cold sweat. Team leader. The young security guard was also frightened. Because he had just been attacked in a vital part, he couldn't control himself for a moment. My pants were soaked in an instant. Grass. The two security guards who were holding him immediately threw him to the ground. Report to the young master, the mission has been completed. Lucy came up to Yi Tian and called out in a tender voice. Well, take them all out and teach them a profound lesson so that they will never dare to do evil again. Also, thoroughly investigate their backgrounds. If there are any hidden dangers, eliminate them immediately and don't give them any chance to retaliate. Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction and added a few more words. Yes. After Lucy said this, she ordered the bodyguards to drag the gangsters away. Dad, Mom, we can't go shopping in this market anymore, let's go. Yi Tian turned around and said with a smile. Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan did not feel repulsed by this and nodded. Thank you. Chen Shuiying took his arm and called sweetly. What are you thanking me for? This is my business as well. Yi Tian touched her head and laughed. Hiss. There is a great terror here. Fuck. You almost scared me to death. That man is definitely a gangster boss, so cruel. While talking and laughing, masts and oars were reduced to ashes, and murder was done without blinking an eye. That girl is so lucky. I wish I had a boyfriend like her. Wake up, it's not hard to look in the mirror, right? Afterwards, they and their family slowly left the market under the gaze of everyone. Chapter 67 Flower Market. The auction is about to begin. A prosperous flower market. There is also a lot of traffic everywhere. It was very lively and crowded. There are also many flower farmers who set up stalls on both sides of the street, selling a variety of flowers and plants. It's colorful and a feast for the eyes. And what's even more exaggerated is, the area within a few miles seemed to be filled with the fragrance of flowers. It attracted a lot of admirers. Smells so good. Chen Shuiying and Yi Tian held hands and came to a stall. Look at how beautiful my daffodils are. You will definitely not lose out if you buy one. When the elderly flower farmer saw the guests coming, he immediately welcomed them warmly. There were 2 or 3 pots of blooming daffodils on his stall. The white petals and yellow stamens are elegant and beautiful. Moreover, the leaves are dark green and shiny, adding layers of color. It makes people feel extremely peaceful and warm. Yi Tian, why don't we just buy this one? Chen Shuiying blinked her bright big eyes and looked at Yi Tian beside her. The slender jade hand was pointing at the daffodil that she loved. Okay. Yi Tian agreed without hesitation. As long as Chen Shuiying likes it, he is happy to buy it. The price isn't expensive anyway. As he said this, he was about to scan the code and pay. You two silly kids, who would buy one that's already bloomed? Chen Deli, who was watching the show behind them, hurriedly spoke up to stop them. Hey, how can you do this? The flower farmer became angry when he saw his business was ruined. He was so angry that he blew his beard and stared. Boss, don't be angry. We too are the elders in their family. Chen Deli smiled and explained quickly. When the flower farmer heard this, he had no choice but to give up. The flowering period of daffodils is generally only 20 days. I don't know how many days this daffodil has been in bloom. If I buy it now, it will probably wither before the spring festival. Chen Deli looked at Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying and said softly. Oh. Chen Shuiying nodded slightly. She really hadn't thought about this issue just now. I just thought it looked good, so I bought it. Too careless. This is a single petal narcissus. The corolla is bluish white, the calyx is yellow, the perianth has 6 petals, and there is a golden corona in the middle. It is shaped like a cup and has a fragrant scent, so it is called the golden cup jade platform, or the wine cup narcissus. Its flowering period is only about half a month. If the corona is white, there are many flowers, and the leaves are slightly thinner, then it is the silver cup jade platform. Chen Deli pointed at a daffodil and continued talking. Dad, you're awesome. Chen Shuiying was very considerate and immediately clapped her hands in support. Hey hey. Chen Deli's smile became even brighter, and he looked at Yi Tian proudly. Yi Tian felt speechless. This father-in-law is such a funny guy. This way I can show off to him. So what? I really made myself angry. At worst, I can just continue to summon the system. Let this father-in-law be humiliated again. This is a double-petal narcissus. The flowers are double-petaled and white, with 12 petals curled into a cluster. The lower end of the corolla is light yellow and the upper end is pale white. There is no obvious secondary corona. It is called Bay Narcissus, or Yillinglong. The flowering period is about 20 days. The flower shape is not as beautiful as the single petal type, and the fragrance is also relatively weak. It is a variant of narcissus. Chen Deli naturally didn't know what Yi Tian was thinking, so he pointed to another daffodil and started introducing it. I see. Chen Shuiying and Yi Tian nodded frequently. I have some preliminary understanding of daffodils. I don't quite understand. Boss, give me 2 pots of narcissus bulbs that haven't bloomed yet. Don't try to fool me. I can tell the quality of narcissus bulbs to some extent, you know? Chandeli looked at the flower farmer and said seriously. Okay. How can I dare to fool you when I meet an expert like you? The flower farmer smiled and shook his head, then selected 2 pots of daffodils that were about to bloom. Well, these 2 pots are good, let's take them. Chandeli was flattered by the praise and bought it after just a casual glance. Stop wandering around outside, let's go in and take a look. Zhang Chunlan was speechless, and then spoke up to remind her. Everyone walked towards the entrance of the flower market. Brother Jia, look. There's a beautiful girl over there. Where? Let me see. Holy shit. It really is. This face is more beautiful than the female stars on TV. What I like most is that pair of long legs. I can play with them for a few years. Her butt is so round and perky, it's just perfect. It's a pity that I can't see the exact figure because I'm wearing a coat. Hey, you can't see it, but you can feel it. Walk. At the entrance of the flower market, 2 wretched men set their sights on Chen Shuiying. They quickly blended into the crowd, surrounded them from both sides, and pressed forward step by step. Hey, hey. The 2 looked at each other, and there was a flash of evil in their eyes. The fingers moved flexibly, reaching forward implicitly. But before they could get close to Chen Shuiying, their hands were locked by the bodyguards around them. The more they tried to struggle, the tighter they were held. My palms were almost turning pale due to lack of blood circulation. Crack! The bodyguards snorted coldly and kicked their legs off. The 2 wretched men lay on the ground in agony, howling like ghosts. The passers-by nearby immediately dispersed and formed a circle. They all felt puzzled. What's going on? Yi Tian frowned and said coldly. Master, these 2 guys have improper thoughts about Madam. Lucy immediately stepped forward and reported in a low voice. But others heard it. Fuck. Scumbag. These bad guys just want to take advantage of the chaos and do some petty theft. Alas. It's almost New Year's Day, and you're still so disgusting. In my opinion, such people need to be severely punished. When the onlookers heard this, they were all very angry. Whose family doesn't have women? If we let these people do whatever they want, wouldn't that harm our families? Take him away and punish him severely. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. Yes. Lucy then told her bodyguards to leave with the 2 wretched men. Yi Tian's expression finally eased a lot. Let's go. He patted Chen Shuiying on the shoulder and spoke softly. Chen Shuiying leaned closely against him. Feeling very warm. And it feels very safe. There are even more people in the flower market. But the layout here is very well planned. So even though it was crowded, there was no problem of disorder. Walk around and take a look. The radiant Phalaenopsis orchids. Don't miss it if you pass by. Lucky bamboo brings you great wealth and honor, it's worth having. Not 998, not 688, only 298. Take the festive flowers home. Various shouts were heard, echoing in the flower market. Follow me. Chen Deli led the way in front with high spirits. This guy. Zheng Chunlan rolled her eyes at him but still followed him. In the next 2 hours, Yi Tian and his family bought a lot of potted flowers. There are everything from kumquat trees, Phalaenopsis, cyclamen, poinsettia, peach blossoms, lucky bamboo, geraniums and anthuriums, etc. Dad, why are you buying so much? Chen Shuiying looked at the busy bodyguards and staff, very puzzled. You're getting married this year, double happiness, so of course you have to set up a good feng shui formation. Chen Deli looked at his daughter, his eyes filled with joy. Even Zhang Chunlan nodded in agreement. This year's highlight is here. Everyone, go check it out. Have you heard? There are many more flowers in bonsai this year, even lotus flowers. It's so extravagant. This is a rare flower that costs 150,000 euros. What's this? This time, even our country's artificially developed agricultural orchids are on the list. The last time it appeared, the auction price reached 1.68 million yuan. Let's go. There won't be any seats left if you're late. Suddenly, passers-by gathered under the central stage of the flower market. This is the auction session at the flower market. How about we join in the fun? Chen Deli felt a little itchy and looked at Zhang Chunlan beside him. But Zhang Chunlan ignored him and did not speak. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Mom, let's go take a look. It will be fine later anyway. Seeing this, Chen Shuiying and Yi Tian hurriedly tried to persuade them. All right. Zhang Chunlan looked at them and reluctantly agreed. Chapter 68 Flower Market Auction in Progress I. Center Stage. Very delicate and beautiful. At this time, a male host who was about 30 years old was standing on it. Behind him were 2 rows of etiquette ladies wearing cheongsams. Each one is very beautiful. She has a slim figure with a curvy figure. Especially the pair of snow-white, straight long legs, which are not afraid of the cold and can be seen clearly. Wearing 10 centimeters high heels. It looks even more delicate and graceful. Yi Tian and Chen Deli were stunned by what they saw. Snort! Chen Shuiying and Zhang Chunlan also noticed it and glared at them fiercely. But they were so engrossed in watching that they didn't even notice the cold light sweeping over from the side. The 2 of them frowned and felt determined. He aimed precisely at their waists and used the claw technique directly. Hiss! Yi Tian and Chen Deli gasped in pain. At the same time, countless similar screams were heard all around. Wife, what's wrong? Yi Tian laughed and asked with a grin. Humph. Is the girl up there pretty? Chen Shuiying snorted coldly, her face icy. It doesn't look good. Yi Tian shook his head violently. Really? If they're not pretty, why do you keep staring at them? Chen Shuiying sneered. This guy started to act dishonestly so quickly and told lies with his eyes open. I wasn't looking at the etiquette ladies just now. I thought the cheongsams they were wearing were very beautiful. I haven't seen you wearing a cheongsam yet. I think you must look very beautiful in it, much more beautiful than them. Yi Tian hurriedly took Chen Shuiying's hand and said softly. Real? Then when the weather warms up, I'll buy you a cheongsam to wear. Chen Shuiying's expression finally relaxed and her tone became much gentler. Fuck. Is this even possible? Chen Deli, who was standing next to him, saw this scene and found it somewhat unbelievable and was moved. Then he said to Zhang Chunlan in an imitative way, Wife, I am the same. I don't look at those little girls, but they're cheongsams. What do you see? It's none of my business. Watch it if you want. Zhang Chunlan said coldly with a gloomy face. He was not given a chance to explain. I've never seen you wearing a cheongsam, Roll. When Chen Deli wanted to continue speaking, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Zhang Chunlan. Chen Deli felt so depressed that he could not even cry. This woman is too cruel. She doesn't give me any face at all. Well. He lowered his head and sighed softly. I swore to myself that I must coax Zhang Chunlan as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'd be angry with him every day. What dignity do I still have in front of my daughter and son-in-law? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am He Ping, the host of the Xingwang Flower Market Auction. Welcome everyone to gather here. Thank you. Just then, the male host took the microphone and spoke politely. Everyone immediately stopped making noise and looked towards the stage. Okay, let's not waste any more time and start our auction right away. As the saying goes, good luck comes first, so let's get off to a good start. He Ping shouted loudly with a smile. The tone is slightly excited and passionate. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 etiquette ladies were seen carefully holding a flower pot with a pink, purple, and yellow orchid planted on it. It was very beautiful and fragrant. Agricultural orchids. People shouted one after another from the audience below the stage. As expected, everyone in the audience is well informed and knowledgeable. That's right, the first flower we will auction today is the agricultural orchid. This is a variety that a university in our country spent 8 years to develop and cultivate. The last time it appeared at an auction, its price was as high as 1.68 million yuan. Okay, I won't waste any more time. The starting price for this agricultural orchid is 1 million yuan. Each bid increase must be no less than 10,000 yuan. The auction officially begins. The male host always had a smile on his face. He looked at the agricultural orchid beside him, then looked at the people in the audience, and shouted loudly and loudly. 1 million. 1,100,000. 1.02 million. The guests in the audience who were interested in the deal started bidding. Dad, if you like it, buy it, okay? Seeing a look of fondness on Chendeli's face, Yitian said softly. No, this orchid is very nice, but it's not my cup of tea. If there's one you like later, I'll let you bid for it. Chendeli shook his head gently, a relieved smile appearing on his face. He knew that his son-in-law was rich and caring, but there was really no need to spend money recklessly. Well, all right then. Yitian shrugged and had to give up. Soon, this rare agricultural orchid was bought by a wealthy businessman for 1.7 million yuan. Immediately afterwards, the organizers auctioned some more precious flower bonsai. But Chendeli remained motionless and never found anything he wanted to buy. Okay, the next item to be auctioned is the sleeping fire lotus. This flower only blooms for 7 days a year and is the most precious flower in Grandia. The male host looked at the flowers in bud on the display stand and spoke loudly. Holy crap! There really is a sleeping fire lotus. I heard that the fire lotus has purple petals on the outside, some golden tentacles in the middle, and a bud inside that is about to bloom. It will only open right before it withers. Some people say that these tentacles are to protect the pistil so that it can sleep peacefully, so it is called the sleeping fire lotus. There was an uproar in the audience, and everyone started discussing the issue. Please be quiet, our auction is still going on. The starting price of this sleeping fire lotus is 800,000 yuan, and each bid increase must be no less than 10,000 yuan. The auction officially begins. The male host quickly picked up the microphone and shouted loudly, drowning out the noisy voices. Forehead. Chendeli was very jealous when he saw sleeping fire lotus on the stage. He looked eagerly. But he was too embarrassed to speak and was scratching his head anxiously. Chen Shuiying and Zhang Chunlan, mother and daughter, were speechless. 2 million. Yi Tian smiled and shouted loudly. Hiss. This guy is too cruel. That's right, it's too exaggerated. It increased from 1 million to 2 million in one go. I remember the auction price of the sleeping fire lotus was 1.2 million yuan. Isn't this just raising the price? Does this young man know how to spend money? Does he have money? I'm afraid he's here to cause trouble. I have reason to suspect that he is a shill. As soon as Yi Tian finished speaking, he attracted everyone's attention. Anyone else want to raise the price? The male host looked around and asked softly. 2 million, first time. 2 million, second time. 2 million, for the third time. Deal. Congratulations to this gentleman. Yi Tian's asking price far exceeded the market value, so other interested parties had no choice but to give up. Hello, sir. Please follow us to the backstage to complete some transaction procedures. Then two staff members walked through the crowd and hurriedly came to Yi Tian and others. Lucy, go with them. By the way, you stay there, we may need to buy other auction items later. Yi Tian nodded and then gave the order. Yes, master. Lucy didn't dare to be negligent and answered quickly. Then miss, let's go. The staff was again shocked by their conversation. The attitude became more respectful. I was afraid of offending this unknown rich kid. Yi Tian. You have no skill in bidding like this. You gave hundreds of thousands more for nothing. Chen Deli reproached with some heartache. Dad, what skills are needed for this? Isn't it enough to have money? Yi Tian smiled faintly and continued, besides, isn't it very comfortable to bid like this? It's not worth wasting so much time and effort for such a small amount of money. When Chen Deli heard this, he felt helpless. The son-in-law is very rich, so he naturally doesn't care. This is indeed because he himself has not yet settled his mindset. Dad, just relax. You can also bid your own price later. I have money and can support you. Chen Shuiying hugged Yi Tian's arm and comforted him with a smile. You have money? Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan widened their eyes, looked at her, and then looked at Yi Tian. I felt relieved all of a sudden. Then it's a deal, let me have some fun later. Chen Deli rubbed his hands excitedly, already imagining what it would be like to be in the limelight. Bah! How disrespectful to the elderly! Zhang Chunlan looked at his obscene appearance and kicked him hard again. Hiss! It hurts. You crazy bitch. Try to say it again? Hiss! Deli felt pain and was about to curse when Zhang Chunlan grabbed his ear. Ha ha ha. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 69 Flower Market Auction in Progress Part 2. After a while, everyone's attention returned to the stage again. Okay, let's move on to the next auction item. This is the treasure of Dali Dangshanzhao Orchid Garden, the lotus orchid known as the Suguan lotus tripod, and it is also the most expensive orchid in my country at present. Its previous auction price reached 15 million yuan. He pinpointed at the elegant white cymbidium orchid on the display stand and shouted excitedly. Fuck! This thing is worth 15 million yuan. Alas! I really can't understand the world of rich people. The organizers are awesome. They were able to get a pot of cymbidium orchid this year. Yeah, that's right. It's worth the trip. Ha ha ha. The audience was ignited again and the atmosphere became boiling. Well, I'm determined to get this pot of lotus orchid. A young man came to the front of the stage escorted by bodyguards. Zhang Jian, sorry, I'm also interested in it. A young man walked up to him and spoke calmly. Fong Yiwu. A hint of anger appeared on Zhang Jian's face. Zhang Jian, don't be angry. The highest bidder wins. Let's see who of us has a richer family background, ha ha. Fong Jiwu laughed unscrupulously. Mad. Zhang Jian clenched his fists so tightly that veins were visible. But I still held back. Ignore this disgusting guy anymore. And on the other side, I want to give it a try and pat this pot of cymbidium orchid. Chen Deli looked a little hesitant and looked at Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying. Dad, it's only 15 million, just make your offer. Yi Tian disagreed and said lightly. Dad, just listen to Yi Tian. Chen Shuiying followed her husband's lead and quickly echoed. Chen Deli nodded heavily. A smile on his face. With his short-lived personality, he'll probably die in 2 days. Zhang Chunlan did not forget to pour cold water on him and said sarcastically. I won't. 15 million is more valuable than my life. Chen Deli plucked up his courage and replied. He. Zhang Chunlan laughed coldly. This won't bother the people around you. The auction hasn't even started yet? Why do you talk like it's already in their pocket? This is too arrogant. Then we will officially start the auction. The starting price for this pot of lotus orchid is 10 million yuan, and each bid increase must be no less than 100,000 yuan. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost heated up, He Ping said with a smile. 10 million. 10.5 million. 10.6 million. One after another, wealthy people started bidding. The other onlookers watched the show silently. 12 million. Zhang Jian still couldn't hold back and made the first bid. 12.5 million. Fong Jiwu followed closely behind, shouting leisurely. 13 million. 13.5 million. 14 million. The two of them went back and forth, neither of them giving in. Constantly fighting. Seeing this, most bidders gave up. It's almost time. Chen Deli felt the time had come and shouted, 15 million. Zhang Jian and Fong Jiwu were a little confused when he called out to them. There are actually other people who dare to interfere in this battle. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The auction price reached 15 million, and He Ping breathed a sigh of relief. He then looked at Chen Deli, and then at Zhang Jian and Fong Jiwu. 15.1 million. Fong Jiwu was the first to react and quickly shouted out the price. 15.2 million. Zhang Jian also came to his senses and cautiously added 100,000. But his brows were furrowed and he kept staring at Yi Tian. It seems familiar, but I can't remember where. 15.5 million. Chen Deli shouted again confidently. Who the hell is this guy? Fong Jiwu came all the way from Rongqing just for this pot of cymbidium orchid. He knew a lot of wealthy people in and outside the province, but he really had no impression of this Cheng Yaojin who suddenly showed up. Forget it. He shook his head and continued to shout, 16 million. At the same time, Zhang Jian finally remembered. He just came back these 2 days, and some of his friends told him to be careful. Recently, a mysterious boss came to Haicheng. Zhang Jian quickly took out his cell phone and opened the photos for comparison. Exactly the same. Fuck. Zhang Jian couldn't help but let out a low cry. Ha ha ha. Jiang Jian, you're out of money, right? Fong Jiwu smiled triumphantly. The biggest competitor is no longer viable. The remaining little Gazin are easy to deal with. Stupid. Jiang Jian looked at him with disdain and raised his middle finger. Then he hurriedly walked towards Yi Tian and others. Waste. Fong Jiwu's face turned cold and he growled. 16.1 million. Chen Deli's bid woke him up again. Rubbish. Do you think I will continue to play with you? Fong Jiwu looked at Chen Deli deeply and shouted loudly, 17 million. This price is already very high. He was confident that he could win. 17 million. Are there any other bids? This made the male host very happy. This. Chen Deli hesitated a little, not knowing whether he should make a bid. Dad, I told you long ago, just bid a high price, what a waste of time. Yi Tian knew what he was thinking and deliberately made a joke. That is. Chen Shuiying also nodded. I've been shouting for so long that my throat is dry. It hasn't been photographed yet. So boring. This double blow made Chen Deli even more depressed. 20 million. Zheng Xunlan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted loudly. Wow! Suddenly there was an uproar in the audience. 20 million. Is there a higher price? He Ping looked at Fong Jiwu with a smile. Fuck. Who are this family? Fong Jiwu cursed inwardly. After thinking for a while, I gave up. The price is really too high. 20 million, first time. 20 million, second time. 20 million, the third time. Deal. Congratulations to this lady for successfully buying this pot of Cymbidium orchid. Pa. The audience burst into applause. Zheng Xunlan had a smile on her face and seemed to be enjoying herself very much. Why are you, Chen Deli was angry and annoyed, but helpless. This was supposed to be his highlight moment. But it was snatched away so easily. And this person is his own wife. Mr. Yi. Miss Chen. Jiang Jian came in front of them and called out respectfully. Who are you? Yi Tian looked at him suspiciously and asked softly. I'm Jiang Jian, the owner of Dihao Restaurant. You and Miss Chen went there for dinner some time ago. Jiang Jian naturally told everything. You are the boss? Then Lu Xingqiao is also the boss? Yi Tian became even more confused. Yes, Dihao Restaurant was jointly opened by me and Lu Shengqiao and a few other friends, but I am the largest shareholder. Jiang Jian smiled slightly and continued. So what do you want from me? No, I just happened to run into you and Miss Chen, so I came over to say hello. Yi Tian nodded and stopped talking. Sir, please wait a moment. Fong Jiwu thought Jiang Jian wanted to buy the Cymbidium orchid across the street privately, so he ran over in a hurry. Sir, don't sell him the lotus orchid. He continued, a little out of breath. Don't worry, I won't sell it to him. Yi Tian looked at him calmly, calm and composed. That's good. Only then did Fong Jiwu feel relieved. Zhao. Damn it. When Jiang Jian heard this, he became even more furious. This guy is so disgusting. You finally admitted it? Fong Jiwu looked at him coldly and said softly. Bullshit. What did I admit? Last month, did you spend a night with my sister? That was because we were drunk. It doesn't count. I don't care. You have to be responsible for her to the end. I owe your sister. The two of them were like little kids, teasing each other constantly. Yi Tian shook his head, speechless. This circle of rich people is really messy. The auction is still in full swing. Gentlemen, please pay attention. The flowers that will be auctioned next are very suitable for giving to the ladies around you. Following He Ping's introduction, the etiquette lady brought out a pot of light pink roses. The roses exude a light fruity fragrance, which is elegant, noble, and refreshing, instantly attracting the attention of all women. This is a Juliet rose. The market price of one is about 5 million yuan. There are 9 of them here, and they will not be auctioned separately. He Ping continued. Fuck. This pot of roses costs 45 million yuan? Oh my god. This is too expensive. Is it that serious? The men curled their lips and complained. This is so beautiful. It would be so romantic if someone gave it to me. I'll marry her immediately. Women are different. The more they look at it, the happier they are. Even Chen Shuiying was no exception and couldn't take her eyes off it. Do you like it? Seeing this, Yi Tian asked gently. Chen Shuiying nodded without hesitation. That's fine. Yi Tian snorted, then said loudly, 50 million. Fuck. Fuck. Suddenly, bursts of national music were heard all around. Jiang Jian, who is this boss? Fong Jiwu was frightened and asked quickly. It's the one from the other day, you know. Jiang Jian did not hide anything, he just said it briefly. You mean, hiss. Fong Jiwu suddenly realized and took another breath. It turns out that the boss is right next to me. Oh my god. Sir, we haven't even started yet? He Ping was also shocked and quickly explained. Not enough? Then 60 million. Yi Tian said lightly. Forehead. He Ping was speechless. Are all rich people so willful? Any better offers? He asked weakly. But no one in the audience dared to say a word, it was very quiet. 60 million, first time. 60 million, second time. 60 million, the third time. Make a deal. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully buying this pot of Juliet roses. He Ping shouted a few words perfunctorily and then completed the deal. Thank you. Chen Shuiying hugged Yi Tian and said sweetly. This is what I should do. The two of them hugged and kissed each other without caring about others. Chapter 70 Flower Market Auction in Progress Part 3. After a while, the two were still kissing passionately. The others were speechless. Ahem. Chen Deli coughed a few times deliberately. Only then did Chen Shuiying feel embarrassed. Gently pushed Yi Tian away. Her little face was flushed with red, and she lowered her head without saying a word. He. Yi Tian also touched the back of his head embarrassedly. You better be careful in public and don't overdo it. Chen Deli frowned and admonished in a low voice. But I was filled with envy. I secretly thought it was great to be young. New. The two nodded slightly and spoke in unison. Ladies and gentlemen, the next part is the finale of our auction, which is also the most important part of today. Please stay tuned. At this moment, He Ping stood on the stage and continued to host the auction. Everyone's attention returned to the stage. I saw the etiquette lady and staff carefully pulling a cart and escorting a huge and beautiful bonsai to the stage. This is one of our 3 finale bonsais, the Watcher. He Ping pointed at the bonsai with one hand, his tone very excited. This fully aroused everyone's emotions. Watcher? Does anyone know how to introduce me to him? I don't know either. It seems pretty awesome. Don't panic. The host will tell you himself. Many people in the audience were confused and had no idea who this watchman was. He Ping didn't expect to suffer a Waterloo, and said with an awkward smile, this is a world-class bonsai that is regarded as national level by the art world in the United States. The Watcher was created by John Gisanako, a master in the bonsai industry. The entire bonsai simulates a natural forest. All 11 cypress trees grow upright without any complex modeling techniques such as twists and turns, interpreting the free and simple natural spirit. And this basin of Watcher has a history of 70 years since its creation. After the precipitation and polishing of time, it has a more unique charm. He Ping still had a smile on his face as he continued to introduce the Watchers around him. Fuck. Awesome. Oh wow. I don't know how powerful this is. Well, the point is, we can't afford it. When the people in the audience heard Yi Ping bragging like this, they began to talk about it. Finally arrived. Just then, Lu Yuanshan and Lu Shengqiao arrived at the Xingwan flower market, exhausted. In fact, they are not interested in flower bonsai. However, when they received the news that Yi Tian and his family were in the flower market, they immediately put down the work at hand. Come here without stopping to join in the fun. Other bigwigs in Haicheng's top wealthy circle also hold the same idea. They all, more or less, fantasized about being able to make friends with Yi Tian and others. Strive to get a chance for cooperative development. Fuck. Isn't this Haicheng's richest man Lu Yuanshan? Why is he here? Could it be that he is also interested in today's flower auction? That shouldn't be the case, right? He has never been to the flower market in previous years? I haven't heard that he likes bonsai either. Lu Yuanshan and Lu Xingqiao ignored the noise and walked straight through the crowd. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, Miss Chen. They came in front of Yi Tian and others with respectful expressions. He even lowered his voice. They participated in the preparations for the Haicheng celebration and had a lot of contact and communication with Zhang Ruodong and Lucy, so they naturally knew to keep the secret. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying nodded slightly. Hello, Mr. Chen and Mrs. Chen. Lu Yuanshan and his son then greeted Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan enthusiastically. Hello, hello. Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan felt a little flattered and responded quickly. Who are this family? They seem pretty awesome. Isn't this nonsense? Can a family that can spend tens of millions of dollars be an ordinary family? I don't know if it's my illusion, but I feel like Lu Yuanshan is quite humble in front of them. What a pity, I was blocked by these bodyguards. I was too far away to hear what they were saying. If I could get any inside information, I would have made a fortune. The onlookers nearby were even more surprised. I became more interested in Yi Tian's family. Anyway, let's just take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments to show off. Then I'll record a video and upload it to TikTok to see if it can become a trending topic. People took out their mobile phones one after another and prepared to take pictures. But he was immediately stopped by the bodyguards around him and the staff of the flower market. Ladies and gentlemen, taking photos with your mobile phone is prohibited here. A staff member shouted loudly. I took the photo, what can you do to me? A clever guy was so arrogant that he just took out his mobile phone to take a photo. Call out. A bodyguard rushed out and quickly snatched his phone. Give me back my phone. The clever guy was unhappy and roared angrily. Pa! 2 more bodyguards emerged from behind and locked him up tightly. What do you want to do? Du Jiling was scared and asked weakly. But the bodyguard ignored him and just took him out. Hiss. Could this be the underworld? How scary. Since taking photos is not allowed here, let's follow the rules. Yeah, I guess that guy just now will end up in a miserable situation. I don't want to be like him. This scene really served as a warning to others. The rest of the onlookers dared not act rashly anymore and put away their phones. Here they come. Other wealthy people are here too. Ha! They also walked towards that family. Oh my god. This year's flower market is so lively. The next second, the crowd of onlookers became excited again. Mr. Yi, Miss Chen. Other wealthy people in Haicheng got permission and came to Yi Tian one after another. Yi Tian still looked calm and nodded slightly. But Chen Shuiying was a little nervous. She just held Yi Tian's arm and said nothing. Hello, Mr. Chen and Mrs. Chen. These wealthy people also greeted Chen Deli and his wife. Hello. Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan also became increasingly nervous. They never dreamed that the wealthy people of Haicheng would greet them so warmly. I felt both happy and nervous. It's hard to describe my inner feelings for the moment. Dear guests, our auction is about to begin. He Ping had already noticed the situation below the stage, and after a while he humbly gave a reminder. Everyone then slowly looked towards the stage. This pot of watchman has been passed around for many years, including the National Museum of the United States of America, and has traveled around the world. It is extremely precious and rare. The starting price of its auction is 50 million yuan, and each increase in price is no less than 500,000 yuan. The auction starts now. He immediately got into the mood and shouted loudly. Dad, do you want this? Yi Tian turned to look at Chen Deli and asked in a low voice. Forehead. Chen Deli was pondering and considering. Mr. Chen, let me take a picture of this watcher as a gift. As soon as Lu Yuanshan heard Yi Tian's words, he spoke very sincerely. 51 million. Lu Shengqiao was smart and immediately raised his hand and shouted. Zhao. These two really know how to flatter. Damn. That's exactly what I was thinking, but unfortunately Lu Yuanshan got there first. How about we compete with him? Come on. There are still 2 finale items. The other wealthy people looked at each other and exchanged glances. Finally they wisely gave up, waiting for the next 2 rounds of fighting. Without the obstruction of these wealthy people, Lu Yuanshan only spent 70 million yuan to easily get the watcher. Mr. Lu, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Chandeli felt clear in his heart and understood that the other party gave him face because of Yi Tiankai. A man who takes something from someone else is grateful, a man who eats something from someone else is grateful. It's never a good thing. And most importantly, my son-in-law is not short of money. Mr. Chen, you're welcome. Mr. Yi has helped us a lot during this period. This is my small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Lu Yuanshan smiled and said in a low voice. Dad, just take it. Yi Tian's face was calm and he spoke lightly. These 2 days, Lucy reported her work to Yi Tian, saying that she would invest 500 billion to support Lu Yuanshan's new energy development project. Lu Yuanshan had been inviting Yi Tian to express his gratitude in person, but Yi Tian refused. If I don't give him a chance to perform now, he will probably keep nagging me. That's okay. Chandeli looked at Yi Tian, thought for a while, and then agreed. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Lu Yuanshan's face lit up and he shouted excitedly. This scene left the onlookers speechless. Obviously, he was the one giving the gift, but he was expressing his gratitude sincerely. It's really funny. Chapter 71 Flower Market Auction ends. But other wealthy people are different. They became even more fanatical. Host, please proceed to the next round of auction. They looked towards the stage and kept urging. Okay. He Ping did not dare to neglect these important figures in the audience and responded quickly. He clapped his hands gently at the etiquette lady. Then an exquisite and beautiful bonsai was pushed out by the etiquette lady. This is a bonsai with the most dragon country style of Chinese painting. It is composed of many Chinese photinia plants and has a very beautiful appearance. Whether in terms of composition, artistic conception, or technology and details, it reflects a strong dragon country style. This bonsai of the Dragon Country Yellow Bird Plum was originally the treasure of the Hong Kong Island One Nong Bonsai Garden and is also a very precious work of art. Its starting price for the auction is also 50 million yuan, and each bid increase is no less than 500,000 yuan. The auction begins now. He Ping spoke very quickly and explained the information about the bonsai in full. 50.5 million. A rich man shouted impatiently. Lao Lu, you can't do this. 53 million. Ha ha. 53.5 million. You guys are so slow. 55 million. 55.5 million. Other wealthy people rushed to bid. It's as lively as buying vegetables in the vegetable market. Yi Tian, you better stop them. Even if they give it to us, we have no place to put it at home. Chandeli frowned and spoke softly. Lu Yuanshan also heard it and patted his forehead. His face was full of annoyance. I cursed myself for having overlooked this matter. Mr. Chen, I have a villa in the Imperial Villa. If you and Mrs. Chen don't mind, feel free to move in. Then Lu Yuanshan said hurriedly. Mr. Chen, the environment of Emperor Villa is not very good. Building one of my Houting Villa is the best choice. Mr. Chen and Mrs. Chen are very welcome to stay. The wealthy real estate developer nearby rolled his eyes and immediately spoke respectfully. Emperor's Villa? Royal Court Villa? Chandeli was shocked again. This is the most expensive property in Haicheng. This villa can be given away just like that? Isn't this son-in-law too proud? Thank you for your kindness. My current neighborhood is pretty good. There's no need to move now. After weighing the pros and cons, he decisively refused. Well, please tell me immediately when you need anything. The real estate tycoon had a bitter look on his face, then handed over his business card. Good. Chandeli no longer refused and put away the business card. At the same time, this round of auction also ended. Finally, this Dragon Country Yellow Bird Plum bonsai was successfully photographed by a wealthy man in the machinery industry. Mr. Chen, look. The rich man immediately came to Chandeli and was very hesitant. This. Chandeli was hesitant. Although the other party's intentions are not pure, they are well-intentioned and we cannot lose face for them. For a moment, he didn't know how to start. Just take it and give it to your dad later. I'm sure he'll like it. Zheng Chunlan, who had been silent all this time, spoke directly. Chandeli looked at her in some surprise, then nodded. Thanks. The rich man was also relieved and very grateful. I already know about your good intentions. Before the new year, I will ask Butler Lucy to hold a cocktail party for entrepreneurs. If you are interested, come and have a look. Yi Tian looked at them and said calmly, "Thank you, Mr. Yi." All the wealthy people had smiles on their faces. "Well, Mr. Lu, I'll trouble you to register their registration information later and then report to housekeeper Lucy." Yi Tian then turned around and looked at Lu Yuanshan and said, "Okay, Mr. Yi." Lu Yuanshan was surprised and happy, and shouted quickly. Although he was treated as a lackey, he did not feel unhappy at all, but was secretly delighted. "Okay, we'll leave first. Dear bosses, please continue." After saying that, Yi Tian took Chen Shuiying and others away. "Mr. Lu, congratulations. Please take care of me in the future." After Yi Tian left, many wealthy people congratulated Lu Yuanshan with smiles on their faces. Sure. Lu Yuanshan once again enjoyed the joy of being the center of attention. "Mr. Lu, how about we find a place to have a good chat?" One of the wealthy men suggested with a smile. Lu Yuanshan nodded. "What about this auction? Mr. Yi and the others have already left, and we have achieved our goal. Why are we still staying here?" "Right." Lu Yuanshan and the wealthy people also left one after another. The entire auction became deserted in an instant. "Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy our last bonsai." Without these wealthy people, He Ping felt very sad, but he still forced himself to smile. "Don't introduce it. All the rich people are gone. We can't afford it at all. Let's go, I'm satisfied today. Well, it's almost time for dinner, let's buy 2 orange trees and report back. Now that you mention it, I'm actually a little hungry, let's go to the restaurant to eat." All of a sudden, the other guests also scattered. He Ping's face was stiff and he stood blankly on the stage. "Host, we." The etiquette lady looked at the audience and then at He Ping. "They also want to get off work. Well, pack your things first. I will explain the situation to the manager in person." He Ping smiled helplessly. "Thanks." After that, the etiquette ladies began to clean the stage carefully. Alas! Although the last one was not sold at the auction, I have already made a lot of money and fame. The manager and the boss won't blame me, right? He Ping muttered to himself as he walked to the backstage. Today is finally a complete success. Chen Deli was driving and was in a very good mood. "By the way, where are we going to eat now?" Then he asked softly. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying immediately looked at Zhang Chunlan. "Why are you looking at me? I didn't buy any food today, so I have to go out to eat." Zhang Chunlan curled her lips and said in a soft voice, "Mom, I heard there's a really good farm stay nearby, how about we go and try it?" Chen Shuiying and Yi Tian looked at each other and laughed. "Well, you guys decide." Zhang Chunlan didn't care too much and nodded. "Okay." When Chen Shuiying heard this, a sly smile flashed in her eyes. "Dad, do you know where Chuanda farmhouse is?" "I don't know, can you give me a navigation?" "Okay." Yi Tian and Chen Deli also smiled knowingly and pretended to act. Soon, Yi Tian and his family came to a place with beautiful environment. It is shaded by green trees and is beautiful and spectacular. There are endless mountains behind. There is also a clear and clean stream nearby. The air is naturally fresh and makes people feel refreshed. After a while, Chuanda farmhouse. Then he appeared in front of everyone. Plain and simple, very beautiful. "Let's go." Chen Deli parked the car in the designated area. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying quickly got out of the car and admired the surrounding scenery. "It's so beautiful." Are you all ready?" "Wife, don't worry." The two of them walked to a distance and whispered to each other. "Good." Zhang Chunlan also got out of the car, very happy. She hasn't come out to relax for a long time. "Wife." Chen Deli walked over and wanted to hold her hand. "You old man." Zhang Chunlan rolled her eyes at him but did not resist. He. Seeing that he had succeeded, Chen Deli laughed happily. "It seems that our preparations will be in vain?" Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying were stunned. They never expected that Zhang Chunlan would change her mind so quickly. "This is too outrageous. What are you looking at? Why don't you leave quickly?" Zhang Chunlan looked at them and urged. Oh. The two had no choice but to follow. Chapter 72 Comfortable. Farmhouse and hot springs are a better match. Chuanda Farmhouse. The house is built in original wooden style. Every brick and tile here reveals the ancient and quaint heritage. Master, Madam. Master, Madam. Jean Ruodong, Mikami Yua, and others were waiting at the door early. Young and beautiful waiters stood on both sides, performing the standard bow. Well, thank you for your hard work. Yi Tian walked into the hall calmly. Zhang Ruodong and Mikami Yua immediately followed behind. Is everything arranged? Yi Tian turned his head slightly and asked softly. Master, everything has been arranged. We have reserved this place for 3 days and have carefully checked it 3 times. There are bodyguards guarding inside and outside to ensure that there will be no problems. Zhang Ruodong immediately said respectfully. Well, take us to lunch first. Yi Tian nodded and then gave the order. Yes, master. After saying that, Zhang Ruodong led the way in front. Soon, everyone arrived at the restaurant. This is a 200-year-old building, which is very simple and elegant. All the ingredients at Chuanda Farmhouse are naturally grown poultry and vegetables, pure and natural without chemical pollution, and the simplest cooking method is used. The signature dish here is grilled sweet fish. As Zhang Ruodong spoke, she served Yi Tian and the others and sat them around the fire. Just then, an old man in his 50s or 60s walked in slowly. Hello. I'm the owner and chef here, Liang Yongshan, welcome to Chuanda. He came to the fire, bowed to everyone and shouted. Then he began to skillfully grill the sweet fish, matsutake mushrooms, deer, pork, duck, etc. Fish-flavored porridge. Wild vegetable tempura. Bee pupae cooked with nectar. Tempura rockfish. Cook wild vegetables. Satsuki trout sashimi. Bluefin tuna sashimi. Wild vegetable rice. Pickled vegetables. Fruit. While waiting for the charcoal grill, other dishes were served. The only seasonings are salt, ginger, and homemade soy sauce. Simple and delicious. Delicious. Yi Tian, Chen Shuiying, and others ate with gusto. Although these look very ordinary, they are delicious and tasty. Especially the original breath of nature, which makes people linger on it. What a pity, there is no wine. Chen Deli sighed as he ate. Good wine and delicious food are indispensable. All I do is drink all day long. Zhang Chunlan glared at him fiercely and then continued to eat. Chen Deli was speechless. I just said it casually. What's wrong with that? Hello? This is our homemade sake, sweet and refreshing, very delicious. Just then, the waiter came over with a wine jug and started pouring wine for everyone. Thanks. Chen Deli smiled and nodded, then picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Delicious. After saying that, he drank the sake in the cup in one gulp. Mom and Dad, let's have a drink together. Yi Tian raised his glass and said with a smile. Chen Shuiying and others picked up their wine glasses. With a light touch, they drank together happily. After a while, everyone was well fed and satisfied. Master, the hot spring is ready. Zhang Ruodong came up behind Yi Tian and spoke softly. Spa? When Chen Shuiying and Zhang Chunlan heard this, they showed some joy on their faces. Yes, there are 3 open-air hot springs in Germany. The natural environment is beautiful, the spring water is colorless and transparent, the skin feels smooth, and it has a very high beauty effect. Zhang Ruodong nodded and continued. Mom, shall we give it a try? The more Chen Shuiying listened, the more excited she became, and she asked softly. Zhang Chunlan also yearns for this very much. Butler Zhang, can you take us there? Chen Shuiying stood up and asked with a smile. Ma'am, let me take you there. Yua Mikami walked to Chen Shuiying and said in a coquettish voice. Well, thank you for your help. After that, the two of them followed Yua Mikami and left. Butler Zhang, you said it was an open-air hot spring? Yi Tian frowned, feeling a little uneasy. Please rest assured, Master. We have thoroughly investigated the employees here. There are no men dressed as women or transvestites. We have also arranged more than a dozen female bodyguards to guard the surroundings. We will not let anyone get close. Zhang Ruodong understood his thoughts and spoke immediately. Yeah. Yi Tian was relieved and said to Chen Deli, Dad, let's go to the hot spring too? Chendeli couldn't wait to stand up. Full of excitement. Butler Zhang, please take us there. Yi Tian laughed and stood up as well. Okay, master, please follow me. Zhang Ruodong took light steps and led the way by twisting her hips. Soon, Yi Tian and Chendeli came to the locker room. The two began to change their clothes. Chendeli is somewhat disrespectful to his elders. He listened to the rustling sound nearby and looked over curiously. Yi Tian had a strong body and beautiful lines, full of youthful masculinity. When Chendeli moved his eyes downward, he was immediately frightened. This is too exaggerated. I couldn't help but look down at myself. There is no harm without comparison. Dad, what's wrong? Yi Tian had already noticed his gaze and asked casually. Nothing. Chendeli became even more depressed. Then let's go to the hot springs. Yi Tian wrapped himself in a bathrobe and walked out. Alas! I had it too back then, but now I'm older and it's shrunk a bit. Chendeli quickly put on his bathrobe and followed him, muttering to himself. As soon as you enter the hot spring area, you will be greeted by bursts of white mist. The hot spring pool is very beautiful and the environment is very elegant. Thump. The two washed themselves nearby and then walked down into the hot spring. Comfortable. Yi Tian randomly chose a corner, slowly sat down, and leaned his back against the pool wall. Soak your whole body in spring water. A slight warmth. It makes people feel extremely relaxed and comfortable. Master, here are the ice-cold beer and fruit snacks prepared for you. Please enjoy them slowly. Just then, Zhang Ruotong walked in generously, carrying something. The water in this pool is so clear. Everything in the pool can be seen clearly. Fuck. Yi Tian and Chendeli were frightened by her and quickly covered their crotches with bath towels. Okay, Butler Zhang, put your things away and get out now. Yi Tian urged nervously. Okay, master. The corners of Zhang Ruodong's mouth slightly raised, as if she was smiling. She put the beer and snacks aside and left quickly without saying a word. Ahem, let's drink. Chendeli said somewhat embarrassedly. Good. Yi Tian immediately handed over the ice-cold beer. And on the other side. Shuiying, your figure is getting better and better. Zheng Chunlan looked at her daughter eagerly. I'm a little envious. That snow-white and delicate skin. That graceful and proud figure. It's just perfect. Mom, you have taken good care of yourself. You look like a girl in her 30s. Chen Shuiying blushed slightly and spoke softly. Don't lie, Mom knows it clearly. Zhang Chunlan sighed in a low voice, time waits for no one. Mom, it's true. You forgot, the last time we went shopping together, the salesman asked us if we were sisters. Silly girl, can you believe the nonsense those salesmen say? Although Zhang Chunlan said this, she had a bright smile on her face. By the way, how is your sex life with Yi Tian recently? Then she asked casually. Mom! What are you talking about? Chen Shuiying lowered her head shyly. You're already married, there's nothing to be shy about. Is Yi Tian not good enough in that aspect? Zhang Chunlan rolled her eyes at her and asked in surprise. No, he's very good at that. Chen Shuiying answered hesitantly. Very impressive? That's how powerful it is? That day in the hotel, he came 7 times in one night, and he was still not satisfied. Hiss. So fierce? Could he be a quick shooter? No, his fastest time was, I think, 40 minutes. Zhang Chunlan couldn't believe it and said anxiously, Shuiying, if it's not possible, then it's not possible. There's no need to lie for your husband. I'm not lying, this is the truth. Chen Shuiying blinked and said very seriously. Real? Then your dad is really a waste. Zhang Chunlan finally believed what Chen Shuiying said. But when she thought of that useless guy Chendeli, she became angry again. Chapter 73 Comfort. Warmth after Thai massage. About 30 minutes passed. Dad, it's almost done. Let's go, then. Yi Tian and Chendeli both closed their eyes. Sit comfortably. Although they said they wanted to leave, their bodies did not move. There was absolutely no intention of getting up. Master. Zhang Ruotong appeared again quietly beside the hot spring pool. Thump. Yi Tian and Chen Deli were startled by her and covered themselves up in panic again. Butler Zhang, what do you want? Yi Tian asked speechlessly. Master, we have also carefully prepared Thai massage services, so come in and remind you. Zhang Ruodong smiled slightly and said in a cute voice. Thai massage? This farmhouse also offers this kind of service? Yi Tian felt a little surprised. No, this was prepared by housekeeper Yua Mikami, and she brought a few maids with her. Now, the lady and the old lady are already in the room for massage. Zhang Ruodong continued. I see. Yi Tian nodded, and then said, Okay, I got it, you step aside first, we will be out soon. Okay, master. After Zhang Ruodong finished speaking, she immediately turned around and left. Massage? Chen Deli's eyes were shining brightly. Yi Tian curled his lips. The father-in-law, who looks honest and upright, actually has an uneasy heart. The two quickly put on their bathrobes and went to the locker room for a quick shower. Where do we get a massage? After Yi Tian put on his clothes, he quickly walked out of the locker room. In your room and that of your master. Zhang Ruodong has been waiting at the door. Our room? Where are Shuiying and the others? The young lady and the old lady are also in the room. In the room? When Yi Tian heard this, he was moved. Isn't it possible to watch your own wife getting a massage? Hey. Yes. Zhang Ruodong nodded. Then let's go. At this time Chen Deli also came out. Zhang Ruodong immediately called the maid and took them to their respective rooms. The room for 2 people is at the end of the corridor. The corridor was very quiet at this time. You can even clearly hear the quiet and soothing music in the room. Master! Master! As soon as the female bodyguards at the door saw Yi Tian and Chen Deli, they immediately bowed and shouted. Yi Tian gently pushed the door open and walked in quickly. The whole room was filled with fragrance. I saw Chen Shuiying lying on the bed, revealing her white back. And the half-exposed tenderness is even more captivating. She was closing her eyes, enjoying the massage service from the maid. Master, please lie down over here. Yua Mikami on the side said softly. Yi Tian looked at Chen Shuiying deeply. Then he took off his bathrobe and lay down obediently on the other bed. This is my special essential oil, which can greatly relieve your fatigue. As Yua Mikami spoke, she poured essential oil on Yi Tian's back. Hiss. Yi Tian suddenly felt a chill on his back. The fragrance around became stronger. Yua Mikami's technique is very skillful. The hands are soft and warm, following the direction of the body's meridians. Massage slowly from bottom to top. Yi Tian moaned comfortably. The tense muscles were immediately relaxed. He closed his eyes gently and seemed to relax. For the next hour, Yua Mikami massaged meticulously. From the soles of the feet to the calves and then to the knees. Then from the thighs to the buttocks, and then to the lower back. Then he massaged almost the entire body from the neck and shoulders to the top of the head. Press while sitting, standing or kneeling. Yua Mikami tried her best and was very serious. Master, this massage is over. Please have a good rest. She covered Yi Tian with a bath towel and leaned over to whisper. Yi Tian was still lying there, unwilling to get up. He just felt his whole body was light. Fatigue and stress are swept away. Squeak. Yua Mikami left with the maids. Only Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying were left in the room. After a while, Chen Shuiying then discovered that Yi Tian was sleeping next to her. Honey, when did you come in? She looked at Yi Tian and asked lazily. I've been here for a long time. Yi Tian turned his head and said lightly. He admired Chen Shuiying's graceful figure and scrupulously. Butler Mikami Yua and the others are amazing. The massage was so comfortable. Chen Shuiying squinted her eyes and said happily. Well, if you like, let them press it once a day. Yi Tian laughed and said softly. Isn't this too frequent? Twice a week is about right. Well, you decide for yourself. By the way, how is the romantic program we prepared for our parents going? Should we cancel it? Proceed as usual. So where are we going later? You can go wherever you want. As he spoke, Yi Tian had already stood up. Gently came to Chen Shuiying's side. He slowly lay down on the bed, holding Chen Shuiying in his arms. Bad guy, what do you want to do? Chen Shuiying opened her eyes slightly and looked at him. I just want to hug you. After saying that, Yi Tian gently kissed Chen Shuiying's charming cherry lips. Really just a hug? Chen Shuiying rolled her eyes at him and said shyly. I want to keep kissing. The two hugged and kissed, gradually becoming confused. Yi Tian's hands began to move restlessly again. Hate. Chen Shuiying gently pulled Yi Tian's hand. Hey hey. Yi Tian smiled wickedly. Mom and Dad are still in the next room. If it's like last time. As Chen Shuiying spoke, her face turned even redder. Forehead. When Yi Tian heard this, he felt like he was poured with cold water. The whole person is wilted. Wait a minute, there seems to be a strange noise next door. As he said this, he stood up. Walked slowly to the wall and listened closely. Obviously, it was the sound of the wooden bed shaking. Could it be that my father-in-law and mother-in-law are? What? Chen Shuiying, simply wearing a bathrobe, also tiptoed over. This. Her whole body turned red and hot instantly. Yi Tian looked at Chen Shuiying's graceful figure and became even more itchy. Shuiying, then we should also. He hugged Chen Shuiying from behind and spoke gently. Yeah. But this time, make less noise. Chen Shuiying no longer refused and nodded shyly. Good. After saying that, Yi Tian picked her up and walked towards the wooden bed. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Tian finally woke up. He sat up slowly. Are you awake? Chen Shuiying suddenly hugged him and said in a tender voice. Yi Tian put his arms around her slender waist and kissed her red lips. We have to get up quickly and remind Dad. Chen Shuiying said as she put on her clothes. Okay, let's go for a walk later. After Yi Tian finished speaking, he put on his clothes neatly. When they went out, Chendeli and Zhang Chunlan also came out of the room. The four of them were very clear about what happened just now. So they all looked at each other awkwardly. I don't know what to say. Dad, let's go for a walk, do you want to come? In the end, Yi Tian said it with gritted teeth. He kept winking secretly. Oh. You are young people, we can't keep up with you, so you go ahead. Your mother and I will just walk around here. Chendeli understood and spoke softly. Oh well. Mom and Dad, we're leaving first. After Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying finished speaking, they left quickly. It's all your fault, old man, for thinking about these things all day long. After everyone left, Zhang Chunlan pinched Chendeli's waist hard. Hiss. Chendeli cried out in pain. Everyone was clearly doing it on purpose just now, so how come it's only his fault now? Hiss. Can't I just say I was wrong? Let go. But he still admitted his mistake with grievance. Well, let's go. Only then did Zhang Chunlan let go of her hand and walked away. Chendeli followed while rubbing his waist and abdomen. Chapter 74 Host, why don't you ask me for help? Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying strolled along the tree-lined path. Lush green, birds singing, and flowers blooming. Step on the soft soil and feel the cool breeze blowing towards you. How pleasant. Hubby, can you tell them not to follow? Chen Shuiying held Yi Tian's hand and shook it gently. Yi Tian followed her gaze and looked at the bodyguards around him. No. Yi Tian thought about it and refused. They are always around and I can't feel relaxed at all. Chen Shuiying pouted and said somewhat dissatisfiedly. They are all our own people. Why should we be so reluctant to let them go? Yi Tian gently tapped her head and continued, their job is to protect our safety. TSK. What danger could there be here? This is just in case. Just be good and obey, okay? Snort. Chen Shuiying trotted to the front angrily. What's wrong with you again? Yi Tian was helpless and followed her quickly. I just want to be with you quietly. Chen Shuiying's face was still puffy. How about this, I'll ask them to stay away, okay? Yi Tian put his arm around her shoulders and asked gently. Chen Shuiying looked at him and then agreed. Then Yi Tian asked Sharapova and others not to get too close. Are you satisfied with this? Yi Tian looked at the bodyguards in the distance and said with a smile. Honey, was I really annoying just now? Chen Shuiying held his arm and spoke in a very soft voice. No, I'm so happy, how can I hate you? Yi Tian gently lifted her chin and said with a smile, I know what you mean. Then he kissed her gently. All right. Chen Shuiying quickly pushed Yi Tian away and said shyly. Yi Tian licked his lips, somewhat reluctant to leave. The two continued walking forward. Soon, they came to the bank of a river. I saw an old man fishing on the shore. Honey, let's go take a look. Good. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying smiled at each other and walked over happily. The old man had a youthful face and white hair, looked full of life and full of energy. While smoking a hookah, he observed the situation on the water. There were a lot of fish in the plastic bucket at his feet. Here I come. At this moment, the old man quickly reeled in the fishing rod and pulled the line. A river fish weighing about half a pound was pulled out of the water. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed as he put the fish into the bucket. Grandpa, that's awesome. Yi Tian gave a thumbs up and praised. So handsome. The old man then slowly raised his head and was immediately stunned by the looks of the two people. Young man, are you guys here to fish too? He came back to his senses and asked softly. Grandpa, no, we just came out for a walk. Yi Tian shook his head and said with a smile. Is that so? The old man nodded and then asked, Are you interested? I just happen to have a fishing rod here. No. Okay. Yi Tian was about to refuse, but Chen Shuiying became interested. He looks eager to try. Honey, I want to give it a try. Chen Shuiying rubbed against Yi Tian's arms, acting coquettishly. Okay then. Seeing this, Yi Tian immediately lost his resistance. Then he looked at the old man politely and said, Grandpa, please lend us your fishing rod. You are quite polite, young man. Take it. The old man shook his head and handed over the spare fishing rod beside him. Thanks. Yi Tian took the fishing rod and thanked again. Thank you, Grandpa. Chen Shuiying also said sweetly. You're welcome. After saying that, the old man started to put bait, then make a nest and cast the rod. The movements are smooth and very skillful. Wife, take this first. Yi Tian handed the fishing rod to Chen Shuiying, then pointed to a stone not far away and said, I'll move a stone for you to use as a stool. Chen Shuiying held the fishing rod obediently and kept fiddling with it. Bang. Yi Tian quickly moved a relatively flat large stone and placed it on the shore. Then he cleaned it up briefly and spread his coat on it. Sit down. Yi Tian sat down and pointed to the area in front and said. Chen Shuiying blushed slightly, glanced at the old man secretly, and then slowly sat down. Yi Tian smiled slightly and stuck close behind her. Let me help you bait it. Yi Tian grabbed the fishhook and hung a ball of cornflour on it. Thanks. Chen Shuiying gently swung the fishing rod and threw the hook into the water not far away. Looking at the water with anticipation. After a while, the old man caught 2 fish in succession. But there was still no movement from Chen Shuiying's side. Honey, why don't we have any fish yet? Chen Shuiying asked a little impatiently. Maybe we threw it in a bad position. Let's try changing the spot. Yi Tian shook his head and comforted with a smile. Then the two tried to cast the fishing hook somewhere else. After a while, they still had no harvest. The old man felt a little bored and tilted his head to look at the two of them. I saw Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying snuggling together tightly. I suddenly felt stomach discomfort. Is fishing fun? The old man asked them while he was baiting them. It's okay. Yi Tian forced a smile and spoke in a nonchalant manner. It seems you don't fish often. This is the wrong spot. The old man caught another fish and slowly put it into the plastic bucket. It feels good to just fish casually. Seeing that no fish had taken the bait for such a long time, Yi Tian reeled in the fishing line and cast the rod again. Is it good that I can't catch any fish? The old man laughed and continued to joke. Grandpa, can you teach me how to fish? Chen Shuiying blinked her big eyes and asked for advice humbly. Okay. The old man stroked his white beard proudly and spoke loudly. Thanks. Chen Shuiying thanked sweetly. Yi Tian was deeply hurt by Chen Shuiying's betrayal. I could only watch all this with some melancholy, in silence. Fishing is a leisure activity that requires a lot of knowledge. I'll teach you a few simple methods. The old man began his long speech. First, choosing a fishing spot is very important. You can tell from where you cast your rod that the water is not deep. There are not many big fish, but there are small fish all the time. The old man caught nothing this time and said as he put on the bait. Secondly, your mentality is still not calm enough. Every time you cast the rod, you put it away shortly before casting again. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The old man put down his fishing rod and stepped lightly with his feet. Then he picked up the kettle and took a big sip. So where should we throw it? Chen Shuiying nodded and continued to ask humbly. Well, just a little to the left and throw some corn there to make a nest. The old man just took a look and started talking. Oh. After Chen Shuiying said this, she immediately cast the rod again. Hubby, throw some corn in quickly. Then she called out again, eagerly. Yi Tian had no choice but to grab a handful of corn and throw it over. Host, why didn't you ask me for help this time? Suddenly, the system's voice rang in his mind. Chapter 75 God Level Skills. The Role of High Luck Value. Yi Tian was very surprised. How did this dog system suddenly appear? Could it be that I Haven T used my prestige points recently, so I'm out doing business? Tisk, it's just fishing, is that so serious? He curled his lips, his tone a little unhappy. But you didn't seem to catch any fish? The system deliberately revealed his scars and teased him in a mean way. When Yi Tian heard this, he was so angry that he almost got internal injuries. There are some fishing skills in the system mall, would you like to take a look? The system laughed and said in a gentle and persuasive manner. Just like a salesman. How many prestige points? If it's cheap, I can consider it. Yi Tian was also somewhat moved. Are you stupid? You won't buy it if it's too expensive? If you don't use the prestige points, they won't appreciate in value. Isn't this unnecessary? I don't fish often. This is really not expensive. If you don't believe me, take a look. The system quickly listed various fishing skills. Basic fishing skill, getting started with fishing, price 10 prestige points. Medium fishing skill, fishing proficiency, price 100 prestige points. Advanced fishing skill, fishing mastery, price 1000 prestige points. God level fishing skill, fishing proficiency, high luck value, price 2000 prestige points. System, is there something wrong with this God level fishing skill? Yi Tian looked at it very carefully, and then asked excitedly. I have said it many times, this system will never make mistakes. The system's attitude instantly turned cold, and its tone was very firm. Then why is it that this God level skill has an extra luck value compared to high level skills, but the price is doubled? What kind of logic is this? Yi Tian pointed at the system page and asked puzzledly. That's right, in addition to skills, the higher the luck value, the better the fishing. The system explains seriously. So, what you're saying is that fishing is just a game of luck? You can understand it this way. Yi Tian was speechless, but still purchased the God-level fishing skill. Okay, mission accomplished, I'll leave now. After the system said this, it went diving directly. Yi Tian became more and more certain that this guy was just out here to do business. Husband, look! Chen Shuiying shouted excitedly while collecting her fishing rod. Wife, you are awesome! Yi Tian finally came to his senses and clapped happily. The two of them started to be affectionate again. It's just a small fish, is it that serious? The old man felt a little jealous when he saw the two playing around. Grandpa, your advice is really useful. Chen Shuiying quickly looked at him and said with a smile. Certainly. The old man took a puff of his hookah proudly. Wife, how about letting me go fishing? Yi Tian said with some jealousy. He was eager to show off his prowess in front of Chen Shuiying. Don't you want to go fishing? Why do you suddenly? Chen Shuiying looked back at him, very confused. You caught a fish too, I can't be the only one who didn't catch any, right? Yi Tian shrugged and said softly. Well, if you catch one, it'll be my turn, okay? Chen Shuiying was in high spirits, but she still agreed. Good. Yi Tian took the fishing rod, pinched a ball of bait, cast the rod and pulled the line. Easy and carefree, done in one go. A true master's demeanor. How come this guy's technique suddenly became so proficient? The old man was shocked when he saw his actions. Just now he was like a rookie, clumsy and stiff. Is this genius? You will learn it after watching it once? Damn it! This is too outrageous. After just a dozen seconds, a fish was hooked. Call out. Yi Tian reeled in the fish very skillfully. So soon. It's huge. It must be 3 or 4 pounds. Chen Shuiying and the old man were both stunned. Grandpa, this fish is for you. Yi Tian put the big fish directly into the old man's plastic bucket. Honey, it's my turn. Chen Shuiying looked at her own little fish in the bucket and felt a little unbalanced. Honey, can you let me catch a few more? Yi Tian put his arm around her slender waist and whispered. But we just agreed. Chen Shuiying frowned and pouted her lips. Obviously not happy. I'll fish for a while longer, then I'll stop fishing and just watch from the side. Real? Well, don't cheat this time. Don't worry, wife. Yi Tian kissed her cherry lips and said with a smile. Ahem. The old man couldn't stand it anymore and said, Boy, let's have a competition to see who can catch more fish, how about it? Okay. Yi Tian accepted it very generously. Then let's officially start now. They both cast their rods at the same time, their expressions becoming serious. Call out. Call out. Call out. In just a few minutes, Yi Tian had caught 4 or 5 fish. But the old man still got nothing. Fuck. Is this the effect of having high luck? Isn't it too awesome? Yi Tian became more and more excited the more he fished, his mouth almost split open with laughter. Boy, be gentler, you're scaring my fish away. The old man looked a little ugly and said in a deep voice. Okay. Yi Tian curled his lips. Can't afford to lose? But he still agreed based on the traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and loving the young. Here I come. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man caught a big fish weighing 5 or 6 kilograms. Ha ha ha. Boy, look at my giant jack, isn't it much bigger than yours? He finally felt proud of himself. Bah! You old rascal. Yi Tian rolled his eyes at him and cursed. Then his fishing float sank. Here comes the big fish. Yi Tian held the rod with both hands and slowly reeled in the fish. The fishing rod bent more and more, and ripples appeared on the water surface. Crash! A big fish weighing at least 8 kilograms jumped out of the water and then sank back into the water. Fuck! Seeing this, the old man could only say the simplest and most brutal words. Wife, be careful. Yi Tian quickly stood up and walked left and right along the shore. Chen Shuiying stepped aside and watched all this nervously. The movement in the water gradually became quieter. This is the fish tired. Good opportunity. Yi Tian dragged the fishing rod slowly. Soon, a huge, plump silver fish flipped sideways on the water. With nimble hands and feet, he grabbed the silverfish's mouth and pulled it up. Grandpa, what do you think of this fish? Yi Tian smiled freely and happily. The old man feels very sad. I can't even compete in fishing, so I have to eat dog food. This world is so fucking unfair. Grandpa, this fish is for you too. Yi Tian decided to quit while he was ahead and put the fish into the old man's bucket. Thanks. The old man looked at him deeply and said with great gratitude. Don't thank us. Without your fishing rod, we wouldn't have had such a great time. Yi Tian said with a smile. Play? The old man's heart was hit hard again. He is taking the game very seriously. Never mind. It can be considered as compensation that we can catch so many fish today. Honey, it's my turn. Chen Shuiying then hurried over and said in a cute voice. Yi Tian nodded and handed over the fishing rod. Honey, you have to teach me how to fish later. You can't keep it to yourself anymore. Good. Chapter 76 Going Home. Purchase the Advanced Housekeeping Skill Pack. 3 days. It just passed easily. Knock knock knock. Yi Tian, Shuiying, hurry up and get up. We'll go back after breakfast. Outside the door, Chendeli and Zhang Chunlan urged. I know. Chen Shuiying was woken up and shouted loudly. She sat up with difficulty. He rubbed his sleepy eyes. Hubby, wake up. Chen Shuiying gently pushed Yi Tian and spoke softly. Yi Tian snorted. Then he turned over and continued to sleep. Husband. Chen Shuiying shouted a few more times, but still to no avail. I don't care about you. She was also a little grumpy after waking up, and patted Yi Tian's chest. Then he slowly got out of bed and took off his loose pajamas. The snow-white and charming body is fully exposed. Wife, you are so beautiful. Yi Tian's voice suddenly sounded. Humph. You just realized you need to wake up now. You really know how to pick the right time. Chen Shuiying ignored his burning gaze and continued to wear her clothes. Wife, you are getting better and better. Yi Tian sat up and admired the stunning beauty in front of him. Stop talking about these nonsense, hurry up and get up, brush your teeth and wash your face. Chen Shuiying rolled her eyes at him and said in a tender voice. Okay, my dear wife. Yi Tian jumped off the bed and hugged Chen Shuiying tightly from behind. Bad guy, what do you want to do? Chen Shuiying's heart beat faster and she looked back at him. I just want to hug my wife. Yi Tian gently kissed Chen Shuiying's forehead. He. Chen Shuiying didn't believe his nonsense. Last night he said he just wanted to hug me and not do anything bad. As a result, I spent another whole night in trouble. It hurts my heart to see my wife like this, so I need some comfort. As he said that, Yi Tian started to move his hands around again. Stop making trouble. Mom and Dad are waiting outside. Chen Shuiying pushed his hand away and shouted coquettishly. Forehead. Yi Tian's face suddenly froze and he had to stop. Pa. In the end, he couldn't help it and gently patted Chen Shuiying's buttocks. You. Chen Shuiying widened her eyes and looked over with resentment. This reminded her of the new move she had unlocked last night. Hey. Yi Tian knew when to stop and immediately ran to the side to change his clothes. Next time, don't do these weird poses anymore. Chen Shuiying blushed and spoke in a low voice. What's so strange about this? You didn't refuse yesterday. Yi Tian said as he changed his clothes. That's because I want to satisfy you. Chen Shuiying had already changed her clothes and was tidying herself up in front of the mirror. Aren't you satisfied then? An evil smile appeared on Yi Tian's face. In an instant, even Chen Shuiying's ears turned red. Scientific research shows that these are helpful in maintaining a couple's relationship, and many couples do this. Honey, please don't be so shy and resist, okay? Yi Tian gently stroked her hair and said softly. Real? Chen Shuiying looked at him puzzledly. Where did you see it then? On the internet. Then send me the link. I want to see it too. It happened a long time ago. I'll have to look through the records to see if I can find it. Yi Tian got scared and lied quickly. You're not lying to me, are you? No. Then remember to send it to me. Let's go out. Chen Shuiying took his arm and smiled sweetly. The two arrived at the restaurant quickly. I saw that Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan had reconciled. Even flirting. Ahem. Chen Deli saw Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying and immediately pretended to be serious and said in a deep voice, You two are too slow. Shuiying didn't sleep well last night, so she got up late. Yi Tian sat on the chair and said softly. Chen Shuiying looked at him in shock. There are such shameless people. She couldn't help but reach out her jade hand and pinch his waist hard. Hiss. Yi Tian felt pain and gently held Chen Shuiying's hand. But he still kept a smile on his face. Thank you for your hard work these past few days. Zhang Chunlan watched the two people's little movements and didn't pay any attention. Mom, we didn't actually prepare anything. Dad arranged everything. Chen Shuiying then let go and said with a smile. Ha. Your dad is such a blockhead, can he think of such a romantic date? Zhang Chunlan glanced at Chen Deli with disgust. But there is always a happy smile on his face. It had been a long time since she had experienced being treated like a little princess. Actually Chen Deli wanted to refute, but he was powerless. Okay. Have your breakfast. Zhang Chunlan still considerately picked up a meat bun for him. Obviously he is in a good mood. Seeing this, Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying looked at each other. They all laughed at the same time. Hurry up and eat, you still have to clean up when you get home. Zhang Chunlan blushed slightly and urged unhappily. I know. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying hurriedly buried their heads in drinking porridge. Happy community. Ha! I'm finally back. As soon as Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying returned home, they sat on the sofa to rest. "Old man, after you use the toilet, go clean up the mess in the room," Zheng Chunlan said as she opened the window for ventilation, "and you too, don't be lazy either, clean up your doghouse quickly." "My room is not a doghouse." When Chen Shuiying heard this, she immediately became unhappy. "Ha ha. If I hadn't cleaned it so often, would your room be so clean and tidy?" Zheng Chunlan sneered. "I? What do you mean by I?" "Hurry up." Chen Shuiying pouted and walked into the room reluctantly. "Mom, I'm going in too." Yi Tian immediately stood up and said with a smile. He didn't want to be lectured by his mother-in-law. "Well, go ahead." Zheng Chunlan's tone softened a little, and then she said, "You and your dad should clean the entrance, toilet, kitchen, living room and balcony later." Yi Tian was completely dumbfounded. "Isn't this just asking them to clean the whole house?" "Mom, where are you responsible for cleaning?" He touched his nose and asked awkwardly. "Me? I have to go out later." Zhang Chunlan's face was very calm and she spoke indifferently. Yi Tian finally recognized the true face of his mother-in-law. "I feel a little sad." "What's the big deal?" "Your father has always been in charge of this in previous years." Zhang Chunlan looked at him deeply and said softly, "Go back to your room and pack up. Come out and help when you're done." Oh. Yi Tian walked into the bedroom with a lot on his mind. Isn't this father-in-law too miserable? Host, I have already reminded you to buy the housekeeping skill package. The system came out again and said jokingly. Roll. Yi Tian was very unhappy. Will you buy it or not? The system chuckled and searched for the advanced housekeeping skill package, then continued to ask. Purchase. Yi Tian said this and directly spent 2,000 prestige points. Alas! I really don't know what you are thinking. You will have to buy it sooner or later anyway, so why not buy it earlier? Buy it earlier and enjoy it earlier. It's a great deal. The sound of the system gradually became smaller and finally disappeared completely. When Yi Tian heard this, he became even more angry. I can only turn my grief and anger into motivation and clean up seriously. Chapter 77 Studio. Commercial shooting is about to begin. In the living room, Yi Tian and Chen Deli were cleaning hard. Son-in-law, you're not that fast. Look how fast and clean I wipe it. Chen Deli stood on a stool, wiping the windows and showing off. Yi Tian curled his lips, speechless. What is the use of being fast and good? What's the point of cleaning so actively? This father-in-law is probably just trying to have fun despite his misery. It's really pitiful. Son-in-law, I understand your little thoughts. There is no need to hide them. What I want to tell you is that we are all the same. Chen Deli looked at Yi Tian and laughed heartily. Now with Yi Tian, he finally no longer feels lonely. When Yi Tian heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Who is the same? How could Chen Shuiying dare to act rashly in front of him? She has always been gentle and kind, like a little bird. How can she be as brave and strong as my mother-in-law? Ha ha. Then tell me, why are you here cleaning with me? Chen Deli still had a smiling face, which was very annoying. That's not. It's all because of your wife. But Yi Tian still didn't dare to say it out loud. I was afraid that my father-in-law would tell on me. Hey. Chen Deli chuckled and continued, hurry up. If your mother-in-law comes back and you haven't finished yet, it will be your fault. Grass. Yi Tian cursed this shameless old guy in his heart. Using chicken feathers as a token of authority. Well. But he still sighed helplessly. Then he put away his lazy and careless thoughts. With the benefit of advanced housekeeping skills, I quickly cleaned the living room. Honey. Butler Lucy just called me. She said the preparations for the New Year's commercial have been completed and we can start shooting anytime. Chen Shuiying ran out excitedly with Yi Tian's cell phone. Be careful. I just mopped the floor and it's still a little wet. Yi Tian quickly reached out and grasped her arm firmly. Look. She even posted photos in the group. Chen Shuiying leaned against Yi Tian and became more and more excited as she spoke. Okay, you sit down first. Yi Tian gently pressed her onto the sofa. Then he sat next to her and took a quick look. Hubby, how about we go over there this afternoon and take a look? Chen Shuiying took Yi Tian's arm and said coquettishly. Okay. But that has to wait until I finish cleaning the house. Honey, can you come and help too? Yi Tian smiled and asked softly. But my mom told me that I can't help my dad. Chen Shuiying said with some embarrassment. Then you're not helping him, you're helping me. Yi Tian pinched her cheek and pretended to be pitiful. Oh well. Chen Shuiying looked at him and thought about it. Finally I agreed. Hey hey. Yi Tian put his arms around her shoulders and kissed her lips gently. Then he made a victory gesture to Chendeli. Seeing this, Chendeli was both angry and annoyed. Ying, why can't you help Dad? He asked with a frown, somewhat sadly. Mom said that you haven't been helping with housework on weekdays, and now that it's New Year's Day, I'll let you do it all by yourself. Chen Shuiying looked over and said with a smile. Ying, are you willing to let Dad suffer so much? Chendeli's face became increasingly ugly, and his tone became weaker. He finally understood why he had to clean alone all these years. But I dare not disobey my mother. I can help, but if she finds out, I can only say that you ordered me to do it. Chen Shuiying said in a cute voice. No. Forget it, just help your husband. This is also indirectly helping me. When Chendeli heard this, he didn't dare to agree. Chen Shuiying nodded, a sly look flashing in her eyes. Then let's clean up quickly. Yi Tian was also a little afraid of his mother-in-law. Good. Chen Shuiying immediately put down her phone and rolled up her sleeves. Then he picked up the rag and ran to wipe the cabinet. Century Building. After Yi Tian finished his meal, Chen Shuiying urged him to come over. Master Mr. Yi. Madam Ms. Chen. Lucy, Lu Xingqiao and others had been waiting at the entrance of the building. Well, let's go up quickly. Yi Tian looked at them, then looked at Chen Shuiying, and said with a smile, someone can't wait any longer. What are you talking about? Chen Shuiying became anxious and quickly pinched his waist and shouted in a low voice. What's wrong? Aren't you allowed to say this? I don't have any. As they talked, they began to flirt with each other again. Lucy rolled her eyes at them, knowing this would happen. Master, there are a lot of people here, please be careful. Lucy had to remind him. It's all your fault. When Chen Shuiying heard this, she became even more embarrassed. Patted Yi Tian's arm gently. Can you blame me for this? Yi Tian was unhappy, and then asked Lu Xingqiao, do you think it's her fault? Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I was distracted just now and didn't see it. Lu Xingqiao was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. You tell me. Yi Tian glared at him, then looked at the bodyguards around him. Master, we didn't see anything. All the bodyguards immediately shook their heads and spoke loudly. Look. Chen Shuiying smiled triumphantly. Okay, let's go up. Yi Tian didn't want to bore himself and said to Lucy. Okay, master. Please follow me. Lucy immediately took him and Chen Shuiying into the hall. Master, we have set up a personal studio with Mr. Lu to serve Madam. Lucy stood in the elevator, looked at Lu Xingqiao, and said softly. Studio? Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying looked at each other and asked in confusion. Yes. The 36th floor here is the office location of our studio in Haicheng, and the office location in Modu is also ready. Lucy smiled and said in a sweet voice. Yi Tian nodded. Lucy's work efficiency is really amazing. Fast and good. Isn't this bad? Chen Shuiying frowned, looking a little worried. She knew it very well. If Yi Tian wanted to make her a singer, he could do it easily. However, she really didn't want to rely too much on Yi Tian. She just wants to work hard based on her own strength. It's okay. I promise not to interfere with your career. I didn't know they set up this studio, and I will let them only take care of the logistics. Yi Tian naturally knew what she was thinking and assured her in a deep voice. We agreed that you can only help me this time. Regardless of whether the ad is successful or not, you are not allowed to help me again in the future. Chen Shuiying looked at him and said seriously. Got it. Yi Tian smiled slightly, then looked at Lucy and the others and said, you heard it too, so you should know what to do, right? Lucy and Lu Xingqiao nodded heavily. Master, this time we have invited the famous director Zhang Mao from Longwei to shoot the commercial. We have also invited the best Chaoyang dance troupe from Longwei to be in charge of the dancing. We have also invited 3 special effects companies from Hollywood. Lucy adjusted her glasses and continued. Yi Tian snorted softly. With this configuration, we should be able to shoot this commercial well, right? In addition, we hired a music team from Shanghai Entertainment Company at a high salary to be in charge of recording matters. And Lucy looked at Chen Shuiying, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. Shanghai Entertainment? Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying looked at each other with complicated expressions. Any questions? Lucy asked, confused. No problem, go on. Yi Tian waved his hand and said softly. Well, we have also specially recruited several outstanding instructors from the world's top school, the Eastman School of Music, to teach Madam singing techniques. Lucy then spoke. Chapter 78 Start filming. 36th floor. Ying Tian. As soon as you arrive at the studio, 2 large, golden characters come into view. Master, Madam, please come inside. Lucy said respectfully, standing at the door of the meeting room. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying nodded, then walked in with big strides. At this time, many people had already arrived in the conference room. Among them are Han Yunxiang and Zhou Mei. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying stood upright in the main seats. Let me introduce you to the 2 owners of our studio, Mr. Yi and Ms. Chen. Lucy stood to one side and introduced loudly. Pa. Everyone stood up and applauded. Everyone, please take a seat. Yi Tian waved his hand and said softly. Seeing this, everyone sat down. Mr. Yi, Ms. Chen, I'm Zhang Mao, who is in charge of this advertising shoot. The artistic middle-aged man on the right stood up again. His manners and conversation are very good. The filming is ready. When will it officially start? He looked at Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying and continued to ask. Director Zhang, it's up to you to decide. Yi Tian didn't think much and said directly. Because time is tight, I hope to start today. I wonder if it is possible. Zhang Mao asked tentatively. Shuiying, are you okay? Yi Tian then looked at Chen Shuiying beside him. Yes. Chen Shuiying nodded and said softly, Director Zhang, then let's do as you say. I have no problem with that. Thank you, Mr. Yi and Ms. Chen. Zhang Mao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Afraid that the other person will be angry. Then let's start discussing the filming. He sat down again and spoke to everyone. About an hour passed. The meeting finally ended. Honey, I'm going to put on makeup first. Chen Shuiying took Yi Tian's hand and said softly. Go ahead. Yi Tian touched her head affectionately. Chen Shuiying stood up quickly. Then she followed the makeup artist out of the meeting room. Mr. Yi, we have already communicated with the TV station and the online platform, and the price has been reduced to the lowest. After everyone left, Han Yunxiang said respectfully. I don't care whether the price is affordable or not. I just want to know whether the ads will be available on all channels and networks. And, will they be broadcast during prime time? Yi Tian's face was calm and he spoke softly. He was never stingy when spending money on Chen Shuiying. Master, the advertisement will cover all networks. However, there are still 3 popular satellite TV stations with prime time. There are too many competitors, so we are still discussing it. Lucy looked at Han Yunxiang and spoke. Is it a price issue? Double our offer. If that's still not enough, then keep throwing money at them until they're satisfied. Yi Tian took a sip of water and said calmly. Okay. Lucy nodded. By the way, I heard that you can buy online pirates. Does anyone know how to do that? Yi Tian looked at everyone and asked again. You are. Lucy looked at him and instantly understood what he meant. There was a gleam of brilliance in her beautiful eyes. Well, don't save money, the more the better. Yi Tian smiled slightly. I know what to do. Lucy said in a cute voice. Han Yunxiang and Zhou Mei didn't speak. Obviously, he was still shocked by their conversation. Rich people really can do whatever they want. Mr. Yi, our bank headquarters hopes you can come to the capital to be our guest. Han Yunxiang hesitated for a while, but still said it with gritted teeth. The imperial capital? Yi Tian hesitated for a moment and continued, well, if I have the chance, I will go. Then we are waiting for your arrival. Han Yunxiang's face lit up with joy and he spoke hurriedly. Master, apart from this advertisement, are we really not going to help Madam anymore? Lucy asked, confused. Of course not. Lucy, have you acquired any music companies recently? Yi Tian shook his head and asked back. Not yet. Currently, we have only entered the film industry and acquired several film companies and cinemas. Well, we have also recently acquired 3 video websites and 2 live broadcast platforms, and we are integrating resources. Lucy looked at Han Yunxiang and the other man, and said it generously. Live broadcast? Yi Tian's eyes lit up and he had an idea in his mind. Well, you should acquire a well-known domestic music company and music platform as soon as possible. Remember, all of this must be kept secret from my wife, and no news can be leaked. He continued. Yes. Lucy nodded slightly, looked at her watch and said, Master, it's almost time, we can go to the scene to watch the rehearsal. Yi Tian snorted lightly. Soon. Everyone came to the recording studio. I saw that the stage was decorated very beautifully. It is filled with the festive atmosphere of the spring festival. The band began to play, and the melody slowly rose, gradually becoming cheerful. The dancers slowly entered the stage and began their colorful performance. Chen Shuiying looked exceptionally beautiful in her red cheongsam. She stood in the center of the stage with a smile, picked up the microphone and started singing. Post a pair of good spring festival couplets, and wish you happiness every year. Let's have another bowl of sweet dumplings, and let the families reunite. Make a small wish, and hope everything goes as you wish. When the gongs and drums sound loudly, your wish will come true. A good spring brings a good festival, and the world is filled with joy. Chen Shuiying's singing voice suddenly lingered in the entire studio. Cheerful, ethereal, and sweet. It's like a gentle spring breeze, blowing on everyone's hearts. It gives people the illusion that the spring festival has already arrived. And she would occasionally jump up and down on the spot, which was very lively and cute. It also brings more joy. Yi Tian and others couldn't help but smile with satisfaction as they watched and listened. After a while, the shooting was over. Pa, pa, pa. Everyone clapped in unison. This is so perfect. Miss Chen, you did very well. You passed it on the first try. Zhang Mao was also very satisfied and praised. Thank you, director. Chen Shuiying was greatly encouraged when she heard this. The others performed very well too. Keep up the hard work. We will take a half-hour break now and then continue shooting the next song. Zhang Mao nodded, then looked at the other staff members and clapped his hands. How did I sing? Chen Shuiying came to Yi Tian and asked happily. I felt like I was watching a pop diva in concert. It was just amazing. Yi Tian raised the corner of his mouth slightly and gave a thumbs up. Hee hee, I knew you would say that. Chen Shuiying smiled even more brightly. Madam, please take the ginseng tablets and honey water. Just then, a maid came over cautiously with a plate. This is? Chen Shuiying and Yi Tian looked over. Master and Madam, these are specially prepared by Butler Mikami. Among them, the wild red ginseng from Changbai Mountain was purchased by Butler Mikami at a cost of 20 million yuan. This cup is made from ELVLSH honey and snow-capped peak water from Mount Kilimanjaro, which can protect your throat very well. The maid said immediately. Chen Shuiying was speechless. I knew these things wouldn't be easy. Thanks. Then she picked up the water cup, took a sip, and then put the ginseng slice in her mouth. At the same time, the other maids also came in with afternoon tea. There are foods such as Australian lobster, abalone, caviar, ham, beef, etc. They were quickly distributed to each staff member. Make sure everyone gets one portion, and if it's not enough, get more. Hiss. This stunned Han Yunxiang and Zhou Mei. This is too exaggerated. Chapter 79 The arrival of Mao Xiaotong and the others. About 20 minutes passed. Chen Shuiying spat the ginseng slices in her mouth onto the tissue. Wrap it up quickly and throw it in the trash. Then she took another sip of honey water. Moistened his throat. Honey, I have something I want to confess to you. Chen Shuiying took Yi Tian's arm and said softly. What bad thing have you done again? Yi Tian put his arms around her slender waist and laughed. Hate it. I didn't do anything bad. Chen Shuiying gently patted the restless hand and continued, I want to shoot the rest of the commercial with Ma Xiaotong and the others. Well, even if you want to, there's no way. As Yi Tian spoke, he suddenly understood. Mao Xiaotong and others must have come. Well, Butler Zhang has sent someone to pick them up at the airport. They should be here soon. Chen Shuiying is like a little kid who has done something wrong. Very uneasy. Wife, you have really become a bad person. You actually dared to act without authorization. Yi Tian patted her buttocks gently and whispered. No. There are too many people here. Chen Shuiying immediately held Yi Tian's hand. Both annoyed and embarrassed. When we get home, I will accept your punishment. Then she added tenderly. Any punishment is acceptable? Yi Tian widened his eyes, somewhat incredulous. I was even more ecstatic. Well, don't go too far. Then I want to try a few new moves, is that okay? Besides? Chen Shuiying looked at him in some surprise. How come there are so many variations on this kind of thing? It's incredible. Hee, you promised, don't go back on your word. Yi Tian smiled even more. I know, stop talking. Chen Shuiying shyly tugged at the corner of his clothes. Okay. Only then did Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction. Just at this moment, Ma Xiaotong, Huang Lia, and Qinyao walked in. Shuiying. As soon as they saw Chen Shuiying, they shouted excitedly. The four of them gathered together as if they were meeting again after a long absence. Chattering non-stop. Yi Tian, why did you suddenly marry Shuiying? Ma Xiaotong lowered her voice and asked in a cute voice. Well, I suddenly wanted to get married, and Shuiying agreed, so I went to get the marriage certificate. Yi Tian touched the back of his head and said with a smile. Is it so casual? When the three heard this, they looked at Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying. Very surprised. Don't listen to his nonsense. Chen Shuiying rolled her eyes at Yi Tian and then said, Have you practiced the songs I sent you? It's a must. Mao Xiaotong replied immediately. Huang Lia and Qinyao also nodded. Then go put on your makeup first. Your clothes are ready. Chen Shuiying looked at them and urged. Good. Then, the makeup artist took the three of them away. When did you give them the song? Yi Tian asked with some curiosity. After the arrangement is completed, I will send it to them along with the lyrics. Chen Shuiying quickly lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. Oh. So it was premeditated. Yi Tian laughed jokingly. Chen Shuiying was speechless and could only remain silent. Don't hide it from me next time. I won't care about such a small matter. Yi Tian gently lifted her chin and said softly. Chen Shuiying felt relieved. Suddenly like a chick pecking at rice. After a while, Ma Xiaotong, Huang Lia, and Qinyao came out in their best attire. Although not as beautiful as Chen Shuiying, she is also very beautiful. Well, let's record Gongxi Fakai first. You guys can try to sing it according to your division of labor, and I'll see how it goes. Zhang Mo walked up to Chen Shuiying and the three others and spoke very seriously. Good. They nodded heavily and walked to the center of the stage. The melody sounded. The four of them began to slowly enter the stage, singing very seriously. Although the song is relatively simple, it has to be said that their singing level is indeed not low and they handled it with ease. Soon they finished singing. Let me first give you my opinion. There is nothing wrong with your singing skills, but you are too stiff on stage. Don't be nervous, be more natural, more lively, and more cheerful. If you add a little more body movement, it might be better. Zhang Mao immediately walked onto the stage and spoke softly. We know. Chen Shuiying, Mao Xiaotong, and the other two looked at each other and said. Okay, let's do it again. After saying that, director Zhang Mao walked down. The second recording session started immediately. Congratulations on your fortune. Congratulations on your wonderful performance. The best please come. If you are not good, please go away. Oh. The more courtesy, the better. This time it is indeed much better and more enjoyable to watch. Yes, that's fine. Zhang Mao's face finally stopped being tense and relaxed. Thank you, director. Chen Shuiying and the other three immediately expressed their gratitude. You guys take a break first and we'll continue later. Zhang Mao nodded. Okay. They immediately returned to the rest area to drink water and touch up their makeup. Mr. Yi, I have something I want to talk to you about. Zhang Mao slowly walked to Yi Tian's side and spoke softly. Director Zhang, please don't be so formal. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Yi Tian had a smile on his face, his eyes like water. Actually, I'm planning to make a movie recently, but I haven't found any investors yet. I wonder if you're interested. Zhang Mao stopped talking nonsense and spoke directly. Just ask Lucy about this. That's it? Yi Tian thought something big happened. Mr. Yi, the budget for this movie may require 500 million. Zhang Mao quickly added. He didn't think that a small housekeeper could decide such a big project. Only 500 million? Just go find Lucy. As long as she thinks it's okay, we will directly invest the full amount in you. Yi Tian said very calmly. When Zhang Mao heard this, he was stunned. What do you mean only 500 million? Isn't Mr. Ye's tone too arrogant? Moreover, a small housekeeper can make his own decisions. Could it be a lover? It's impossible? Director Zhang, do you have anything else to do? Yi Tian saw that he was in a daze and asked. Oh. No more, thank you Mr. Yi. Zhang Mao finally came to his senses and spoke quickly. Well, I'll go over first then. After saying that, Yi Tian walked straight towards Chen Shuiying. Forget it. I have no business doing this. Zhang Mao looked at his back and sighed. Then he ran to find Lucy. At this time, Mao Xiaotong is holding a selfie stick and trying hard to act cute. Hello? Hello everyone. I am Tong Tong, who is loved by everyone and makes flowers bloom wherever I see her. This is my good sister, Ying. Chen Shuiying sat aside and said shyly, hello, everyone. Visitor 119, wow. They are all beauties. Visitor 110, everyone, please stop posting comments. I want to lick the screen. Visitor 120, 666,666. Visitor 007, Ying is so beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend? Visitor 114, I want Yaya. She's the biggest. Although there are not many viewers, there are quite a few comments. Occasionally there are also sporadic gifts. Thank you for the gift. Thank you for your support. I have good news for you all. The anchor is filming a commercial. Mao Xiaotong smiled sweetly. Visitor 013, Tong Tong, is this advertisement serious? Visitor 648, it's confirmed, the person upstairs is an LSP. Visitor 168, can you give me your contact information? I want to send you some local specialties. Visitor 555, woohoo. Has the anchor finally been kept by someone? The barrage of comments emerged again. We're shooting a New Year's ad, it's serious. We are not being kept. Mao Xiaotong was speechless and quickly explained. She saw Yi Tian standing to one side and immediately said, okay, let's stop talking. We're going to start filming soon and we'll be broadcasting again in the evening. Bye. Bye-bye. Chen Shuiying and the other two were also forced to open their business and shook their heads. Live broadcast? After waiting for a while, Yi Tiankai finally spoke. Mao Xiaotong nodded. Not bad. Yi Tian smiled and sat next to Chen Shuiying. Chapter 80, Assembling a Computer. Start preparing for the live broadcast. Time flies. 2 more days passed. The New Year advertisement has been filmed. Now all that's left is special effects and post-processing. Chen Shuiying then became free and stayed at home doing nothing all day. Stand up. Zhang Chunlan came to the living room to sweep the floor and got angry when she saw Chen Shuiying lying on the sofa. He patted her shoulder gently, with disdain. Mom! Chen Shuiying felt pain and quickly sat up, shouting with a bitter face. Look at yourself. You are lazy and gluttonous all day long. You either eat or sleep. You don't even learn how to do housework. How can you be a good wife? Zhang Chunlan glared at her and scolded her. But there are hundreds of maids at home, so there's nothing much I can do, right? Chen Shuiying pouted and said helplessly. This. Zhang Chunlan was speechless for a moment, then she said angrily, isn't there no maid now? Why don't you go to the kitchen and wash the vegetables quickly? Your father and your husband will be back soon. As she said this, she knocked on Chen Shuiying's head again. Oh! Chen Shuiying covered her head and walked into the kitchen feeling very aggrieved. Squeak! Just then, Yi Tian and Chen Deli came back. How are things going at the factory? As soon as Zhang Chunlan saw them, she started asking. Well, the year-end bonuses have been distributed and everyone has gone on holiday. Chen Deli immediately smiled and said happily. Zhang Chunlan also nodded happily. Old lady. Then several more bodyguards came in and shouted respectfully. Then they continued to move the cardboard boxes and placed them at the door of Chen Shuiying's bedroom. What is this? Zhang Chunlan looked at them and asked puzzledly. Mom, this is the mainframe computer for Shuiying. Yi Tian also looked over and explained briefly. Don't we already have one at home? And we also have a laptop. We can't waste money. Zhang Chunlan frowned slightly and continued. These things are all about configuration and performance. The quality of the computer affects the effect of the live broadcast. If you are a woman and don't understand, don't interrupt. It makes you look too ignorant. Chen Deli satisfied his desire and said softly. Ha ha. I don't understand, I'm ignorant, go out and eat lunch by yourself. Sweep this floor by yourself. When Zhang Chunlan heard this, she immediately became angry. She threw the broom to Chen Deli and walked into the kitchen angrily to cook. Isn't it just talk? Is it that serious? Chen Deli was sweeping the floor while muttering to himself. Looking aggrieved. Yi Tian looked at him and couldn't help shaking his head. This father-in-law is such a funny guy. Don't you know your family status yet? Talking nonsense casually, isn't that asking for death? Dad, I'm going to assemble the computer. After saying that, Yi Tian started to unpack the boxes. Honey, let me help you. At this time, Chen Shuiying ran out happily. Yi Tian nodded. The two showed their affection while working. Chen Deli was very envious of what he saw. Honey, this computer cost a lot of money, didn't it? Chen Shuiying looked at the exquisite and cool computer parts in her hand and asked softly. Very cheap. Yi Tian didn't say it directly, he just smiled. How much are these two for me? Chen Shuiying raised the graphics card in her hand and asked in a soft voice. This is a Radeon Pro SSG 32GB graphics card, the retail price is only 89,999 yuan. Yi Tian glanced at it casually and said lightly. 89,999? Two will cost 180,000. Chen Shuiying murmured in surprise. She never expected that a computer part could be so expensive. What about this? Chen Shuiying pointed at the exquisite and beautiful white computer case in Yi Tian's hand. This is a custom Z-Tower chassis, the price is 69,999 yuan. Yi Tian still looked calm, and then continued, this is the Master Wattmaker 2400 mlj power supply, the price is 14,999 yuan. This is the Intel D86000XS motherboard, the price is 58,999 yuan. This is a Xeon 8880 Extreme Edition CPU, which costs about 99,999 yuan. These 8 sticks are Corsair Platinum Ruler RGB 32G DDR4 memory, and the price of each stick is about 7,799 yuan. These two are the Intel PT-Pitane Optane P6800X 3.0 TB solid-state drives, each priced at 89,990 yuan. This monitor is a custom Panasonic TH168UX2C model, which costs about 6.5 million yuan. And this speaker, I forgot what brand it is, it only costs 39,999 yuan. As for the other miscellaneous items, altogether I only spent about 20,000 yuan. Yi Tian introduced as he unpacked the boxes. Is this what you call cheap? Chen Shuiying rolled her eyes at him and said speechlessly. Isn't it cheap? Yi Tian asked back. He. Chen Shuiying was too lazy to pay attention to him and moved her things into the bedroom. It's very cheap. Yi Tian lifted up the computer case and walked in. After a while, the computer was finally assembled. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying leaned against the bed and sat down. Honey, I'm a little worried. Chen Shuiying leaned gently in Yi Tian's arms and spoke softly. What are you afraid of? Live broadcast? Yi Tian hugged her shoulders and asked gently. Well, it always feels weird. Are you afraid of performing in front of others? No, it's just it seems like no one started their career on a live streaming platform. I feel like I'm going to be an internet celebrity, not a singer. There was a hint of sadness on Chen Shuiying's pretty face. Then don't broadcast it live. Yi Tian pinched her cheek and said softly. No, now that I've bought the computer, I can't back out. Chen Shuiying shook her head and continued. Well, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. Now let's do a live broadcast first, it's also good to accumulate some popularity. Yi Tian held her hand and encouraged her. Thank you, husband. Chen Shuiying hugged Yi Tian tightly and said softly. So which platform are you going to broadcast live on? Yi Tian asked casually. I won't tell you. Chen Shuiying shook her head and said, if you knew, you would definitely waste money on gifts and popularity. This is not what I want. Okay. By the way, have you set up your other social media accounts? Yi Tian suddenly thought of it and asked again. Yesterday, someone in the studio sent me a few accounts, including those for Weibo, Xiaohongshu, Bilibili, and Douyin. I think they've been set up. Chen Shuiying nodded. That'll do. After Yi Tian finished speaking, he gently grabbed Chen Shuiying's shoulders with both hands. What are you going to do now? Chen Shuiying said with both fear and anticipation. Of course. Yi Tian smiled evilly and kissed her cherry lips. Chen Shuiying closed her eyes and enjoyed it very much. The two slowly hugged each other. Shuiying. The two understood each other and said no more words. Continue to greedily taste each other's deliciousness. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a rapid knock on the door. Ying, Yi Tian, come out for dinner. Chen Deli shouted loudly outside the door. No. Chen Shuiying immediately pushed Yi Tian away and responded. Her cheeks were already flushed. His eyes were hazy and blurred. Add a touch of mature charm. Let's continue after we finish eating. Yi Tian gently lifted her chin and kissed her again. Chen Shuiying lowered her head shyly and snorted softly. Then let's go. We'll have more energy after we eat. As he said that, Yi Tian picked her up and started laughing. Put me down quickly. It would be bad if our parents saw us. Chen Shuiying quickly patted his chest and spoke in a low voice. Good. Yi Tian carried her to the door and then put her down. The two men straightened their clothes and walked out as if nothing had happened. Chapter 81 Start live broadcast. 4 p.m. sharp. Chen Shuiying was wearing simple casual clothes. She didn't dress up deliberately and was almost barefaced. She is debugging the computer equipment carefully. Do you want me to help you? Yi Tian gently pushed open the door, poked his head out and said. No need. You can watch TV with your parents in the living room now. Chen Shuiying hurried over and gently pushed him out. Is it necessary? Yi Tian curled his lips. It's necessary. I'll be nervous if you're around. Be good and get out quickly. Chen Shuiying stood on tiptoe and kissed his lips. Oh well. Yi Tian touched his mouth and left with satisfaction. Bang. Chen Shuiying immediately closed the door. Then I returned to my computer desk and adjusted my breathing. Immediately afterwards, I logged into the Huyu live streaming platform. The live broadcast journey started. In the living room. Son-in-law, which platform does Shuiying live stream on? Chen Deli saw Yi Tian being kicked out and asked with a smile. You know what? Zhang Chunlan gave him a look of disdain and her tone was very cold. I usually watch the live broadcast as well, so I can cheer for Shuiying. Chen Deli sat up straight and said proudly. Do you usually watch live broadcasts? Zhang Chunlan frowned and her expression became increasingly serious. Yeah, what's wrong? Chen Deli said loudly, not realizing the danger yet. Take out your phone. Zhang Chunlan stretched out her right hand and immediately gave the order. What do you want my phone for? Chen Deli was a little confused and was about to hand the phone to Zhang Chunlan. Hiss. In the next second, he suddenly understood. I want to pull my hand back. Unfortunately, it's too late. Zhang Chunlan snatched the phone away. I opened a few live streaming apps and checked my follow list. You are such a good fellow, Chen Deli. You have thick eyebrows and big eyes, but you are a wretched and lecherous person. The more Zhang Chunlan looked at him, the angrier she became, her eyes like knives. Most of the girls here are young and beautiful, either dancing or singing. The clothes are still so sexy and revealing. Wife, please listen to my explanation. Chandeli panicked and shouted immediately. Snort! Zhang Chunlan grabbed his ear directly. Hiss! It hurts! It hurts! Chandeli begged for mercy miserably. But nothing works. Follow me into the house. Zhang Chunlan looked at Yi Tian and felt it would be difficult to take action in front of her son-in-law. Having said that, he violently pulled Chandeli towards the bedroom. Wife! I was wrong! Chandeli shouted while holding Zhang Chunlan's hand. The two of them entered the room. After a while, a scream was heard. Well! Yi Tian shook his head inside. Then he picked up his phone and opened the Tiger Shark Live app. Hey! Although Chen Shuiying did not tell Yi Tian where she was broadcasting live, he knew Mao Xiaotong's live broadcast platform, so he naturally guessed that Chen Shuiying would broadcast live on the same platform. What a coincidence! Tiger Shark Live was just acquired by Lucy. After a background search, it was determined that Chen Shuiying recently registered a live broadcast account. Yi Tian lay on the sofa and logged into his account. Although it is just an ordinary level 1 account, it has been recharged with 500 billion gold beans. Shuiying, who loves singing, is not a good name. Yi Tian directly entered Chen Shuiying's live broadcast room. I saw Chen Shuiying sitting in front of the camera, looking young and beautiful. No filters, no makeup, just simple and light. It's like the girl next door has grown up. At this moment she was singing with great devotion. The singing is sweet and ethereal, which makes people enjoy it very much. However, the live broadcast room is not very popular, with only a few visitors. Girl, you sing well, where are you from? Beauty, have you had plastic surgery? Host, can you stand up and dance? It would be best if you could shake your butt. If you want to be popular, you must first show your cleavage. You are too conservative. Just tell me how many gifts you need to give to get a V. Almost all of them are LSP, and the comments are extremely vulgar. But Chen Shuiying ignored her and continued to smile. At this moment, a rocket suddenly flashed across the public screen. This is a Tiger Shark number 1 worth 1,000 yuan that someone gave me. This is already a very good gift for the young anchor. Fuck. Awesome. The anchor just started broadcasting and he is already asking for tips. It's good to be beautiful. TSK. Who knows what she really looks like? Indeed, she could be the next Princess Xiao Biluo. Can you please stop making up for it? I once gave Xiao Biluo a 100 yuan gift in her livestream. Thinking about it now makes me sick. Anchor, why don't you thank your brother quickly? Boss, are you still missing any accessories? Boss, I want to give birth to a baby for you. See private message. The barrage of comments has obviously increased and is constantly refreshing. Thank you to the society, my brother Ming's Tiger Shark number 1, thank you. Chen Shuiying was looking for a song and was also surprised by this sudden gift. At the same time, there is also a hint of joy in my heart. I didn't expect to get recognition from others so quickly. I am an honest person and never like to do anything fake. How much does it cost to add a V? How much does it cost to meet offline for dinner? Let's clearly state the price. This brother Ming in society suddenly posted a barrage. Chen Shuiying was shocked again and was stunned for a while. It turns out that I was overthinking it just now. This person doesn't recognize his own singing level at all. I'm sorry, I just want to sing live here, I won't add a V, and I won't meet privately. Chen Shuiying said with a calm expression and a cold voice. Fuck. The boss is so direct, how can you expect the anchor to agree? I just like the straightforward personality of the boss, who doesn't hide anything. That's right, why do you still pretend to be innocent when you become a live streamer? Beautiful lady, just tell us the conditions, and we will have an idea of them. The entire audience was ignited again, and barrages of comments continued to emerge. Brother Ming in the society was silent for a while, then sent 2 Tiger Shark number 1s and 99 confession light signs. Is the money in place now? He questioned again on the public screen. Sorry. Chen Shuiying said this and directly gave Brother Ming in society a 365-day small black room package. Then he blocked his account and didn't give him any chance at all. 666,666. This is the most powerful anchor I have ever seen. Wang Defa ruthlessly blocked the sponsor, love it. The anchor is beautiful and cool, please pay attention to her. Chen Shuiying's operation directly captured the hearts of many losers. They just like to see the rich get humiliated. My dear fans, if you like to listen to my singing, you are welcome to my live broadcast room. You don't need to give gifts, as long as you listen carefully. Thank you everyone. After Chen Shuiying finished speaking, she started singing again. After a while. Alpaca. I gave you a 3,000 yuan gift, and you banned me? I'm telling you, unblock me immediately and apologize, otherwise you can forget about live streaming. Did you see that? Come on, have a meal with me and we'll let this go. You stinky bitch. Damn it. Why are you pretending? I'm going to complain about you right now. A level 1 trumpet kept refreshing the screen, and it was obviously the Society Master Mingo from before. I'm sorry for affecting everyone's viewing experience. After Chen Shuiying finished speaking, she used another familiar combo. This completely annoyed Brother Ming of Society. Mad. He picked up his phone and called a super administrator of the Tiger Shark platform. Hello? Brother Ming, what do you want to talk to me about? When the super manager saw the call, he immediately called out respectfully. Although Brother Ming is not a super rich man, he has recharged a lot of money. Since he was a good customer, he naturally had to treat him nicely. I'll get straight to the point. I just gave a little gift to a small anchor in his live broadcast room, but this small anchor actually dared to block me. Is this the level of your Tiger Shark platform? Brother Ming said very arrogantly. There is such a thing? Brother Ming, please wait a moment, I will check it now. After the supervisor hung up the phone, he immediately operated the computer. But what he saw on the screen completely confused him. Although this account named Shuiying Who Loves Singing is a new account registered recently, it has the highest authority and even he cannot block it. Yeah, it's really beautiful. He then entered Chen Shuiying's live broadcast room and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Brother Ming would send gifts. It turns out he wanted to do something bad. Boss, there is something wrong with one of the anchor accounts. I'm sending you the information now. The superintendent then called his supervisor. Well, just serve this anchor well and don't worry about anything else. The other party simply said one sentence and hung up the phone. The super administrator was completely confused. What does this mean? Could this be the person above? Chapter 82 Crazy Rewards. Chen Shuiying's suspicion. In the dark machine room. Alas. It's really hard for us low-level people. The super administrator shook his head gently and sighed softly. Then he put out the cigarette in his hand and tapped the keyboard fiercely. Minga's account and LP address were directly banned. Humph. You little bitch, you still want to fight me? Brother Ming lay on the leather sofa and picked up the red wine next to him and started drinking. Hee. It won't be long before you apologize to me and enjoy yourself under my crotch. I will definitely let you have a taste of my power, humph. As he spoke, he picked up his phone and continued to watch Chen Shuiying's live broadcast, his heart becoming increasingly restless. What the hell? Why did you get disconnected? Unfortunately, the next second, he was no longer happy. Mingda logged in again several times, but still didn't work. He quickly picked up another phone and tried to log in. Without exception, none of them could climb up. Nah. This Tiger Shark platform is getting worse and worse. Brother Ming cursed and called again. Hello? This time, the super administrator's tone was perfunctory and indifferent. Xiao Wang, what's going on? Why can't I log into my account? Please ask the technicians to handle it. Brother Ming didn't care and said in a deep voice. No need, I blocked your account. Moreover, I also blocked several LP addresses you often use. The super administrator said lightly. What? When Brother Ming heard this, he was completely stunned. This damn super administrator actually dared to block his own account? Who gave him the courage? Grass. Nowadays, anyone can do whatever they want. Say it again if you have the guts. Mingo was really angry and growled in a low voice. I blocked your account because you were reported many times for spreading bad information and harassing female anchors. I have a lot of evidence in my hands. The super administrator was not afraid and spoke directly. Fuck. I'm going to complain about you. Mingo was so furious that his veins were exposed. Whatever. Anyway, I have the approval from above. Beep, beep, beep. After saying that, the supervisor hung up the call. Brother Ming was so angry that he was shaking and pounding the table, venting out the dissatisfaction in my heart. Damn it! I must file a complaint against this bastard. Brother Ming found the complaint hotline of the Tiger Shark platform and called it immediately. Welcome to the Tiger Shark Live platform service hotline. Please press 1 for service inquiries, press 2 for business consultations, press 3 for business processing, and press 0 for manual service. He pressed the 0 key without hesitation. Hello? Employee number 668 is here to serve you. How can I help you? There was a girl on the other side with a very sweet voice. I want to complain about one of your super administrators, named Wang. Da Peo. Brother Ming said as he was looking through the records. Okay, what is the reason for your complaint against him? This guy blocked my account for no reason. I recharged 700,000 or 800,000 yuan, and I still have a lot of gold beans in the balance. Okay, what is your account ID? My brother Ming in society. Okay, what's your ID number? XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Brother Ming sat on the sofa and took a sip of red wine. My mood gradually calmed down. You little bastard, you still want to fight me? You're really courting death. You'll lose your job now, ha. How refreshing. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. I have already imagined the miserable scene of the other person falling into the streets and begging for a living. Hello? Mr. Bai, are you still there? Soon, the operator's voice came from the phone again. Here I am. Minga said softly. After verification by our side, your account has violated the rules many times, and there is no problem with this ban. What did you say? You are clearly trying to steal my money. Don't think I'm afraid of you. I will find a lawyer to sue you. Okay, our company is looking forward to your lawyer's letter. I wish you a happy life and happiness. Goodbye. After saying that, the hotline operator also hung up the call. This service has ended. If you are satisfied, please press 1. Bang. Brother Ming threw his phone directly to the ground. Ding dong. Just then, Super Administrator King Cannon sent some information. He quickly picked up the phone and struggled to swipe the broken screen. These are all screenshots of him threatening the female anchor. There are also some vulgar audio files. Mad. Now Brother Ming doesn't dare to act recklessly. I can only suffer in silence. And on the other side, Chen Shuiying was still immersed in the joy of singing. This platform is committed to creating a civilized and warm environment so that everyone can watch the live broadcast easily and happily. Please abide by the law and do not do anything that destroys this harmony. For bad elements with inferior quality, this platform will never tolerate them and will severely punish them. Please be aware of this. Wang Depeo repeated the announcement message 3 times in her live broadcast room. The anchor is awesome. Even the super moderator spoke up for her. I wonder if anyone dares to post vulgar comments on the public screen. I will block them all. Fuck. Could it be that this super administrator has taken a fancy to the anchor? Hiss. This is really possible, the super administrator is really a man. Does this mean that the anchor is really beautiful? Needless to say, the super administrator must have seen the host's bare-faced photos. Then I'll follow it first. He. The super moderator's barrage of comments once again stirred up a huge wave. Yeah, not bad. Yi Tian looked at all this and nodded with satisfaction. The fun begins. He smiled slightly and moved his fingers slightly. A domineering and majestic emperor icon suddenly appeared on the public screen. Fuck. I don't know how many times I've said fuck today. It doesn't matter, we are all uneducated anyway, just call it awesome. Another big guy is coming. The anchor is about to take off. The boss actually opened the Emperor account, this is 180,000. Isn't this another LSP? It will be funny if the Emperor is banned later. Ha ha ha. It's really possible. I understand now, being a host is definitely not simple, there are super administrators in front and big guys behind. Just fart. It's not easy, who can be a host? The netizens started discussing lively again. Thank you, Emperor of, I love my wife. Thank you. Chen Shuiying stared at the screen and spoke softly. Could this be my husband? She felt a little uneasy. He quickly picked up his phone and sent a message to Yi Tian. Wife, aren't you live streaming? How do you have time to send me a WeChat message? Forget about that, I'm still playing games, the last game of the promotion tournament. After a while, Chen Shuiying received a reply. She still didn't believe it, so she logged into Glory to check Yi Tian's battle record. Really playing games? Chen Shuiying looked at a row of game records, all of which were just played, and the most recent one ended 5 minutes ago. Only then did she feel relieved. Suddenly, the live broadcast room was covered with gorgeous special effects again. Countless super rockets streaked across the screen. Tiger Shark number 11. Tiger Shark number 12. Tiger Shark number 13. Tiger Shark number 199. Thanks again. I love my wife, Tiger Tooth number 199 combo support. Chen Shuiying was also shocked and quickly expressed her gratitude. Ha ha. This guy's ID is really amazing. He said he loved his wife, but secretly gave the female anchor a huge amount of money. Do you think it is possible that the anchor is his wife? Is the above person an idiot? You lose half of your money by giving a reward like this, why not just give it away? Alas. Nowadays, young children have started watching beautiful anchors. Boss, can you please tell me your wife's phone number? Chapter 83 Testing. Preparing to go back home for New Year's Eve dinner. Yi Tian lay on the sofa, rolling around happily. I love my wife, the anchor sang a song I Like You for me. Then he sent a barrage with a smile in his eyes. Ah! Chen Shuiying was a little stunned and snorted. Is it not possible to request a song? Yi Tian continued to send barrages. Okay. Chen Shuiying thought about it for a while and finally agreed. Forget it, I'll just sing it for my husband. She mumbled softly while adjusting the position of the microphone. Soon, beautiful melodies and singing were heard in the live broadcast room again. Yi Tian was not idle either, he gave out every kind of gift. Confession balloon, confession building, phantom chariot, army attack and treasure map, etc. Very inhumane. Moreover, this wave of gifts across all channels attracted a lot of fans. Fuck. This female anchor is so pretty. My friends, this is a real beauty. Look, she doesn't have any beauty filters turned on, and she is not wearing any makeup, this is outrageous. And this camera is so clear that you can almost see the pores. No wonder the rich are willing to give so many gifts. No, this anchor totally suits my taste. I'm going to give it a try. Nima, you can even do this? Forget it, I'll have one too. This is so disgusting, can't you just listen to the music? Yes, the host sings so beautifully. I will also send a gift to show my support. I think this female anchor will be popular, I'm following her first. +1. Plus 10,086. Various barrages and small gifts flew around. The number of followers in the live broadcast room also increased dramatically. It seems that it's almost done. Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction and then said to himself, if there is another wave, we will retreat, otherwise we will really be discovered. Fan card 1314. Fan card 1314. Fan card 1314. Another wave of 99 hits. Very nice. I'll listen to the song again next time. After Yi Tian finished speaking, he quickly exited the live broadcast room. As a result, the app crashed due to the private message. Damn, these people are too crazy. Although it was just a quick glimpse, the massive number of private messages still frightened him. Yi Tian turned off his cell phone and hid it in the cupboard. About 2 hours passed. Chen Shuiying finally ended the live broadcast. She walked out of the bedroom somewhat tiredly. Wife, drink some water. Yi Tian immediately poured a cup of warm water for Chen Shuiying. Thank you, husband. Chen Shuiying took the cup of water and drank it slowly. Honey, how do you feel about today's live broadcast? Yi Tian stood up and sat down on the sofa, rubbing Chen Shuiying's shoulders attentively. Honey, let me tell you, my live broadcast went viral today. As soon as Chen Shuiying heard the live broadcast, she laughed excitedly. Yeah? Yi Tian asked in surprise. Yeah. Today is my first day of live streaming, and I met a rich guy who gave me a lot of gifts. Chen Shuiying said proudly. TSK. Is he as generous as me? Tell me the live streaming platform and ID, and I will give you gifts immediately. Yi Tian seemed a little jealous. No, I don't want you to waste your money. Besides, if you send gifts to attract traffic for me, those fans are fake, not earned by my own strength. Chen Shuiying shook her head and said firmly. Fool. You can keep the people you attract. That's your real ability. Yi Tian stroked her head and said in a very doting manner. That won't work either. Anyway, I won't tell you, and you can't give me any gifts, got it? Chen Shuiying glanced at him and warned him seriously. All right. Then let me see your phone. Why are you looking at my phone? Hurry up. Give. Yi Tian had no choice but to agree. He obediently unlocked his phone and handed it over. Chen Shuiying picked up her phone and quickly flipped through it. There really is a Tiger Shark live broadcast. Her heart skipped a beat and she clicked on it immediately. Really not. Chen Shuiying felt both surprised and disappointed. What's wrong? Yi Tian saw her in a daze and pinched her cheek. So you like looking at beautiful women, too? Chen Shuiying came back to her senses, with a hint of questioning in her tone. Every man likes to look at beautiful women, and I am no exception. However, now I only need to look at you, and other girls cannot compare to you. Yi Tian's face froze, and he immediately said with a smile. Smooth talk. Chen Shuiying cursed coquettishly, but she was still very happy. Really not, look. The last time I logged in was in early December, and I haven't watched live broadcasts for a long time. If I want to watch, I will only watch your live broadcasts. Yi Tian hugged her and said gently. Hubby, you're so nice. Chen Shuiying lay in his arms and smiled sweetly. Wife, you are very good too. As Yi Tian spoke, he lowered his head and kissed her. No, my parents will be out soon. Chen Shuiying's face turned slightly red and she quickly covered it with her hands. No, Mom and Dad are still taking a nap, so we'll just kiss. Yi Tian gently pulled her hand. Really, just for a moment? The two hugged each other tightly and kissed passionately. After a while, the two showed no sign of ending. Zheng Chunlan and Chen Deli woke up and walked out of the bedroom. Ing. Chen Deli was about to shout out, but was interrupted by a familiar scene in front of him. These two little guys have a really long honeymoon period. Zhang Chunlan also looked over and couldn't help shaking her head. Then she went into the kitchen and prepared to cook. Ahem. This time, Chen Deli learned from the previous lesson. Without waiting any longer, he just coughed a few times. Chen Shuiying and Yi Tian parted reluctantly. Hate it. You said it was just for a moment again. Chen Shuiying gently pushed Yi Tian's arm and said coquettishly in a low voice. Why do I feel like only a few seconds have passed? Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and laughed. Ahem. Chen Deli sat on the sofa on the side while coughing. Yi Tian, this year we are going back to Grandpa's house to have New Year's Eve dinner. He didn't care about what happened just now, but said in a deep voice. Go back to Grandpa's house? Chen Shuiying's beautiful eyes widened and she exclaimed in surprise. Yi Tian was a little confused. Isn't it normal to go back home for the New Year's Eve dinner? Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Yeah. Just now, your grandfather called and said he wanted to see you. Chen Deli nodded and continued. But? Chen Shuiying also wanted to see her grandfather, but she was still a little hesitant. If you want to go back, otherwise you will feel uncomfortable again. Zhang Chunlan came out of the kitchen holding some cut fruits. Wife, do you agree? Chen Deli's eyes sparkled and he shouted in surprise. Although Zhang Chunlan was somewhat reluctant, she still agreed. Thank you, wife. Chen Deli stood up excitedly and hugged Zhang Chunlan fiercely. You old man, you are getting more and more outrageous. Zhang Chunlan looked at Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying, her face slightly red, and immediately scolded. Ahem, a moment of excitement. A moment of excitement. Chen Deli was so frightened that he quickly let go of his hand and apologized with a smile. I'm going to cook. Zhang Chunlan put the fruit on the table and returned to the kitchen shyly. Son-in-law, let me explain the situation to you first. Chen Deli sat back on the sofa and said, your grandfather has 3 sons and 2 daughters. I am the youngest, the 5th. When he said this, Yi Tian immediately guessed it. It must be another old-fashioned family conflict. Your grandfather is actually a good person, but he has very traditional ideas and prefers your eldest and second uncles. A few years ago, when the village distributed houses and land, your grandfather gave all the houses and land to your 2 uncles. He wanted to leave the old house to us, so we agreed to this distribution plan. But your 2 uncles disagreed. They said the old house was bigger and insisted that the 3 brothers should divide it equally. Your mother couldn't stand it anymore and started arguing with them. In the end, your grandfather agreed to your 2 uncles' proposal in order to maintain harmony. Since then, we have cut off contact with them and have not returned for a reunion dinner for several years. Chen Deli slowly told the whole story. Yi Tian didn't say anything. I just feel very uncomfortable. But I can't say it. Chapter 84 Conflict. The arrogant father and son. 2 days passed in peace and tranquility. Chen Shuiying has fallen in love with live streaming. Every afternoon, she broadcasts live for about 3 hours. Hubby, you should get up. Chen Shuiying sat up from the bed and said to Yi Tian, who was still sleeping soundly. Let me sleep a little longer. Yi Tian opened his eyes slightly and touched her arm. Get up quickly. Chen Shuiying wanted to lift Yi Tian's arm. Unfortunately, she was too weak. It has absolutely no effect. Wife, why are you so anxious to do a live broadcast? Yi Tian looked at her and sat up with difficulty. Then he hugged her tightly from behind. His hands began to move around freely again. I promised my fans yesterday that I would go live at 3 o'clock today. Chen Shuiying did not resist, but just spoke softly. Occasionally there is a slight humming sound. It's only 2:30 now, there's still plenty of time. Yi Tian tilted his head to look at the alarm clock and continued. It's all because of you. I got dirty again. I have to take a shower. Chen Shuiying patted Yi Tian's chest gently and said coquettishly. It's all my fault. Is that okay? Yi Tian lifted her chin and tapped her lips. It's good that you know. Chen Shuiying pushed him away and got off the bed. The beautiful body is even more attractive against the backdrop of straight long legs. She quickly put on her clothes and hurried to the bathroom to take a shower. This little girl is becoming more and more plump and charming. Yi Tian swallowed and murmured softly. After a while, he was kicked out of the room. Lying on the sofa watching TV bored. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, Yi Tian's cell phone rang. He looked and saw it was Lucy calling. Hello? Yi Tian answered the call immediately. Master, the ad has been completed and the finished film has been sent to your email. If you and your wife think there is no problem, it can be officially released on major platforms tonight. Lucy didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Well, I'll take a look and get back to you later. After Yi Tian finished speaking, he ended the call. Then he clicked into his mailbox and downloaded the attachment. There are 4 video files in total. Yeah, not bad. It turns out that only a top director can achieve this level of quality. Well, these special effects companies are not bad either, we can maintain a cooperative relationship with them. Yi Tian appreciated it and was very satisfied. Now I'm just waiting for my wife's opinion. Then he stood up and stretched. My body is almost rusty, it's nice to go out for a walk. Yi Tian's heart was moved. He quickly put on his coat and shoes and ran out. At this time, a fierce game was going on the basketball court in the community. Brother Tian! Brother Tian! A group of young people saw Yi Tian and shouted respectfully. After seeing Yi Tian's ball skills last time, they all became loyal fans. In addition, Yi Tian was also very generous and treated them to several luxurious midnight snacks. It makes them worship it endlessly. Yeah. Yi Tian nodded, sat to one side, and asked softly, what kind of basketball game is this? This is a basketball game sponsored by a company near us. Participants include companies and residents. Now our community is playing against Fuhua community. A young man introduced it very enthusiastically. Brother Tian. How about you come on the field too? With you here, we will definitely win. Another little boy looked at the scoreboard and said anxiously. Yi Tian followed his gaze and looked over. Xingfu Community 4367 Fuhua Community. It was only the third quarter and they were already behind by more than 20 points. The gap in strength between the two sides is quite obvious. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the whistle for the end of the third quarter sounded. Su Wenxiang walked to the sidelines very unhappy. Damn it! This damn referee must have taken money. The opponent was clearly aiming for a disabled player, but no foul was called. This is outrageous. Ah! Who told the other side to have a rich sponsor, so he stayed on the sidelines to protect them? Several teammates who left the field at the same time were also drinking water and complaining. Okay, let's not talk about these useless things at this time. Let's think carefully about how to play the next quarter. Su Wenxiang wiped the sweat off his face and spoke loudly. Wow! We're already 20 points behind. Are you still so confident? They are all elite members of the university team, and they are also the champions of the Haicheng McDonald's 3x3 basketball tournament. Of course they have to be confident. Two players from the Fuhua community came over unscrupulously, laughing and making sarcastic remarks. What do you mean? We are still in the game, please leave here quickly. Su Wenxiang frowned, looked at them, and said in a deep voice. Ha ha. You don't have much strength, but you have a bad temper. You too, after all, they lost so many points, just let them vent. I won't give it to you, so what? Mr. Liu, please feel free to do as you please. Anyway, these cowards wouldn't dare to object. Ha ha ha. The two of them became more and more rampant and started to perform crosstalk to their heart's content. Xiaohao, go to the technical desk and tell the referee that someone is coming here to cause trouble. Su Wenxiang's face became increasingly gloomy, and he spoke softly. Yes. Brother Chang. A substitute player could no longer sit still and immediately ran to the technical table. After a while, he came back with a man wearing glasses. What are you two doing here? The man with glasses looked at the two people from Fuhua community and shouted very seriously. We just came here to chat, but we didn't expect them to be so unwelcoming. The young man called Lu Xiao chuckled disdainfully. I don't take the guy with glasses seriously at all. Is this your first time playing a game? How can you just wander around the opponent's rest area during the game? Go back now. Seeing this, the man with glasses shouted angrily. This guy is really too arrogant. How dare they openly disrupt the order of a basketball game? Son, what's wrong? Just as he finished speaking, another middle-aged man with a big belly came over. I saw that he was covered with gold jewelry, which was shining in the sunlight. He walked slowly to the side of the players from Fuhua community. Dad, this guy, let me get back to the rest area. The young man called Lu Xiao pointed at the man with glasses opposite him and started talking nonsense. The middle-aged man's face darkened. His beloved son was actually scolded. I suddenly felt very angry. Who are you? He spoke sternly with a fierce look in his eyes. I am the committee member of this competition. During the game, players are not allowed to enter the other team's rest area. This is basic common sense. Please both sides abide by the rules. The man with glasses spoke without fear. Do you know who I am? The middle-aged man pointed at himself and questioned again. I don't know him, and I don't need to know him. The man with glasses shook his head and continued. Who asked you to work in the organizing committee? The middle-aged man was so angry that someone didn't recognize him. And he even dared to be arrogant in front of him. This is outrageous. What do you mean? The man with glasses adjusted his glasses and asked softly. Ha ha. I'm one of the sponsors of this basketball game, and you don't even know me? That's ridiculous. The middle-aged man sneered, then said with contempt. What happened? The three referees on duty also noticed the situation here and hurried over. You guys came at the right time. Who called this guy here? Get him out of here right now. I don't want to see this loser. When the middle-aged man saw them, he gave them an order directly and arrogantly. Mr. Liu, is there any misunderstanding? A square-faced referee walked up to him and asked with an apologetic smile. There's no misunderstanding. I just want him to get lost. The middle-aged man sneered again, his face still very gloomy. Shaoli, you should apologize to Mr. Liu right away. The square-faced referee immediately winked at the man with glasses and spoke urgently. Humph. I finally understand why the whistle was so off-center in this game. The man with glasses looked at them and said loudly, "It's better not to participate in such a competition." As he spoke, he took off his temporary work permit and threw it on the ground. Good job. Handsome. People in the Xingfu community applauded and cheered. Boy, you're looking for death. The middle-aged man was so angry that his veins were exposed and he stretched out his fist to hit someone. Roll. The man with glasses dodged nimbly and turned around to scold. Son, help me. The middle-aged man became even more upset and quickly asked his son for help. I know. Lu Xiao and his teammates immediately surrounded him from both sides, trying to catch the man with glasses. Stop. Su Wenxiang and others quickly stood in front of them to prevent them from succeeding. What do you want to do? The middle-aged man looked at them coldly and shouted loudly. Do you want to be disqualified? He glared at the people around him and continued threatening. Cancel it if you want. Who wants a basketball game like this? That's it. Rubbish. You have no strength to win, so you rely on underhanded tactics. Ugh. What a loser. You think you are so great. You are just relying on your dad to show off. Anyway, they are not good people. Now, the public sentiment became even more agitated. The sound of abuse and accusations echoed throughout the stadium. Seeing this, the players and logistics team of Fuwa community were even more afraid to move. I could only stay in the rest area and watch the show quietly. Look, just disqualify their community from the competition. The middle-aged man's face darkened and he shouted angrily at the referee. Mr. Liu, this is not good, right? The three referees looked at each other and spoke with some embarrassment. What's wrong with this? It's just a poor neighborhood. It's no big deal if it's cancelled. I will explain the situation to others afterwards. The middle-aged man said with disdain. Forehead. The referee team did not respond and remained hesitant. Dad, don't disqualify them. There's still 1 quarter left to play. I'm going to treat them well and disqualify as many as possible. Lu Xiao laughed jokingly and said blatantly. Well, that's fine. The middle-aged man nodded, then sneered, You losers, if you want to give up, do it now. Roll back like a stray dog. Otherwise, you will be carried out later. Alpaca. Damn it. If I don't teach these two a lesson today, I won't be named Zhao. Brothers, come together. We can't let them bully the children. The people in Xingfu community were even more annoyed and were ready to rush forward with clenched fists. Come on. Poor bastards. I have plenty of money, I can play with you slowly. I'm just afraid you can't bear it. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man said with a sneer without any fear. I have to say, his words were indeed very shocking. Except for the passionate young people, all the other adults calmed down. Dare not move. Yeah. Just then, Yi Tian walked out slowly. Chapter 85 It's over. Yi Tian was invited to have tea. The middle-aged man was a little stunned. He never expected that someone would dare to be the first to take action. There was a fierce light in his eyes, and he seemed about to explode. But when he saw that it was a young man, he chuckled. Boy. I advise you to go home and drink your milk obediently, and don't meddle in other people's business. He naturally lit a cigarette and puffed away. How pleasant. I'll take care of this matter. Yi Tian covered his nose and said softly. Since this guy doesn't know him, it means he is just an ordinary rich man. Moreover, he is an arrogant and brainless experienced baby. Finally, he can pretend to be cool for once. Boy, you're looking for death. But Lu Xiao on the side couldn't bear it anymore. What he hates most is others showing off in front of him. And he's so damn handsome. How could he bear this? He clenched his fists tightly and hit Yi Tian directly in the face. Yi Tian dodged it easily. Very cool. Crack. Then he grabbed Lu Xiao's wrist and twisted it hard. Ah! Lu Xiao immediately wailed in pain and fell to his knees. Hiss. Su Wenxiang and others gasped when they saw this. I didn't expect that Yi Tian, who usually looks gentle and elegant, would be so cruel. I was also somewhat relieved that I had never offended him. Boy! How dare you hit my son? the middle-aged man said as he stepped back. "You guys, hurry up and take care of this hairy boy." He roared angrily at the three men behind him. "Yes, boss." The three of them responded. Then he rubbed his hands together and showed a cruel smile. "It seems to be choosing someone to devour. 3 pieces of trash." Yi Tian still looked calm and composed. "Don't care about this garbage at all. Call out." He kicked with his right foot like a cannonball, rushing forward rapidly. "Humph! What a fool! Since this guy has come to our door, let's just send him to the west. He. The three of them immediately dispersed, laughing and attacking. He looked like he was sure of winning. Faced with the siege of 3 people, Yi Tian resolved it easily. Bang! Bang! He dodged and threw a left hook and a right long punch. Directly knocked down 2 of them. "You are the only one left." Yi Tian looked at the last person and smiled faintly. "Ah!" The subordinate was terrified, but still rushed over while shouting. Bang! Yi Tian kicked him with a whip kick, sending him flying. He fell heavily to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. "No one here?" Yi Tian stood there, looking at the middle-aged man jokingly. "Don't be so arrogant. I'll call someone over right away. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and apologize right now. I can forgive you and let you go." The middle-aged man was also very scared, but he still spoke with gritted teeth. "Ha ha ha." Yi Tian walked over slowly. "You dare?" The middle-aged man widened his eyes, trying to scare him. Bang! Yi Tian kicked the middle-aged man's leg directly and broke it. Ah! The middle-aged man fell to the ground in great pain. "Why don't you keep yelling?" Yi Tian looked at him and said softly. "Young man, you are in trouble. Do you know who he is?" The square-faced referee on the side couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. "It doesn't matter to me who he is." Yi Tian glanced at him calmly. "Young man, I know you are young and full of energy, but you should also listen to the advice of the elders. Mr. Liu is a famous real estate developer in Haicheng. He is very wealthy and has extensive connections. I heard that he has a relationship with Yuanshan Group." The square-faced referee became a little anxious and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Is he related to Liu Yuanshan?" Yi Tian's face was very calm and he asked softly. "That's unclear. It seems that he has a cooperative relationship with Liu Yuanshan's relatives. Anyway, he is someone you can't afford to offend. You should stop now, otherwise it will implicate others." The referee continued to persuade earnestly. "Ha ha ha. What's his name?" Yi Tian smiled disapprovingly. "His name is Lu Hong, the boss of Hongchang Real Estate." The square-faced referee thought Yi Tian was scared and spoke immediately. "Well, thank you." Yi Tian nodded, then picked up his phone and called Lucy. "Hello? Boss." The call was connected quickly. "Butler Lucy, immediately investigate a man named Lu Hong. He should be the boss of Hongchang Real Estate, and then directly destroy his company and all his properties." Yi Tian didn't waste any words and gave the order directly. "Yes, boss." Lucy quickly hung up the phone. "This kid is pretending to be so good." The square-faced man shook his head and sighed softly. There are always people who don't know their place. No matter how much you persuade him, he won't listen. In the end, he ended up with a bloody head and a miserable end. "Boy, you're dead." Lu Hong had just caught his breath when he immediately started cursing. Bang! Yi Tian rudely stepped on his other leg and broke it. "Ah!" Lu Hong cried out in pain again. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, his cell phone rang. "You're dead." Lu Hong thought his savior had arrived, and he endured the severe pain and answered the phone. "Hey! Where did you die? Come here quickly." He growled angrily. "Boss." Something big happened. On the other end of the line was his secretary, who was also extremely anxious. Something happened? Lu Hong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this young man in front of me really wasn't bragging? But no important person would live in such a shabby neighborhood. He shook his head. This unrealistic idea was quickly rejected. Something bad happened to the boss. Our company has been shut down. The secretary said anxiously. What? Lu Hong's eyes widened in disbelief, but he quickly calmed down. Have you informed Lu Yisheng? Yes, Mr. Lu said that you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended, and he also said that he has unilaterally stopped cooperating with us and asked us not to look for him. When Lu Hong heard this, he was so surprised that he was speechless. Lu Yisheng is Lu Yuanshan's cousin. In Haicheng, there is no one he dares not to provoke. Boss, except for our real estate company being closed down, all other companies and factories have been ordered to suspend operations for rectification. And he hesitated to speak to the secretary. Explain. Lu Hong shouted in a deep voice. And all your bank accounts have been frozen. Why should they? Boss, you and young Master Lu have been reported for multiple bribery cases, and are also involved in several serious assaults and crimes in Haicheng. You are wanted by the police. The secretary could only continue. How come? When Lu Hong heard this, he became completely distraught. It's over, it's over, it's over. Just then, 2 police cars drove towards the basketball court. Several policemen quickly rushed out of the car and detained Lu Hong and his son securely. I'm going to call the police. He beat me and my son. Lu Hong pointed at Yi Tian and roared madly. Shut up. We'll get to the bottom of this. After that, 2 policemen took him into the police car. Sir, please come with us to the police station for investigation. Then a policeman ran over and spoke to Yi Tian seriously. Okay. Yi Tian nodded and cooperated very well. Master. 4 bodyguards also arrived at the scene. Notify housekeeper Lucy as soon as possible and let her handle it. Yi Tian looked at them and said softly. Yes. The bodyguards shouted in unison. Then call the housekeepers immediately. Let's go. The policeman patted Yi Tian's shoulder gently and said. Just like that, Yi Tian followed the police comrade and left. At the same time, all the bigwigs in Haicheng received the news at the first opportunity. Mad, what exactly happened? Is that person injured? Get a doctor ready. Contact our lawyer immediately and rescue that person. Now it was their turn to be anxious and panicked. They had just attended a corporate dance hosted by each other not long ago. That person is willing to invest 200 billion to develop projects in Haicheng Development Zone. If things go wrong, who can they turn to for justice? Yuanshan Group. Lu Yisheng, what good things have you done? Didn't I ask you to tell the people below not to offend Mr. Yi? Lu Yuanshan was so angry that he stood up from his chair and cursed. Cousin, this is not my fault. I just came back from a business trip and told the people below. Besides, Lu Hong and I only have some cooperative relationship, not close relationship, so I forgot to warn him for a while. A man in his 30s or 40s quickly explained. Humph. Now the whole world thinks he is from our Yuanshan group. We will definitely take the blame. The more Lu Yuanshan thought about it, the angrier he became. Cousin, given your relationship with Mr. Yi, he should listen to your explanation. Lu Yisheng's expression was equally grim as he continued. Ha ha. Even if he is willing to listen to our explanation, he will definitely feel uncomfortable and think that we are unreliable. Everything Sheng Chao and I have done before is wasted. Lu Yuanshan slammed the table heavily. So what do we do now? What else can we do? We must make amends and have someone invite Mr. Yi out immediately. We must do it before anyone else. Do you understand? Yes. After Lu Yisheng finished speaking, he quickly ran out of the office. Well. Lu Yuanshan was really angry. Just a moment of slackness led to unexpected problems. He sat back in his chair and picked up his phone. Start making calls. P.S. Dear Yinzu and Fairies, there are only a few chapters left to finish the first volume. The plot of the second volume is the story after returning to the Magic City. Now this book has been recommended. With a few dollars a day, the enthusiasm is gradually worn out. The author is really going to eat dirt. Please give free gifts and urge for updates, please. Thank you very much. Chapter 86 is out. New Year's advertisement is coming online soon. Haicheng Dongcheng Police Station. Interrogation room. Very quiet and very cold. Name? Yi Tian. Gender? Male. ID number? XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Do you know why you are being detained? Have no idea. When the two policemen heard this, they frowned immediately. You are suspected of intentional injury. Is that clear now? One of the middle-aged policemen looked at him fiercely and said in a deep voice. Understood. Yi Tian nodded, very calmly. Where were you at 4:10 p.m. on January 20th, 2022? The middle-aged policeman looked down at the information and continued to ask. I'm on the basketball court in the neighborhood. Detailed location? Haicheng East City Xingfu Community Basketball Court. What were you doing? I'm watching a basketball game. Did you have a conflict with someone and did you engage in a physical altercation? Yes. Did you injure these two people? A young policeman immediately took the photo and walked up to Yi Tian to show him. Yes. Yi Tian admitted it directly. Do you know these two people? The young policeman put away the photo and returned to his seat. I don't know him. Yi Tian glanced at them and said calmly. Then why did you have a conflict with the other two? Because they verbally abused people in our community and wanted to hit someone, I intervened to stop them. Tell me the details of what happened. The middle-aged policeman stood up and wandered in front of him. The sound of leather shoes hitting the ground echoed in the interrogation room. Every touch seems to strike at the soul. It's terrifying. But Yi Tian still looked calm and composed, without any fear at all. He told the whole story in detail. Anything else you would like to add? The middle-aged policeman continued to take notes during the interrogation, his voice a little hoarse. No. After Yi Tian finished speaking, he leaned back on the iron chair and took a rest. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the door. Squeak. Then, the door was pushed open. A policeman in his 50s walked in. 5 or 6 comrades in uniform followed closely behind him, guarding the door. Lao Jiang, how is the interrogation going on here? Director. The 2 police comrades who were there immediately stood up and shouted respectfully. Chief, we have completed the first interrogation record. The middle-aged policeman immediately handed over the transcript in his hand and then reported. Well, I have understood the situation clearly. I have read the witness statements at the scene, as well as the statements of the 2 victims. There is no problem. Send him back first and ask him to be available at any time. The director looked at him, then at Yi Tian, and said softly. But, Chief. When the middle-aged policeman heard this, he hesitated to speak. No buts. The victims have agreed to a settlement, and the witnesses' testimonies consistently show that he injured the 2 victims only to save them and in self-defense. Now we just need to wait for the forensic report to come out before we can proceed further. The director looked at him deeply and continued. Yes. The middle-aged policeman responded loudly. Come on. Follow me. After the young policeman finished speaking, he took Yi Tian out of the interrogation room. Here are your belongings, check if you have missed anything. He pulled a bag from his locker and handed it over. Thanks. Yi Tian took it in his hand and glanced at it casually. Then I'll take you out now. The young policeman nodded and said, Don't leave Haicheng during this period. Also, remember to keep your phone open. If there is any new progress in this case, we will contact you as soon as possible. Okay. Yi Tian didn't care and said softly. The 2 men quickly walked out of the police station building. At this time, the courtyard was already full of people. Mr. Yi. As soon as they saw Yi Tian coming out, they immediately stood up, bowed and shouted. Yi Tian just nodded indifferently. This scene shocked the young policeman next to him. He knew almost everyone in the yard. These are all well-known figures in Haicheng. Especially the business tycoons on the Haicheng rich list, all of them were present. This lineup is really exaggerated. The most outrageous thing is that they actually kowtowed to a young man. Damn. Who on earth is this guy? Thank you, police comrade. Yi Tian turned slightly and said with a smile. You're welcome. The young policeman suddenly felt a little nervous. Yi Tian. Suddenly, a moving and melodious voice was heard. Chen Shuiying, Chen Deli and Zhang Chulan, accompanied by Zhang Ruotong, Lucy and others, walked over quickly. Are you okay? Chen Shuiying took Yi Tian's arm and asked gently. What can I do? Yi Tian smiled brightly and touched her head. Don't be so impulsive next time. What if you get hurt? I won't get hurt if I deal with these little bastards. Anyway, I won't allow you to do that. If you do it again, I will ignore you. Chen Shuiying said angrily. Okay, I'll listen to you, okay? Yi Tian smiled helplessly. Master, I'm sorry. We were negligent in our work this time. Sharapova walked forward and spoke. This is not your problem. No one can predict the unexpected situation. Yi Tian waved his hand and said softly. No. This is our problem. We failed to protect you. We have discussed this with the property management of Xingfu community. From now on, our bodyguards can enter and leave the community at will to protect your safety. Sharapova looked serious and continued. Well, you can arrange these by yourselves. Yi Tian nodded, not caring too much. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. Lu Yuanshan and Lu Shengqiao walked out of the crowd. Don't apologize. This has nothing to do with you. We will still cooperate as we should. You don't have to worry at all. My investment in Haicheng will only increase. But you must make Haicheng more prosperous and better. At least I don't want a situation like today to happen again around me. Do you understand? Yi Tian looked at them, then looked at everyone around him, and said in a deep voice. No. Lu Yuanshan and others naturally did not dare to neglect and answered quickly. Okay, everyone, please disperse. If so many of us stand here, it will seriously affect the work of the police comrades. Yi Tian waved his hand and continued. Yes. After Lu Yuanshan and others finished speaking, they left one after another. The police station compound suddenly became quiet. Shuiying, the Lunar New Year advertisement has been completed. Please check it later to see if there are any problems. If there are no problems, it will be broadcast on all platforms tonight. Yi Tian held Chen Shuiying's hand and said happily. When Chen Shuiying heard this, a hint of joy finally appeared on her face. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, it's time for dinner now, why don't we eat outside? Yi Tian looked at Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan beside him. Good. The two of them also laughed and nodded slightly. Yi Tian was fine, so they felt relieved. Butler Zhang, book a private room immediately so that everyone can have a meal together. Yi Tian then said to Zhang Ruotong. Yes. After Zhang Ruotong finished speaking, she immediately took out her cell phone to notify the hotel. Let's go. Everyone left. Chapter 87 full coverage. The hottest New Year's advertisement. King's Landing Hotel. At this time, Yi Tian and others were sitting in the box, watching TV while eating. Wife, why hasn't this TV series ended yet? Chen Deli kept staring at the TV and asked anxiously. How would I know? Why don't you call the TV station and ask? Zhang Chunlan rolled her eyes at him and then started laughing. Chen Deli was completely speechless. If he had the ability, he would really dare to call. It's finally over, it's almost time for commercial break. Everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks and stared at the TV intently. After a while, the screen turned into a red festive stage. A cheerful melody gradually sounded. The dancers flooded onto the stage. Immediately following, four young and beautiful girls appeared in the center of the stage. Find some free time, find some time. Take your children with you and go home often. Bring a smile, bring a blessing. Accompany your loved ones and go home often. Mom prepared some nagging. Dad prepared a delicious meal. Tell Mom about your troubles in life. Talk to Dad about work. The first advertisement is go home often to visit. The song is very beautiful and the meaning of the lyrics is very clear. Shuiying, you sang well. Zhang Chunlan also praised Chen Shuiying for once. I even picked up a piece of chicken for her as a reward. Yingying, you are amazing. Eat some vegetables. Naturally, Chen Deli was not willing to be outdone, and immediately picked up a piece of vegetable and put it in Chen Shuiying's bowl. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Chen Shuiying was very happy to get the recognition from her parents. My wife is the most beautiful after all. Yi Tian watched TV and laughed happily. Damn it. Don't speak so loudly. Chen Shuiying glanced at the butler and bodyguard at the next table, her face flushed a little. I'm so sorry. What are you afraid of? I'm telling the truth. Yi Tian disagreed and still spoke loudly. Only one or two commercials passed before Chen Shuiying and the others appeared again. It is also a popular New Year song. In just 30 minutes of interval between programs, all four of Chen Shuiying's advertisements appeared. This took up most of the time. Well, the effect is good. Everyone nodded with great satisfaction. Okay, let's eat. Yi Tian looked at everyone and said softly. At the same time. Imperial capital. Dad, these sisters are so pretty. And they sing beautifully too. A little boy pointed at the TV and said. Son, you have good taste. These ones are so beautiful, especially the one in the middle. No matter her looks or figure, she is amazing. A fat man in his 30s gently touched his head, but his eyes never left the TV. Dad, do you like this sister very much? The little boy rolled his eyes, looked at him and asked in a playful voice. Certainly. The fat man nodded without hesitation. Who do you think is prettier, this sister or mom? The little boy continued to ask. Is there any need to compare? Of course it should be this sister. The fat man suddenly felt a murderous aura and felt a chill down his spine. His heart was moved and he looked back quickly. I saw a woman in her 20s looking at me hungrily. Keep talking. The woman's face was gloomy and she said in a cold voice. Wife. Listen to my explanation. I. Explain. Of course she can't compare to you. The fat man had no choice but to stand up and massage his wife while smiling apologetically. Well, try harder. Haven't you eaten yet? The woman squinted her eyes, enjoying his service, and continued. Okay. The fat man nodded and bowed, looking like a real dog slave. But, I think this sister is more beautiful. The little boy looked at TV, then looked at his mother and said aggrievedly. Shut up. Change the channel. The woman suddenly opened her eyes and was about to have an attack when the fat man stepped forward. Oh. The little boy immediately switched to another channel. In the end, Chen Shuiying and others appeared. Keep changing. The fat man said with some reluctance. The little boy was very obedient and kept switching. 1, 2, 3. They are all Chen Shuiying's New Year advertisements. The couple was completely speechless. Guangzhou. Finally back. A corporate slave finally finished overtime and returned to his rental house. Luckily, I caught up with Sister Joe's live broadcast. He took off his coat and sat directly at the computer desk. Boot time, 27 seconds. Beat 99% of users nationwide. The office worker quickly opened the 480 secure browser. As a result, an advertisement window popped up. Ha! It's a beauty. He activated his hand speed, which had been that fast as he had been single for more than 20 years, and clicked on it immediately. Without exception. This is a New Year advertisement by Chen Shuiying and others. Oh. I also want to go home for the New Year. Unfortunately, I didn't make much money this year, and I don't have a girlfriend. I'm afraid I'll be exhausted from going back and forth. I'd better not go back for now. As the office worker listened to the song and thought about going south to work alone, he couldn't help feeling a little melancholy. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. He shook his head violently, muttering to himself. These girls are so pretty and have great bodies. Especially this busty girl. Let's have some now. As he spoke, he became addicted to it. Less than a minute later, he ran to the toilet. When he came back again, he was a little weaker. Well, eating the hot pot while watching Sister Joe is one of the greatest pleasures in life. He opened the Tiger Shark live streaming platform, then lowered his head to fiddle with the Zihai pot. As a result, a cheerful melody was played. It's Chen Shuiying and others again. It's just that the song was changed to another one. Oh my god. Why are they here again? The office worker looked up and was very surprised. Forget it, it's nice to listen to a beautiful woman singing. He didn't pay much attention to it and even hummed along with the melody. Rongqing. Hey, the teachers are all in a meeting, and there's no one patrolling during evening study. This is a good opportunity to read a novel. A male classmate secretly took out his mobile phone and opened the Tomato novel app. Well, starting at 999 trillion, School Beauty Takes Me Home has actually updated 10 chapters. Damn! This author is too hardworking. 2 or 3 chapters a day is enough, just keep going, don't get tired. He was reading a novel while talking. As a result, the advertisement at the end of the chapter still features Chen Shuiying and others. Fuck. An ad lasts 3 or 4 minutes, it's too ugly. Forget it, the young lady is so pretty, it's pleasing to the eyes, but I don't know if she sings well? The male classmates watched silently, and couldn't help feeling a little itchy. Would you like to listen to it? Turn down the volume first. He turned the volume down to its lowest setting, then slowly turned it up. A new year has come again. I sing to bless you. Those were not what I expected in the past. Let it all go. Suddenly, the song Year of Harvest rang out in the classroom. The boy was so scared that he threw his phone into the drawer. Hey! That sound isn't coming from my phone. It took him a while to react. He immediately looked around the classroom and found that many classmates were playing with their mobile phones. Moreover, the screens on their mobile phones also showed Chen Shuiying and others. That's not all. Go home often to visit, Gongxia Fei Kai, a year of harvest, good spring and Chen Shuiying, with the help of many internet trolls, gradually appeared in the vision of ordinary people. After just 1 hour, they were on the hot search list of major platforms. Another popular topic is how rich the People's Bank of China is. Chapter 88 Angry. Preparing to acquire Shanghai Entertainment. 2345. Chen Shuiying was still sitting at the computer desk, looking at her mobile phone happily. Wife, stop looking and go take a shower. Yi Tian couldn't bear to watch it anymore and urged. Got it. Right away. Chen Shuiying looked back at Yi Tian lying on the bed and said perfunctorily. Then he lowered his head and looked again. What's so good about this? Yi Tian was very dissatisfied and immediately got out of bed and walked over. He leaned close to Chen Shuiying's ear and stared at her cell phone screen. Because of today's New Year's advertisement, our class is very lively. Even the head teacher and counselor came out to give a speech. Chen Shuiying did not cover it up, but showed it to him openly. You don't have to watch it all night, do you? Yi Tian kissed her cheek gently and said softly. I didn't. I just looked at it for a while. Chen Shuiying immediately looked up and refuted with confidence. Yi Tian was speechless. It turns out that you can't reason with a woman. It's almost 11 o'clock in the evening now after coming back from dinner. Isn't this called a night? Xiaotong and the others are giving out red envelopes again. I'll grab them. Chen Shuiying suddenly tapped the screen of her mobile phone frantically. You are already a wealthy woman, why are you still fighting for these red envelopes? Yi Tian tapped her head gently. Don't miss it. Chen Shuiying covered her head and said in a cute voice. I'll watch it with you. As he said that, Yi Tian picked up Chen Shuiying and sat on the chair himself. Then he laid her sideways on his thighs and gently supported her slender waist. Shall I send one too? Chen Shuiying held the phone in her hand and asked Yi Tian for his opinion. As long as you like it. Yi Tian didn't care and said softly. Then I'll have one for 200 yuan, too. After saying that, Chen Shuiying sent a lucky red envelope in the chat group. Lu Diren, thank you, boss.jpg. Deng Ziqiang, congratulations on your prosperity.jpg. Li Mingchu, worship the boss.jpg. Zhang Xueping, rich woman wants to be supported.jpg. Yu11, the boss is generous.jpg. We. Chen Shuiying was very happy looking at the scrolling information. If you're so happy, then send more. Yi Tian snatched her phone and sent 10 red envelopes in a row. Wang Erbua, 666666.jpg. Wang Jiejia, excellent.jpg. Luihan, the boss drinks tea.jpg. Xiaozhen, woohoo takes off.jpg. Guan Xiaotong, I love you.jpg. The chat group became more lively. Okay, are you satisfied now? Can you go take a shower? Yi Tian rubbed Chen Shuiying's thigh and said with a smile. Itch. Chen Shuiying immediately grabbed his hand to stop him from doing anything wrong. Itchy? Yi Tian smiled wickedly and gently scratched Chen Shuiying's waist with his hands. Ha ha ha. No. Ha ha ha. Chen Shuiying was crying and laughing at the same time while talking on the phone, and she felt very uncomfortable. Can I go take a shower now? Yi Tian continued to ask. Ha ha ha. I'll go now. Ha ha. I'll go now. Chen Shuiying really couldn't stand it anymore. Yi Tian then stopped and gently wiped away her tears. Hate. Chen Shuiying was very angry and pinched Yi Tian's arm to vent her anger. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, Chen Shuiying's cell phone rang. Hello? When Chen Shuiying saw that it was Mao Xiaotong's call, she answered it immediately. Shuiying, did you receive a call from Shanghai Entertainment? Mao Xiaotong asked excitedly. No? What's wrong? Chen Shuiying looked at Yi Tian beside her, feeling a little confused. How is that possible? Leah, Yao Yao, and I all received calls from Shanghai Entertainment, asking us to come to their company for an interview after the new year. It's impossible that you didn't have one, right? Mao Xiaotong was also a little confused. I did not receive a call from Shanghai Entertainment. Chen Shuiying seemed to have thought of something, and a hint of enlightenment flashed in her eyes. It may be too late now. I may inform you within 2 days. Mao Xiaotong could only comfort her. Chen Shuiying snorted softly. Then I won't bother you anymore, good night. Good night. The two ended the call quickly. Is it because of what happened last time? Yi Tian naturally knew it and asked softly. It should be. Chen Shuiying nodded. Shanghai Entertainment is one of the 3 major music companies in Longhua. Chen Shuiying felt very disappointed because she did not receive an interview invitation. But he still forced a smile on his face, not wanting Yi Tian to see it. Looks like I have to teach them a lesson. Yi Tian frowned and said coldly. It's too much that there are still people bullying his wife. Don't do anything rash. Wait a day or 2 and see. Chen Shuiying immediately dissuaded him. She didn't want to wrongly accuse a good person. Yeah, I know. Go take a shower quickly. You promised to make it up to me tonight. Yi Tian smiled and patted her butt, trying to divert Chen Shuiying's attention. I have to say, it's really useful. I know. Honey, I find you are becoming more and more lustful. Chen Shuiying rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. How can I have that? Yi Tian naturally refused to admit it. Humph. Thinking about these things all day long, what else can you say except lust? Is it not okay for me to even think about my wife? Is this against the law? I will ignore you. Chen Shuiying couldn't argue with Yi Tian, so she could only get up and leave. Honey, remember to wear those underwear you bought last time. Yi Tian gently pulled her hand and smiled wickedly. Can I not wear it? When Chen Shuiying heard this, her face turned red instantly. No. Yi Tian refused righteously. Okay, did you buy that? Chen Shuiying thought about it and agreed. Are you talking about this? Don't worry, I've already bought it. Yi Tian opened the drawer and took out a box of small pink umbrellas. Oh. Chen Shuiying gently broke free. He walked to the closet and pulled out a set of pajamas. Next, there is a set of purple transparent lace underwear. I'm going to take a shower first. Having said that, she shyly left the room. This little girl. Yi Tian smiled and shook his head. But the next second, his face turned cold. He pulled out his cell phone and quickly dialed Lucy's number. Master. Lucy's voice sounded a little lazy, and it seemed that she had fallen asleep just now. Lucy, last time I asked you to buy a music company, how is it going now? Yi Tian frowned and asked softly. Master, we have negotiated with dozens of music companies in Longhua, including the 3 top music companies, Shanghai Entertainment, Longhua Entertainment, and Huanyu Entertainment. Among them, the 3 major companies refused to allow us to join their board of directors. Lucy was a little surprised, but immediately explained the situation. Then just buy it by force, don't worry about the money. Yi Tian thought about it and gave the order. Okay, master, which one do you want to acquire? Shanghai Entertainment. This. Lucy hesitated. What's wrong? Shanghai Entertainment is the one with the toughest attitude, and its shares are not dispersed, and the several shareholders have a good relationship, so it is difficult to defeat them one by one. If we forcefully acquire it, it may cost more money than acquiring the other 2 companies. As long as it's about money, it's not a problem. Don't be reluctant to spend money. Yi Tian replied domineeringly. Okay, I'll make sure to complete the task. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. Butler Lucy, please make the acquisition faster and don't let anyone know. Yi Tian was still worried and continued to remind him. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, housekeeper Lucy. By the way, have you arranged the salary increase for all employees that I told you about last time? Master, everything has been arranged. All employees' salaries have increased by 500%, and this year's year-end bonus has also been announced. Do you want to review it? Lucy immediately said seriously. No need, I'll leave this to you. That's it for now, you should go to bed early. Yes, master. Yi Tian hung up the phone directly and put the phone on the table. Squeak. At the same time, Chen Shuiying had already walked out. She felt that her underwear was very uncomfortable and her walking posture was a little awkward. Shuiying. Yi Tian rushed over impatiently like a hungry wolf. Just pick up Chen Shuiying and put her on the bed. Chapter 89 New Year's Eve. Preparing to return to the village for a reunion dinner. January 31st. 10:29. Yi Tian and his family are sitting in the living room. Son-in-law, don't keep me in suspense. What have you prepared? Chen Deli asked anxiously. Today is the 29th day of the lunar year, New Year's Eve. We will go back to Grandpa's house in the afternoon for the reunion dinner. He knew nothing about the gifts that were being prepared. How can this not be urgent? You old man, what are you in such a hurry for? Zhang Chunlan glanced at him and then continued watching TV. Dad, don't worry, it will be delivered soon. Yi Tian still looked calm and said with a smile. Ding ling ling. Just then, the doorbell rang. It should be Butler Zhang and the others who are here. Don't worry, Dad. Chen Shuiying stood up and went to open the door. Master. Lady. Master. Old lady. Zhang Ruotong and Sharapova walked in with a group of bodyguards. Each of them was carrying large and small bags. In just a blink of an eye, the entire living room and dining room were filled. Well, Butler Zhang, please introduce the gifts you prepared to us. Yi Tian sat on the sofa and said with a smile. Yes, master. Zhang Ruotong immediately clapped her hands. A bodyguard immediately put the things on the table. The first batch of gifts are the 10 most precious medicinal herbs in Dragon Country. Ginseng. Saffron. Snow lotus. Lingji. Bird's nest. Deer antler. Seahorse. Musk. Cordyceps. Ojia. Zhang Ruotong then picked up an exquisite gift box and said loudly, among them, these 3 wild ginsengs from Changbai Mountain that are nearly 500 years old are the most precious, each worth 8 million yuan. Hiss. 500 years. When Chen Deli, Zhang Chunlan and others heard this, they were shocked. They all gasped. If you take a bite of this, wouldn't you be able to ascend to heaven? Pa. Before they could finish being surprised, Zhang Ruotong clapped her hands again. Have someone take the things away and replace them with another batch of gifts. This is the second batch of gifts, abalone, shark's fin, and bird's nest. Abalone, 10 rare half-head abalone, worth 5 million yuan. The sea cucumber is 10 kilograms of rare white jade sea cucumber, worth 3.5 million yuan. As for shark fin, there are 10 pieces of the more precious Tianjiu shark fin, worth 4.5 million yuan. Fish maw, which is 10 gene of the more famous golden sturgeon fish maw, is worth 15 million yuan. Zhang Ruotong continued to smile and introduced them one by one. Hiss. Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan felt a little numb. At the same time, a terrible idea popped into my mind. This is the kind of gift you should give, anything else is too boring. The third batch is the customized Fu, Lu, and Shou. As he spoke, 6 bodyguards carried 3 large boxes in from outside the door. They slowly unpacked the boxes, and the whole living room suddenly shone with golden light. Suddenly, 3 sculptures with the words Fu, Lu, and Shou appeared in front of everyone. It is made of 24K gold, about 1 meter high, 80 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. It is decorated with 5 kinds of top-quality jades, mutton fat white jade, Hutian yellow jade, imperial green jadeite, Tianhuang stone and Hutian black jade. It is very beautiful. Zhang Ruotong paused for a while and introduced it again. Hiss. Son-in-law, this. Chen Deli looked at the 3 works of art and then looked at Yi Tian. Very shocking. This is really extravagant. Dad, are you satisfied? Yi Tian smiled and asked softly. Satisfied? Chen Deli answered with some stammering. How can you not be satisfied with this? The fourth batch is the precious liquor. A bottle of Lai's Maotai produced in 1935 is worth 10.7 million yuan. A bottle of Lusher Laojiu aged 60 years is worth 10.35 million yuan. A bottle of rare Guisher Handy Mutai, worth 8.9 million yuan. Zhang Ruodong smiled slightly and introduced loudly. Hiss. It's almost 30 million yuan in total. The old man is such a wine lover, I wonder if he dares to take a sip. Chen Deli looked at the 3 bottles of liquor in the gift box and couldn't help but sigh. The fifth batch is ordinary custom-made clothes and electrical appliances, with a wide variety of types and not too high value, adding up to only about 15 million yuan. Zhang Ruodong pointed at the boxes on the floor and said in a soft voice. Dad, what do you think is missing? Yi Tian looked at Chen Deli and asked softly. No more missing. Chen Deli shook his head violently. The old man is also a tea lover. I just happen to have so much precious tea at home, so taking some back would be enough to show off. As for the rest, there is enough. Okay then, Butler Zhang, move your things back to the car. Then follow our car and we'll set off together. Yi Tian nodded, then said to Zhang Ruotong. Yes, master. After saying that, Zhang Ruotong quickly directed the bodyguards to pack and move the things. Soon, the room returned to its usual calm. Old man, you can finally hold your head high this time when you return. I wonder what the eldest uncle and the second uncle dare to say. Zheng Chunlan's face was full of smiles, but she exuded a chill. The resentment accumulated over the years cannot be resolved overnight. Chen Deli looked at his wife, speechless. Is there any point in showing off in front of your own people? Son-in-law, how's the dish you told us about preparing a few days ago? Chen Deli's family has a custom for the New Year's Eve dinner. Each of the 5 brothers and sisters must prepare a dish and bring it to the old man's house. Dad, I won't tell you about this for now. You will know when the time comes. Yi Tian showed a mysterious smile. Can't you tell me about your father-in-law first? Chen Deli suddenly became anxious and spoke quickly. No. Yi Tian still shook his head and kept his mouth shut. Hubby, can you tell me secretly? Chen Shuiying received Chen Deli's look and immediately leaned into Yi Tian's arms, acting coquettishly. The honey trap doesn't work either. Yi Tian hugged her, pinched her nose, and spoke softly. Humph. You don't love me anymore. Chen Shuiying immediately pretended to be angry. This trick doesn't work either. Yi Tian's heart was calm and his face remained indifferent. Seeing this, Chen Shuiying could only look at Chen Deli and shook her head gently. Chen Deli had no choice but to give up. Okay, let's eat now. We need to rest later and set off early in the afternoon. At this time, Zhang Chunlan spoke. Everyone nodded. Haichang, Linhai village. Somewhere in a farmyard. A family is having dinner. Old Five is coming back for dinner today, so no one of you can quarrel anymore. Do you hear me? A white-haired old man put down his bowl and chopsticks and shouted in a deep voice. He is Chen Shuiying's grandfather, Chen Zhang. Got it, Dad. On the right is a middle-aged man, he is Chen Zheng's eldest son, Chen Dai. Recently, there have been advertisements about the fifth brother's daughter. Do you think she has become a star? A middle-aged woman's eyes sparkled and she started gossiping. This is Chen Dai's daughter-in-law, Huang Tsueru. Shuiying is so beautiful, it's only natural for her to become a star. When Chen Zheng heard this, a smile finally appeared on his face. Alas! I haven't seen Shuiying for 5 years. As he said this, he sighed again. Dad, you can see it tonight, so don't look so sad. The middle-aged man on the left is his second son, Shindiran. Chen Zheng nodded, picked up the wine glass and took a sip. However, I heard that Lao Wu had a big problem in the factory recently, and the boss was arrested. Can he really come back this year? Chen Diran's daughter-in-law Wang Meifeng suddenly spoke. Lao Wu has already agreed, so he will definitely come back. Chen Zheng's face darkened and he spoke softly. Even if he agrees, will his wife agree? Huang Tsueru also started to exaggerate. Well, I suspect Lao Wu and the others came back to borrow money from us. Wang Meifeng continued to fan the flames. Chen Zhang looked up at his two daughters-in-law and said nothing. That's enough, you two. Eat. Chen Diren and Chen Dei immediately scolded. But it's not hard to see that they think so too. No matter what, we can't quarrel tonight. I just want our family to have a reunion dinner in harmony. Just consider this as accommodating an old man like me for once. Shen Zheng took a sip of wine and begged. Dad, we know what to do. Everyone looked at each other and said in unison. Chapter 90 finally arriving at Linhai Village. 1620. Linhai Village. Chen Dei, Chen Diren, and others are all busy. Dad, Mom, we're back. I saw 5 young men and women walking into the yard, talking and laughing. You just went out to pick someone up, why did you waste half a day? Chen Dei frowned, looking somewhat displeased. Stop being so arrogant all day long. Huang Priscilla shook her head and cursed softly. Then she looked at her son Chen Zhihui and asked with a smile, Son, where did you go just now? A fairly handsome boy came over and said softly, After we picked them up, we had a meal together, watched a movie, and then came back. Well, this is your girlfriend, right? Why don't you introduce her to your parents? Huang Sueru nodded, her eyes already falling on the girl behind him, and asked anxiously. Upon hearing this, Chen Dei also came over and looked at his future daughter-in-law carefully. Although this girl's appearance is not stunning, she has delicate features and is gentle and refined, making her the type that is pleasing to the eye. The couple is still very satisfied with this. Uncle, Aunt, hello. My name is Song Xiaowei. Seeing this, the girl did not show any fear but introduced herself enthusiastically and generously. Mom and Dad, please don't scare Xiaowei away. Otherwise, your son will be single for the rest of his life. Shen Zhihui started joking. Bah! How can you talk like that, kid? Huang Sueru rolled her eyes at him and spoke anxiously. Xiaowei, come and sit down for a moment. Uncle will go in and get you a glass of water. As Chen Dei said this, he hurried into the house. Xiaowei, you are tired too, please sit down quickly. Chen Zhihui quickly called his beloved girlfriend and sat on the chair. Let's sit down too. The remaining 2 men and 1 woman also sat down around the round table. You're back. Wang Meifeng heard the noise and also came out of the house. Are you Hong Zifeng? She looked at her son Chen Zhiguang and daughter Chen Xueqing, then her eyes fell on the young man beside her. Hello, Auntie. Hong Zifeng stood up immediately and was very polite. Great, great. You're so handsome. Wang Meifeng said cheerfully. Auntie, these are some small gifts from me. After saying that, Hong Zifeng immediately handed over the gift he had prepared. You are still a student. It's okay to just show up, but why bring any gifts? Wang Meifeng said this as she took the gift bag. Yes, yes. Hong Zifeng was still a little nervous. Mom, stop nagging and get us something to drink. Chen Zhiguang became a little impatient and spoke. You kid. Your sisters have all found boyfriends, but you are still single. I tell you, I have found a nice girl for you recently. You must go and meet her this time. Just think of it as making new friends, okay? When Wang Meifeng heard this, she didn't get angry and started urging her husband to get married as usual. I know. Hurry and get some water. Shen Zhiguang curled his lips, knowing that this kind of drama would happen, and urged again. Okay, sit down for a while. I'll get you some fruits and snacks. Wang Meifeng walked quickly into the house carrying something. After a while, several young people sat in the yard. We ate, drank, and chatted. My mom told me that my uncle and his family will come back for the reunion dinner this year. Chen Zhihui put down his phone and said with a smile. Will Shuiying come back too? Chen Zhiguang and Chen Xueqing's eyes lit up and they were very surprised. They haven't seen this cousin for a long time. Chen Zhihui nodded and took a sip of water. Zhihui, is that the girl in the commercial? Song Xiaowei also became interested in this. Yes, that's her. Chen Zhihui said this and handed over a piece of honey melon. Thank you. Then you must remember to introduce her to me later. Song Xiaowei said sweetly. She has her own little thoughts in her heart. If he could become good friends with Chen Shuiying, he might be able to get promoted by capital. Then he successfully entered the entertainment industry and became a big star that everyone envied. Okay, I'll introduce you. Chen Zhihui knew very well what his girlfriend was thinking, so he readily agreed. Do you think Shui Ying is being kept by someone? Chen Zhiguan looked around and said softly. Afraid of being heard by my family. Shui Ying is so beautiful, she must be liked by many big shots. Moreover, her recent advertisements have been overwhelming and cost a lot of money. It's impossible to say that no one supports her. Chen Xueqing also echoed in a low voice. Well, even if she wasn't kept, she must have been seduced. Otherwise, where would she get such resources? Chen Zhihui began to analyze. The situation of Chen Deli's family is no better than theirs. Where can we get so much financial and human resources? Are you talking about the recent popular New Year's advertisement? Hong Zifeng asked with a confused look on his face. Yes, didn't Xueqing tell you? Chen Zhiguan looked at him with some surprise. No. Hong Zifeng looked at his girlfriend and spread his hands helplessly. How come there isn't one? Didn't I tell you last time? The one standing in the center position is my cousin. Chen Xueqing rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly. Oh. I remember now, you did mention it on the phone. Hong Zifeng patted his forehead. He looked as if he had suddenly realized something. Xueqing, your family's genes are really amazing. He then sighed again. Yes, it is true. Song Xiaowei also nodded to show her agreement. In the Chen family, she has not seen anyone who looks ugly yet, all of them are very good looking. This is a must. This is the excellent gene of our Chen family. Chen Zhihui and others were naturally delighted to hear their praise. You guys are back. Just then, Chen Zheng hurried into the yard, holding a goose and a fish in his hands. Although the old man is old, he is still as strong as ever. I have to admit that he is amazing. Grandfather. Chen Zhihui and the other two immediately stood up and shouted loudly. Okay. When Chen Zheng saw how filial his grandchildren were, the smile on his face grew even wider. Grandpa, this is my girlfriend, Song Xiaowei. This is Xueqing's boyfriend, Hong Zifeng. They will all spend the new year at our house. Chen Zhihui immediately introduced. Yeah, not bad. They're all very handsome. Chen Zheng took a careful look and said loudly. Hello, Grandpa. Song Xiaowei and Hong Zifeng hurriedly greeted them. Well, good boy. Let's not talk about it for now. I have to take this big fat goose and grouper to the kitchen to deal with them first. After saying that, he left in a panic. Grandpa seems to be in a good mood. Chen Zhiguan sat down and took a sip of tea. Of course. My uncle is back this year, so this is a real reunion dinner. Chen Xueqing smiled and said in a soft voice. I hope we don't have to quarrel again this year. Chen Zhihui and Chen Zhiguan looked at each other and couldn't help but murmur. Song Xiaowei and Hong Zifeng were a little confused. And on the other side, Chen Deli was driving the car, bumping along the small road. Why hasn't this road been repaired yet? He complained as he held the steering wheel steady. Stop talking and focus on driving. Don't fall into the pit. Zhang Chunlan endured the tightness in her chest, turned around and said something, then leaned toward the car window and breathed in the fresh air. Honey, we're almost there. Chen Shuiying stared at the familiar scenery outside the window and was very happy. Well, this place is really beautiful. Yi Tian also looked out and praised sincerely. There are endless green mountains here. There is also an endless ocean. Fresh and pleasant air. The occasional sound of poultry. All of this is filled with the tranquility and comfort of the countryside. This also made Yi Tian even more excited. Chapter 91 Everyone's surprise. Not long after, they finally arrived at Linhai village. The road finally became wide and flat. You can also see various types of houses. Just walk a little further and you'll reach Grandpa's house. Chen Shuiying turned around and looked at Yi Tian and said happily, seemingly getting more excited. Yi Tian stroked her hair and hummed softly. Son-in-law, we are almost there. What are you going to cook tonight? Can you give me a hint now? Chen Deli asked anxiously while driving. Along the way, he didn't see the ingredients prepared by Yi Tian. This is the tradition of the Chen family and cannot be taken lightly. I'm not prepared. Yi Tian raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. What? The three people in the car were extremely surprised when they heard this. Son-in-law, you are kidding, right? Chen Deli was a little panicked and continued to ask. I'm not kidding. Yi Tian still had a smile on his face. Chen Deli was a little stunned. He never expected that this son-in-law would be so unreliable. But he quickly came to his senses and said directly, oh no. It should still be in time to buy groceries now. Honey, what do you think we should cook? It will be all right. Zhang Chunlan thought about it and said casually. Dad, there's no need to be so troublesome. Don't we have abalone, shark's fin, and bird's nest among our gifts? Just take some out and cook. Chen Shuiying rolled her eyes and said in a cute voice. All right. Chen Deli nodded. Cooking with abalone, sea cucumber, shark's fin, and bird's nest will make you look more impressive. Wait for me to finish. Yi Tian looked at them and smiled. Although I didn't prepare it, I asked someone to prepare it. Hey! You little brat! Are you itching for trouble? Chen Deli turned around, glared at him and shouted angrily. This guy is becoming more and more lawless. He even dared to play tricks on his majestic father-in-law. He. Yi Tian touched the back of his head and smiled evilly. Bad guy. Chen Shuiying was also a little angry and slapped his arm hard. Don't be angry. I just wanted to liven up the atmosphere. Yi Tian hugged Chen Shuiying and coaxed her softly. I see you don't want to liven up the atmosphere, but to piss us off to death. Chen Deli looked at the rearview mirror and was so angry that his teeth were itching. Dad, don't be angry. I really don't know what to cook. Just ask the housekeeper later. Yi Tian was still smiling playfully, looking really despicable. No, as the boss, you don't know. How can that be justified? Chen Deli was very contemptuous and didn't believe what he said at all. There's nothing we can do. These housekeepers are a bit naughty. Yi Tian shrugged and continued, by the way, Shuiying, didn't you say there was a large vacant lot next to Grandpa's house? Are you sure it's still there? Yes, what's the matter? Chen Shuiying was a little confused. Our people will park the vehicle there later, and also build a temporary kitchen there to facilitate making fire and cooking. Yi Tian quickly explained. Grandpa's house has a kitchen too. No, we have too many cooks. I don't think we can accommodate so many people. Just making a dish. As Chen Shuiying was talking, she suddenly realized that things were not that simple. Dad, that piece of vacant land seems to belong to Uncle Ming. You can call him and borrow it. Then she moved forward and spoke to Chen Deli. Well, honey, please call a Ming for me. Chen Deli nodded, quickly picked up his mobile phone and handed it to Zhang Chunlan. Zhang Chunlan didn't say anything and just made the call. Soon, they came to the open space. 4 or 5 cars and 3 large trucks were parked neatly in a corner on one side of the open space. Is this okay? Yi Tian said to Yua Mikami behind him. Can. Yua Mikami looked around and nodded slightly. That's fine, you guys hurry up and get ready. Yi Tian looked at his watch and felt that time was a bit tight. Yes, master. After saying this, Yua Mikami led a large group of people and began their busy work. Butler Zhang, I want to ask, what dishes are prepared tonight? Chen Deli took the opportunity to ask Zhang Ruotong, who was standing beside him. I don't know either. Butler Mikami is in charge of the kitchen. I only know that he bought a lot of ingredients, so he should be making more than one dish. Zhang Ruotong said very honestly. Chen Deli was speechless. It's as good as saying nothing. Okay, Dad, don't worry, there won't be any problems anyway. Yes. Let's go to Grandpa's house. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying immediately persuaded. All right. Chen Deli sighed and stopped worrying about it. I can finally see Grandpa. As Chen Shuiying spoke, she took the arms of Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan and walked quickly towards the gate of the nearby yard. Butler Zhang, have someone follow me. Yi Tian stood where he was and gave instructions softly. Yes. Zhang Ruotong did not dare to be negligent and quickly said yes. Then she directed the bodyguards to carry the gifts and followed Yi Tian. Chen Ping walked out of the house and stood in the courtyard. He looked at his phone, then at the door. He looked very anxious. Dad, please sit down and take a rest. Seeing this, Chen Dei immediately took a stool and placed it at his feet. Tell me, what time is it now? Why hasn't Lao Wu come back yet? Chen Ping frowned and asked anxiously. Dad, it's still early, Lao Wu. Chen Dai was halfway through his words when he saw Chen Deli and his family of 3 walk in the door. Everyone in the courtyard looked over. It's beautiful. The 5 young men finally looked at Chen Shuiying's delicate and beautiful face and couldn't help but sigh. Dad. Grandfather. Chen Deli, Zhang Xunlan, and Chen Shuiying came to Chen Ping and shouted. Finally, I'm back. Chen Ping was very excited and walked over quickly. A bright smile finally appeared on his face. Hurry up and sit down. Chen Ping immediately asked the 3 to sit down. Deli, how have you been lately? Chen Ping held Chen Deli's hand tightly and asked with concern. Dad, I'm fine. Chen Deli's eyes were also filled with tears and his voice was a little choked. Well, that's good. Chen Ping then looked at Zhang Xunlan and said softly, Alan, I was wrong before. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, okay? Dad, you don't need to apologize. It's not your fault, and we don't take it to heart. Looking at the old man with white hair, Zhang Xunlan felt softened and relieved. Thank you. Thank you. But Chen Ping kept thanking him. Child, do you miss Grandpa? Chen Ping then held Chen Shuiying's hand again, his eyes already wet with tears. Well, I missed you, Grandpa. As Chen Shuiying spoke, she hugged Chen Ping. My child, Grandpa misses you too. Chen Ping patted her back gently. Old 5, you guys aren't going to come back empty-handed, are you? Wang Meifeng suddenly spoke. That's a bit harsh. Everyone's faces froze. The atmosphere was very awkward. Chen Ping frowned. Didn't we agree on this at noon? Why did something weird happen again? Shut up. Chen Diren quickly pulled her sleeve. Can't I just say this? When Wang Meifeng wanted to say something, she saw a group of men in suits walking in. She immediately panicked, thinking that it was the gangsters coming to seek revenge, and immediately hid behind Chen Diren. Be careful, don't drop anything. Zhang Ruotong directed the bodyguards in an orderly manner. Husband, Miss Chen, where should these gifts be placed? Then she walked lightly to Chen Shuiying's side and asked respectfully. This scene shocked everyone. These burly men turned out to be Chen Shuiying's men. Could it be that she became the woman of a gangster boss? This scared Wang Meifeng to death. Grandfather. Chen Shuiying called out softly. What are these? Chen Ping came back to his senses and asked softly. Dad, we bought this specially. It contains ginseng, seafood, etc. It is to nourish your body. Chen Deli said with a smile. So much? Everyone else was stunned, the yard was almost full of them. How much does this cost? What are the contents of those 3 boxes? Chen Ping looked at the things in the yard. Then he found 3 huge boxes and felt curious. Well, you'll know when you open it yourself. Chen Deli gave a mysterious smile. You kid. Chen Ping looked at him helplessly, then said to Chen Dai, open it for me. Yes. Chen Dai couldn't hold back any longer and rushed over immediately. He quickly opened the exquisite wooden box, and suddenly the whole yard was shining with golden light. A huge fu scared everyone. Is this made of gold? Chen Ping asked with a dry mouth. Chen Deli nodded without denying it. Is this true or false? Chen Dai was a little unconvinced and wanted to try to lift it up. But he found that he had put in all his effort. Still can't move a single cent. It's true. Only then did Chen Dai have to believe it. He quickly opened the other 2 boxes. Still the same recipe, same taste. The golden light is dazzling. Hiss. Everyone gasped. This is too extravagant. Deli, why are you wasting money like this? Chen Ping quickly took a sip of water to calm himself down. Dad, these are just small amounts of money. Let me tell you, there are hundreds of years old ginseng in here, which is truly priceless. There are also 3 bottles of liquor worth 10 million, as well as precious Da Hong Pao and so on. Chen Deli was very proud and told the story in detail. Ahem. When Chen Ping heard this, he couldn't help coughing. He could only take another sip of water before his breathing slowly calmed down. Deli, have you made a fortune? He put down the cup and asked softly. Dad, I don't have that ability. It's Shuiying. Junlan and I just benefited from her. Chen Deli smiled proudly. His greatest success is that his daughter marries well. Shuiying? Chen Ping widened his eyes and looked over quickly. The same was true for others, who all looked at Chen Shuiying seriously again. Thinking about recent events, they immediately understood. Chen Shuiying, you really met a noble person. At the same time, they also had other ideas. Chapter 92 Chen Shuiying's Confession. The yard suddenly became quiet. Shuiying, what's going on? Chen Ping frowned, very confused. He remembered that his granddaughter was still in college. How did you become so rich? Grandpa, this is what my husband prepared. Chen Shuiying thought about it and said it frankly. She felt there was no need to hide the fact of her marriage. I don't want to keep hiding it anymore. Husband. This made Chen Ping a little confused. I thought I heard it wrong. The others also looked at her in amazement. I was speechless for a moment. Married? Aren't you still not graduated? He swallowed and asked softly. Grandpa, I'm married. Chen Shuiying nodded and admitted it directly. When she thought of Yi Tian, she naturally smiled brightly. You're really married, so where's your husband? Chen Ping pondered for a while and continued to ask. I haven't seen my granddaughter for just a few years, but she's already married. But he knew nothing about this, and he couldn't help feeling very sad. He's still outside. He'll be here soon. Chen Shuiying looked at the door and felt very strange. I can't understand why Yi Tian hasn't come in yet. Chen Ping snorted, then looked at Chen Deli and angrily said, why didn't you tell us about Shuiying's marriage, which is such an important matter? He is really angry. Even if I did something wrong, I still have the right to attend my granddaughter's wedding. This son is so hateful. Dad, you misunderstood. They just got the marriage certificate, they haven't held the wedding yet. Seeing Chen Ping's expression, Chen Deli quickly explained. Real? Chen Ping looked at Chen Deli, then at Zhang Chunlan and Chen Shuiying. The three of them nodded. Why didn't you call me to tell me about such an important matter as getting the certificate? Chen Ping nodded slightly, then cursed at Chen Deli again. Chen Deli was speechless, and said with a stiff upper lip, Shuiying is going to be a singer, right? Of course, marriage should be kept secret, the fewer people know about it, the better. So? As he spoke, he looked at Chen Shuiying and Zhang Chunlan beside him. Winking frantically. I didn't say I had to hide it. Chen Shuiying ignored his signal and said in a coquettish voice. I didn't say that either. Zhang Chunlan also echoed. He looked as if it had nothing to do with him. When Chen Deli heard this, he almost fainted with anger. These mother and daughter are really going too far. It was obvious that one was the first to propose it, and the other was the first to agree. Now both of them are telling lies with open eyes and trying to pass the buck. Actually, it's my son-in-law. His status is a bit special, so I don't want to make it too public. As the saying goes, it is better to let my friend die than to let me die, so Chen Deli had no choice but to let Yi Tian take the blame. Shuiying, will you still hold a banquet in the village? Chen Ping stopped hesitating and asked with some anticipation. Grandpa, you have to ask my husband about this. Chen Shuiying was moved and had the same idea. But she can't make the decision alone. But as long as she acts coquettishly, Yi Tian will definitely agree. As Chen Ping drank his tea, he became more and more looking forward to meeting his grandson-in-law. Shuiying, how old is your husband? At this moment, Chen Dei asked hesitantly. Chen Shuiying looked at him with a somewhat indifferent expression. But out of politeness, he said softly, Uncle, he is a few months older than me and is also a student in our school. That's good. Only then did Chen Dei breathe a sigh of relief. He was just worried about how rich his nephew's husband was. Could it be that the old cow is eating the young grass? Let him call a person of the same age as nephew-in-law. This is so fucking embarrassing. So young? What does your family do? Shuiying, I heard that it's not easy to get into a wealthy family. Did you feel wronged? Is my brother-in-law handsome? Since someone started it, the others followed suit. They surrounded Chen Shuiying and kept asking for news. Chen Shuiying was unable to answer all the questions and could only say, he will be here soon, you can ask him yourself. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to give up. Uncle, Aunt, Shuiying, drink some hot water. Under the command of Huang Tsueru, Chen Zhihui brought over 3 cups of hot tea. Jai Hui, thank you. Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan quickly continued, smiling. The conflicts of the older generation will not involve the young people. You are the elders, so don't be polite to me. Chen Zhihui put away the tray and also laughed. By the way, Zhihui, you have graduated, right? Where do you work? Chen Deli looked at him and asked happily. I'm just an ordinary programmer in Lincheng. Chen Zhihui still had a smile on his face and was very frank. Programmers are great. They are respectable and well paid. What's so good about it? 996 is the norm at work, and my hair has become thinner. Young people should work hard to make money and marry a wife. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? Chen Deli continued to ask. Some. Chen Zhihui then waved to Song Xiaowei. Uncle, aunt, hello. Song Xiaowei hurried over and greeted them warmly. This is my girlfriend, Song Xiaowei. Chen Zhihui took her hand and introduced her to him openly. So beautiful. They are a perfect match. Chen Deli and Zhang Chunlan looked at the two and praised them sincerely. Wang Meifeng sat on one side and watched them having a great time talking. I became more and more anxious. Thinking about how I had been so rude and talkative just now, I had wasted the opportunity to reconcile. I wanted to slap myself. But I can't bear to do so. She gently pushed Chen Diren beside her. What's wrong? Chen Diren turned around and asked in a low voice. What's wrong? Why are you standing there like an idiot? Hurry over there. Wang Meifeng frowned and pinched his thigh. I really feel a little disappointed with him. Chen Diren looked at his wife and shook his head gently. This woman is so realistic. Over the years, Mai Tai has looked down on Lao's family and is unwilling to have anything to do with them. Now that they see they have money, they stick to them shamelessly. Well. Jiguang, Xueqing, why don't you hurry up and get your uncle and aunt some food? Chen Diren couldn't save face and could only tell his 2 children to do things. Oh. Chen Jiguang understood and hurried over with the fruit plate. Chen Deli gave an apple to Zhang Chunlan, took one for himself, and said with a smile, Jiguang, thank you. You're welcome. Chen Jiguang handed the fruit plate to Chen Shuiying. Shuiying, would you like some fruit? Thank you, cousin. I won't eat it. Chen Shuiying shook her head and said with a smile. Chen Jiguang didn't say much and went straight back to his seat. Chen Shuiying's mind returned to the phone, and she murmured in a low voice, Husband, why hasn't he replied to me yet? On the open space. Yi Tian was busy in the kitchen. Nema. I'm such a rich man, and I have to help out? He felt like crying, but he still cut the vegetables quickly. Just now, several chefs suddenly suffered from diarrhea due to eating the wrong food, and had to be sent to the hospital for treatment. Because there were not enough people, Yi Tian had to volunteer to come and help. Zhang Ruodong, Mikami Yua, and others were also busy nearby. Master, your sword skills are amazing. Well, it's comparable to many of the world's top chefs. Looking at Yi Tian's miraculous swordsmanship, everyone praised him. Hey, that's a piece of cake. Yi Tian felt a little complacent. TSK. What would you do without me? The system couldn't stand it anymore and sneered. Anyway, I just know how to do it. So what? Yi Tian was now full of confidence and retorted directly. You. The system never expected that this guy would be so bold. What do you mean? Yi Tian became even more excited. I felt a great sense of relief that my revenge had been achieved. Chapter 93 First Meeting. Everyone was shocked again. He. Yi Tian's secret joy attracted everyone's attention. Is cutting vegetables so fun? Zhang Ruodong and Mikami Yua looked at each other, very confused. But it's hard to say much. Who makes him his own boss? Master. Zhang Ruodong just shouted softly. After hearing this, Yi Tian stopped chatting with the system. Huh? What's wrong? Your vegetables have been cut. Zhang Ruodong pointed at the chopping board and reminded softly. Oh. Yi Tian then realized it and stopped what he was doing. Master, the preparations here are complete, you can leave now. Yua Mikami said with a smile. Yi Tian was suddenly confused. He also wanted to show off his cooking skills in front of everyone with his super chef cooking skill package. That's the result? Master, the clothes are ready. You can change in the car at any time. Zhang Ruodong looked at him and said very considerately. All right. Yi Tian curled his lips and had to put down the kitchen knife. Slowly walked out of the makeshift kitchen. After a while, he changed into a new set of clothes. I also sprayed a little custom perfume. Not bad, not bad. Yi Tian was in a very happy mood and walked towards the yard with a swagger. Ying, it's almost time for dinner, why hasn't Yi Tian come back yet? Chen Deli looked at his watch and asked anxiously. I don't know, and she didn't answer the phone. Chen Shuiying shook her head gently and then stood up. I'll go out and look for her. No need, he's coming. Zhang Chunlan saw Yi Tian's figure and called out softly. Everyone looked over. I saw Yi Tian walking towards me slowly, he was very tall and handsome. Fuck. So handsome? This must be the legendary tall, rich and handsome man. I envy him so much. Chen Zhihui, Chen Xueqing, and several other young people couldn't help but exclaim. Is this Shuiying's husband? Chen Ping was also stunned and asked in a low voice. Chen Deli said with a smile. This son-in-law is indeed a handsome man. Pretty much the same as when he was young. Why did you come so late? Chen Shuiying walked over and gently took his arm. Several chefs were unwell, so I went to the kitchen to help out. Yi Tian smiled bitterly helplessly. Then why don't you call me? Chen Shuiying said somewhat dissatisfiedly. You? A hint of disdain flashed across Yi Tian's eyes. How come this person has no self-awareness at all? What? What was that look in your eyes just now? Chen Shuiying noticed it and immediately became unhappy. Ahem. I don't have any eyes, you must have seen it wrong. Yi Tian touched the back of his head and immediately changed the subject. Stop talking, everyone is watching us. Humph. Just wait. I'll punish you when we get back. Chen Shuiying pinched his waist gently and whispered harsh words. Yi Tian, come over here and call for help. Chen Deli also stood up suddenly. Then he smiled and introduced Chen Ping beside him. This is Shuiying's grandfather. Grandfather. Yi Tian called out to Chen Ping respectfully. Okay. Chen Ping looked at Yi Tian and said okay. This is Shuiying's uncle and aunt. Then Chen Deli introduced the people on the opposite side. Uncle. Auntie. Yi Tian also shouted respectfully. This is Shuiying's second uncle and second mother. Second uncle. Second mother. The couples Chen Dei and Chen Diren nodded. These are Shuiying's cousins and their friends. You are all young people, so get to know each other better later. After Chen Deli finished speaking, he sat down and drank tea. Sit down. Chen Shuiying brought over a stool. Yi Tian snorted and sat down. What's your name, kid? Chen Ping looked at Yi Tian deeply and asked kindly. Grandpa, my name is Yi Tian. Yi for leaf, Tian for sky. Yi Tian answered somewhat stiffly. Yi Tian, what a good name. Chen Ping muttered to himself and then shouted happily. Yi Tian? Yi. Shen. When Chen Zhihui heard this, he immediately thought of the wedding incident some time ago. You kid. Why are you so startled? Chen Dei looked at his son and scolded. Dad. No. Oh. Never mind. Chen Zhihui made a bitter face and wanted to argue, but thought about it. Or he asked Chen Shuiying and Yi Tian directly, cousin, the big event that happened around the middle of the month was also caused by you, right? Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying looked at each other and laughed. That day was so grand and ostentatious that anyone who knows them a little would have thought of it. This can't be concealed at all. Chen Shuiying nodded and did not deny it. Hiss. Chen Zhihui took a breath. He was once again shocked by the financial resources of his cousin's husband. Definitely no worse than the richest man in Dragon Country. What are you talking about? Can you please stop playing dumb? Chen Xueqing looked at them and asked in a cute voice. Others were also confused. Hey! Why are you so? Chen Zhihui almost said the word stupid. But fortunately the breaks were successful. Think about it, what big thing happened this month? He looked at everyone and asked proudly. What's the big deal? Hiss. Chen Zhiguang also understood and his eyes widened. I understand. Yi Tian, Chen Shuiying, Yi and Chen. Hong Zifeng also shouted happily. What Yi and Chen? Hiss. Everyone understood and took a deep breath. Damn. This is so scary. The rich are right next to you, how should you communicate with them? Waiting online. Urgent. Grandson-in-law, what does your family do? Shen Ping slowly adjusted his breathing and asked again. Me? It seems like he's involved in every industry except prostitution, gambling, and drugs. Yi Tian thought about it seriously and said with a smile. This. Everyone was shocked by his words again. All industries are involved, this is too outrageous. Shuiying, how much did it cost just that one time? Chen Shuiqing looked at her cousin and asked curiously. Honey, how much did it cost? Chen Shuiying didn't know either, so she immediately asked Yi Tian beside her. It shouldn't be much, right? I forgot. Yi Tian shook his head gently. Chen Jiahui was speechless. This brother-in-law is so pretentious. Not counting the fireworks display and other miscellaneous things, Guanghai City has already spent more than 10 billion yuan on giving away coupons. This is not much? I remember, last time I got the coupons for 3 consecutive days. Huang Sueru patted her thigh and shouted loudly. There are only a few people in Haicheng. Is it strange that we can snatch it? Chen Dei glanced at her and scolded with a smile. Brother-in-law, let me apologize to you first. Chen Jiahui touched the back of his head and said embarrassedly. Why are you apologizing to me? Yi Tian was a little confused. Was this person probably an idiot? About your marriage, my colleagues and I called you an idiot a lot. Of course, I didn't know it was you at that time, please forgive me. Chen Jiahui quickly explained. Yi Tian was confused again. This guy is really a joke hired by the monkey. Originally he didn't know and could just pretend nothing happened. Now. Damn, the clown is actually himself. Cousin-in-law, us too. Chen Zhiguang and others also apologized. Fine. Yi Tian could only force a smile. Shuiying, grandson-in-law, didn't you just get a certificate? Now it was Chen Ping's turn to be confused. Yes. Chen Shuiying nodded immediately. Why did you make it so grand and spend so much money? Chen Ping continued his soul searching. Chen Shuiying did not answer this time, but just looked at Yi Tian quietly. Forehead. Yi Tian didn't know what to say. Could it be that his housekeeper arranged it without his permission? I'm afraid no one will believe this if I tell them. Okay, Dad. Yi Tian just wanted to give Shuiying the best memories, so he spent so much money and thought. Please don't talk about him. Chen Deli quickly came to the rescue of his son-in-law. Yi Tian looked at his father-in-law with gratitude. This idiot finally has some effect. Well, it's getting late, let's eat. Chen Ping looked up at the sky. It was already very late. Okay. Everyone stood up and started fiddling with the tables and chairs. Huang Sueru, Wang Meifeng, and others went into the house to serve the dishes. Deli, what dishes have you prepared? Chen Dei and Shan Diring came up to Chen Deli and asked in a deep voice. I don't know either. Chen Deli spread his hands proudly, then pointed at Yi Tian and said, My son-in-law is in charge this time. Chen Dei and Shen Dirin looked at him, wishing they could beat him up. Damn it. It's a great thing to find a good son-in-law. Master, can we serve the food now? Zhang Ruotong trotted in and asked in a tender voice. Yi Tian nodded. Pa. Zhang Ruotong immediately clapped her hands. A group of bodyguards quickly brought in several tables. What's going on? Everyone looked at the tables filling the yard, a little confused. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, helicopters flew over the yard. The timing is just right. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Ruotong's face. Chapter 94 New Year's Eve. Reunion dinner, start the whole. At the same time. 2 rows of maids, wearing exquisite red cheongsams and holding trays in their hands, walked in gracefully. Some of them were arranging the tablecloths. Some were arranging the dishes. Some of them walked to one side, holding various traditional musical instruments, and began singing and dancing. Please take a seat. Others served everyone gently. This. Chen Ping and others had never seen such a grand scene before. They all felt flattered. They sat on the chairs, at a loss, and let the maids take care of everything. Master! I saw Yua Mikami wearing a pink cheongsam and standing next to Yi Tian. Well, the food can be served. Yi Tian looked at her and said softly. Okay. Yua Mikami glanced at the table and pondered for a moment. What came forward were all the meals that Chen Ping and his team had carefully prepared. There are all kinds of chickens, ducks, fish, geese, pigs, and cattle. It can be considered quite rich. Please enjoy your meal. The maids immediately removed everyone's bowls and chopsticks and replaced them with high-end custom-made glazed porcelain bowls and white jade ivory chopsticks. Even the wine glasses were replaced with exquisite and expensive Ming Chenghua Dotsai chicken cups. This is the only Gujing Gongjiu in the world. It was auctioned at a liquor auction in 1979 for 13.57 million yuan, becoming the king of Dragon Country liquor. The record has not been broken to this day. The maids poured the wine carefully while Yua Mikami explained on the side. It was auctioned for 13.57 million in 1979. Now in 2022, isn't it a sky-high price? Everyone looked at the wine glasses on the table and suddenly felt dizzy. Damn! I have never felt so extravagant in my life. This wine is so over the top. Smells good. Chen Dei and others picked up their wine glasses and watched carefully. It's true, the aroma of the wine is overflowing, sweet and charming. Just a light sniff and you'll feel like you're floating in the air. Dad! Let's have a drink together. Chen Deli looked straight at Chen Ping, who was still stunned, and said with a smile. Yeah. Chen Ping finally sobered up, holding the wine glass and slowly stood up, saying loudly, "Tonight is New Year's Eve, everyone eat and drink well, and have a good New Year." Good. Everyone stood up and echoed. Cheers. Just like that, everyone clinked their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Chen Ping sat down quickly. He looked at the wine in the glass, then at the dishes on the table, frowning. Suddenly I felt that these dishes really don't match the good wine in the glass. Grandson-in-law, what dishes have you prepared? Chen Ping thought for a while and finally spoke. Yi Tian did not answer, but just looked at Yua Mikami beside him. Mikami Yua immediately smiled and said, "Grandpa, we are preparing a New Year's Eve banquet of the Manchu Han banquet tonight." A full banquet. The legendary royal banquet? Didn't they say the recipe has been lost? The most important thing is that many ingredients have become extinct, and some are even on the verge of extinction. They have become nationally protected plants and animals and cannot be eaten at all. When everyone heard this, they were immediately shocked. Please rest assured that we will not put ourselves in danger and illegally hunt or pick nationally protected plants and animals. We have replaced the animals and plants needed with other common ingredients, and have conducted joint research with 500 top chefs from Longwood and 2,000 top chefs from around the world to ensure the original flavor of the dishes. Mikami Yua continued. That's good. Everyone felt relieved immediately. Ahem. Dei, Diren, let's save these dishes for tomorrow. Chen Ping deliberately coughed a few times, looked at his two sons, and spoke softly. Chen Dei and Chen Diren nodded without hesitation. The dishes they prepared tonight were already the most sumptuous New Year's Eve in recent years. But this nephew's husband is really rich. There was nothing they could do. The maid immediately understood and took the food away. A beautiful lady offers tea. Seeing this, Yua Mikami shouted in a tender voice. Then another group of maids came and brought the fragrant tea to the table. What kind of tea is this? Chen Ping smelled the rich tea fragrance and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Replying to the old master, this is the Dahong Pao from the Wui Mountain Mother Tree used by the royal family. Mikami Yua answered respectfully. Hiss. Everyone looked at the teacups in their hands and gasped. Is this the legendary Dahong Pao? They quickly put the teacup to their noses and smelled it with their eyes closed. Very intoxicated. Gurgle. Chen Ping swallowed and took a small sip. Cool. This Dahongpo has a lingering fragrance on your lips and teeth, with a delicate and mellow taste and a slight bitterness. He couldn't help but shout. Seeing this, the others also took a sip. But most people don't really know how to appreciate tea, they just think it's very fragrant and delicious. 4th grade dried fruit. Mikami Yua continued shouting. Milky almonds, persimmon frosted candy, deep-fried cashews, and sugar-fried peanuts, here we go. For snacks were served immediately. 4th grade candied fruit. Candied pears, candied dates, candied lychees, candied honey apricots, here they are. 4th grade pastry. Bangrong cake, red bean paste cake, coconut cake, and mandarin duck roll, here we go. 4th grade pickled vegetables. Spicy melon slices, pickled chili peppers, sweet pickled ginger, pickled sweet snails, here we go. 7 appetizers. Phoenix spreading wings, gnawing steel beast crab meat, shrimp roe and winter bamboo shoots, 5-strand egg garancho, 5-spice mandarin fish, hot and sour cucumber, and tangerine peel beef, here we go. The best soup. Pot-cooked pheasant shreds and bird's nest, here. Imperial dish of 5th grade. Fresh abalone in its original shell, roasted partridge, fried radish, chicken shredded bean sprouts, pearl fish balls, here we go. Finally. Farewell Xiang Ming. Yang Hut Chuanlu, here. The meal took more than 2 hours. Everyone sat in their chairs contentedly, resting comfortably. Burp. I'm so full. Chen Zhihui patted his round belly. You ate too much just now. Song Xiaowei rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly. Hick. How dare you say that to me? I don't know who it was just now, completely losing his usual elegance and reserve, snatching food from me. Chen Zhihui joked with a smile. You. When Song Xiaowei heard this, her face turned red. Lower your head slightly. Then he kicked Chen Zhihui hard. Hiss. Chen Zhihui felt pain and quickly covered his feet. Thank you, cousin and brother-in-law. I was able to enjoy the royal banquet of the ancient emperor. Chen Shuiqing looked at Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying with a smile and said very happily. Cousin, please don't be so polite. Chen Shuiying waved her hand and said with a smile. Yeah. Chen Shuiqing nodded, then looked at Hong Zifeng beside her and said, How is it? Is it better to celebrate the new year at my house this year than at your house last year? Hong Zifeng was speechless as he looked at his girlfriend who was showing off. However, he felt the same way in his heart. This year I really did not make the mistake. He drank tens of millions of bottles of liquor. I drank the best de Honpo. We had a full banquet. I can brag about it for the rest of my life when I get back. More importantly, if you can establish a relationship with the big boss in front of you, you will be able to rise to the top. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Everyone, please look over here. Suddenly, Yua Mikami twisted her graceful body and came to the door. Everyone looked over and saw her pointing one hand to the sky. Just at this moment, a dazzling white light streaked across the sky from bottom to top, shining throughout the night. Chapter 95 received the red envelope. This is too heavy. Bang. Bang. The white light exploded instantly and spread out in all directions. A lifelike tiger pattern, gradually unfolding in the darkness, constantly twinkling in the starry sky. Then it slowly withered. It turned into starlight and fell into the ocean. Bang. Bang. The fireworks display has just begun. 9.99 million fireworks were launched continuously. Each scene is full of twists and turns and is unique. The entire night sky became colorful. Very beautiful. How beautiful. Chen Shuiying leaned gently on Yi Tian's shoulder and said with a smile. Yi Tian hugged her slender waist and snorted softly. The two of them just watched quietly. The same goes for others. Others took out their mobile phones to take photos and videos. This fireworks display. It lasted for an hour and a half. It is unprecedented, spectacular, and splendid. All right. As soon as it was over, Jinping couldn't wait to clap his hands, appearing very excited. Everyone regained their composure and turned to look at him. Children, come and line up to receive your New Year's money from me. Jinping sat on the chair with a smile on his face. He is particularly happy every time this happens. He feels very gratified to see his grandchildren grow up healthily. Jia Hui. Chen Dei shouted immediately. Oh. Chen Zhihui responded immediately, and then said to Song Xiaowei, Xiaowei, let's go. Song Xiaowei didn't hesitate and just followed Chen Zhihui. I wish Grandpa, Happy New Year. Good luck in everything. Happy family. Prosperity. Good fortune. Blossoming flowers and prosperity. A house full of gold and jade. good fortune, wealth, longevity, and happiness. Congratulations on making a fortune. The two looked at each other and blessed each other in tacit understanding. This was clearly rehearsed. Okay. Chen Ping smiled from ear to ear and his mouth never closed. He took out 2 big red envelopes from his pocket and handed them over. Thank you, Grandpa. Chen Zhihui and Song Xiaowei took the red envelopes and shouted happily. Chen Ping nodded and waved his hand gently. Seeing this, the two of them immediately returned to their seats. Next is Chen Zhiguang. He walked over alone. Then came Chen Xueqing and Hong Zifeng. Let's go. Chen Shuiying looked at Yi Tian and said softly. We are already married, can we still receive red envelopes? Yi Tian was a little confused. I think it should be possible. Don't you see that Grandpa is waiting for us? Chen Shuiying was a little confused when he asked this. But when he saw Chen Ping was looking at them, he no longer hesitated. All right. They walked over with confidence. Grandpa. I wish you a happy year of the tiger. Good health. A happy life. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying had no preparation and could only give their simple blessings. Okay. I'll give each of you a big red envelope. Chen Ping handed over the last 2 red envelopes. Thank you, Grandpa. The two of them accepted it happily and slowly returned to their seats. Then, the younger generation went to Chendai, Chendiran, and Chendeli in turn to wish them a happy new year. After this round, everyone was holding a thick red envelope in their hands and was very excited. Just at this moment, Zhang Ruotan led several maids and came to Yi Tian's side. In their hands, they each held an exquisite and beautiful wooden tray. Master, madam, here are the red envelopes prepared. After saying that, she handed the tray to Yi Tian's side. It seems a bit strenuous. Red envelope? Yi Tian looked at the tray suspiciously. There are 2 special red envelopes on it, which are bags made of top-quality silk and are shaped like ordinary red envelopes. But the surface is inlaid with various diamonds, sparkling and dazzling. Yes, we prepared some specially considering that the young master and his wife are already married and might need it during the spring festival. Zhang Ruotong said with a smile. How much do you mean some? Yi Tian had already figured out the personalities of these housekeepers and asked directly. Not many, only 10,000. If that's not enough, we can. That's enough. That's enough. Zhang Ruotong was interrupted by Yi Tian halfway through her speech. 10,000 are not enough, what are you thinking? Okay. Zhang Ruotong nodded. Shuiying, do you want to ask your cousins to come over and receive the red envelopes? Yi Tian then looked at Chen Shuiying and said softly. Is this bad? Chen Shuiying felt this was a bit ridiculous. Who would give red envelopes to their cousins? Even if there is, no one will want it, right? Just ask. Yi Tian smiled helplessly and continued. All right. Chen Shuiying thought about it for a while before agreeing. Cousin, I have some red envelopes here, would you like to take some? Then she looked at Chen Zhihui, Chen Zhiguang, and others and said in a cute voice. This was like a bolt from the blue, scaring everyone. Shuiying, what did you just say? Chen Zhihui asked with some stammering. Cousin Zhihui, Yi Tian has prepared some red envelopes. If you need them, you can come and get them. Chen Shuiying looked at him, then looked at Chen Xueqing and others, and said with a smile. This. Chen Zhihui was a little hesitant. If it were someone else, he would definitely sneer at it. How can you be a generation lower than others just for that little bit of money? But, if it was Yi Tian. Not bad. He really wanted to know how much money would be in the red envelope given by his cousin's husband. While he was still thinking about it, Chen Zhiguan walked over in a very bachelor manner. Happy New Year to my cousin and my cousin's husband. He shouted with a grin. Happy New Year, cousin. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying responded immediately. So heavy. Yi Tian was about to pick up the red envelope, but found it was very heavy. He touched it. Inside is a very hard substance. It should be gold. What's wrong? Chen Shuiying also noticed something strange and asked softly. Be careful, this is heavy, you'd better hold it with both hands. Yi Tian easily picked up a red envelope with one hand and handed it to Chen Shuiying. How heavy can a red envelope be? Chen Shuiying looked at him with disdain and stretched out her right hand to take the red envelope. But I immediately regretted it. This red envelope is unexpectedly heavy. She almost lost her grip. I had to catch it with both hands immediately. I told you so. Yi Tian shook his head and said softly. Chen Shuiying's face turned slightly red, and she held the red envelope with great difficulty. There was no time to chat with him. Cousin, here. She then handed the red envelope to Chen Zhiguang. As soon as Chen Zhiguang saw the diamond on the red envelope, his eyes lit up. Thank you. Hiss. Before he could finish his words, he felt a heaviness in his hand. I almost dropped the red envelope on the ground. But fortunately, he was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and held it steadily with both hands. What is this? He asked Chen Shuiying and Yi Tian in confusion. Open it and take a look yourself. Yi Tian didn't tell him, but just said with a smile. All right. Chen Zhiguang touched the diamond on the red envelope and then opened it carefully. A piece of glittering gold appeared. Gold? Chen Zhiguang was completely confused. Everyone was also stunned. Yes, this red envelope is made of brocade, inlaid with 18 diamonds, and contains a 20 cm 8 cm 3 cm piece of 24K gold. It is engraved with a tiger pattern and the words 2022. One red envelope weighs more than 18.5 kilograms. Zhang Ruotong explained immediately. Hiss. Everyone could only gasp again. Cousin, I have another one. Good things come in pairs. As Yi Tian spoke, he picked up another red envelope and handed it over politely. Thanks. Chen Zhiguang quickly reached out and took the red envelope. My heart became more and more excited, and I hurried back to my seat excitedly, looking at the red envelope in my arms and smiling foolishly. At this point, Chen Zhihui, Chen Shuiqing and others could no longer sit still. They all stood up and ran to receive the red envelopes. Honey, can we go get the red envelope? Huang Sueru looked at Chen Dei and asked in a low voice. How can an elder accept a red envelope from a younger generation? How can this be justified? Chen Dei was also very jealous. But this etiquette cannot be violated. When I think about the 1,000 yuan red envelope I gave, I feel a little shabby. Damn. Well. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Oh. I knew it would be like this. Chen Deli looked at his son-in-law and daughter and sighed secretly. It's New Year's Day, why are you sighing? Zhang Chunlan frowned and pinched his waist mercilessly. Chen Deli was angry but dared not say anything, he could only sit there obediently. Chapter 96 Don't know how to play mahjong? Then buy some skills. After a while. The yard has been cleaned up. The maids also left one after another, leaving only 2 or 3. Yi Tian, Chen Shuiying and others were sitting in their seats chatting. Just at this moment, Huang Sueru and Wang Meifeng carried a mahjong table out of the house. Let's play cards. They shouted with smiles all over their faces. This is a must-have entertainment program during festivals. It is also their favorite pastime. Okay. Chen Dei and Chen Diren's eyes lit up and they responded immediately. Wife, do you want to fight? Chen Deli asked in a low voice. Zhang Chunlan also wanted to fight, but she couldn't save face. Chen Deli understood what she meant immediately, and then said, Wife, why don't you play? Maybe you can win some money. Zhang Chunlan looked at him and pondered for a while. Finally I agreed. I saw Priscilla Wang, Mei Feng Wang and Zhang Chunlan sitting at the mahjong table. Chen Deli and the other 2 grown men sat obediently in the back. He looked eager to make something. But I dare not go beyond even a little bit. We are short of one, who wants to come? Huang Sueru shouted while rubbing mahjong tiles. Can't I just let my dad and the other 2 fight? Chen Shuiqing couldn't help but curl her lips when she saw her father's cowardly look. How can they afford to play mahjong? Wang Meifeng looked behind her casually and said calmly, Do you have any private money saved? If so, play for a while. You know I don't have any private money. Chen Diren shook his head violently and denied it quickly. Humph. Good for nothing. Chen Deli and Chen Diguang were very contemptuous when they saw this. What about you? Zhang Chunlan and Huang Sueru suddenly turned around, stared at them and asked. No. The 2 were frightened and immediately gave in. No one is more glamorous than anyone else. You guys received so much red envelope money? Are you really not going to come and play? Huang Sueru looked at Chen Dei and others and said with a smile. I'll do it. Chen Zhiguang thought about it and walked straight over. Stinky boy. Don't lose too much later. Wang Meifeng looked at her son and just gave him a casual reminder. Mom, don't worry. I'm the little prince of Mahjong. Chen Zhiguang said as he played the dice. Meifeng, it's rare that Zhiguang is so confident, so don't talk about him. Huang Sueru looked at Chen Zhiguang and smiled kindly. Like a big bad wolf, there was a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. He. Wang Meifeng sneered and said nothing more. The four of them couldn't wait to start this war without gunpowder. Chen Ping also ran over happily to join in the fun. He stood beside Chen Zhiguang and acted as his military advisor. And on the other side, several young people were eating, drinking and chatting. Brother-in-law, why don't you go over and play mahjong? Chen Xueqing put down her phone, looked up and asked. Me? I've never touched mahjong. When asked this by her, Yi Tian just answered indifferently. Impossible? Not only Chen Xueqing, but also Chen Zhihui and others looked over. A look of disbelief on his face. There are still people in Long Country who don't know how to play mahjong? Real. Yi Tian looked at them and said seriously. That's right. With your family background, it's impossible for you to play mahjong. Everyone started to imagine. How could Yi Tian, who is so rich, come into contact with mahjong? His life has nothing but money. It is so simple and unpretentious. And boring. Looking at their expressions, Yi Tian had already guessed that they were wrong. He really has never played it. Just imagine, which orphanage would have mahjong? Besides, he never had the spare money to spend on such things before. But he didn't open his mouth to refute. Anyway, no one will believe it if I tell you. Let this beautiful misunderstanding continue. Chen Zhihui's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of a bad idea, and said with a smile, how about we teach you how to play? No. Cousin, I think you want to corrupt my husband. When Chen Xueying heard this, she refused directly and righteously. This bad guy obviously wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to win money. How could she let Yi Tian be deceived? Cousin. Stop thinking about these bad ideas all day, okay? Chen Xueqing also joined the criticism team and blasted Chen Zhihui. Zhihui, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Even Song Xiaowei frowned slightly, looking very disgusted. Seeing this, Chen Zhihui felt like crying but had no tears. I really wasn't. I wasn't thinking of gambling. He shouted in injustice. His original intention was just to teach Yi Tian how to play mahjong. Take the opportunity to build good relationships. Damn it. He's not stupid. One meal after another is satisfying. He still knew which one to choose. I see. That's more like it. Only then did Chen Xueying and Chen Xueqing nod and forgave this guy. But there's only one mahjong table in Grandpa's house. We can't play even if we want to? Chen Xueqing then sighed helplessly. Just at this moment, Zhang Ruodong, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Master, we have also specially prepared an automatic mahjong machine. Do you need it? Are you ready again? Yi Tian was frightened by her again. These butlers could always predict what he needed. This is really too professional. Especially Zhang Ruodong, it's like she can read minds. Completely understood his thoughts. At the same time, this made him even more curious. What else have these guys prepared? Yes. Zhang Ruodong smiled and said softly. Cousin-in-law, how about we just have some fun? Chen Zhihui felt warmed in his heart and quickly persuaded him. Yes. Yi Tian nodded, and then said, Butler Zhang, please ask someone to bring the things over. Yes. Master. Zhang Ruodong said this and winked at the maid beside her. They bowed slightly and left quickly. After a while, several burly men walked in cautiously, carrying an automatic mahjong machine. A maid followed behind, carrying a glittering golden box. Master, it's ready. Zhang Ruodong said in a cute voice when she saw that the bodyguards were ready. Well, you've worked hard. Oh, and let the kitchen staff cook something delicious to reward everyone. Yi Tian was very satisfied with their work efficiency. Then something suddenly occurred to me. He continued, give each person 2 more red envelopes. Yes. Master. After Zhang Ruodong finished speaking, she stepped aside. Then he sent a message on his cell phone. Let's get started. Chen Zhihui, Chen Xueqing and others immediately sat down in front of the automatic mahjong machine. Hubby, let's go. Chen Shuiying stood up and pinched Yi Tian's nose. Yi Tian immediately fought back and patted her on the butt. You. Chen Xueqing blushed immediately and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Then he held his hand and stopped him from doing anything wrong. Honey, I'll play 2 games first, you watch carefully from behind. Chen Shuiying sat directly in front of the mahjong machine and spoke softly. Yi Tian snorted and sat behind her obediently. The other 3 are Chen Zhihui, Chen Xueqing, and Hong Zifeng. This mahjong is so beautiful. Everyone couldn't help but sigh as they looked at the table full of crystal-clear mahjong tiles. This is a specially customized mahjong. The main body is made of Hetian jade, which is polished and carved, then filled with gold foil, and finally coated with special artificial crystals. Zhang Ruodong said lightly as she started the automatic mahjong machine. Hetian jade? Gold foil? Everyone was dumbfounded. Do you have to show off your wealth when playing mahjong? This is outrageous. When they heard the loud collision, they felt even more distressed. I was afraid that such precious mahjong would be damaged. Soon, the cards were shuffled. The 4 of them then concentrated their attention and began to fight. Especially Chen Shuiying, who was only concerned with playing cards. Completely forgot about Yi Tian's existence. Come on. You have to rely on yourself to be good. Yi Tian looked at it several times and finally figured out the basic rules. System. Come out. He shouted silently in his heart. Hey! Weren't you very cool just now? The system was full of anger and said in a cold voice. I want a skill that will turn me into a mahjong master. Do you have any good suggestions? Yi Tian didn't waste any words and just said with a smile. He. The system just sneered and did not answer. Just be a big shot and don't take the small one's fault seriously. Can you give me some advice? Seeing this, Yi Tian had no choice but to compliment him in a flattering manner. TSK. You don't need any special skills to play mahjong. Just buy a lucky gambling skill pack and you'll have a blast. The system felt much better. Real? When Yi Tian heard this, he was somewhat moved. If you don't believe it, you don't have to buy it. The system said very arrogantly. Good luck in gambling, the lucky child in the casino wins 9 out of 10 times, makes a lot of money, and becomes the final winner. Worth 2,000 prestige points. Yi Tian looked at the skill introduction and immediately smiled flatteringly. He. Of course I'll buy it. He bought it straight away without any ambiguity. Chapter 97 Killing all the enemies. Powerful gambling luck. Good luck in gambling. This skill is really a bit illusory. After Yi Tian used it, he didn't feel any changes at all. Clatter, clatter. Just then, Chen Shuiying and her friends finished another game. Win or lose? Yi Tian leaned close to Chen Shuiying's ear and asked in a low voice. Don't you see it yourself? Chen Shuiying thought Yi Tian was deliberately mocking her and her face turned a little ugly. When Yi Tian saw her like this, he immediately understood. I didn't dare say anything. Didn't I tell you to watch carefully? Why are you distracted? Chen Shuiying was still very angry and said in a cute voice. Just now the head teacher had everyone in the group, and I just looked at the group messages for a while. Yi Tian quickly patted her on the back and comforted her. Wife, take your time, your attitude is the most important. You are the best. That's right. Cousin, I only lost a few rounds. Relax, I will win it back soon. Ha ha ha. Chen Zhihui was very happy with his victory and laughed triumphantly. Cousin, could you please stop giving him cards to eat all day long? Chen Xueqing lost a lot, so she couldn't help but have some complaints. Okay, Xueqing, stop talking. Your cousin didn't mean it. Hong Zifeng quickly acted as a peacemaker and spoke gently. I won't fight anymore. You do it. When Chen Shuiying heard this, she became even more upset. Sit directly to one side. Originally, she wanted to show off her skills in front of her husband. As a result, I was taught such a bad lesson. I really can't save face anymore. All right. Yi Tian had no choice but to sit in front of the mahjong machine. Brother-in-law, don't worry, I will let you go. Chen Zhihui became more and more arrogant and said with a smile. Zhihui, please stop talking. Song Qiaowei immediately pulled his arm and reminded him. Don't worry, I know my limits. Chen Zhihui held her hand and squeezed it gently. Song Qiaowei nodded and stopped talking. Thank you, cousin. In this round, Yi Tian was the host and took the first card. Pa. He sorted out the 14 cards with some clumsiness. Suddenly lift it up, then push it down. Tian who? Yi Tian shouted softly. This scared everyone. It's just begun, and it's already over? Cousin, you are not cheating, are you? Chen Zhihui was a little bit unconvinced and quickly stood up. Checking Yi Tian's card pattern. This is ridiculous. How is this possible? He sat back in his chair in a daze, muttering softly. Cousin, you are so lucky. Chen Xueqing said sourly. Apart from Chen Shuiying, she won the least tonight. Yi Tian won as soon as he arrived. Of course, she is also a little psychologically unbalanced. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to win so much on my first try. As Yi Tian spoke, he started the automatic mahjong machine. Chen Zhihui and others were speechless. Damn. Is this the legendary strongman's luck? Is this too much? How did you win? Chen Shuiying was also surprised. She was clearly sitting here and losing the whole night. As a result, Yi Tian won right from the start? This is not fair. I've already told you that you have to play slowly. You can't keep losing. I only won this time thanks to your luck. Thank you, honey. Yi Tian touched her head and said with a smile. Real? Chen Shuiying was skeptical. Yi Tian nodded. This is really just luck, there is no skill involved. Brother-in-law, let's begin. Chen Zhihui's face looked a little gloomy, and he hurriedly urged. He just said something nice, but was instantly slapped in the face. This place must be taken back. He didn't believe that Yi Tian could always be so lucky. Okay. Yi Tian said this and started taking cards again. This deck is a bit messy. He frowned. It would be difficult to win this time. It turns out that things like gambling luck are all deceptive. Cousin, what's wrong? When Chen Zhihui saw Yi Tian's sad face, he immediately laughed with glee. The cards you got are not good, right? He had already imagined what it would be like if Yi Tian lost. Nothing. Then let's play cards. Yi Tian said this, picked one at random and prepared to play it. Wait a moment. At this moment, Chen Shuiying hurriedly stopped him. What's wrong? Fool. You're fooling around again. What? Yi Tian was completely confused. How could he win with such bad cards? If you don't believe me, show it to them. Chen Shuiying's mood was very complicated, and the more she thought about it, the more regretful she felt. Oh. Yi Tian naturally believed what Chen Shuiying said and directly pushed down the cards in his hand. 13th? The three of them fainted when they saw this. Tian Hu plus 13 Yao, are you exchanging this for your lifespan? This is fucking outrageous. Did you really win? Yi Tian looked at them in disbelief. The three of them could only nod silently. Isn't this card game too easy? Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh as he watched the machine shuffling the cards. Everyone's faces froze and they were so angry that they almost couldn't breathe. Especially Chen Shuiying. She didn't win a single night. Snort. Chen Shuiying pinched Yi Tian's waist hard. Hiss. Wife, what are you doing? Yi Tian felt pain and asked in a low voice. Nothing, I just wanted to see if you've gained weight. Chen Shuiying naturally would not admit that she was jealous of him. Yi Tian curled his lips. He saw through the crude lie at a glance. But I didn't dare say anything more. Cousin, how come you are so lucky? Chen Zhihui was unwilling and asked directly. Yes. I have always been lucky. Otherwise, I wouldn't have married such a good wife like Shuiying. Yi Tian took Chen Shuiying's hand and said with a smile, "Husband." When Chen Shuiying heard this, her heart melted instantly. The previous depression was swept away. Chen Zhuhui was completely confused. Why are they suddenly showing off their love? Besides, he also has a girlfriend. Who are you bullying? Ahem. Chen Shueching and Hong Zifeng coughed softly. It's a protest against this immoral behavior. He, play cards. Play cards. Yi Tian picked up the water cup, took a sip, and continued. Good. Everyone started to join the battle again. 11 p.m. Everyone has gone back to their rooms to rest. Recharge your energy. Prepare to set off firecrackers at 0 o'clock. Yi Tian and Chen Shuiying lay on the bed, listening to the song quietly. Wife. Yi Tian suddenly put his phone aside and moved closer to Chen Shuiying. What? Chen Shuiying glanced at him from the side and asked in a tender voice. Yi Tian didn't say anything, he just moved his mouth and kissed her hard. His hands also began to wander wildly. Chen Shuiying immediately pushed him away and said in a low voice, You are crazy. The noise from this side can be heard in the next room. Then I'll just hug you and not do anything else, okay? Yi Tian said this and lay down next to Chen Shuiying. Gently put his arm around her waist. The whole person pressed tightly behind her. Feeling that plump and perky butt. Smell the fragrant hair. Ha ha. You always say that, but you always end up doing bad things. Chen Shuiying rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly. You can't blame me for that. It's because my little wife is so charming. Yi Tian held her hand and touched it gently. Don't do bad things. Then it's okay for me to touch it, right? Chen Shuiying did not object this time. Chapter 98 Going Out to Sea. The Chen family's traditional project. The next day, morning. It's exactly 6 o'clock. Outside the house, there were bursts of deafening firecrackers. Bang, bang, bang. Shuiying, Yi Tian, hurry up and get up and have breakfast. Then, there were rapid knocks and shouts outside the door again. Yi Tian sat up from the bed and rubbed his temples. And Chen Shuiying was still lying in bed, motionless. Pa. Yi Tian patted her buttocks gently. Then he leaned close to her ear and whispered, Wake up, baby. You're so annoying. Chen Shuiying slowly opened her eyes, looking very resentful. It's not my fault. It's my mom who's pushing me. As Yi Tian spoke, he rubbed the place where she was hit. Hate it. You're so frivolous as soon as you wake up. Chen Shuiying pushed his hand away and slowly got up. The towering peaks were unrestrained and undulated constantly. Gurgle. Yi Tian was drooling as he watched. I feel like I've grown a lot under his training. He quickly hugged her and held her gently. Shuiying, you are so beautiful. Bad guy. Chen Shuiying rolled her eyes at him unhappily. But I was very happy in my heart. Okay, get up quickly. Chen Shuiying kissed his cheek gently. Yi Tian snorted softly and reluctantly let go of his hands. The two quickly changed their clothes and then left in a hurry. By the time they finished washing and came to the yard, the others were already seated. Shuiying, grandson-in-law, you are so slow. Come and sit down quickly. When Chen Ping saw them, he waved and shouted with a ruddy face. Okay, Grandpa. Chen Shuiying and Yi Tian immediately sat in the empty seats and started eating. By the way, Dai, is the fishing boat ready? Chen Ping said while eating. Dad, don't worry. Chen Dai swallowed the fried dough stick in his mouth and said urgently. That's good. Chen Ping nodded and continued drinking the seafood porridge. Son-in-law, we're going out to sea soon. Chen Deli put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands and said with a smile. Going to sea? Yi Tian was a little confused. What to do at sea on New Year's Day? This is a tradition that has been passed down in our Chen family. Most residents of Linhai village make their living by fishing. On the first day of every new year, they will go out to sea to fish. If the catch is very good on this day, it means that the luck for this year is very good. If the catch is small on this day, it means that the luck for this year is bad. Chen Deli took a sip of the fragrant tea and continued. Oh. Yi Tian just snorted lightly. Every place has different customs. This is not really weird. Hey! Don't disbelieve it, it's very accurate. Chen Deli saw his look and spoke loudly. Dad, I didn't say I didn't believe it. Yi Tian was speechless and explained quickly. Brother-in-law, it's okay if you don't believe this. Look at me, I don't believe it either, but I'm still living a good life. Chen Jiahui laughed heartily. How can you talk like that, kid? Chen Dei glared at him and scolded him harshly. Dei, please stop scolding him. Young people today won't believe in this. I'm not an old-fashioned person who will force them to believe. I just think that we must continue the traditions of our Linhai village, even if it's meaningless. Chen Ping looked at everyone calmly and expressed his true feelings. Dad, we will continue these traditions well. The three brothers Chen Dei, Chen Diren, and Chen Deli looked at each other and patted their chests to make the promise. It's good that you have this intention. Seeing this, Chen Ping nodded with satisfaction. After a while, everyone was finally full. Everyone go back and get ready, we'll be leaving soon. Chen Ping looked at his phone and said in a deep voice. Everyone responded. Then he returned to the room. Honey, I will definitely catch a fish this time. It seems that Chen Shuiying is still upset about the fact that she had no gain at the farm stay last time. Then you have to work harder. Yi Tian pinched her cheek and encouraged her. Honey, I have forgotten what you taught me last time. Can you teach me again later? Chen Shuiying held his arm and spoke in a soft voice. Okay. But there's one thing I can't figure out. Aren't you from Linhai village? How come you've never fished before? Yi Tian put his arm around her slender waist and asked in confusion. I didn't like fishing before. So why do you like it now? Just fishing with you makes me feel very comfortable. Chen Shuiying smiled very sweetly. Well, let's go quickly then. When Yi Tian heard this, he was even more delighted. About an hour later, Yi Tian and others came to the pier of Linhai village. At this time, quite a few people have gathered here. It's very lively. Old Chen, you're here. A white-haired old man saw Chen Ping and immediately walked over with a smile. Yeah. Chen Ping nodded, and then asked, Old Wang, why did you come so early today? I've waited a year for this day, so of course I have to come earlier. Lao Wang still had a smiling face. Old Chen, there are a few new faces in your house. Looks like good things are coming? That would be great, I also want them to get married and have children soon. Chen Ping shook his head and denied it directly. Your Chen family has such good genes. Your grandchildren are all so good-looking. They won't have to worry about getting married. It's really enviable. Lao Wang couldn't help but sigh. So how is your grandson? It's still the same. He has no skills, isn't good-looking, doesn't know how to deal with girls, and is still single. My son Zhiguang is the same. He keeps talking about not wanting to get married. It makes me so mad. Chen Ping sighed softly. Grandfather. After Chen Zhiguang heard this, his face instantly turned ugly. Why do you keep talking about this matter? It's as if no one wants him. What? If you don't want me to tell you off, just find a girlfriend as soon as possible. Chen Ping gave him a look of disdain. Chen Zhiguang had a bitter face and was speechless. Alas! Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. This kind of thing cannot be forced. Lao Wang smiled and comforted him. Hey! Isn't this old Chen and old Wang? Just then, a loud voice sounded from behind. I saw a fat middle-aged man with big ears walking over. You, Zhu Zhicai, are becoming more and more disrespectful. When Lao Wang saw him, he said with disgust. Ha ha! Lao Wang, you want to use your age to pressure me again? I won't accept it. The middle-aged man named Zhu Zhicai said with a sneer. You guy. Where's your dad? Why can't I see him? Lao Wang was so angry that he blew his beard. My dad didn't come back this year. After Zhu Zhicai finished speaking, he turned and looked at Chen Ping's family. When he saw the two sisters Chen Shuiying and Chen Xueching, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The Chen family really has good genes, and each of them is as beautiful as a flower. Old Chen, your daughter is getting more and more beautiful. Is she married? How about introducing her to my two sons? If they get along well, they can get married right away. What do you think? Sorry. They are already in a relationship. Chen Ping frowned and said in a cold voice. Chapter 99 Endless Anger. Sharapova attacks. He. Nowadays, even if you're married, you can get divorced at will. How can the rules be so rigid? They are just dating, just let them break up. Old Chen, our Zhu family is well off and will never mistreat your granddaughter. Zhu Zhicai laughed unscrupulously. Don't think about it, just leave now if you have nothing else to do. Chen Ping gave him no face at all and directly ordered him to leave. Old Chen, this place is gone forever. My two sons are tall and handsome, and they are very popular. If it weren't for your two granddaughters being so pretty, I wouldn't have said this. Zhu Zhicai still didn't give up. Roll. Chen Ping's patience had reached its limit, so he cursed directly. Didn't you hear what my dad said? Get out of here. The three brothers Chen Dai, Chen Diren, and Chen Deli walked straight over. Chen Zhihui and Chen Jiguan also followed behind. It's very aggressive and scary. You really don't know what's good for you. Zhu Zhicai was frightened by them and ran away immediately. Old Chen, I didn't expect you to be so tough. You finally act like a man. Old Wang patted Chen Ping on the shoulder and laughed. Bullshit. When have I ever not been a man? Bah! I am a man. Chen Ping glared at him and said unhappily. You guy, it's just a joke, why are you taking it so seriously? Lao Wang shook his head and continued, then I'll leave first, we'll get together again in a few days. Good. Chen Ping nodded. Let's go. Lao Wang shouted and left with a smile. Uncle Wang is still so energetic. Chen Dai looked at his back and sighed softly. Really? Chen Diren and Chen Deli agreed with him. Okay, let's get on the boat. Chen Ping clapped his hands and then walked towards his own fishing boat. Everyone hurriedly followed. Master. Lady. Just then, Sharapova ran over. In order to prevent the loss of signal at sea, this is a satellite phone we specially prepared. Please be sure to take it. She handed over a special black phone. Thanks. Yi Tian picked up the phone and said softly. Master, I and these 4 bodyguards will follow you on board. As for the others, they will follow behind on the yacht. Sharapova briefly outlined the security measures. Yeah. Yi Tian nodded, let's go. After saying that, he took Chen Shuiying's hand and strode forward. Walk. Sharapova called out in a tender voice to the 4 bodyguards behind her. Yes. Several bodyguards followed closely behind, paying attention to the surrounding situation. The Chen family's fishing boat is very small and very old. Yi Tian stood on the boat, looked around, and asked in a low voice, is this boat still in use? Yes. Uncle usually uses this boat to catch fish and then sells them in the city. Is that so? Yi Tian pondered for a while, then said to Sharapova, Housekeeper Sharapova, call housekeeper Zhang and ask her to buy a new fishing boat for my uncle. Yes. Master. Sharapova picked up another satellite phone and called directly. You bastard. Why are you spending money recklessly again? Chen Shuiying patted Yi Tian's arm gently. How can this be considered a waste of money? This boat is too old and it is very risky to go out to sea. Yi Tian said with a smile. Okay, but next time you have to discuss it with me first, okay? I know. You are becoming more and more verbose. What did you say? Chen Shuiying pinched his arm gently. Hiss. Wife, I was wrong. Yi Tian immediately gave in. Humph. Let's see if you dare to talk nonsense again. Chen Shuiying smiled triumphantly. Sudden. The fishing boat turned rapidly and shook continuously. Everyone on the boat was unable to stand steadily and could only grab onto the fixed objects around them. Ah! Chen Shuiying slipped and was about to fall. Yi Tian was quick to support her back with one hand. Then he took her into his arms and said softly, Honey, hold me tight. Chen Shuiying put her arms around Yi Tian's waist and pressed her whole body against him. Smell the fragrance coming from the air. Listen to the strong heartbeat. Feeling that familiar and warm body. Chen Shuiying felt very relieved. After a while, the fishing boat slowly stabilized. Are you guys okay? Chen Diren and Chen Deli ran out in a hurry. We're fine. Chen Zhiwei held Song Xiaowei's hand and said with lingering fear. Chen Xueqing and Hong Zifeng still hugged each other tightly. Dad, what's going on? Chen Zhiguang frowned and asked softly. It was because of that Zhu Zhicai that he suddenly stopped the boat on our route. Chen Diren was so angry that his veins were exposed and he was about to hit someone. I will definitely settle the score with this grandson later. Even Chen Deli, who usually has a good temper, was angry. This is totally a joke with human life. Don't let it go easily. Ha ha ha. As soon as Cao Cao is mentioned, he will appear. Zhu Zhicai's annoying laughter appeared again. I saw his boat slowly approaching and stopping on one side. Zhu Zhicai, what do you want to do? Chen Ping walked out with the help of Chen Dei. Old Chen, don't take advantage of your age. I tell you, no one can offend me. Zhu Zhicai sneered, with a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He felt very ashamed of what happened just now. Now we must find our place back. Of course, if you promise to introduce the two granddaughters to my son, I can forgive your offense. You know, our Zhu family still has some power in Linhai village. He continued threateningly. You. Chen Ping was so angry that he was shaking all over. Zhu Yukai. Chen Dei, Chen Diren, and Chen Deli picked up their weapons and cursed angrily. Ha ha ha. Come and hit me if you have the guts. Zhu Zhicai laughed even more wildly. Sharapova. Yi Tian looked at Zhu Yukai coldly and shouted in a low voice. Master. Sharapova immediately walked over to his side. I don't want to see this person and this ship again. Yi Tian paused for a moment and continued, also, I don't want to hear about his so-called Zhu family appearing in Linhai village. Yes. Master. Sharapova quickly made the call. Walk. She then took action with 4 bodyguards. I saw them using ropes to jump onto the boat next door. What do you want to do? Get out of here. Zhu Zhicai saw them and shouted loudly. Crack. Sharapova broke his finger. Ah! Zhu Zhicai cried out in pain. Bang! Bang! But Sharapova didn't stop. He kept punching and kicking him until he fell to the ground. Woo woo! Zhu Zhicai was beaten so badly that he couldn't speak. You are dead! You are dead! Zhu Zhicai's 2 sons came out upon hearing the noise. Bang! Bang! But the next second, they were knocked down by the bodyguards. Thump! Some people saw that the visitor had bad intentions and simply chose to jump into the sea. Murder! Murder! The remaining women just started crying. Chapter 100 shocked. Chen Zhiguang actually likes her. At this time. Hua la la. Hua la la. The bodyguards surrounded the area in a private yacht. Those who tried to escape by jumping into the sea were all caught. Wife, what should we do with these people? Yi Tian looked at Chen Shuiying and asked softly. Do whatever you want, without showing mercy. Chen Shuiying had no expression on her face and just spoke indifferently. Except for Chen Deli and Zhan Lan, everyone else was a little surprised. Is this still the Chen Shuiying they know? But they don't think there's anything wrong with it. Zhu Zhicai deserves it. Shut up. Sharapova heard the order and walked directly to the women. Bitch. A middle-aged woman started swearing at her. Pa. Sharapova and others didn't waste any time and took action immediately. Not just middle-aged women, but everyone else as well. They were all slapped hard. Until their faces were swollen and bleeding. Only then did he stop. Give someone a taste of their own medicine. Yi Tian spoke softly into the satellite phone. Yes. Master. Sharapova's voice came from the phone. Yi Tian immediately hung up the phone and said to Chen Dei with a smile, Uncle, let's continue sailing. Oh. Looking at his niece-in-law, Chen Dei couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Not only him, but also Chen Diren, Chen Zhiwei, and others. Chen Dei hurried to the cab, and the fishing boat slowly left. Throw all those guys over here. After Yi Tian left, Sharapova immediately asked her bodyguards to throw all the captured people back into the fishing boat. Bang. Bang. Without exception, these people were taught a lesson again. Everyone retreat. After a moment, Sharapova ordered. Yes. All the bodyguards quickly jumped onto the yacht. Just wait. I will take revenge. None of you can escape. Chen Ping, I will make your life worse than death. Die. Die. Xu Zhicai lay on the deck, growling angrily. Boom. 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 But in the next second, loud collision sounds were heard all around. The fishing boat was shaking constantly. I saw 5 or 6 yachts rushing in from all directions. The fishing boat could not bear the weight and was smashed to pieces. Likewise, the yachts were also badly damaged. But the bodyguards continued to attack as usual. Boom! The fishing boat exploded and quickly caught fire. Okay. Let's go. Seeing this, Sharapova gave orders again. Yes. These yachts turned around and chased after Yi Tian. Everybody run. Quick. Help. Help. There was a sudden noise on the fishing boat. Xu Zhicai and others crawled to the side of the boat in panic, gritting their teeth. Jumped into the sea like crazy. It's about to explode again. Swim to shore quickly. Hurry. Hurry. Hurry up, everyone. Wait for me. Wait for me. Hurry. Give me a hand. Stop crying. It's annoying to hear. They swam out while crying and shouting. Boom boom. The entire fishing boat exploded and caught fire. Black smoke filled the entire sea. Who are these people anyway? Xu Zhicai looked at all this and felt a little panicked. These people are too cruel, they don't seem like ordinary people. He knew the details of Chen Ping's family. Just an ordinary family. It's impossible to know a big shot in the underworld. I don't care who you are. I will repay you double for today's revenge. He shouted and swam desperately towards the shore. After a while, the Xu family finally came back. However, several police cars had already blocked the entire pier. Police comrade. I want to report a crime. Someone wants to kill us. Xu Zhicai shouted excitedly as if he had seen a savior. Are you Xu Zhicai? A middle-aged policeman looked at him and asked in a deep voice. Yes. I am. Xu Zhicai was stunned. There was something wrong with the atmosphere. I am Feng Gang, the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade of the Haiqing Public Security Bureau. You and your 2 sons Zhu Jian and Zhu Kong are involved in multiple criminal cases. We are now formally arresting you. The middle-aged policeman said as he handcuffed him. His 2 sons were also quickly handcuffed and detained aside. Police comrade. It's unfair. It's unfair. Zhu Youcai's heart skipped a beat, but then he started shouting. Take away. The middle-aged policeman said to his subordinates. Yes. Captain. Several young policemen immediately took the father and his 2 sons into the police car. These are all members of the Zhu family. Take them all back for interrogation. The middle-aged policeman looked at the remaining people again and said in a cold voice. Yes. Soon, the police comrades took these people away. The dock returned to its former tranquility. At the same time, Yi Tian was sitting on the deck, fishing leisurely. Husband. Why did you let someone hit the fishing boat with a yacht just now? Chen Shuiying frowned and asked softly. What's wrong? Are you worried about them getting into trouble? Yi Tian touched her head and laughed. I'm not. These yachts are more expensive than fishing boats. Look, now the yachts are all smashed, and it will cost a lot of money again. Chen Shuiying rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly. This yacht isn't expensive. It's okay if it breaks down. Yi Tian said disapprovingly. Hubby, I feel like you're becoming more and more of a spendthrift. You don't like it? Like. That's all right, isn't it? Chen Shuiying was speechless. Just at this moment, Chen Zhiwei and others came out with mineral water and fruit plates. Cousin, brother-in-law, drink some water. Chen Shuiqing handed over the mineral water, seeming a little reserved. Thanks. Yi Tian took the water and said with a smile. You are welcome. Chen Shuiqing waved her hands quickly. Yi Tian simply unscrewed the bottle cap and started drinking it. Are you afraid of me? Then he laughed heartily. Everyone was even more speechless when they saw his harmless face. Brother-in-law, you were really fierce just now. You scared me. Chen Zhihui looked at the others and could only speak. There's nothing I can do about it. They want to hurt my family. Yi Tian shrugged and said helplessly. Family? Chen Zhihui, Chen Zhiguan, and Chen Xueqing were all moved. The feeling of awe suddenly disappeared. Brother-in-law, I need your help. Chen Zhihui also let go completely and was very direct. Go ahead. Yi Tian still looked calm. Well, Xiao Wei also wants to enter the entertainment industry. Do you think she can do it? Chen Zhihui looked at his girlfriend and continued. Sister Xiao Wei, do you also want to enter the entertainment industry? Chen Shuiying was very surprised when she heard it. Song Xiao Wei nodded nervously. Great. Chen Shuiying took Yi Tian's arm and said tenderly, Hubby, how about letting Sister Xiao Wei join my studio? You are the boss lady, just make your own decision. Yi Tian smiled slightly and did not object. Sister Xiao Wei, welcome to join us. Chen Shuiying immediately stretched out her right hand. Song Xiao Wei was stunned for a moment. She never thought that things would be so simple. Thanks. She shook hands with Chen Shuiying excitedly. What about us? Cousin-in-law, you can't be partial. Chen Xueqing pouted and said in a cute voice. So what do you want? Chen Shuiying looked at them and laughed. Zifeng and I are about to graduate. Can you help us find a job at a company in the capital? We don't need any special privileges. An ordinary position will do. Chen Xueqing and Hong Zifeng looked at each other, very expectant. That's it? I'll have the butler contact you when I get back and make sure you're satisfied. Yi Tian said lightly. Thank you, cousin-in-law. Chen Xueqing shouted excitedly. What about you, cousin? Chen Shuiying looked at Chen Zhiguan. I want you to introduce a girl to me. Chen Zhiguan said very shyly. Cousin, don't you want to not fall in love? Why? Chen Shuiying was a little confused. What type of girl do you like? I'll help you find one. Yi Tian showed a strange smile. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I actually have a candidate in mind. Chen Zhiguan said hesitantly. Who is it? When everyone heard this, they became interested. My cousin, she's the girl who filmed the commercial with you, the one with the biggest breasts. Chen Zhiguan mustered up his courage and spoke urgently. You mean her? Chen Shuiying took out her cell phone, pointed at Huang Lia and asked. Chen Zhiguan nodded without hesitation. Okay, I'll ask Lia's opinion first. If she agrees, I'll introduce her to you. Chen Shuiying still looked incredulous. Cousin, remember to say a few good words for me. Don't worry, cousin. Thanks. Chen Zhiguan immediately expressed his gratitude. Closing the net. This year's harvest is great. Come over here and help. Just then, Chandeli shouted loudly. Okay. I'll be right there. Everyone ran over.